The updates you need to know on the situation in Sri Lanka. It's time for us to slip into a short break on First Up. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you the big national story of the day. TMC leader now stooping to a new low and calling Prime Minister Modi a joker. With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're First Up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India.
Прийшов, квіти полив, наприклад, або викинув ті, що не вижили. Да? Почистив холодильник, помив просто підлогу, прибирав скло, бо у багатьох просто не було вікон. Ну, хата ціла, вікон не було. Якщо є, то от тобі ключі висилають нову пошту, або візьми в сусіда, або там під ковриком, або ще десь. Я просто приходив, там в одних полити квіти, в одних розмінірувати холодильник, в третіх просто подивитися, чи є там щось. Ми виїжджали із Ірпеня, я приїхав в Київ, повернувся в березні, і коли ще було тут окуповано все, потім після вже деокупації, багато моїх знайомих знали, що я тут на місці, вони мене просили просто прийди подивися, чи цілий будинок, чи є вікна, двері. Якщо ви приїхали в квартиру, якою не користувалися довго, там, пару місяців, особливо якщо там був вимкнений холодильник, то просто це дуже трешова штука, почистити його, просто прибрати, особливо морозилку. І от мені подарували протигаз, я їм користувався, не цей холодильник чистив, а інший, але користувався, це дуже допомагає, тому що є нюанси.
Welcome back. You're watching First Up, and here on India Today, we've been getting you every update on the controversy over the Ma Kali poster and also the latest national emblem controversy. Amid that, a TMC leader, Madan Mitra, has stooped to a new low while targeting and attacking Prime Minister Modi, referring to the Prime Minister as a joker. The BJP has lashed out at the TMC over this, saying that their hate for one man is above, in fact, the love or what they feel for the nation. TMC MLA Madan Mitra is the one who's targeted the Prime Minister. He stated that each time they are doing something, it becomes a joke. Modi is the country's #1 joker. BJP slammed the opposition. Remember that the Kali poster controversy got bigger after Prime Minister Modi also made a mention of Goddess Kali in his speech. He said that the country has always been blessed by Goddess Kali and is a centre of devotion. Madan Mitra was targeting the Prime Minister over this comment and also the showdown over the national emblem.
ये हर टाइम हर किसी में हर मुद्दा में ऐसा कुछ कर रहे हैं जो एक जोक्स बन जाते हैं। अभी नरेंद्र मोदी भारत की सबसे बड़ा जोकर बन गए, क्योंकि हठात से वो बोल दिया, देखिए माँ काली का पूजा खाली बंगाल नहीं भारत में भी होता है। क्या इसको पहले उसको मालूम नहीं था? इसको हम लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। हमारा पार्टी तृणमूल कांग्रेस अशोक स्तंभों को बारे में जो स्टेटमेंट किए हैं, मैं पूरा से पूरा उनसे सहमत है।
The language used by Madan Mitra of the TMC is neither surprising nor shocking, because their entire ecosystem has been constantly making these kinds of statements. They say that they stand for it, but on the other hand, they disrespect those who occupy high constitutional and national positions, who have been elected to those positions by the people of India. This is not an insult or an abuse of the Prime Minister or of Narendra Modi ji, but it is an insult of the mandate that he represents, the mandate of 140 crore Indians.
Let's play out for you exactly what Prime Minister Modi also had to say on Goddess Kali. Amid their entire controversy over the poster, he said that the country has been blessed by Ma Kali.
जब आस्था इतनी पवित्र होती है तो शक्ति साक्षात हमारा पथ प्रदर्शन करती है। इसलिए मां काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ है।
Let's take this across now to Hrithik Mondal. He's joining us live from Kolkata with the latest updates on the story. Hrithik, you know, this particular comment by TMC MLA Madan Mitra sparked off a huge controversy. But has there been any clarification by the TMC, or has Madan Mitra apologized for his comment against the Prime Minister?
Good morning, Akshita. Let me tell you that Madan Mitra, TMC MLA, who often creates headline for his controversial comment, once again, for another occasion, he sparked controversy, stating and lashing out on BJP, targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, calling him joker. Remember that he was referring to the ongoing controversy of the national emblem and of course the Ma Kali controversy. Since the unveiling of the new national emblem by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, place atop of Parliament happened, the opposition, particularly, TMC starts targeting centre. Remember, this is for the third consecutive term or the third consecutive issues where TMC, attacking ruling BJP for another occasion. Since this thing happened, since Ma Kali controversy erupted, we did see that in every issue, TMC decided to target BJP, whether it is on this particular issue. We also had the comment from Abhishek Banerjee yesterday, where he said that what exactly presently happening in Sri Lanka and Afghanistan, people of India will create the same situation against BJP. That's also sparked controversy. And as per this national emblem issue is concerned, we did see that senior member of parliament like Johor Sarkar or Moha Moitro tweeted, terming or attacking BJP for for distorting the,
Okay.
the national symbol. So it seems that TMC decided to go all out against BJP,
Yeah,
and this
and
is
they've,
this
you
is
know,
what
as you
exactly
pointed out, Ritik, criticized the government on all of this. But to make this kind of a comment referring to Prime Minister of the country as the #1 joker, now there will
Right.
be questions about whether the TMC endorses that. Ritik, stay on with me. I want to tell our viewers about all the latest updates that have really come in on the story of the anger over the poster of Ma Kali. The BJP is upping the ante over this, particularly in Bengal. You had Union Minister Smriti Irani visiting a Ma Kali temple in Howrah, and add to that the BJP issuing an ultimatum to Mamata Banerjee, saying act against Mahua Moitra or we're going to take this matter up in the court next.
The Kali controversy is far from over. The BJP is keeping the heat on TMC. Union Minister Smriti Irani offered prayers at a Howrah Kali temple on Tuesday.
उनके मुंह से जिहाद की बात निकलना और उनकी सांसद के मुंह से मां काली का अपमान होना आपको बताता है कि ममता दी की आस्था कहां है।
BJP also held Kali Puja in Krishnanagar, the constituency of TMC MP Mahua Moitra, whose description of Kali as an alcohol-accepting goddess triggered a controversy. BJP leaders, led by Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari, hit the streets to demand Mahua Moitra's dismissal from the TMC.
মহুয়া মৈত্রকে গণতান্ত্রিক ভাবে আগামী লোকসভার ভোটে আমরা বিসর্জন দেব, এটুকু আমরা অঙ্গীকার করতে পারি। বাংলায় শত শত এফআইআর হয়েছে, এই দলদাস পুলিশ এরা করবে না আমরা জানি। এরা নুপুর শর্মাকে নোটিশ পাঠায়, এরা নুপুর শর্মাকে লুক আউট নোটিশ দেয়, কিন্তু মহুয়া মৈত্রকে করবে না।
The BJP has threatened to take Mahua to court if Mamata does not take action against her.
करोड़ों श्रद्धालु आहत हुए और उन्होंने मांग रखी कि उन पर कार्रवाई हो, परंतु तृणमूल कांग्रेस जिसने लुकआउट नोटिसेस अन्य मामलों में निकाले, जो अन्य मामलों में तो गिरफ्तारी तक की मांग कर रही थी, आज उन्होंने महुआ मित्रा पर ना पार्टी के स्तर पर कोई कार्रवाई की है, ना कोई लुकआउट नोटिस उनकी पुलिस के द्वारा, बंगाल की पुलिस के द्वारा निकाला गया है।
Legal trouble is mounting for Mahua. A fresh complaint was filed against the firebrand MP in Kolkata by another Hindu group who claim the sentiments have been hurt.
हम लोगों का ये मांग है, जब महुआ मित्र तृणमूल का सांसद है, उसको भी तृणमूल से बहिष्कार करना पड़ेगा और तृणमूल से बहिष्कार न होने तक हम लोगों को ये कार्यक्रम चलेगा।
Not just Mahua, the filmmaker behind the Smoking Kali poster that sparked the row first, Dina Meni Mekalai, is also staring at a bunch of complaints. From West Bengal to Delhi, various FIRs have been filed against Leena, requesting criminal action against her. With the Kali row refusing to die down, the question remains if the TMC will cave in and take action against Mahua Moitra. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take this back across to Ritik Bondal to understand what the TMC plans to do to firefight this entire controversy. They've been hoping, Ritik, that largely this issue would die down, but the BJP is ensuring that the fire keeps continuing to burn. With Mahua Moitra clearly being unrepentant in all of her posts on social media defending what she said, is there any chance, any likelihood of the Trinamool Congress choosing to take action against her because of an aggressive BJP now going against her?
See what exactly happening in Bengal now, that amid the controversy over Mahua Moitra's comment on Ma Kali, what we do see that her own party maintaining distance from Mahua Moitra, but not ready to go for any punishment or anything or suspension of our membership from Trinamool Congress. But at the same point of time, that BJP has decided to increase more and more pressure on TMC, seeking and proper investigation from its police. We do see that in spite of several police complaints have been lodged in several police stations here in Bengal, no police action has been taken against her. So, as per the BJP sources are concerned, and we also spoke to the Subhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition of Bharatiya Janata Party, who gone on record stating that if police and Bengal police particularly doesn't take any action within 10 days after Moha Moitra's comment, they have decided to take it to the court. So it seems like that now the battle will be fought on court as soon as BJP reach out to High Court, after and if Bengal police is not taking any action against Moha Moitra.
We'll track all the latest updates on this. Thanks, Ritik, for the moment for joining us. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had unveiled the statue of the national emblem on the new Parliament building 2 days back. And since then, there's been this endless debate sparked by the opposition on two counts. One, they said, why is the Prime Minister unveiling the statue? It should be the Speaker. The second is that they've questioned how the statue looks, saying that the lions look more aggressive and angrier than what the national emblem actually depicts.
The gleaming bronze burnished national emblem cast, unveiled by Prime Minister Modi, finding pride of place on India's showcase new Parliament building. But a day on, the four lions continue to draw sharp opposition barbs. The TMC saw Modi's lions as ferocious beasts, snarling and unnecessarily aggressive. Party MP Jawahar Sirkar calling the emblem cast an absolute assault on the original Ashokan pillar, which he said was graceful and regal.
It was a disaster. The four lions, which should appear magnanimous, should appear regal, were appearing aggressive and also disproportionate. This is what happens when opposition leaders and opposition parties are not taken into confidence and consultation. What a shame.
The Congress accused the centre of changing the character of Ashoka's pillar at Sarnath.
Our presence, at least by invitation, should have been mandatory. It only displays and reflects narrow-mindedness, pettiness, and ought to have been completely avoided. It reflects a wrong approach, a malafide approach, and I would clearly condemn this.
The statue on the new Parliament looks like it has more pronounced teeth, expanded chest, and shown in a roaring expression when compared to the 2,500-year-old Ashokan pillar originally at Sarnath. Opposition parties, including the AIMIM and the Congress too, joined the chorus slamming the government.
संविधान के जानकार क्या कहते हैं? वो भारत के प्रियम्बल का हिस्सा है. लिबर्टी, इक्वालिटी, फ्रेटर्निटी, जस्टिस, आप उसको भी भूल रहे हैं. थियरी ऑफ सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स इंपॉर्टेंट है देश के लोकतंत्र के लिए. अगर एग्जीक्यूटिव लेजिस्लेचर पर हावी हो जाएगा तो गलत होगा हमारे लोकतंत्र के लिए.
The BJP, however, defended the emblem as true reflection of India's glory, saying that the opposition was comparing a 2D image to a 3D structure.
जिन लोगों ने संविधान को अपने पैरों तले कुचला, जिन लोगों ने संवैधानिक परंपराओं का मजाक उड़ाया, आज वो उस एम्बलम से डरते हैं जो भारत का प्रतीक है, जो भारत का गौरव है.
Has the Modi government tinkered with the national emblem, or the opposition is trivializing the issue in a desperate bid to target the government? Bureau Report, India Today.
And our next report focuses on what's playing out in Maharashtra and the fight within the Shiv Sena. In a big climb down by Uddhav Thackeray, which he was forced to do rather, he's now chosen to back the NDA presidential nominee Draupadi Murmu. And amid the showdown that he's currently having with Eknath Shinde and the BJP, why has he chosen to do that? Because almost 11 MPs within the Shiv Sena said that they want to back Draupadi Murmu. Uddhav Thackeray, if he hadn't taken this decision, would have faced an even bigger rebellion than he currently is.
The Mahavikas Aghadi, which recently lost power in Maharashtra, is now virtually at breakpoint. After a mega climb down by Uddhav Thackeray, the beleaguered Shiv Sena chief has now been forced to back the NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu.
पहली बार हमारी एक महिला भगिनी आदिवासी समाज से देश का जो सर्वोच्च पद है उसके ऊपर विराजमान होने जा रही है, तो मैंने भी यही सोचा कि सारे लोग अगर प्यार से मुझे कुछ कह रहे हैं तो उनकी भावनाओं का आदर करना चाहिए, और उस भावना का आदर करते हुए आज मैं जाहिर करता हूं कि आने वाले इस राष्ट्रपति या राष्ट्राध्यक्ष चुनाव के लिए शिवसेना द्रौपदी जी को हमारा अपना समर्थन दे रही है.
The massive U-turn comes after majority of Shiv Sena MPs rooted for Draupadi Murmu, who is comfortably placed to be the first tribal woman to occupy India's top post. Uddhav Thackeray, along with the Mahavikas Aghadi ally and NCP chief Sharad Pawar, had earlier backed opposition's presidential nominee Yashwant Sinha. The U-turn led to murmurs of dissent among Uddhav's allies, but led to ruling Eknath Shinde BJP combine openly celebrating.
एक बात तो स्पष्ट है, एमबीए महाविकास अघाड़ी नहीं, महाविचित्र अघाड़ी थी. कन्वीनियंस के कोक में जन्मी, कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन पर पनपी और करप्शन से लिप्त हुई. ऐसे दबाव के चलते सोनिया जी का दबाव, शरद पवार जी का दबाव, एमआईएम का दबाव, ऐसे में क्या वो कोई भी फैसला ले पाते हिंदुत्व के लिए?
Before his resignation as Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray had announced renaming of Aurangabad as Sambhaji Nagar. The decision was later criticized by NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar. Now, Uddhav Thackeray's decision to support the NDA candidate in the presidential elections could well be the first step towards Ghar Vapsi to the BJP alliance. With Ritvik Bhalekar in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's cut across to news coming in from Tamil Nadu. A video that's going viral has been put out by the BJP Tamil Nadu chief K. Annamalai, showing a DMK minister hitting a woman. This is a video of Minister KKSSR Ramachandran hitting a woman. In the video that's been put out by Annamalai from Virudhunagar district, you can see the minister hitting the woman on the head with a paper that he's holding in his hand. It's a 5-second video that has been put out by the BJP in Tamil Nadu. The BJP is demanding that the minister resign within the next 48 hours, or that they will up the ante and stage protests. Akshay Nath is joining us live with more details on this. Akshay, has there been any reaction that's coming from the DMK?
Well, Akshita, the video which was tweeted out by BJP State President Annamalai has still not got any reaction from the DMK's end. But at the same time, from Virudhunagar, there are statements that are coming stating that the minister was not trying to be brash with the woman, but that still needs to be verified. Though in a video which has come more than 5 seconds, which was tweeted out by Annamalai, a longer video actually shows the minister handing over a paper to the IAS officer standing next to him and stating that get the work done. But, you know, the veracity of what the woman was asking and why did the minister actually pat her or hit her on the head, and also what exactly was the conversation that panned out between the two of them, those things are still unclear. But definitely BJP's state president Annamalai has taken up this issue, and he stated that the minister has to resign within the next 48 hours. Otherwise, the BJP will go on a protest. So all eyes are on the DMK for a clarification on this. And it is also important to notice, Akshita, that on several occasions in the past also, there have been few DMK leaders who have acted in such a manner as well. So has KKSSR also got involved in similar brash attitude with the general public. That's something that we'll have to wait and watch.
We'll await a reaction from the DMK, what they have to say about this video that the BJP is putting out from Tamil Nadu. Thanks for the moment, Akshaya. And with that news break, I'm slipping into a short break here on First Up. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be focusing on the race to the UK Prime Minister throne. Indian origin Rishi Sunak emerges as the front runner for the post.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Let's get you the latest updates coming in from the United Kingdom on the race to be the next Prime Minister, to be the successor of Boris Johnson. And former Chancellor Rishi Sunak has made the first shortlist of candidates, and reportedly amid a number of Tories also in contention for the post, he's got the maximum number of MPs backing him.
Rishi Sunak emerges as the front-runner of the top job in the United Kingdom. The former UK Chancellor has got endorsements from 20 Conservative Party members of Parliament, making him the first to get the minimum numbers needed to file nominations. The 42-year-old British Indian MP maintains his lead to replace Boris Johnson as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
I'm voting for Rishi Sunak to be the next Prime Minister. I know all of the candidates, excellent candidates, and I think that Rishi Sunak is the best placed of all of them to take this country through difficult times. I've seen him working up close in some of the most difficult and challenging circumstances this country has faced in peacetime. And I know that he's got the character, he's got the experience, and he's got the plan to get us through. And then to go on and win a general election.
We need a leader who can win. And the reality is, the polling shows only Rishi can beat Labour. Only Rishi can win with the support of Leave voters and Remain voters.
As the former Finance Minister of the UK, Sunak's economic bailout package has helped millions struggling with the worst cost of living crisis. But now, additional debt and borrowing are haunting him, The UK now has the biggest tax burden since the 1950s.
My message to the party and the country is simple. I have a plan to steer our economy through these headwinds. We need a return to traditional Conservative economic values, and that means honesty and responsibility, not fairy tales. It is not credible to promise lots more spending and lower taxes.
Preeti Patel, another Indian origin candidate who was expected to join the Prime Minister race, has opted out, saying she was grateful for the encouragement. An MP needs the backing of at least 20 MPs to run for the Prime Minister. Apart from Rishi Sunak, Penny Mordaunt and Liz Truss are the others expected to cross the threshold. From holding parties during lockdown to defying COVID protocols, Boris Johnson's rule was marred by scandals. Whosoever replaces Bojo has a big challenge to face. Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's all we have time for in this edition of First Up. Stay with us here on India Today. I'll be joining you in just a few moments with all the top headlines.
Many humans have walked the earth, but there's only one who's been buried on the moon. Yes, the story of Eugene Shoemaker, the man to have his grave on the moon. In July 1994, a comet hit Jupiter. The comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 gave the first direct observation of an extraterrestrial collision of solar system objects. It was discovered by Eugene, his wife Carol S. Shoemaker, and David H. Levy. Eugene Shoemaker is also the founder of astrogeology. He also trained the Apollo mission astronauts about what they could expect to find on the surface of the moon. He was obsessed with comets and with the moon. In one interview, his wife said that he wanted to go to the moon more than anything since he was a very young man. Eugene, along with Carolyn, discovered about 20 comets and 800 asteroids. He spent much of his later years searching for several previously unnoticed or undiscovered impact craters around the world. But his life came to an abrupt end on July 18, 1997. He was doing what he loved, exploring a meteor crater in Australia, when he died in a car crash. An ex-student of Shoemaker who was working with NASA later contacted Carolyn and asked her if she wanted to send Shoemaker's ashes to the moon. On January 6, 1998, NASA's lunar prospector blasted off to the south pole of the moon, looking for ice and carrying an ounce of Shoemaker's ashes. A polycarbonate vial carrying an ounce of his ashes slammed into a moon crater, and he remains the only person to be buried there. But he was not alone on the moon for very long. Elon Musk's SpaceX launched the remains of 152 people into space orbit in 2019. Eugene spent most of his life thinking about craters and the moon. Ironically, he ended his life also with the moon.
In association with Airtel Extreme Fiber. If it's important, blue dot it. Hetic Fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal at 9 a.m. this morning, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking with our focus on what's playing out in Sri Lanka. As President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has now fled out of Sri Lanka and made his way to Maldives. The countdown is on to see if he finally steps down, if he resigns. We're getting you the latest ground reports from Colombo and much, much more. Here are the headlines first. Sri Lanka President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to Maldives on a military jet amid massive protests. India denies any role in facilitating Gotabaya's escape. Amid the raging national emblem and Kali controversy, TMC stoops to a new political low, calls Prime Minister Modi a joker. BJP hits back, says opposition's hate for one man is about the nation. Smoking Kali Rao flares up after protests. Another complaint lodged against TMC MP Mahua Moitra for her meat-eating and alcohol-accepting goddess comment. Monsoon mayhem wreaks havoc. Rains lash Gujarat for 5 days now. 69 have died so far. Villages inundated in Telangana. Orange alert issued in Mumbai. Indian origin Rishi Sunak emerges as the frontrunner for the UK PM post. Gets support of 20 MPs, 8 Tories in the race for the coveted post. And India thrash England by 10 wickets in the first ODI of the 3-match series. Player of the match, Jasprit Bumrah takes career best of 6 wickets for 19 runs. And let's begin by getting you all the updates coming in from Sri Lanka. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who's been facing these massive, unprecedented protests in his country, has now fled. Gotabaya fled from Lanka on a military jet and arrived in the capital of Maldives in Malé at around 3 a.m. local time. The Sri Lankan Air Force has now confirmed that he fled with his wife as well as 2 security officials. The Air Force aircraft was provided for the President, for the First Lady and 2 security officers to fly to Maldives following a request by the existing government. Considering that Gotabaya Rajapaksa is still the President, he has those executive powers. Now, what we're hearing is that Gotabaya Rajapaksa is going to be leaving for the UAE from Maldives. So it's just a brief stopover at Malé. He'd earlier conveyed a message to the Speaker and the Prime Minister that he will be submitting his resignation today. Remember that Rajapaksa was evacuated from the President's palace on July 9th before it was stormed by protesters. India has also spoken out on the latest developments. There were some baseless reports that suggested that India helped Gotabaya Rajapaksa flee. India's denied these reports, saying that we stand clearly with the people of Sri Lanka.
It's D-Day in Sri Lanka as the Sri Lankans are waiting for the official announcement of their President Rajapaksa's, Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation, and that too from the Speaker as earlier mentioned. However, gathered in large numbers outside the President's Secretariat, the President's Palace and the Prime Minister's residence are waiting for this resignation. And this comes at the moment because earlier on 9th, the public stormed these buildings, but since then they are waiting for the announcement as Gotabaya already informed that he will resign on 13th of July as a form of claiming that this is a way of transition of power. But it looks like Gotabaya wanted to take the time to leave the country because he was absconding since then. However, information also has trickled down that he tried to leave the country on 12th of July, but apparently the immigration officials at the airport did not cooperate, because of which he had to lose multiple flights. And even on camera, his relative Basil Rajapaksa was also caught quarreling with passengers as they did not appreciate him boarding a flight. And information was that Basil Rajapaksa and Gotabaya Rajapaksa want to leave to a Middle East country. However, news currently is that he has already left the country through a military jet, reached Maldives around 3 a.m. and is expected to leave for another Middle East country anytime soon. And by the time the announcement of his resignation will reach the public, for which the public are eagerly waiting at this spot in a kind of roundabout near the President's Secretariat.
Let's get in our reporters also. Pramod Madhav joining us live from Colombo. We've also got Marsha Midat reporting live from Malé, which is, remember, where the Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa currently is. Marsha, I'd like to begin with you. If you could get us an update right now on Gotabaya Rajapaksa's whereabouts. We're hearing that it's only a brief stopover in Maldives and that he's going to be heading to the UAE soon.
So far right now, we haven't received an official communication from the government yet, but the Foreign Ministry has also said that they are not willing to comment for the current situation right now. And it is believed that because the president, former President Mohammad Nasheed has supported and welcomed President Gotabaya from the airport, that they have it is because they are very close friends, and they have been supporting each other. Even President Gotabaya supported President Nasheed while he was trying to get asylum support as well. So it is basically it is believed that they are pretty much closer. That's how the whole situation right now has come. But so far right now, we are yet to confirm whereabouts of the President Gotabaya. A few hours ago, he has left the Welana International Airport, and an official from the VIP section of the Welana International Airport has confirmed it to a local news that he has left the airport a few hours ago, but still yet to confirm that whereabouts, where President Gotabaya is staying or whatnot in the Maldives, and when he will be leaving the country is yet to confirm.
Okay, so we're expecting, and hopefully there will be some sort of official communication from the Maldives authorities as well. Masha, I request you to stay on with me. I'd just like to bring in Pramod Madhav also on this broadcast. Pramod, you've been reporting from Colombo. I'd like you to tell our viewers what's the mood on the ground currently. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled. He's out of Sri Lanka, but he hasn't resigned just yet. Has that led to more agitations, protesters getting more frustrated on the ground?
Well, for one thing, yes, the protesters are frustrated. And in fact, I'm standing currently at one of the very important buildings, the President's Palace. And this is the current way the President's Palace looks. It is turned into a tourist spot. People are over here 24/7, and you can see them at the lawn. They are waiting. Everybody's eagerly waiting. Already they are tired because they thought that the president will resign soon. But even though the storming of these buildings occurred on 9th of July, the president has taken his own sweet time, and there is a reason to it, because he knows that once he is not the president, that would cause more trouble to him, and that's the reason he has taken his time, and after leaving only it will happen. But here I would like to show one more thing as well. These are the masts of the President's Palace, the authoritative building, and here you have the national flag. But unfortunately for now, the protesters here and the organizers have very clearly mentioned that the state of Sri Lanka is in such a peril that only a black flag can be seen on the mast, and that's the reason only black flags are there on this mast. So this actually explains the current situation over here. Protesters are still upset, and if they don't get the announcement that the president has resigned so far, it might lead to agitations, definitely, Akshita. But here is the current situation. Here are the people who are waiting inside, who are living here, and who want to make sure that they, like, whatever the demands, there's the first and foremost demands, and that is to leave for the Gotabaya Rajapaksa to resign. That happens. For that reason only, 4 days these protesters have occupied the President's Palace, and currently this is the situation. Here you see the room, one of the most important rooms in the President's Palace, and currently it is being occupied by the protesters. They are waiting, they are demanding that he resigns as soon as possible. Earlier there was news that from the Speaker's office that the President has already given the resignation letter, but here is currently confusion, and as expected the President has also left the country. But even after that, time is being taken to show make the announcement that he has resigned, and that's the reason people are waiting. You can see all military personnel are also here. This place is still guarded, but at the same time there are protesters, there are public everywhere, and everyone is eagerly waiting for the announcement of their president's resignation. They hope and believe that the President Gotabaya has resigned, and if that has not happened, that this will turn into a very big situation. In fact, here you have the seat of power, principal advisor to the president, and all these things. Every part of this building is under the control of the protesters, and the public are given free access to everywhere, and they are staying here 24/7. That's the important part, to make sure that this does not fall or go back to the government's hand unless and until their demands are met, Akshita.
And everything, as you're showing us, Pramod, that the presidential palace is just as it was. Nothing's been vandalized, nothing's been targeted. This is more of a very symbolic protest. But if Gotabaya Rajapaksa doesn't submit his resignation today, it's going to be all-out chaos, because protesters will obviously get impatient. And with Gotabaya Rajapaksa now out of Sri Lanka, there'll be questions about what they can do if he doesn't choose to resign. Let me also take this back across to Masha, because Masha, the kind of footage that's emerging right now of how the president was taken out of the airport in Malé in a convoy, it's clear that the government is providing all possible support to the Sri Lankan president. We understand that there were top officials there to welcome him, to greet him, as well as, this kind of security deployment for him, considering he is still very much the Sri Lankan president.
Yeah, so the fact is that in generally the Maldives is a very welcoming country. So it is, the whole country is yet to open for anybody to come and visit. It's welcome, very, very welcome to it. And unless there is no arrest warrant from a concerning party, of course, there is no hesitation for anybody to stop anyone, whether it's a president or an official, a government official, or even as a normal civilian to enter the Maldives. So in that concern, in addition to what I have said, highlighted before, President Nasheed, who was the former president and the current Speaker of the Parliament of the Maldives, has been a very close friend with Gotabaya and President Gotabaya, and he has, maybe that would be, it is believed that that would be a fact that he was present physically at the airport to welcome them and welcome the President Gotabaya and support them through whether it's security or whether it is to support to give the approval for his aircraft to land in the Maldives. So probably it is believed that it is the close relationship between the both parties has supported it. But generally speaking, the government is yet to confirm that whether it is it is the support has been provided through government in generally, or is it specifically just from the President Nasheed?
Okay, thanks, Masha, for those details. I'd like to thank Pramod also for joining us with those latest ground reports from Colombo. All right, big update that's coming in this morning. Riya Chakrabarti has been charge sheeted by the Narcotics Control Bureau. This is with regards to the case that was filed against her in the drug probe of Sushant Singh Rajput's death. She's been charged for supplying drugs to a high society in Bollywood. Riya Chakrabarti and 34 others have been named in that charge sheet. They've also been accused of abetting Sushant into extreme drug addiction. The NCB in its charges against Riya Chakrabarti claimed that between March and December 2020, all 35 accused entered into a criminal conspiracy. As per the NCB, the plot was to finance drug trafficking, including procuring, sale, transport and distribution of drugs in high society and Bollywood. It's not just that, the accused are also accused of consumption of ganja, of charas, LSD, cocaine, as well as other drugs. Besides that, the NCB has mentioned in their charge sheet that the accused allegedly used Sushant's bank account to procure contraband and termed it as material used for puja. These are the kind of details that the NCB has mentioned while they've named Riya Chakrabarti directly and charge sheeted her. Vidya is joining us live from Mumbai with more details on this. This spells trouble for Riya Chakrabarti and all the others named in the case, Vidya. Give us the details that the NCB has mentioned, because they've talked about consumption, they've talked about procurement, they've also spoken about them abetting Sushant Singh Rajput's addiction to drugs.
Well, in fact, the entire draft charges that has been given to the special NDPS courts very clearly states that Rajput was going through an extreme drug addiction, and this was being abetted by people like Riya Chakrabarti, Shavik Habrada and many others who, according to the NCB, were all working together. Remember, there are 35 accused in this case, from drug peddlers to suppliers to consumers, and according to the NCB, all these people were working together in one conspiracy towards procuring drugs for people in the high society, in the Bollywood, for Sushant Singh Rajput. So this is what exactly has been the charge against these people. Against the 35 accused, there are 38 charges that has been given by the NCB to the court. Now it will, during this time, while the draft charges were given, the accused have also filed few discharge applications, which is the process. Basically, when the discharge applications get decided in court, at that time, when the court decides whether a person is needed to be taken through the entire trial or not, then the court will decide whether these people need to be facing the charges. So all this process goes hand in hand. But in the draft, the application for discharge that has been filed by a few accused, including Kshitij,
one of the accused who was an executive producer, Kshitij Prasad in Bollywood, he very clearly has said that this is a similar case like that of Aryan Khan, and either there should be re-investigation like in Aryan Khan's case, the drug cruise case, remember, of 2021, in which these people like Aryan Khan and all these people were not charge sheeted because the investigation was given to the SIT. Kshitij Prasad in his discharge application too has said that either there should be a re-investigation like in the Aryan Khan case, or there should be a discharge that he should be given because there is no evidence. So certainly different conflicting views put before the court. The court will really have to take a decision after the NCB files a reply to these discharge applications. So NCB has put forth the draft charges. The accused have filed discharge applications. The process therein will start now.
The kind of details that are mentioned in this charge sheet, Vidya, it doesn't all go well for Riya because it means extremely grave charges. There's talk of procurement. They're talking about her supplying drugs to Bollywood, to high society, about consuming drugs, hard drugs like cocaine, LSD have been mentioned. They've also said that she, as well as the other accused, used Sushant Singh Rajput's money, used his bank account to procure these drugs, and then claimed that it was money that was used to buy material for puja.
In fact, the material for puja was a code word that was used. Remember when they were interacting, there was a group, WhatsApp group, according to the investigators, that was actually trying to procure drugs for Sushant Singh Rajput, who was extremely addicted, according to the NCB, and these people were abetting his requirement, and in that process they had been in contact with certain drug peddlers, with certain drug suppliers, and from them they were procuring these contraband, banned in India. It cannot be used, but contraband which come under the NDPS Act, they were being procured for Sushant Singh Rajput, and not just him, like against Kshitij Prasad as well as other accused. It is very clearly mentioned in the draft that these people were procuring to be supplied on to other people like Sushant Singh Rajput, into Bollywood, into high societies, the celebrities. So all that has been mentioned. Although Kshitij Prasad very clearly says in his discharge plea that he was named only because he refused to give further names to the NCB. Well, these are allegations that the court will really have to decide here on, in the next few days, that we should be seeing the entire process really beginning in the NDPS court.
So this is the beginning of the troubles, essentially legal troubles at least, for Riya Chakrabarti. Vidya, can you run us through all the other accused also in this case? Has Riya's brother also been charge sheeted? There were several drug peddlers in the course of this investigation into the SSR drug case who were also taken into custody, and their role, their links to Riya Chakrabarti were also under the scanner.
Well, all those, in fact, there are 35 accused in this, Akshita. There are 35 people who had been arrested. Not a single one of them, like in the Aryan Khan case, has been discharged from the case. All the 35 were charge sheeted, including Riya Chakrabarti, Shauvik, Siddharth Pithani, the cook and the help of Sushant Singh Rajput, who was staying in his house and were, procuring these drugs for him whenever he could not really go out. So all this has been mentioned in the draft charges that has been given by the NCB, and the NCB very clear that the charges that have been levelled, and remember there are very stringent sections that have been imposed in this case, especially against Shauvik, against Riya Chakrabarti herself as well. In this particular case right now, they are facing charges of 27A, 28, 29, 8C. These are sections, stringent sections of 27A, where these are for illicit trading, for procuring, from producing drugs. That's the stringent sections that has been imposed against all these accused, and that would be certainly difficult for these accused to prove, and that they are not actually going to be in this case. So it's certainly a difficult days ahead for all the accused for trying to prove their innocence, and the NCB to try to prove their case as well.
Okay, so at this point, Riya Chakrabarti has been charge sheeted by the NCB, by the Narcotics Control Bureau. They've named her for consumption, for procurement, for supplying drugs to high society and Bollywood. She, along with 34 others, have been named in this charge sheet. Any details, Vidya, on the kind of evidence also that they have against Riya Chakrabarti? Because time and again, through the course of this particular case and this investigation, there have been allegations of an unfair, biased probe by the NCB of this being a witch hunt against Riya Chakrabarti. So what's the kind of evidence that they've really gathered so far? Has that been mentioned? Vidya, if you can hear me, can you give us details of the kind of evidence that the NCB has gathered against Riya?
Well, most of the evidence, according to even the defense and the prosecution, is of WhatsApp messages. Remember, there are a lot of WhatsApp messages that were exchanged. There were WhatsApp groups, as I mentioned earlier. Although, according to the defense, these WhatsApp is not really, without a 65 certificate under the Evidence Act. These are not really something that can be used by the prosecution, but the prosecution has used these WhatsApp messages. There are statements of accused that is being used against themselves, although the defense has been trying to remind the prosecution that, according to a Supreme Court order, these cannot really be used. If you remember, just a couple of years ago, last year, there was an order by the Supreme Court wherein the NDPS officers who had, the NCB officers who had the power under NDPS to actually record statements of accused which were quasi-judicial, that has been taken away by the Supreme Court. So those statements of the accused cannot be used against they themselves is something that the Supreme Court has said, and that's what the defense is now going to rely on, that these statements are not of any use after the Supreme Court order. And secondly, WhatsApp messages without the 65 certificate under the Evidence Act are not usable. So these are something that the defense will be using, but the prosecution very sure that they have a case with the WhatsApp messages, the statements of the accused against them, that they'll be able to prove this case against all the 35 accused.
Okay, so we're going to be tracking all the updates that come in. What next, Vidya? How does this case progress now? And what does this mean for Riya Chakrabarti as well?
Well, as of now, Riya Chakrabarti hasn't really, spoken about this entire draft charges. In fact, remember, like Kshitij Prasad and a few other, few people who have actually challenged the draft charges, the charges against them, and they are asking for discharge. Riya and Shavik have not moved a discharge application like Kshitij Prasad and others. So it remains to be seen what their legal move will be. But it does seem like, remember, some time back she had been invited for IFA, but she couldn't go because she had a lookout certificate, circular issued against her. So there are a lot of legal, hassles that she will have to go through at the moment. But her legal team is very sure that they will be able, though a little time will pass before this, but they will be able to get her out of this entire situation that she got into post Sushant Singh Rajput's death in 2020.
Okay, Vidya, request you to stay on with me. You can see there in Vidya's frame that it's pouring currently in Mumbai. And on the other side of a short break here on India Today, that's what we're going to be focusing on. Vidya, as well as our other reporters in Mumbai, will be getting us a report from the ground on the situation currently in the city of Mumbai, as the Met Department has issued a high alert for heavy rains today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. watching in
Mumbai has woken up to an extremely rainy morning, and the Met Department has predicted that the heavy showers will continue in the hours to come. It's also led to a lot of inconvenience for citizens, for Mumbaikars. The Andheri subway is completely waterlogged, as you see on your screens there. The focus for Mumbai in the coming hours is moderate to heavy rains in the city as well as the suburbs. There's also the possibility of very heavy to extremely heavy rainfall at isolated places. So there's no respite in sight from the heavy rains, and this morning Mumbaikars are struggling to get to their workplaces because of the torrential downpour. Let me take this across to our reporters on the ground. Paras Dama is reporting live from Andheri. We've got Vidya also getting us all the latest updates from the city, from Marine Drive. Let's begin with Paras. Paras, we understand as always the Andheri subway has been closed. It's completely waterlogged.
Yeah, Akshita, the Andheri subway has been waterlogged. It's been only 45 minutes when heavy rain started pouring in Mumbai, and look at the situation. It has been closed for the common people. This is the morning hour. This is a peak hour where everyone goes to work from here. This is the most common place and most used subway because it is very close by, and people can reach their destination very quickly. So this is the most important part of Andheri, and every year, this is the main problem which rises for Andheri people. Where this subway waterlogged like this after 30-35 minutes of raining. One more important thing and one more problematic situation creates where this subway is and subway that get closed is the traffic situation. Look at the traffic situation in Andheri right now. This is very much nearby by this subway, and you can see the line. It is probably 1.2 kilometers line where the local public is facing right now. This is the traffic condition where people have to stay back for hours because of this waterlogging which has taken place in Mumbai and in Maharashtra. The weather department has already predicted that there will be heavy to heavy rainfall till 14th July. It means till tomorrow there will be a lot of rains. Heavy to heavy rainfall will come in Mumbai. So right now situation, BMC is trying to drain the water which has been logged in Andheri subway. BMC is trying, but there is a alert in Mumbai and Maharashtra. Orange and red alert has been issued by Weather Department.
Paras, just stay on with me. Let me get in an update also from Vidya. She's joining us live from Marine Drive. And Vidya, it's pouring where you are. Doesn't look like the rain's going to be letting up at any time now. So what's the situation currently along Marine Drive?
No, it has been raining heavily. If I can just show you around, there's high wind, high speed wind. The trees have been moving around madly. In fact, they have been swaying to such a level that it seems like a little dangerous standing around them. But then, yes, there have been instances of tree falling, branches falling across Mumbai because of the high-speed wind that we are witnessing right now. The rain certainly is heavy, but thankfully, at the moment, the trains are running, the buses have not been diverted. There is no heavy waterlogging. There has been a little bit of waterlogging in a few areas, but that, according to the BNC that we have been speaking to, that should get cleared in some time, and the entire road services would also be restored. But as I'm sure Paras was also speaking, there are not many people who have really ventured out. Marine Drive is a place where you generally see a lot of people, but it's almost you can see that there are hardly any people around, just a few people, college-going people still enjoying the rain. But certainly, most of these people are here only because of just to witness what's really happening around the city. But the heavy rains are certainly slashing through the city, across many parts in and around Mumbai as well, which is the reason why we do see a lot of water-related issues that we had been seeing. Like Mumbai, before the rains really started, was having only 9% water, and water cuts had been put in place. But with the heavy rains in the last couple of days that we have seen, almost 40% of this water requirement is actually getting filled up. So heavy rains certainly mean good things for Mumbai, but in the city itself, because of the heavy rains, a lot of schools have closed down, chosen not to open up, and certain decisions have been taken. But of course, the BMC as yet has asked people not to venture out to the seafront, where because of high tide, there is a tide of approximately 4.46 meters that would be hitting the seashore in an hour's time from now.
Okay, Vidya, thank you for those details. Welcome respite, really, because of the water woes that Mumbai has faced. But having said that, because of the poor infrastructure, the Mumbaikars are again struggling right now because of waterlogging that's been reported in several parts. Let's cut across to also breaking news that's coming in. This is coming from Maharashtra, very close to Mumbai, in Vasai, where there's been a landslide that's been reported. We're hearing the rescue operations are currently underway. 2 people have been removed from the debris so far. The NDRF is involved in the rescue operations. They suspect that 3 people could still be stuck in the debris. So far, no casualties have been reported. The NDRF is working round the clock to ensure that all the other 3 who are stuck in the debris, are pulled out. We understand that because of this landslide, 1 house was completely buried. And we're cutting across to footage that's coming in from Srinagar. This is of a terror attack that happened yesterday when terrorists went ahead and fired upon a police party at Lal Bazar area in the heart of Srinagar. There was an ASI, Mushtaq Ahmed, who had succumbed, unfortunately, to his injuries as well. 2 others were also injured. This is a video where you see the terrorists targeting this police party. Let's play it out for you in full. This is the video that we're putting out right now. You can hear the number of gunshots that are being fired by these terrorists. Unfortunately, we lost a police official also, ASI Mushtaq Ahmed, who was injured in this terror attack. 2 others were also injured. This happened yesterday in Srinagar. Ashraf Wani is joining us with more details on this. Ashraf, chilling really to hear the kind of gunshots that are being fired by the terrorists. Have these terrorists been identified yet?
Arshita, basically the video which is being circulated by the terror organization on the social media has been captured by them on camera. And in fact, the pictures we are showing that clearly shows how these terrorists dare not only to attack but also to capture same on the video. They have in fact snatched AK-47 rifle from the spot also. The picture of same has been uploaded by the Almaq website, which is the website of the Islamic State Hind. That is the terror organization which has claimed the responsibility for this attack. Yesterday afternoon, this small police party was on a routine naka at Lal Bazar area of Srinagar, because it was the 3rd day of Eid yesterday, and they were managing the traffic and other activities in the area when these 2 militants believed came from the nearby narrow lane and indiscriminately fired on a vehicle which was carrying these policemen. One assistant sub-inspector was inside vehicle. He was hit in the vehicle itself, and 2 others, a head constable and an SPO, were injured outside. Both SPO and the head constable of police is being treated in the hospital, while Mushtaq Ahmed, the assistant sub-inspector, got killed in this attack. And we have seen that after that particular attack, the area was cordoned off. There were searches, but the terrorists managed to flee from the spot. The Police Inspector General of Kashmir, Vijay Kumar, said that they have some clues, some CCTV footage in the area where these terrorists had not yet been identified, but they are in the CCTV footage, and soon they will be brought to the justice. This is what the police says here in Srinagar.
Okay, so you can hear, in fact, in that video, gunshots constantly being fired by these terrorists on that police party. There's a very brief encounter, after which, unfortunately, 2 police personnel were injured and 1 also has been killed in action. ASI Mushtaq Ahmed succumbed to his injuries. This is a video, as Ashraf tells us, was actually shot by the terrorists. So clearly they've put it out to kind of send, to put out a message on social media, I'm sure, Ashraf, and to radicalize as well as, spread the message that they're out there in the heart of Srinagar spreading this kind of terror.
Absolutely, Akshita. This was a trend which emerged in 2017-18, then again in 2020, when the terrorists were carrying these daring attacks on security forces and capturing them with their helmet cameras. In fact, the cameras which are placed at the top of the head when they go for any kind of a terror attack, so that not only to glorify their attacks, but in fact to influence more and more youth in the valley, which is a trend in the Kashmir Valley, where new youth get recruited in the terror groups. And this is just to not only glorify, but in fact impress all those youths who just start or want to join the terror groups. The administration as well as the security agencies are looking at these kind of tactics the terror groups are using on the social media and putting these kind of videos on the website. But one thing is clear that during the last 2-3 months, the security forces not only eliminated the large number of terrorists in the Kashmir Valley, but in fact tried to de-radicalize some of the youth. So far, it needs a lot of efforts from the security agencies as well as from the society, so that these kind of terror attacks on a routine basis could be curbed.
Let's play out for you that video again with the audio that shows you the kind of terror that these terrorists are spreading in the valley. This is in Srinagar, when there was a terror attack on a police party. Men in uniform, unfortunately, Ashraf, are being targeted time and again right now by these terrorists in the last few months.
Yes, absolutely. Basically, it is. We have seen during last many months there was an aggressive operation, particularly after the killing of the minorities and the target killings which took place in the month of April. Then there was a high-level meeting in Delhi under the command of Home Minister himself, where strategy was adopted to be hard on the militants and their commanders across the Kashmir Valley. And we have seen a number of encounters took place. In fact, near about 100 encounters during this year in the Kashmir Valley, and more than 108 militants neutralized in those encounters. But whether that is the solution to kill all these militants to bring peace and stability in the Kashmir is the question which is being discussed across the Kashmir Valley, that there are other political means and negotiations which could also help in bringing the peace in Kashmir Valley and decline these kind of activities across the Kashmir Valley. We have seen 2 days back there was encounter in the Kulgam district, Shupyan district, where the security forces managed to get 2 newly recruited terrorists to surrender. And that is also a policy which has been followed to bring those youths back to the mainstream and also to de-radicalize them. But on the other side, we are seeing that more and more local youth particularly are joining the terror ranks, which is concerning for the security agencies as well as for the establishment here in the Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in the Kashmir. In fact, a very story, what we can say a human story. The police officer killed yesterday in the line of duty. His son also joined a militant group in 2020 and was killed in an encounter. He was a BTech engineer from Kulgam, and he was killed in April 2020 in an encounter, and then at that time police said that he was the overground worker assisting the militants, where he got trapped in the encounter and got killed. So this is the story here in the Kashmir Valley, where from both sides people are dying. Some are being utilized by the terror groups. They got killed in the encounter, and others who are defending the country, who are defending the nation, who are in the security forces, they get killed by the terrorists. So this is some story in the Kashmir Valley, what needs to be addressed in all the aspects, and probably that will be the solution to get rid of this terrorism in the Kashmir Valley.
What's also extremely worrying is, Ashraf, that this happened yesterday in Srinagar, in the capital city. You know, we've been seeing our forces neutralize these terror elements in the last few weeks, particularly because the number of terror attacks have also gone up. And that's largely helped in kind of stopping these kind of incidents, these kind of attacks in broad daylight. This one that happened yesterday is something that will set off alarms for our security agencies all over again, because like I pointed out, it's happened in Srinagar.
Yes, absolutely. Basically, and the new term emerged during the last few months in the Kashmir Valley, hybrid terrorism. Hybrid terrorism is are those terrorists which are not on any kind of a security radar, which have not any kind of a past history, who get mingled in a local population, and then when they get recce or a spot where they can target the security forces, and they do it. And yesterday, in fact, police itself said that the terrorists who attacked the police party took the advantage of the crowd, of Eid crowd in the area. There was a lot of movement and lot of activity going on in the Lal Bazar area where this police party was targeted. If police could have responded to this attack from other sides, there could have been the large casualties of the civilians. To avoid that casualty, the police, being the local policemen, they have not fired in the response immediately or after the attack. That is why only the losses were suffered by the police party, not by the civilians. And in fact, the terrorists took the advantage of that crowd and flee from the area. But the police says that they have got some CCTV footage of the area. They may identify soon these attackers and bring them into the justice. And in fact, police has done it earlier also when the targeted killings started in different parts of the Kashmir Valley. Three those hybrid terrorists who are responsible for those targeted killings have been neutralized within the days or weeks. So
right.
Same thing could be done by the police in this case also.
Okay, Ashraf, thank you for those details. Truly chilling video that's emerged of the terror attack yesterday. Mind you, this was shot by the terrorists who attacked the police party in Srinagar. It's time for us to slip into a short break here on India Today. Do stay with us, because coming up on the other side, we're getting you details of a TMC leader and actress, Shantika, going ahead and targeting Home Minister Amit Shah with a derogatory attack. More details on that in just a bit.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in. The TMC embroiled in another massive controversy after one of their leaders, an actress, Shantika Banerjee, has stirred a controversy. She said that the number of programs or schemes started by Mamata in Bengal is more than the number of hair strands on Minister Amit Shah's head. She also referred to Shubhendu Adhikari as a traitor. Below the belt comment being made their personal remark by Shantika Banerjee to target Home Minister Amit Shah. Let's play out for you exactly what the TMC leader has said.
अरे भाई ওই যিনি বলেছিলেন अब की बार 200 পার ওনার টাকে যত চুল নেই মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের বাংলায় তত প্রকল্প আছে এবং আমরা যদি তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের কর্মী হই ওই টাকে যদি ঘাসফুল তৃণমূল না গজানো করিয়েছি আমরাও তৃণমূলের কর্মী আর যে ভাই এদিক ওদিক সেদিক করার চেষ্টা করবে ওই মনে করে দিলাম বেঈমান হইতে সাবধান চোখ রাখতে হবে নজর রাখতে হবে একদম বিজেপি এখনো পঞ্চায়েত ভোটের আগে চেষ্টা করবে প্রচুর টাকা দিয়ে মানুষ কেনার কিন্তু আমি বলবো নেড়া বেলতলা একবারই যায় যারা গেছিল না তারা ফেরত চলে এসেছে বুঝে গেছে যে বাংলার উন্নয়নের জন্য মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় ছাড়া গতি নেই
Shameful remark there by the TMC leader. Hrithik Mondal is joining us with more details on this. Hrithik, political differences and attacks aside, these kind of comments are simply unacceptable. And has the TMC taken that stand? Have they condemned what Shantika said?
See what exactly happening. Shantika is another TMC leader. She created this controversy, sparked a new controversy. With the situation, we did see that several leaders of Trinamool Congress creating controversy, whether it is Shantika or Madan Mitra. Madan Mitra yesterday, who said that called Prime Minister Narendra Modi a joker. And remember, time and again, several leaders of Trinamool Congress are categorically targeting leaderships of Bharatiya Janata Party with bad words. And we don't have any reaction from Trinamool Congress taking any strong action. But it is very interesting at a time when TMC is facing, hitbacks, particularly from Bharatiya Janata Party after its member of parliament, Mohammed gone on record creating another controversy about goddess Kali. We have Abhishek Banerjee saying that the situation is going on in Sri Lanka or Afghanistan, the BJP will be facing same thing. Madan Mitra calling Prime Minister a joker, and now this Shantika. So it would be very interesting to see what TMC leaders or the top brush take any action against these leaders for saying these bad words. We know that BJP are mounting pressure on TMC, demanding strong action against Mohammed Tro. They believe that the party, firebrand member of parliament and a very prime face of Trinamool Congress should be suspended from the party. But we don't have any heads up from the sources inside Trinamool Congress taking any action either of these leaders who are creating controversy at this point.
Hrithik, thanks for those details. I want to play out again for our viewers exactly what this TMC leader said. She's also a popular actress, Shantika Banerjee, at a rally making a below-the-belt comment about Amit Shah. Here's what she said.
अरे भाई ওই যিনি বলেছিলেন अब की बार 200 পার ওনার টাকে যত চুল নেই মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের বাংলায় তত প্রকল্প আছে ঘাসফুল তৃণমূল না গজানো করিয়েছি আমরাও তৃণমূলে কর্মী। আর যে ভাই এদিক ওদিক সেদিক করার চেষ্টা করবে ওই মনে।
And it looks like the Trinamool Congress leadership has decided to ignore this comment as well as another for which the TMC finds itself in the dock. TMC MLA Madan Mitra referring to Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the #1 joker, while talking about a slew of controversies that have taken centre stage of late, whether it is the Kali poster controversy or the national emblem row. The TMC referring to that, and this leader Madan Mitra targeted Prime Minister, hitting out at the Prime Minister. Madan Mitra stated each time they're doing something it becomes a joke. Modi is the country's #1 joker now. BJP is lashed out at this, slamming the opposition and said that their hate for one man is about the nation even. All of this playing out after Prime Minister Modi had also made a mention of Goddess Kali in his speech amid the poster controversy, saying the country has always been blessed by Goddess Kali.
ये हर टाइम, हर किसी में, हर मुद्दा में ऐसा कुछ कर रहे हैं जो एक जोक्स बन जाते हैं। अभी नरेंद्र मोदी भारत की सबसे बड़ा जोकर बन गए, क्योंकि हठात से वो बोल दिया, देखिए माँ काली का पूजा खाली बंगाल नहीं भारत में भी होता है। क्या इसको पहले उसको मालूम नहीं था? इसको हम लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। हमारा पार्टी तृणमूल कांग्रेस अशोक स्तंभों को बारे में जो स्टेटमेंट किए हैं, मैं पूरा से पूरा उनसे सहमत है।
The language used by Madan Mitra of the TMC is neither surprising nor shocking, because their entire ecosystem has been constantly making these kinds of statements. They say that they stand for it, but on the other hand, they disrespect those who occupy high constitutional and national positions, who have been elected to those positions by the people of India. This is not an insult or an abuse of the Prime Minister or of Narendra Modi ji, but it is an insult of the mandate that he represents, the mandate of 140 crore Indians.
Now, as far as the controversy over the Kali poster, Mawa Moitra's comments are concerned, the TMC has been trying to kind of play down the entire issue, but the BJP is making it very clear that they will not let that happen. Now making it clear that if Mamata Banerjee doesn't act against Mawa Moitra, they're going to take this battle to the courts.
The Kali controversy is far from over. The BJP is keeping the heat on TMC. Union Minister Smriti Irani offered prayers at a Havra Kali temple on Tuesday.
उनके मुंह से जिहाद की बात निकलना और उनकी सांसद के मुंह से मां काली का अपमान होना आपको बताता है कि ममता दी की आस्था कहां है।
BJP also held Kali Puja in Krishnanagar, the constituency of TMC MP Mahua Moitra, whose description of Kali as an alcohol-accepting goddess triggered a controversy. BJP leaders, led by Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari, hit the streets to demand Mahua Moitra's dismissal from the TMC.
अपमान करा महुआ मैत्र के गणतांत्रिक भावे आगामी लोकसभार भोटे आमरा विसर्जन देव एटुकु आमरा अंगीकार करते पारी। बांग्लाय शत शत एफआईआर হয়েছে এই দলদাস পুলিশ এরা করবে না আমরা জানি। এরা নুপুর শর্মাকে নোটিশ পাঠায়, এরা নুপুর শর্মাকে লুকআউট নোটিশ দেয়, কিন্তু মহুয়া মৈত্রকে করবে না।
The BJP has threatened to take Mahua to court if Mamata does not take action against her.
करोड़ों श्रद्धालु आहत हुए और उन्होंने मांग रखी कि उन पर कार्रवाई हो, परंतु तृणमूल कांग्रेस जिसने लुकआउट नोटिसेस अन्य मामलों में निकाले, जो अन्य मामलों में तो गिरफ्तारी तक की मांग कर रही थी, आज उन्होंने महुआ मित्रा पर न पार्टी के स्तर पर कोई कार्रवाई की है, ना कोई लुकआउट नोटिस उनकी पुलिस के द्वारा, बंगाल की पुलिस के द्वारा निकाला गया है।
Legal trouble is mounting for Mahua. A fresh complaint was filed against the firebrand MP in Kolkata by another Hindu group who claim their sentiments have been hurt.
हम लोगों का ये मांग है, जब महुआ मित्र तृणमूल का सांसद है, उसको भी तृणमूल से बहिष्कार करना पड़ेगा और तृणमूल से बहिष्कार न होने तक हम लोगों को ये कार्यक्रम चलेगा.
Not just Mahua, the filmmaker behind the Smoking Kali poster that sparked the row first, Deena Meni Mekalai, is also staring at a bunch of complaints. From West Bengal to Delhi, various FIRs have been filed against Leena, requesting criminal action against her. With the Kali row refusing to die down, the question remains if the TMC will cave in and take action against Mahua Moitra. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Hello.
Why it is incredibly complicated to design an analogous scheme to the one that we have for employed workers.
association with Jio Mart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Hello and welcome. You're tuned into India's agenda here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this Wednesday. Let's begin with the headlines. NCB's damning charge sheet in SSR case. Narcotic Bureau says the late actor's girlfriend Ria pushed him into addiction and used his money to buy and supply narcotics. TMC Netas mount multiple personal attacks on Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah. Mamta aide Madan Mitra calls Prime Minister the biggest joker. Shayantika takes a bold jibe at Amit Shah.
अभी नरेंद्र मोदी भारत की सबसे बड़ा जोकर बन गए क्योंकि हठात से वो बोल दिया, देखिए माँ काली का पूजा खाली बंगाल नहीं भारत में भी होता है.
Smoking Kali Rao flares up after protests. Another complaint lodged against TMC MP Mahua Moitra for her meat eating and alcohol accepting goddess comment. Monsoon mayhem wreaks havoc. Rain-slashed Gujarat for 5 days. 69 killed in the state. Villages inundated in Telangana. An orange alert also issued in Mumbai. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to Maldives in a military jet amid massive protests. India denies any role in facilitating Gotabaya's escape. Countdown now to his resignation. And Twitter sues Elon Musk to hold him to the $44 billion takeover deal. Musk says he terminated deal because microblogging site violated agreement. And let's begin with the big story this hour. Bollywood actor and former girlfriend of late actor Sushant Singh Rajput, Rhea Chakrabarti, is back in the NCB net. Rhea Chakrabarti, as well as 34 others, have been charged with supplying drugs to high society in Bollywood. In the charge sheet put out by the NCB, they've also been accused of abetting Sushant into extreme drug addiction. The NCB, in its charges filed Tuesday against Rhea Chakrabarti, claimed that between March and December 2020, all 35 accused in the SSR drug case entered into a criminal conspiracy. As per the NCB, the plot was to finance drug trafficking, including procuring, sale, transport and distribution of drugs in high society and Bollywood. The accused have also been named and accused of consumption of drugs like ganja, charas, LSD, cocaine, as well as other hard drugs. They allegedly even used Sushant's bank account to procure contraband and termed it as puja samagri, or material used for puja. So this is in fact the big story that we're tracking this hour. The NCB going ahead and charge sheeting Rhea Chakrabarti as several others. Very serious charges that have been mentioned in the charge sheet. It's not just about procurement. They've spoken about consumption of drugs and hard drugs like cocaine, LSD, charas, ganja, all of that have been mentioned. Rhea Chakrabarti has also been named in the charge sheet. They've said, the NCB has said that they are active in abetting Sushant's extreme drug addiction. Those are the words that have been used in the charge sheet. Besides that, they've also said that Sushant's money, his bank account, was used to procure and consume these drugs. So it was used to buy drugs and was termed in the bank account details as materials for puja, but they were in reality drugs. Remember that this particular case and the investigation into the SSR drug case has been in the focus, extremely high profile for the last many years. And there have also been questions of the NCB on whether this is a witch hunt or whether there's concrete evidence against Rhea Chakrabarti. With this charge sheet coming to the fore, it looks like the Narcotics Control Bureau seems to have gathered enough evidence to pin down Rhea Chakrabarti in this particular case. Vidya is joining us with more details on this. Vidya, if you could throw more light on what are the charges mentioned against Rhea Chakrabarti by the Narcotics Control Bureau?
Well, the charges against Rhea Chakrabarti are very clear of that of procuring, trying to, abet the extreme, the fact that Sushant Singh Rajput, the late actor, when he was consuming these drugs, they were abetting Ria, her brother, and many others were abetting his habit of, consuming the drugs is something that the NCB says, and very clearly they have said that it is of abetment and trying to procure and buy these contraband for Sushant Singh Rajput is what the Riya Chakravarti, Shouvik Chakravarti and others have been charged for.
Okay, so there will also be questions at this point, Vidya, about what kind of evidence the NCB has, because this is an extremely high-profile investigation. The Narcotics Control Bureau has also faced many questions about whether they have enough to go after Riya Chakrabarti. Based on this charge sheet, they seem confident that they've got a strong case against her. But any details of the evidence really that they have?
Well, the evidence against Riya Chakravarti, Shouvik and most of the accused in this case is that of WhatsApp chats that the NCB had procured. Remember, these are the very similar kind of WhatsApp chats that the NCB had procured even in Aryan Khan's, the drug cruise case, remember, of 2021. And that's one of the reasons most of the accused in this case are saying that since the officers who had investigated Aryan Khan case as well as Riya Chakravarti case are similar. They are same people. And while in Aryan Khan's case, there was a re-investigation and then a charge sheet was filed in which Aryan Khan was let off. They was not charge sheeted like others. Similarly, someone like Riya Chakravarti was not found with any drugs, but there are WhatsApp chats against her and like that of Aryan Khan. And so these people should also either be discharged or there should be a re-investigation in the case like that of Aryan Khan case. And then, a charge sheet should be filed. Though in this case, charge sheet is already filed. This is at the stage of, finalizing. The draft charges have been given. The charges will be finalized by the court in some time. So the procedure is slightly ahead compared to what had really happened in the Aryan Khan case. But at this juncture, most of the defense saying that there's hardly any evidence that the NCB has. NCB talks about statements that have been recorded by them against that will be used against the accused themselves, and also there is the fact that there is evidence of WhatsApp chats that, according to the defense, also is not procured under procedure. Like that, the procedures were not really followed. These people, according to the accused, they were not even tested for whether they had consumed or not. So consumption does not get proved by that, is what the defense is saying, because they have not even tested. They have not done blood tests. They have not tested these people for consumption. So how do charges of HC, of NDPS, and these get evoked is something that the defense has been asking. Obviously, it's a long battle that will be fought in the court, but right now, the prosecution very sure that they have a good case against the accused, while the defense very sure that either there should be a reinvestigation or the entire case these people be discharged because there is now no evidence against them.
Okay, Vidya, so this is the information that we're picking up right now. The NCB has in fact made a number of allegations and charge sheeted Riya Chakrabarti in this particular case. Abha Singh, lawyer, is joining us on this broadcast. Good morning, ma'am. What do you make of the latest development that's come in the SSR drug case? The NCB charge sheeting Riya Chakrabarti in extremely serious, grave charges. They've spoken about consumption, about procurement, and even said that Riya Chakrabarti was active in abetting Sushant into extreme drug addiction.
In fact, NCB is coming out with very bizarre charges. When Bombay High Court gave bail to Riya Chakrabarti, it clearly said that the application of Section 27A, where they said that she spent money to procure drugs for Sushant Singh Rajput, it clearly does not mean that she financed illicit traffic. Simply providing money for transaction is not financing the activity. So that was on that ground they had struck down 27A of the NDPS Act. And now when NCB is now being cornered by every side, because now there Sameer Wankhede stands exposed, the other officer who put false charges on Aryan Khan stands exposed. I think they are in for bad days. That's all I can say, because they put Riya Chakrabarti behind bars for no fault of hers, for no crime committed by her.
But you look at the kind of allegations right now, and Abha Singh, what you've said is something many have voiced, concerns about the investigations, referring to this as a witch hunt against Riya Chakrabarti. But the fact that they've come out with a charge sheet now, that means that they do have ample evidence against her.
The that is a procedure. When they've made a case, they've arrested so many people, and they've arrested people with name, fame, and status in the society. They will have to file the charge sheet, and that is what the demand of the CRPC is, that a charge sheet has to be filed when a case has been made, and now it will go for trial. And at that time, it would be the trial lawyers which will rip NCB apart. They will rip the charges put by NDPS, because there was no, Riya Chakrabarti was not there when Sushant Singh died. Even if he was taking drugs, he was an adult. They have put on, in fact, NCP has gone to such a bizarre step to say that Pithani abetted Rajput's drug habit. A 34-year-old man, Sushant Singh Rajput, how can anybody make him take drugs? An adult has a mind of his own. So if this kind of charges NCB is putting in the charge sheet, then all I can say is bad days for them.
What do you believe, ma'am, legally speaking, about whether this case will hold in court or not? Because you've spoken about how abetment is something with regards to drug addiction of Sushant. Is a charge that's been leveled against Riya as well as several others. That's one charge. The other is procurement, consumption of hard drugs. They refer to cocaine, they refer to LSD, etc. in this charge sheet.
See, procurement of ganja, cocaine for personal use. In fact, there have been innumerable rave parties in Mumbai where college students have been arrested and given bail the same day, because the NDPS Act is very clear. It makes a great distinction between person using for personal self or you are using it as a commercial, as a trafficker. None of these people were traffickers, but NCB tried to put false charges, maybe because they got they were thrown away by the celebrity status which they got, or the media attention which NCB was getting. So, but in the court of law, it will be facts, it will be evidence, and let me tell you, once the trials start, they are going to be blown apart, because someone who has paid money, and that is how Riya was granted bail from Bombay High Court, that just by paying some money to procure drugs, you cannot call her a trafficker, you cannot call her a financer.
Okay, Abha Singh, thank you for joining us on this broadcast. So you've got many voices continuing to state that the NCB clearly here doesn't have any case against Riya Chakrabarti, that at this point they are going ahead and targeting her. And many have questioned that particular charge against Riya Chakrabarti, the one of abetting Sushant into extreme drug addiction, highlighting that he was an adult man. How could anyone have abetted him into drug addiction, and that to extreme drug addiction, as the Narcotics Control Bureau puts it? There will be questions about how this case really goes forward, and obviously it will come down to how the court decides. But the NCB at this point, following routine protocol, have gone ahead and filed the charge sheet. But the kind of allegations they've leveled here, we'll have to see whether they have ample evidence to back these up, because they're talking about Riya's role in getting Sushant addicted to drugs, about Riya using his bank account to procure a lot of these drugs, about Riya consuming drugs herself, and even supplying drugs to high society and Bollywood. It's not just her, but 34 others, and that includes the likes of her brother, who was also under the scanner in this particular case. So we'll see how this plays out in the courts right now. But this doesn't augur well for Riya Chakrabarti, the kind of serious allegations and charges that the NCB has put forth here. This is the big story that we're tracking right now here on India Today. If you look at the kind of charges that the NCB has mentioned against Riya Chakrabarti, they're extremely grave, and the charges itself by themselves will lead to an enhanced punishment if she is found guilty of them. It'll have to hold the scrutiny of the courts as well. And we are going to be tracking, of course, what kind of evidence the NCB has in this particular case. And let's cut across to the biggest revelation yet in the alleged Moosewala killer Lawrence Bishnoi's gang plot to kill superstar Salman Khan. Sources say that during grilling by the Punjab police, Bishnoi revealed that he wanted to kill Salman to teach him a lesson. He was upset with Salman Khan for hunting down black bugs, the animals held sacred by the Bishnoi community of Rajasthan. Bishnoi thereby has revealed that he sent a gangster, Sampath Nehra, one of his close aides, to eliminate Salman in Mumbai. The assassination plot fell through as Sampath lacked a high-caliber rifle and had only a pistol for the hit job, which they believe wouldn't be enough. The gangster entrusted with procuring the long-range spring rifle, Dinesh Duggar, was nabbed by cops, and that's what essentially foiled the bid to target Salman Khan, the assassination attempt on Salman Khan. So this is in fact the big breaking news that's coming in. Details here on India Today about why Lawrence Bishnoi wanted to target Salman Khan, essentially wanted to teach him a lesson for the Black Buck case. Let's play out for you what Lawrence Bishnoi had said when he threatened Salman Khan years ago.
करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे. जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं. जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे. जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं. जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे. जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं. जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा.
So that is the comment that was made years ago by Lawrence Bishnoi when he had openly threatened to kill Salman Khan in Jodhpur. Manjeet is joining us with more details on this. Manjeet, information now pouring in. Lawrence Bishnoi has been questioned also about why he wanted to target Salman Khan repeatedly, and he says essentially it's an act of revenge.
Yes, indeed, Akshita. Lawrence Bishnoi is currently being interrogated by the Hoshiar police. Earlier, he was also interrogated by the Amritsar police in connection with Sidhu Moosewala's murder. Lawrence Bishnoi, according to these sources, have told the police that he wanted to kill Salman Khan in 2018 as he was not happy with the killing of the Black Buck. He had asked Sampath Nehra to kill Salman Khan. Sampath Nehra went to Mumbai. He conducted the recce of Salman Khan's house, but he was provided with a simple pistol and had informed Lawrence Bishnoi that it is not possible to kill Salman Khan with the ordinary pistol, and he should be provided with a spring rifle which can fire at a distance as well. So this the job to provide spring rifle to Sampath Nehra was given to Dinesh Dagar, another criminal. Dinesh Dagar was also given 4 lakh rupees by Lawrence Bishnoi. A rifle was provided to Sampath Nehra, and later Sampath Nehra was arrested by Haryana police from Cyberabad and had also recovered the rifle and other weapons from his possession. So it has now become clear that Lawrence Bishnoi wanted to kill Salman Khan, but he failed due to a high security around Salman Khan and lack of requisite weapons. Sampath Nehra is currently lodged in a jail.
I just want to highlight for our viewers, Manjeet, that this is the assassination plot of Salman Khan from years ago that we're referring to, in which Lawrence Bishnoi's gang tried to target the superstar during his shoot. And Lawrence Bishnoi had gone public to even say that he would kill Salman Khan because of the Black Buck case, essentially, because the Black Bucks are considered as an animal to be sacred for the Bishnoi community. So they were very offended by what had happened. And the 2018 plot is what we're referring to here when we're talking about Bishnoi wanting revenge for the Black Buck killings. But this was foiled largely, Manjeet, going by what Lawrence Bishnoi has said. This was foiled because of the Mumbai police taking one of his gangsters into custody. That gangster was supposed to provide the weapon needed to target Salman Khan.
Well, Dinesh Dagar was also arrested. He has a criminal record. He was also involved in murder of a politician. Dinesh Dagar, along with another accomplice, were held while plotting to kill Salman Khan and providing weapons to Sampath Nehra. All are in the jails now. But now Lawrence Bishnoi's questioning has made it clear that Salman Khan was on their target in connection with the Black Buck killing case. Lawrence Bishnoi had himself told the media that though he had denied that he had plotted to kill Salman earlier, but now his questioning has now revealed that Salman Khan was on the target of this gang. Lawrence Bishnoi, as you said, belongs to the Bishnoi community, as Black Bucks are dear to this community. So Bishnoi was not happy with the killing of the Black Buck, so he had plotted to kill Salman Khan. But he failed as Sampath Nehra lacked the requisite weapons to kill Salman. He was provided with an ordinary pistol that was not enough to kill Salman, as Salman is always surrounded by his guards and lives in a protected area. That is why a spring rifle was demanded, but Sampath Nehra somehow failed to kill Salman Khan.
Okay, Amanji, thank you for getting us those details on that exclusive news break. As we stick to this story and get your details of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, let's cut across to another big news break coming in. A big crackdown after India Today's news break. 4 people who helped the gangsters with fake passports have been held. Bishnoi got fake passports for his relatives, for his kin through them. And after that now, a crackdown has in fact been kicked off by authorities. 4 people have been held because they helped gangster Bishnoi get these passports. Himanshu Mishra is joining us with more details on this. Himanshu, ये लोग जो अब गिरफ्तार हुए हैं, इनके बारे में और जानकारी दे दीजिए।
देखिए, ये जो 4 लोग पकड़े गए हैं, ये बेहद खतरनाक और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग से ही शायद जुड़े हुए हैं, क्योंकि जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही थी, जब फेक पासपोर्ट अनमोल और सचिन, अनमोल जो कि गैंगस्टर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का भाई है और सचिन बिश्नोई जो खुद एक गैंगस्टर है, इन दोनों को ये सिद्धू मूसेवाला के कत्ल के पहले ही विदेश भाग गए थे। इन्वेस्टिगेशन की गई, उनके पासपोर्ट की कॉपी मिली और उसके बाद जब ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ाई गई तो एक पूरा गैंग पकड़ा गया जो इन्हीं के साथ एसोसिएटेड है। और ये लोग क्या करते थे, ये लोग फेक पासपोर्ट बनाकर, और सिर्फ फेक पासपोर्ट नहीं बनाते थे बल्कि फैसिलिटेट करते थे बाहर भागने में। तो ये पूरा गैंग, ये पूरा नेटवर्क पकड़ा गया और इसके साथ ये भी साफ हो गया कि कितने गहरी जड़ें हैं इन गैंगस्टर्स की, कि ये किस तरीके से न सिर्फ किसी साजिश को अंजाम देते हैं बल्कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला के कत्ल को इनके इतना भरोसा था कि ये इस मामले में सफल हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि उसके पहले ही अनमोल और सचिन दोनों को फेक पासपोर्ट के जरिए बाहर भगा दिया गया, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं शायद इन्हें इस बात का अंदाजा था कि उसके बाद पुलिस इन तक पहुंच सकती है। और यही वजह है कि सचिन और अनमोल बिश्नोई दोनों विदेश भाग गए। अब इनके पास से कई और डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं, कई सारे और दस्तावेज मिले हैं, कई और फेक पासपोर्ट मिले हैं और कुछ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंसेस भी इनके पास से मिला है, जिससे अब ये पता लगाने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि कब से ये फेक पासपोर्ट का धंधा चल रहा था और कितने गैंगस्टर्स को इस गैंग ने अब तक भारत के बाहर भेजा है, कहां भेजा है। तो निश्चित तौर पे ट्रैक करने के मामले में भी ये यहाँ से निकली इंफॉर्मेशन बेहद अहम साबित होंगी। अक्षिता।
Okay, Himanshu, thank you for joining us with all of those details. So clearly now crackdown against all those who helped Lawrence Bishnoi. There's been a downpour in Mumbai since early this morning, and it's led to endless woes for commuters. You see on your screens images coming in from the Western Expressway. Due to heavy rains, there are traffic snarls that have been reported along this entire stretch. Peak hour, during rush hour, you're seeing massive traffic snarls being reported in many parts of Mumbai. It hasn't helped that in many parts of Mumbai also there's metro construction happening. So add to the monsoon woes, you see huge traffic snarls being reported in many parts of Mumbai this morning. As expected, a word of caution for all Mumbaikars. If you're stepping out today amid this kind of heavy rain, ensure that you're fully prepared for the kind of traffic that's being reported in many parts of the city currently. There are several roads like subways that have also been closed down currently. Paras Dama is joining us with more details on this. Paras, same story every year. This time, during the monsoons, there'll be huge traffic snarls, endless woes for commuters. This is the Western Expressway, which almost every single time gets jammed like this.
Yeah, Apita, this is the every year story as the BMC every time claim that they had prepared everything and this time waterlogging will not take place, traffic situation will not occur in Mumbai, but everything gets down and everything every year. This is the same story which happens right now at the Western Express Highway. This is the peak hours where people from different parts of Mumbai goes to town area to work. But every time this situation occurs when rain pours down heavily and look at the situation, it's a kilometer to kilometer line and people are stuck in traffic very badly. So every time And rain poured down in Mumbai, this situation happens, and every year BMC claims that they had prepared genuinely this time, and the same story happens. We had seen waterlogging at some places in Mumbai because it's raining very heavily now. Weather department had also given orange alert for today and tomorrow also, and they had predicted that it will be a very, very, very heavy rainy day for Mumbai and Maharashtra till tomorrow. So, on another hand, commuters are facing a lot of problems because this is a peak hour and they are traveling, and Western Express Highway is the busiest road in Mumbai because everyone travels from there. It has a major way that can go in several directions. So right now, situation in Mumbai is very difficult for the commuters because there are traffic situations also. There are some places where waterlogging has taken place and heavy rain are just disturbing Mumbai.
Can you give us details, Paras, on any advisory that's been put out by the authorities, by the Mumbai police perhaps, on roads that have been closed off because of waterlogging?
Right now, the rain was little slow down, so that's why there was no advisory as now. But people have been told to not venture outside because it can rain very heavily in some time. Throughout the day, it can rain very heavily, so there are no such advisory has been given. But we can expect that in some time there will be, because it has started raining very heavily in Mumbai. There was some time before where rain has just stopped, but right now from last 20-25 minutes it has again started pouring down. So we can expect some advisory soon. But for some time it has been also told that not to venture outside if you don't have any work.
All right, Paras getting us those details right now on the situation in Mumbai. Thanks for those details, Paras. As we're telling you about the kind of traffic snarls that are being reported in several parts of Mumbai, the Met Department has predicted that the heavy rains will continue in Mumbai and its suburbs. In the last few hours itself, we've seen a downpour, leaving many parts of the city flooded. A landslide also was reported in Vasai, close to Mumbai, where many people are feared trapped, along with houses being damaged. Rescue officials have so far pulled out 2 people from the site, 3 still believed to be stuck under the debris. The NDRF is at that site leading the rescue operations. So far, no casualties have been reported, and let's hope it stays that way. The administration in Thane as well as Palghar districts of Maharashtra have alerted villages near riverbanks, warning them of a possible overflow. The landslide in Vasai isn't unfortunately the first incident that's occurred due to the incessant rains. On Tuesday, 3 people died in Nagpur district. And it's unfortunately not just Maharashtra but several other states that are grappling right now with torrential rains. Let's get you all the defining images coming in. Mumbaikars woke up to rain lashing several parts of the financial capital. Heavy downpour led to waterlogging in the city, bringing Mumbai almost to a standstill. Chhattisgarh's Sukma district has been devastated by the monsoons. Villagers can be seen wading through waist-deep water, trying to relocate from their houses that are inundated. With incessant rains in Bhopal, rainwater gushed into Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia's bungalow. The water entered the home that was recently allotted to him. In Telangana, a red alert was declared by the Met Department and the state has been on high alert. You can see water levels have been going up at an exponential rate. Schools have been shut for 3 days by the government. In Uttarakhand's Pittorgarh, you can see that children are forced to cross the river to escape from heavy rainfall. Heavy rains have been wreaking havoc, leading to roadways also being shut. And let's get you more details on what the situation is in different parts of the country this monsoon. The state of Gujarat is right now one of the worst affected. 69 deaths have been reported in rain-related incidents in the last few days. Rescue operations in certain parts of the state have also been intensified to prevent further loss of lives. For the next 5 days, light to moderate rainfall is expected in the entire state. Extremely heavy rainfall is expected in many districts of South Gujarat, in Saurashtra and Kutch. Other badly hit states are Telangana, where a red alert has been issued in Nalgonda, Suryapet and Jangam. In neighbouring Andhra, a second warning has been issued in Dholeshwaram Barrage. Maharashtra has also seen the wrath of monsoons to the extent that an orange alert has been issued in Mumbai, a red alert in Kolhapur and Palghar, similar alert in Kerala, where an orange alert has been issued in northern districts. We'll get you all the latest ground reports from all of the states that have been affected by the monsoon. On the other side of a short break, we're focusing on what's playing out in Sri Lanka as President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled to Maldives in a military jet.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Sri Lanka's embattled president has now fled out of his country amid all of the massive protests that we've been seeing for the last few days. Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled Lanka on a military jet and arrived in the capital city of Malé in Maldives at around 3 a.m. that was local time. The Sri Lankan Air Force has confirmed that he fled with his wife as well as 2 security officials. The Air Force aircraft was provided for the President, for the First Lady and, as I mentioned, 2 security officers following a request by the existing government. Considering that Rajapaksa is still President, he has executive powers, and using that, he requested for that jet. Gotabaya Rajapaksa, we're being told, is going to now head to UAE from Maldives. It's only a brief stopover in Maldives. He'd earlier conveyed a message to the Speaker and the Prime Minister that he will be submitting his resignation today. Rajapaksa was evacuated from the President's house back on July 9th before it was stormed by protesters. India, meanwhile, has denied reports doing the rounds that we facilitated Gotabaya's travel to Maldives. In the Indian High Commission in Colombo, in a statement, has categorically said that we stand by the people of Sri Lanka and had no role whatsoever in his exit.
It's D-Day in Sri Lanka as the Sri Lankans are waiting for the official announcement of their President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation, and that too from the Speaker as earlier mentioned. However, gathered in large numbers outside the President's Secretariat, the President's Palace and the Prime Minister's residence are waiting for this resignation, and this comes at the moment because earlier on 9th the public stormed these buildings, but since then they are waiting for the announcement as Gotabaya already informed that he will resign on 13th of July as a form of claiming that this is a way of transition of power. But it looks like Gotabaya wanted to take the time to leave the country because he was absconding since then. However, information also has trickled down that he tried to leave the country on 12th of July, but apparently the immigration officials at the airport did not cooperate, because of which he had to lose multiple flights. And even on camera, his relative Basil Rajapaksa was also caught quarreling with passengers.
I'm cutting across straight to Ashutosh Mishra. He's joining us live from Colombo, where protests continue. Ashutosh, over to you.
Well, Akshita, the police is firing on the protesters. They were suddenly started marching toward the Prime Minister's residence. Multiple tear shells and air, the shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Suddenly, I saw all the protesters walking. The moment they got to know that President has fled, now they're demanding Prime Minister to resign. This is the Prime Minister's office. They all started marching. There was a barricade. They're just trying to breach the barricade. Suddenly they started firing tear shells. Look at the other side. It's all multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of tear shells fired here in Colombo. Exactly what unfolded on 9th July. Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo. These protesters now covering their face, because with this is how they're preventing themselves from the smoke. All are just taking their clothes away and covering the face. So there were multiple directions where the shots were fired, even the bullets, and this was an attempt to disperse the crowd once they started marching towards the Prime Minister's office. There you see, again there's another, look, once again armed forces, the STF is trying to disperse the crowd. It's barely to see anything. So this is exactly the similar picture again in Colombo, what unfolded on 9th of July. The protesters want they will even gonna take over the Prime Minister's house and Prime Minister's office. So this is exactly what happened on 9th of July. And it's very difficult to see anything here. All I see only the chaos. And the
yes, I can see tear gas also being fired around you. So be careful. Do you need a moment also to catch your breath?
There a few thousands came, but suddenly there is an attempt to disperse it. Thousands from the Gale phase protest, which was the epicenter. Yet again, they are coming. And that's in a huge number. The entire protest site has been vacated and evacuated. And now the protesters, this requires...
Ashutosh, I'm going to give you a moment. I'm going to give you a moment because Ashutosh was there. His eyes are burning because of the tear gas that was fired right now at the crowds. I'm going to give Ashutosh a second there to ensure that he can kind of get that out of his system. But you can see the kind of chaos that's playing out right now with many of these protesters attempting to march, holding a peaceful protest, but they were fired upon, tear gas being fired at these protesters. Ashutosh is reporting from the heart of the action there as many of these civilians are trying to push forward. They're clearly getting more agitated.
लगभग वही तस्वीर एक बार फिर देख रहे हैं तमाम प्रदर्शनकारी। जैसे ही पता चला कि राष्ट्रपति देश छोड़कर जा चुके हैं, उसके बाद ये लोग नाराज होकर प्रधानमंत्री आवास और उनके घर की ओर भागे। और अब आप जो देख पा रहे हैं, यहाँ पर पुलिस ने उनको रोकने की कोशिश की, बैरिकेड तोड़ दिया गया, पहला बैरिकेड तोड़ दिया गया है। और ये हजारों की संख्या में प्रदर्शनकारी, पीछे में कैमरामैन को हाथ के पीछे से आर्मी की बस आ रही है। ये सेना को बुलाया गया फिर से, पहले कपड़े मार गए, आगे फिर से देखिए ये श्रीलंकन सेना है जो अब आगे बढ़ रही है और प्रदर्शनकारियों ने रोक दिया है। सेना की बस को यहीं पर रोक दिया गया है। ये सेना की बस है, आगे बढ़ रही थी ताकि भीड़ को तितर बितर किया जाए और वहां से हवाई गोलियां और साथ में टीयर शेल लगातार फायर किया जा रहा है। और ये इसलिए ताकि देखिए यहाँ से भी फिर टीयर शेल, लगातार टीयर शेल दागे जा रहे हैं। ये भी देखना मुश्किल है कि आखिर आ कहाँ से रहा गोला। प्रदर्शनकारी आग बुझा रहे हैं, गीले कपड़े डाल रहे हैं उस पर। और ये 9 जुलाई को बिल्कुल यही कुछ कोलंबो के सड़कों पे हुआ था। दरअसल ये सारे लोग नाराज थे, प्रधानमंत्री रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के घर जा रहे थे, उनको रोकना चाहते थे और चाहते थे कि वो इस्तीफा दे। लेकिन जब तक वो पहुंचे, पुलिस ने डिस्पर्स करने के लिए पहले गोलियां चलाई, टीयर शेल चलाए और जब ये भागे तो उनको देखते हुए गले पे जो प्रोटेस्ट साइडें दिखे, लगातार यहाँ पे टीयर गैस छोड़े जा रहे हैं। दरअसल प्रदर्शनकारियों को एक चौराहे पर घेरने की कोशिश है। देखिए उसके पीछे भी हजारों लोग हैं और ये लगातार आप देख पा रहे हैं जो गोले की, यहाँ पर देखना कोई भी मुश्किल, आंखें जल रही होंगी सबकी। लेकिन प्रदर्शनकारियों ने कपड़े उतारे, वो देखिए वहाँ पर किसी का घर है, वहाँ से पानी ले लिया और सबके कपड़े उतार के उन्होंने गीले किए ताकि आंखों को बचाया जा सके। 9 जुलाई की तस्वीर एक बार फिर श्रीलंका की सड़कों पर जिंदा हो उठी है और अब ये लोग संसद पर प्रधानमंत्री रानिल विक्रमसिंघे का जो घर है वहाँ और उनके दफ्तर पर जाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन पुलिस ने उन्हें आगे नहीं जाने दिया। कुछ वही तस्वीरें जो 9 जुलाई को दिखाई दी थी। लेकिन प्रदर्शनकारियों का बड़ा धड़ा देखिए, आगे तोड़ दिया, बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे पहुंच चुका है और अब पहला बैरिकेड टूटा है, आगे और भी बैरिकेड लगाए गए हैं और रोकने की कोशिश हो रही है, लेकिन सारी कोशिशें नाकाफी साबित हो रही हैं। यहाँ कुछ भी देख पाना मुश्किल है। ये एक टीयर शेल ठीक मेरे पास गिरा, बिल्कुल यहाँ पे कुछ भी देख पाना यहाँ पर मुश्किल है। और ये इसलिए है ताकि सेना को यहाँ से, जहाँ सेना की जो बस फंसी है, इनको जाने का मौका दिया जाए। इसलिए देखिए उधर से एक तरफ से लोगों को रोका तो यहाँ से हजारों फिर एक बार पहुंच चुके हैं। कुछ भी देख पाना इस समय यहाँ पर मुश्किल है। ये सेना की बस जो है पीछे पलट रही है ताकि वो दूसरे इलाके की ओर जा सके। ये एक प्रदर्शनकारी पानी लेकर एक शायद बच्चा यहाँ पे घायल हुआ है। जरूरत सबसे ज्यादा होगी ताकि आंखें साफ करें।
Violent protests that are happening right now. You see a lot of chaos playing out. These are frustrated protesters over the fact that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled but hasn't resigned yet. There are clashes that it seems have broken out with the police officials present there. Ashutosh is still reporting. I want to cut across live to him.
यहाँ पर ये गोली चलाए, पूरी संभावना है कि यहाँ पर गोली चलाए। सेना को यही बस से उतार दिया गया है, फर्स्ट लाइन डिफेंस बना दिया गया है और पूरी संभावना है कि सेना यहीं से प्रदर्शनकारियों को रोक ले। देखिए सब बस से उतर के पहली डिफेंस यही बना दी। हजारों की संख्या में प्रदर्शनकारी पहले ही ये इलाका छोड़कर आगे भाग चुके हैं। जो बचे हैं वे उनको यहाँ रोकने की कोशिश है, लेकिन ये संख्या बहुत ज्यादा है। ये देखिए एक सैनिक है, ये एक सेना का जवान है जिसके आंख में टीयर शेल गया है, वो उनकी मदद कर रहे हैं, तमाम प्रदर्शनकारियों की मदद कर रहे हैं। खुद सेना के ही जो जवान हैं वो उनको पानी दे रहे हैं, आंखों में जलन है तो वो मदद कर रहे हैं। ये हमने तस्वीरें देखी थी कि कैसे जो सेना को लेग थे वो खुद इस प्रदर्शन को समर्थन करने के लिए सड़कों पर आ गए थे और यहाँ पर भी हम फिर वही तस्वीर देख रहे हैं कि जो सैनिक हैं वही लोगों की मदद कर रहे हैं, उनको पानी दे रहे हैं ये जो तस्वीर है ये श्रीलंका के आंदोलन में इतिहास लिखी जाएंगी। ये देखिए, कहा तो इन्हें रोकना था, ये लगा कि शायद ये फायर करेंगे, लेकिन ये जो लोकतंत्र की तस्वीर है ये सिर्फ श्रीलंका में दिखाई दे पड़ती। इनको पता है कि कैसे आग बचाई जा सकती है। हमारे कैमरामैन की भी मदद की उन्होंने, ताकि आंखों की ये जलन दूर की जाए। सब ने हथियार नीचे कर दिए हैं। प्रदर्शनकारी अब आगे की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। बस यहाँ से पीछे जा रही है, बस यहाँ से पीछे की ओर जा रही है, और शायद ये खुला संकेत है सेना की ओर से, इन जवानों की ओर से भी, कि वो हाथ नहीं उठाएंगे अपने लोगों पर लोकतंत्र। और सबने हथियार नीचे कर दिए हैं। शायद इन्होंने तय किया कि फायर नहीं करेंगे। हमने पहले भी देखा था 9 जुलाई को भी कई सारे पुलिसकर्मी ATS के जो लोग थे वो उन्होंने हथियार डाल दिए थे, वो नीचे वो हट गए थे रास्ते से, और उन्होंने जाने दिया। ये तमाम प्रदर्शनकारी सीधे प्रधानमंत्री आवास और उनके घर की ओर जाते हुए रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के दफ्तर और उनके घर की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। दरअसल ये गुस्सा है कि राष्ट्रपति कैसे देश छोड़कर गए, और जिसके लिए उन्होंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में याचिका डाली थी। अचानक यहाँ कहा जा रहा है कि दरअसल कब्जा करना है। अब ये प्रधानमंत्री आवास और प्रधानमंत्री के घर पर कब्जा करने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। ये जो तस्वीर है श्रीलंका के इतिहास में लिखे जाएंगी, कैसे एक शासक के खिलाफ इस तरह की तस्वीरें कोलंबो की सड़कों पर देखने को मिली है। और ये देखिए, ये वो बैरिकेड है, क्या हाल किया लोगों ने इस बैरिकेड का। ये बैरिकेड यहाँ पुलिस ने लगाई थी, बैरिकेड तोड़ दिया, दूसरा बैरिकेड को पूरी तरह से इसको पलट दिया गया है। यहाँ अगर कुछ देखने को मिल रहा है तो वो है लोगों का गुस्सा, क्या लड़के हो, क्या लड़कियाँ हो, युवा हो, जिस संख्या में ये सब आगे भाग रहे हैं। हालांकि टीयर शेल अब उसको रोक दिया गया है।
गंदा आदमी है उन लोग को। अब लंका में
वेयर आर यू गोइंग?
आई एम गोइंग टू पार्लियामेंट।
रीजन
इसका अंदर वो रखेगा ना, वो उन लोग को पूरा गंदा आदमी है।
आप लोग पार्लियामेंट में आदमी है, पार्लियामेंट में बैठने वाले हैं,
पार्लियामेंट बैठने वाले पूरा गंदा आदमी है। उन लोग को खुद से काम करेगा। उन लोग प्रेसिडेंट है ना, वो खुद से काम करेगा।
आज किस बात की नाराजगी है आप लोगों में?
वो जाएगा बोलेगा, आज जाएगा बोलेगा। अभी 3 दिन हुआ उसको घर पूरा में लंका,
और उन्होंने इस्तीफा नहीं दिया।
उसको जाएगा बोला, अभी उसका लंका में तो नहीं है। उसको बाहर में किधर मालूम
नहीं। लगता है सरकार ने भगाया उनको यहाँ से,
सरकार में भगाया, वो छुपा के रखेगा।
इस बात की नाराजगी है आपको?
इस बात की नाराजगी, वो जाएगा बोला, क्यों आज अभी तक जाएगा नहीं है, इसलिए इतना नाराज।
ये देखिए, हम एक तरफ से देख रहे थे कि ये हजारों की संख्या में समर्थक थे, अचानक वो दूसरे किस रास्ते आए मेरे लिए समझना मुश्किल है। मैं दूसरी तरफ देख रहा हूँ, ये बड़ा सा जमावड़ा है। उधर भी करीबन हजारों की संख्या में जो युवा प्रदर्शनकारी थे, वो ये देखिए, ये पत्थर हैं, ये इस तरह के निशान है। दरअसल इनको रोकने की सारी कोशिश हुई थी। यहाँ पर भी पत्थर, शीशे के टुकड़े में सब कुछ देख पा रहा हूँ। सबसे ज्यादा कोशिश की गई थी हवाई फायरिंग से इनको डराने की, रोकने की। इतनी संख्या में एक साथ टीयर गैस चलाए गए, लेकिन उसके बाद भी इन प्रदर्शनकारियों का मनोबल नहीं तोड़ पाई सरकार, ना ही यहाँ की पुलिस। हालांकि वो तस्वीरें भी जब सेना को बुलाया गया, प्रदर्शनकारियों ने सेना की बस को रोक दिया, इस पर चढ़ेंगे, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी वो माने नहीं। और फिर बाद में हमने देखा कि यही प्रदर्शनकारी जो हैं वो लगातार उनकी मदद करने लगे, उन्हें आंखों में, उनकी आंखें जो जल रही थी उनको पानी देने लगे। ये जो तस्वीर हम देख पा रहे हैं श्रीलंका में 9 जुलाई को ये जो गुस्सा था वो इसलिए कि राष्ट्रपति का इस्तीफा हो, लेकिन जब ये नहीं हुआ, सब्र का बांध टूट गया लोगों का। हालांकि स्पीकर ने भी हमसे बातचीत करते हुए जो जानकारी दी थी स्पीकर के दफ्तर ने, कि वो आज इंतजार करेंगे कि इस्तीफा हो जाए, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ भी हुआ नहीं। आपने प्रदर्शनकारियों को सुना कि उनको रानिल विक्रमसिंघे पर भी भरोसा नहीं हुआ, इसीलिए उनको लगता है कि संसद में भी शायद उन्हें न्याय नहीं मिल गई। इसलिए तमाम सारे लोग पहले संसद और फिर प्रधानमंत्री रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के घर की ओर जाना चाहते हैं। You know, the president was about to resign. He did not submit the resignation. Why you people are marching towards the parliament and the prime minister?
Because we don't like Mr. Ranil going to be president.
But there is no announcement that Wickremesinghe will be the president.
Actually, we don't know real update.
Is it a situation of confusion?
Sorry?
Is it a situation of confusion?
Yeah, we are all confused.
Because there is no official communication from the authorities, from the speaker or the prime minister. Perhaps people believe that Ranil Wickremesinghe could be the next president of this country. However, when president resigns, it is the constitutional under section 40 of Sri Lanka that itself empowers prime minister to be the interim president until new president is elected in the parliament. But here the people believe that Ranil Wickremesinghe could be the president for next 6 months until there is a fresh elections. And that perhaps there is anger against him as well. The people do not want him to see as the next president. And that seems to be the confusion, bringing thousands of these protesters. Remember the Gully Face protest. It has been running for 96 days. Today is the 96th day of the protest in Colombo, particularly at the Gulf Face. These protesters, young boys and girls, senior citizens, women, men, all across Colombo and the other provinces, other districts have been gathering at Colombo. And today seems they ran out of their patience and now they are marching. Well, there you can see the STF, the Special Task Force with the shield, the protection shield. They are trying to stop these protesters yet again. This could escalate another round of scuffle between the protesters and the armed police. And that exactly where you see the last line, that's exactly the Prime Minister's office. And next to that is Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence. And now these protesters have crossed the barricade. They again breached another safety barricade. Seems they all are trying to enter Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence, Prime Minister's another office, and the Parliament. This is another showdown by the protesters, by Sri Lankans, the ordinary civilians. Almost the nation is on the verge of... Oh, there's a tear shell fired. Another tear shell. This is to disperse the crowd. And barely one can see where these tear shells are coming from. Multiple rounds are being fired. This is to disperse the crowd and send them to multiple places because the gathering at one place could overpower the authorities. These are the burning images here, what we are seeing in Colombo. Similar picture unfolded on 9th of July. Yet again, battle on the streets in Colombo. The tear shells constantly stop these protesters, but number of these young boys and girls are so much that they can overpower these authorities here. ये तस्वीरें कोलंबो की सड़कों पर ठीक प्रधानमंत्री के औपचारिक दफ्तर के पास और जहां रानिल विक्रमसिंघे का घर है, बड़ी संख्या में पहुंचे हैं। मैं आगे देख पा रहा हूं ये स्पेशल टास्क फोर्स है जो यहाँ की पैरामिलिट्री कह लीजिए या आर्म्ड पुलिस जो वहाँ पर खड़ी तो है शील्ड के साथ, डंडों के साथ, लेकिन प्रदर्शनकारियों को रोकने के लिए लगातार टीयर शेल फायर किए जा रहे हैं। ये कहां से आ रही है देखना भी बड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है, लेकिन ये कोशिश इसलिए कि इनको रोका जा सके, लेकिन बात हाथ से निकल गई है। बहुत सारी इतनी संख्या में है कि इनको रोक पाना शायद श्रीलंका की सेना, तमाम सेना, पुलिस और आम सशस्त्र बलों के लिए भी संभव नहीं है। और यहाँ तक कि कई सारे लोग कहीं ना कहीं इनके समर्थन में ही है क्योंकि वो सब इस प्रदर्शन का हिस्सा है। टीयर शेल नारे जो लग रहे हैं, गोटा गो होम यानी राजपक्षे इस्तीफा दे, लेकिन जब इस्तीफा नहीं हुआ वो देश छोड़कर चले गए, तब आप जो देख रहे हैं वो तस्वीर देखिए जिनकी आंखों में टीयर शेल गए। यहाँ जैसे टीयर शेल फायर हुआ है सब अपनी आंखों को धो रहे हैं ताकि इस जलन से बचा जा सके। आंखों को धोने की कोशिश जिन लोगों के घर है सब अपने दरवाजे खोल दिए हैं। देखिए पानी की पूरी पाइपलाइन है, इसको ब्रीच कर दिया गया है, ये इसलिए ताकि पानी मिल सके लोगों को। और जैसे आप आगे बढ़ते हैं दरअसल गला और आंखें बुरी तरह चोक कर देती हैं टीयर शेल ताकि प्रदर्शनकारी बेचैन और वो जाएं, लेकिन शायद ही कोई यहाँ से हटे। देखिए आंखों में जलन है, सबने रुमाल निकाल कर मुंह पर बांध लिया है, मास्क का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। कई सारे लोग हमें यहाँ गैस मास्क पहने भी दिखाई पड़े ताकि वो इनसे बच सकें। और अब आपको लिए चलते हैं सीधे STF के पास। ये STF है, स्पेशल टास्क फोर्स, जो आर्म्ड पुलिस है श्रीलंका की, लेकिन ये पूरी तरह से निष्क्रिय हैं। कुछ टीयर शेल कई इलाकों में फायर हुए, लेकिन ये लोग भी कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं। प्रदर्शनकारियों पर ना हाथ उठाया ना डंडे चलाए, हाथों में हथियार नहीं है, कुछ टीयर शेल हैं, हाथ में लाठियां हैं, लेकिन ये अपने देश की जनता पर हाथ नहीं उठा रहे, उनको रोक नहीं रहे हैं। और इसीलिए प्रदर्शनकारी 3 लेयर का बैरिकेड तोड़कर आगे जा चुका है। ये देखिए आगे एक वाटर कैनन है और मुझे लगता है शायद वाटर कैनन भी अब वापस जा रहा है। वाटर कैनन लगभग 200 मीटर प्रदर्शनकारियों ने पीछे किया, वो पीछे लौटा और अब वो किनारे हो गया है। वाटर कैनन शायद मानिए रास्ता दे रहा है। तमाम जो ATS के लोग देखिए इन्होंने भी गैस मास्क पहन रखे हैं क्योंकि लगातार टीयर शेल फायर हो रहा है, तो खुद को बचाना जरूरी है। और वहाँ देखिए वो वाटर कैनन का पूरा जो वाटर कैनन था उसको पूरी तरह किनारे कर दिया है। यानी ये समझिए कि पुलिस और आम जो सशस्त्र बल हैं उन्होंने भी जनता को खुला रास्ता दे दिया है कि अब आप आगे बढ़िए। ये तमाम प्रदर्शनकारी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, एकदम बिल्कुल वही तस्वीर, वही स्क्रिप्ट जो हमने 9 जुलाई को देखा था। जो भी सशस्त्र बल थे वो सब सरेंडर कर चुके थे जनता के आगे, इतनी भीड़ के आगे, और ये तमाम सारे लोग लगातार आगे बढ़ते हुए कोलंबो की सड़कों पे. The crowd has totally overpowered the armed forces. There you see the special task force of the Sri Lankan police, totally armed with the gear, but none of them using force. And this is clearly a go-ahead to the protesters. They have refused to take hard action against these protesters. Now they are freely marching towards the Prime Minister's office. Of course, because multiple rounds of the tear shells were fired, the eyes are burning, throats are totally choked. And there at the side, there was a water cannon which was to prevent these protesters to move further. Now the water cannon has been kept aside by the policemen themselves, giving a go-ahead, a free go-ahead to these people to move further. So, as the forces allowed them to go further, the superintendent refuses to speak. There you see the STA personnel and the army personals greeting everyone. Sir, have you allowed the protesters to go further?
Thank you very much.
Are you allowing protesters? The airborne Sri Lankan army top, the para forces of Sri Lankan army, and they are cheering up the army officials, being convinced do not mob, but they are not stopping them either. Sir, are you allowing them to go ahead further? Hurry! ये सेना के जवान हैं, पैरा फोर्सेस, एयरबॉर्न फोर्सेस, श्रीलंका सेना के बड़े अधिकारी भी हैं यहाँ पर, और वो लोगों से कह रहे हैं कि मौत ना करें, हिंसा ना करें, लेकिन उन्होंने इन्हें रोकने से मना कर दिया। और इसके बाद तमाम सारे जो लोग हैं वो इन सेना की जय जयकार कर रहे हैं। तमाम जो अधिकारी, देखिए अब यहाँ पर जो सेना है वो यहाँ पहुँच गई है हथियारों से लैस, लेकिन ये सब लाइन में खड़े हो रहे। देखिए सेना को लेकर उनको अधिकारियों के लिए ताली बजाई जा रही है, क्योंकि उन्होंने इनको रोकने से मना कर दिया। वो इन्हीं प्रदर्शनकारियों के गले मिल रहे हैं। वो कह रहे हैं कि हम हाथ नहीं उठाएंगे, और इसका सीधा सा मतलब है कि उन्होंने उन्हें आगे जाने की अनुमति दे दी है। हम एक बार फिर इनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। Sir, have you allowed them to go ahead further?
Yeah, let them go. Don't disturb any properties here. That is the most important. Do it peacefully. Anything that we want. That's all. Okay?
The top army official saying not to disrupt the peace, not to harm the public properties, but carry out the protest.
Exactly.
Where are they heading to, sir? Where are they?
That I don't know. So we have protected the PM office. That's all. They are heading somewhere else. I don't know.
They have already crossed the Prime Minister's office.
Yes.
They have crossed the Prime Minister's office, which is right here. The army has conveyed a message: do not damage the public properties. If you're marching, march peacefully. And that's exactly where you see these army, the Sri Lankan army Jawans, heavily armed, but none of them acting against these protesters. The top army official has conveyed a message just to keep marching peacefully. They have allowed this protest to take place, and all of them are now heading towards the parliament. Their first aim was to reach Prime Minister's office. Here, army convinced them not to gather here, do not damage the property. On 9th July, when the protesters marched, there was damage to certain properties, public property. There was violent clash. Again, they're marching further. But since they have crossed the Prime Minister's office, the next is the Parliament. Barely few steps from here, these protesters trying to enter the Parliament. And there you see the huge convoy of the cops. That's the entire fleet of the Colombo Club, the local police station. But again, you see, without arm, without baton, and they are watching these protesters moving. And clearly this seems to be the silent support to these protests. Remember, there have been anger even amongst these protesters against the government, against this entire administration. End of the day, they have also suffered through this economic crisis. And now the protesters have been given go-ahead. They're marching towards the parliament.
Ashutosh getting us all of those details from dry-hit streets of Colombo, where protesters, in fact, have spread out. Heavy bandobast of the army, the police in full presence there as the protesters continue to chant slogans against President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Ashutosh, if you can hear me, just give us an overview of the current situation. What are these protesters saying? And like you were suggesting that there is no crackdown on these protesters. The police and the army are exercising a great amount of restraint there.
The restraint indeed being shown not only by the army but also the STF and also by the police. Perhaps they all are supporting this entire agitation, and this was perhaps, they ran out of their patience. Today was the day when the president was supposed to resign, but when the moment they heard the president has fled from the country, they all have started marching towards the first Prime Minister's office. Of course, they do not want to see Ranil Wickremesinghe as the interim president of Sri Lanka, and now they're marching to the parliament because that is exactly the place where this executive decision to be taken, because the speaker will convey the message to the parliamentarians, to the MPs, and then under section the Article 40 of the Sri Lankan Constitution, the Prime Minister will take oath as an interim president, and that perhaps these Sri Lankan men do not want to see Ranil Wickremesinghe as the president, and that's exactly why this anger on the streets boiling, and that was the number. The entire Gulf protester, remember, more than thousands, it could be the number 50,000-60,000. They all just left the protest side and suddenly, spontaneously decided to march. There you see the armed ATS personnel. These are the air warriors. These are the Air Force commanders. Remember, they have been even guarding the petrol pumps. The kind of financial crisis we are seeing across Sri Lanka. First it was the STF, then the police, then the army, then even the Air Force commandos were roped in to protect the petrol pumps. Yes, that what sad could be worse than this, that Air Force commandos were guarding the petrol pump, managing the administration so the people can get fuel. And of course, there was rationing. And here, that is the situation. Of course, this all to be blamed only the Rajapaksa government and the administration, which brought the entire nation on this verge of collapsing financially. And now, when a new government has to be formed, when a new president has to be formed, suddenly the existing president fled from the country, and now all it comes to Ranil Wickremesinghe. That is not acceptable to the people of Sri Lanka. This is just another point. Now, all these points that I can see, the policemen or the security persons with gas masks, with tear shells, with guns are standing, but only remain a mute spectator. You heard the senior army official say that we are not stopping them. We are only requesting them do not damage the public property. But these are the barricades were placed to stop these protesters. But that seems that they totally overpowered these policemen here, and now they are marching further. Clearly, since this entire self-motivated protest is totally leaderless, there is no leader who can lead this. And of course, since the violent clashes have stopped, now they are managing also the traffic. They are allowing the vehicles to pass through and another passage for these protesters. And this seems to be the impact when the top army officials appealed them to do not create chaos on the road. Let's not public suffer. And that seems to be how people have silently agreed to it, and they are cooperating with these agencies. The protest continues, sloganing continues, and also on the road you can see the better traffic arrangements being made by none other than but only these protesters.
Shitosh, you did say that the people are upset because the Prime Minister is going to take over as the President. This is not something that they wanted. They wanted an entire change in regime. They wanted the Rajapaksas to go, and the last thing that they wanted was for Ranil Wickremesinghe to continue, given that the Prime Minister has actually been hand-picked by Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Ashutosh, I was in fact asking you if you can hear me, that we're going to go back to Ashutosh in a few moments from now, but this appears to be tear gas shells that has been fired at the protesters. But by and large, the police and the army seem to be exercising fair amount of restraint as there's anger again on the streets of Sri Lanka. These are pictures coming in from the capital city of Colombo, where the people are feeling a sense of
के आरोप है उनकी जांच और वो यहीं रहें, उन्हें उनकी कर्मों की सजा मिले। लेकिन जब वो देश छोड़ करके भाग गए तो लोगों का गुस्सा भी था। ये तमाम सारे लोग, मैं आपको बता दूं अर्पिता और नेहा, कि ये हज़ारों की संख्या में लोग गाल फेस प्रोटेस्ट पर थे, जो साइट है जहां पर प्रेसिडेंट का सेक्रेटेरिएट है, और आज 96 दिन हो गए हैं उसी जगह पर प्रदर्शन करते। उन्होंने मौसम की भी मार झेली है और आज जैसे ही पता चला कि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे इंतरिम राष्ट्रपति हो सकते हैं, जो कि यहाँ का संविधान कहता है कि राष्ट्रपति की मौजूदगी में प्रधानमंत्री ही अंतरिम राष्ट्रपति होंगे जब तक कि तमाम सांसद 30 दिनों के भीतर नए राष्ट्रपति को ना चुन लें। वो तुरंत यहाँ से आगे जाने लगे और सबसे पहले इन्होंने रानिल विक्रमसिंघे का जो दफ्तर है वहाँ जाने की कोशिश की। हमने देखा किस तरह की हिंसक झड़प उन सबके बीच हुई है और अब यहाँ पर जब उन्हें आगे बढ़े तो वो प्रधानमंत्री दफ्तर की ओर, वहाँ पर सेना थी, वहाँ पर STF थी, वहाँ पर पुलिस थी, हर सब ने इनको रोकने की कोशिश की लेकिन ये रुके नहीं। और ये देखिए आगे फिर एक जगह जमावड़ा हुआ है। कई राउंड पहले हवा में गोलियां चलाई गई, टीयर शेल फायर हुए, भगदड़ सी मची, कुछ जो प्रदर्शनकारी थे वो घायल हुए, देखना बोलना सब कुछ मुश्किल हो गया था। फिर जब आगे बढ़े तो सेना ने उन्हें रोकने की कोशिश की। सेना की बस आई, उस बस में जैसे ये सवार हुए तो उन्होंने पहले बस को रोका, लेकिन जब सैनिक उतरे तो उन्होंने जो घायल प्रदर्शनकारी थे जिनकी आंखें जल रही थी उन सैनिकों ने उनकी मदद करने की कोशिश की थी। हथियार लेकर थे लेकिन उन्होंने हथियार सरेंडर कर दिए, नीचे रख दिए। यानी कुल मिलाकर के सेना ने भी इन प्रदर्शनकारियों को रोका नहीं। और जब आगे बढ़े तो अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हमारे जो सेना के बड़े अधिकारी थे उनसे बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि जो सार्वजनिक संपत्ति है उसको नुकसान ना पहुंचाया जाए, आप मार्च कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उन्हें ये नहीं पता कि अब कहाँ जाएंगे। और इसीलिए अब प्रधानमंत्री दफ्तर से आगे बढ़ के ये तमाम सारे लोग संसद भवन की ओर आगे बढ़े हैं, संसद भवन जाना चाहते हैं और वो नहीं चाहते कि आगे की प्रोसीडिंग कुछ ऐसी हो जिसमें रानिल विक्रमसिंघे को राष्ट्रपति नियुक्त कर दिया जाए। ये एक जो पॉइंट है, हम जहाँ पर यहाँ पहुँचे हैं और यहीं पर तमाम प्रदर्शनकारी रुक गए हैं। सब अलग अलग दिशा से आए, अलग अलग जगहों से रोकने की कोशिश की, लेकिन संख्या बल इनकी इतनी ज़्यादा थी कि कोई भी जो एजेंसी हो, चाहे वो पुलिस हो, सेना हो, यहाँ तक एयरफोर्स के कमांडो, तो कोई भी इनको ओवर पावर नहीं कर सका। प्रदर्शनकारियों की संख्या कहीं ज़्यादा थी और इसीलिए सब पीछे हट गए। और हमने देखा था कि कई सारे 9 जुलाई को जो प्रदर्शन हुआ था उसमें भी पुलिस और तमाम जो संस्थाएं थी वो इन प्रदर्शनकारियों के साथ ही खड़ी थी। और आज भी वही तस्वीर हम कोलंबो की सड़कों पर देख रहे थे। एक दूसरे की मदद, चाहे लोग हों स्थानीय, चाहे प्रदर्शनकारी हों, सब एक दूसरे की मदद कर रहे थे ताकि किसी की आंखें ना जले। और अंततः अब सब यहाँ जमावड़ा हुआ है। कई प्रदर्शनकारी अलग अलग इलाकों में हैं और भारी पूरी कोशिश की गई थी इनको रोकने के लिए, हवा में गोलियां चलाने से लेकर के टीयर शेल, लेकिन कुछ भी काम नहीं आया। प्रदर्शनकारी अंततः यहाँ पहुँच गए। महज 200 मीटर आगे संसद भवन है, ये जहाँ जाना चाहते हैं। अब आपस में ये चर्चा कर रहे हैं कि आगे किया जाए तो क्या, क्योंकि जैसे ही सेना के सर्वोच्च अधिकारी यहाँ पर आए उन्होंने कहा कि नुकसान ना करें और लगता है उसका असर दिखाई पड़ा, क्योंकि इनकी नाराज़गी यहाँ सेना के खिलाफ, पुलिस के खिलाफ नहीं है, राष्ट्रपति, पूरी सरकार उस व्यवस्था के खिलाफ है। और अब ये दिन है कि जब उनको इस्तीफा देना है, सरकार यहाँ से हटनी है। और लेकिन घटनाक्रम जो कुछ बदले 24 घंटों में, उसके बाद ये नाराज़गी का आलम हुआ कि ये प्रदर्शनकारी सड़कों पर जो पहले से ही मौजूद थे उन्होंने अपना डेरा छोड़ा और जो हाथ में था झंडा, बैनर, पोस्टर लेकर के वो सीधा मार्च करने उतर पड़े। बिल्कुल 9 जुलाई को यही हुआ था। वो सब प्रदर्शन करने के लिए जाना चाहते थे, लेकिन जैसे ही आक्रामक हो गए सब और उसके बाद उन्होंने अपनी दिशा बदल ली। जाना उन्हें गालफेस प्रोटेस्ट साइट पर था, राष्ट्रपति दफ्तर के पास। अचानक ये प्रधानमंत्री का जो औपचारिक आवास है टेम्पल ट्री, वहाँ पहुँच गए, वहाँ पर जाकर के बैठ गए, कब्जा कर लिया। उसके बाद राष्ट्रपति आवास जैसे एक धड़ा पहले हिस्से में पहुँचा तो अगले ने राष्ट्रपति दफ्तर में कब्जा कर लिया। जैसे वहाँ की खबर मिली तो आगे जो गुट था उनको भी हिम्मत मिली, वो राष्ट्रपति के आवास में घुस गए। और उसके बाद से लेकर के जो आज की तस्वीरें हैं वो हम लगातार श्रीलंका में देख रहे हैं। बिल्कुल वैसी ही झड़प और महज 1 घंटे का ये जो पूरा स्कफल हम सड़कों पर अभी देख पा रहे थे, वो हालांकि अभी तो शांत है, लेकिन ये निर्भर करता है कि ये प्रदर्शनकारी आगे कहाँ रुकेंगे। देखिए बड़ी संख्या में तो हैं, इन्हें भी अपने भविष्य की चिंता है। एक उम्मीद है कि नई सरकार बनेगी तो वापस जो इनका देश है वो खुशियों के रास्ते पर लौटेगा, लेकिन इस बात की अनिश्चितता भी है कि नई सरकार ऐसा कौन सी जादू की छड़ी घुमा देगी जिससे ये आर्थिक संकट दूर हो जाएगा। हालांकि लगातार ये भी कहते रहे कि नई सरकार बनने पर 6 महीने से साल भर का समय वो ज़रूर देंगे ताकि बड़े फैसले लिए जा सकें, लेकिन संकट इतना बड़ा है कि सब्र उतना होगा या नहीं, ये भी देखने वाली बात होगी। फिलहाल कोलंबो में जिस इलाके पर हम ये जाए हैं, ये पेड्रिस रोड का इलाका है। तमाम सारे प्रदर्शनकारी यहाँ जमे हैं, सोच रहे हैं डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, ये चर्चा हो रही है कि आखिर आगे अब कहाँ जाएं। प्रधानमंत्री के कार्यालय तक जाना था, रानिल विक्रमसिंघे को ये नहीं देखना चाहते थे बतौर राष्ट्रपति। आखिर वहाँ ऐसा हुआ नहीं, रानिल विक्रमसिंघे भी इस दफ्तर में नहीं थे। वहाँ से अभी आगे बढ़े हैं, संसद भवन का रास्ता आगे है। जैसे ही यहाँ फैसला होगा, नारेबाजी हो रही है, उसके बाद ये तय होगा कि आखिर ये प्रदर्शनकारी अब कहाँ जाएंगे। भारी हिंसक झड़प के बाद एक जिस पेड्रिस रोड पर ये तमाम
Shashi Dhanatunge, Member of Parliament from Sri Lanka, is also now joining us. Thank you so much for your time. How do you see this moving from here on, given that there is a sense of betrayal? The president was supposed to resign. That did not happen. He's now moved to the Maldives. The people are obviously feeling a sense of betrayal there. I don't think that these protests are going to be dying down anytime soon. It only adds, Mr. Dhanatunge, to the political uncertainty in your country, doesn't it? Pictures of protests on the streets of Colombo today, with people spilling out on the streets, marching to Parliament, demanding answers. Why has the president not resigned? Instead, why is the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe taking over as the president? That's not going to do, that's not going to work, is what the people of Sri Lanka are saying. With President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who was supposed to resign today, fleeing now to the Maldives, leaving the people in a lurch, a country that has been hit by the worst economic crisis in decades together, with inflation at an all-time high. Basic necessities have been out of reach for the people of Sri Lanka for weeks and months together now, with the political leadership refusing to step down. There's anger and resentment against the Rajapaksas. Both the former Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa and his brother, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who was to resign today. Instead, he chose to flee to the Maldives. The people are angry. The situation has not improved in Sri Lanka. The economic crisis continues to snowball. The political crisis also in the beleaguered nation. In fact, there is no resolution to what has been going on for weeks and months together. The political uncertainty also in Sri Lanka continues. These are people angry with the administration, marching on to...
वो यहाँ बात करना चाहते हैं. Why are you here? What is the next plan? Where are you heading to now? What next for you?
There is a deaf community. He wants to connect with the community.
Okay.
And against the now government.
अलग-अलग तबके के लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर आए हैं, अलग-अलग संदेशों से जो है संदेश देना चाहते हैं राष्ट्र को. अब ये कई सारे हैं जो बोल नहीं सकते. और अब वो देखिए, जो मैसेज समझ में आ रहा है वो ये कि राष्ट्रपति राजपक्षे जाएं, इस्तीफा दें. यहाँ पर एक ही नारा है, गो गोटाया गो. एक ही नारा हम यहाँ पर सुन रहे हैं. तो जब बासिल राजपक्षे के साथ जब ये घटना हुई तो जाहिर उनको डर इस बात का होगा. और सबसे बड़ी बात आपको ये भी बता दूं, जब हम यहाँ लोगों से बात कर रहे थे तो पता चला कि मालदीव्स में भी जहाँ राष्ट्रपति गए हैं वहाँ पे भी श्रीलंका के रहने वाले लोगों की संख्या बहुत ज्यादा है. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि उन्हें वहाँ प्रदर्शन या विरोध नहीं झेलना पड़ेगा. वो तस्वीरें वहाँ भी इनको देखने को मिलेगी. What is the next plan? Where are you heading to? What have you decided now?
Pictures of protesters there marching on to Parliament, seeking answers, demanding why the president has not resigned and instead chosen to flee and move to the Maldives instead. Indications that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe is going to take over as the president. This is something that the people are extremely upset about. Senior journalist Chaturanga is now joining us. Thank you so much for your time. The people are feeling a sense of betrayal given that the president was to resign today. He did not. Instead, he chose to move to the Maldives. This isn't something that's going to die down anytime soon. The people are seeking answers. What do you make of the current situation?
As we
understand. We knew that if the president wasn't going to give his resignation, people were not going to stop the struggle that they were continuing. I'm currently standing on the road to the Prime Minister's office, and here too, as you can see, thousands of people have gathered this morning, and even the protest that is happening at the Golf Fest site have asked for people to come in and join and ask for the Prime Minister's resignation as well. What you have to understand is constitutionally, the president's election, the new president is going to be elected on the 20th of this month. Even if the current president gives his resignation today, there is going to be a 1 week time frame where an interim president will be appointed. But constitutionally, as you can understand, if there is a sitting prime minister in the country, if Ranil Wickremesinghe does not give his resignation in today, before the president hands over his resignation, then the interim presidency will be held by Ranil Wickremesinghe. And the protesters here do not want that to happen. The demand was... Am I audible?
Yes, please continue.
Yeah, the demand of the protesters was that both President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe resigns. But as I said, if that resignation doesn't happen today, that means the interim presidency will go to Ranil Wickremesinghe, and that is not acceptable by the protesters here. And people are marching towards the Prime Minister's office. This is a bit away from the Prime Minister's private residence that was torched a few days ago. They are now marching towards the Prime Minister's office today, and they are demanding the resignation of the Prime Minister before the resignation of the President is given. Now, another small factor to remember is that the President has left the country, as there were earlier reports. The President has left the country and he's in Maldives, as we understand, and he's trying to fly out to the United Arab Emirates to a country in the UAE. And after that, after he reaches the final destination, is when he will basically hand in his resignation. That is the information that we have at the moment. If you recall what he has said yesterday, he has asked that his family and the members of the Rajapaksa family be safe, and that is when he's going to hand in his resignation. So when he hands in his resignation, if Ranil Wickremesinghe is still the Prime Minister of our country, he will automatically, constitutionally and legally become the interim president in the time frame between today and until a new president is elected. That is so much uprising.
I'll just come back to you. Chaturanga, I need to know more details from you as far as the legal scenario of this is also concerned, and to what extent can the courts then really intervene? How does it really work in Sri Lanka? Welcoming Shashi Dhanatunge, Sri Lankan MP, on the show. Thank you so much for your time. What I want to know is that the people are feeling a sense of betrayal, and I don't think that these protests are going to die down anytime soon. There was a word that the president is going to resign. He instead chose in fact to move to the Maldives, which is not right. What I want to know is that what is the way forward from here on, politically speaking, and how will the crisis be resolved?
Yeah, good morning to all. Actually, let me correct, I'm not an MP. I have been a former bureaucrat. So my perspective on this matter is President Rajapaksa, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, deciding not to tender his resignation until he get into probably Dubai, and he expects the political immunity to be for him to be there until he feels that he is secure himself and also his family who is here, and whoever that is accompanying him. And so that is understood. So let's hope that he will get to Dubai safe, and then as assured that he will tender his resignation. And from there onwards, we'll have to, of course, follow the constitution. And true that the people are not happy. That's why they are demanding for the resignation of the Prime Minister. And Prime Minister, of course, has a different view, obviously, because he doesn't want to leave the country at this stage where there won't be any suitable person to hold the position until a proper handover, transition being taken place. And at the moment, the legal paternity is looking and watching very carefully. They have given their views and they have given it in writing. And so obviously we will have to follow the constitution and whatever the protocols that comes with it. And it's not a time where both heads, that is the president who is gone out of the country with an assurance that he is tendering his resignation any moment today, and Prime Minister who is at the moment holding fort until his resignation comes in. And so thereafter, of course, there'll be a situation where he will have to hold the position of the president until such time a proper candidate is being nominated to hold that position through a proper voting system within the parliament.
Danatunga, if I understood you correctly, you said that the resignation of the president is going to be coming in. It doesn't matter if he's not there in Sri Lanka anymore, but he indeed will be resigning, and there's not going to be any sort of a U-turn, is what you've said.
Well, it's like this, because he has assured that he is going to tender his resignation, and at the very beginning, on the very first day of fleeing out of his official residence, there was a communication clearly saying that he will be resigning on the 13th, and there was another rumor that was going on, not official, that he will be tendering his resignation from Dubai. So it looks like that he has so far making his way to that particular destination to tender his resignation. So, and beyond that point, of course, the constitution has to be followed, no matter what the demand's going to be there on the streets, because I mean, you can't allow a country to be there without a proper caretaker government or a caretaker head being in place.
You know, Shashi Dhanatunga, I'm going to request you to continue to be with us because I want to understand the procedure further about what next as far as the political transition is concerned. I'm going to go straight to a senior journalist, Chaturanga, who is in fact joining us from the streets of Colombo, giving us an overview of the current situation. Chaturanga, what do you really see around you? What's going on? Tell us more.
What I'm seeing around me is that a lot of people have gathered on the road leading up to the Prime Minister's office in Colombo, and I'm just going to switch the side of the camera and I'm going to show you the number of people that are here, gathered here. They are making... Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'm looking at thousands of people who have gathered here, and their message is very clear, and their message is that the Prime Minister should also resign. I agree partially with what Mr. Dhanatunga mentioned earlier. The constitution of the country has to be followed, but the people for the past 1.5 months have been asking for the resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. We now know that the resignation will come at some point, but when President Gotabaya Rajapaksa resigns, if the interim presidency is going to go to the current Prime Minister as per the constitution, that is what the protesters are trying to stop here. They are asking for the resignation of the Prime Minister alongside the resignation of the President. So these two key points are happening right now in Colombo, and the people are gathering here for that reason.
You know, is there a sense that both of these resignations might just be coming in? Possibly by today, at least that of the president. Chaturanga.
Yes, from what we know right now, the resignation of the president, irrespective of whether he is in Sri Lanka or not, will come through, and there is a time frame that has been announced sort of unofficially to let the people know it. We are aware that the resignation will come around 8 p.m. today after he reaches the final destination into a country in the United Arab Emirates. So after that time frame, we will know whether the president has in fact resigned. From what I can confirm to you is that the speaker is going to be the head of the government after today, but all that depends on whether the Prime Minister in fact hands in his resignation at some point today. If not, he will be the interim president constitutionally.
Yes, go ahead. He's going to be the interim president for how much time, Chaturanga?
I'm not I couldn't hear you, sorry.
You know, you were saying that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe is going to be the interim president. For how much time will that arrangement continue?
From what it looks like, from what I know that is happening, it's going to be for about 1 week, starting from today, if President Gotabaya Rajapaksa resigns this evening, until a new president is elected on the 20th of July. That's going to be about a week's time. There will be an interim presidency, but at this rate, looking at the number of people who are protesting against Ranil Wickremesinghe as merely the Prime Minister, I don't think there will be any possibility for him to continue in an interim president capacity as well. It might even be for basically a very few minutes even, if that is supposed to happen, because there are people gathered here right now, and the people who are a part of the struggle, the part of the Aragale that is happening, have called for people to come here to this location demanding the Prime Minister's resignation. So if that is the case, if the people are demanding, we have to remember that the Prime Minister did not have a mandate of the people when he became the Prime Minister. He was a nationalist MP. He came in through the nationalists. He only received 30,000 votes from Colombo. He was only made Prime Minister because of the situation, and he was only made Prime Minister by Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the president at the moment. So if the president is resigning, there is no mandate for Ranil Wickremesinghe to remain as the Prime Minister of this country, and therefore he cannot be the interim president.
Okay, be with us. I'm just going to come back to you for more on that. Going across straight to my colleague Pramod Madhav, who's also now joining us from Ground Zero. Pramod, where exactly are you? First of all, give us an idea of the current situation.
Well, the situation has turned a bit volatile because we are marching from Golface all the way to the Prime Minister's office after this. Today is a very, very serious day because any kind of rumor can turn into a big issue. Now there is news that spread out claiming that there were attacks on protesters near the Prime Minister's office, and people from Golface have started to march all the way towards here. You could see the long line of protesters who have completely blocked the road and they're walking towards it. When we asked them what were they marching towards, they just said that there was police attacks on the protesters, and that's why we are going over there. Apparently there seemed to be some kind of protest that has occurred here, just like I mentioned that the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe should also resign on time, and as it is not happening, protesters are getting angry, they're getting upset, and that's the reason you could see them walking towards the Prime Minister's office now.
That's right, Pramod, the people are angry because by and large the sense is that there is betrayal. He was supposed to resign today, which he did not. If you can at all, Pramod, get in a word from the protesters right behind you to ask them what next. If the president tenders his resignation today, as is being widely speculated, are they going to be satisfied? What are they expecting?
Well, the first and foremost thing they expect here is a resignation of the president and then the Prime Minister, and this is the reason. Without there is no, I could see like entire families marching towards it, and like the senior citizen, everybody walking towards the Prime Minister's office. It looks there's a different mandate over here, and there at the end of this road you see the crowd gathering. This is next to the Prime Minister's office, where people have started running from Golface to this place after getting the information. Everybody carrying their nation's flag, they're coming over, and this is only mandate for today. That's a resignation of the president and the Prime Minister. The thing turned volatile after the news that tear gas were actually used by the police against protesters at this point. So that's why a large crowd is gathering, and as we speak there are high chances of situation escalating at this location.
Pramod, like I said, if you could just try and get in a word from any of the protesters there, if possible, on what they really expect. You said they expect a resignation. Are they going to stop protesting, Pramod?
Where are you going actually?
We are going to the Prime Minister Secretary's office.
Why are you marching towards the office?
No, he is going to sign he's become to next president. We need to stop it. Yes.
And you want to stop that?
Yes.
So that's the reason you're marching towards
he's more times failed in Sri Lanka.
Okay.
Prime Minister. He doesn't have a vote from Sri Lankan people.
In case he becomes a Prime Minister, what will happen?
What is?
In case he becomes a president, what will happen?
Same thing, I think.
Again, protest?
Yes.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
That was one of the protesters marching towards the Prime Minister's office, and they believe that Ranil Wickremesinghe is going to sign and become the next president. And to stop that, protesters are walking towards the Prime Minister's office currently.
That's right, Pramod getting us all of those details. I'm just going to come back to you in a few moments from now, Pramod.
In fact, they have reached the Prime Minister's office over there, and you could see the crowd gathering, and over there you could see them shouting and demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe does not become the Prime Minister on the other end.
All right, right outside the Prime Minister's house, Ranil Wickremesinghe is facing these protesters. These are pictures from outside Ranil Wickremesinghe's house. Give us an idea, Pramod, about the kind of security presence there, the army deployment in this particular area, given that things could go out of hand.
The barricades that were placed here were already removed by the protesters, and now they have crossed these barricades as well, and they are going towards the Prime Minister's office. They believe that this also, based on the news, that he will become the next Prime Minister, President, and that's the reason they are protesting, and they're also gathering the people as they walk towards the Prime Minister's office, claiming that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the next president. Police are here, as you could see, on the other end, but none wanted to intervene. They are carrying their gas masks. There are the high chances of tear gas use. Beginning the information that already tear gas used.
Okay. Just try and fix that line with Pramod also is getting us all of those details. From right outside the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's house, one of the protesters there, Abhay Singhe, is also now joining us. Abhay, give us an idea about what do the people of Sri Lanka want. I understand that you're waiting for the president to resign, and that is expected to happen by today. But what next from here?
Yeah, so I'm at the Goldface protest zone. So the reason why people are panicked and protesting is today is the date that the president gave the day as he will resign. According to our constitution, after president resigns, automatically the prime minister becomes the president. That is the law. So what our demand was, both of these people, Ranil Wickremesinghe and Gotabaya, has to resign at once. Or either Ranil Wickremesinghe should resign before Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Then the constitution allows the acting president to be the speaker of the house. So that is what we really want. We don't want Ranil Wickremesinghe to become the acting president after Gotabaya Rajapaksa leaves office. So today at Goldface protest zone, the protesters have given a deadline, that is 13 hours, that is 1 p.m. Both these people has to resign, or if not, we are calling in whole of Sri Lanka to occupy Colombo. So that's the plan. If both these people does not resign today, Colombo will be shut down, and the whole country will be shut down from tomorrow.
You know, Abhay Singhe, I also want to ask you, are these protests organized? Are there WhatsApp groups to ask protesters to gather? Just give us an idea about what the sentiment really is on the ground. Are these spontaneous protests?
So these are sentiments that's been built over a period of time. So we have an organized team at the Goldface who stood here for about 90 odd days, and there is a agreement reached among the protesters here as well as the political parties. So what's happening now is a collective sentiment of the opposition, and the protesters are in line. That is a very good sign for Sri Lanka, because the opposition has agreed that this Friday the speaker will speak to the house and declare the presidency is moved out, and then new nominations for presidentialship will be called upon on next Tuesday, and by Wednesday the House is able to appoint a new president, then a new cabinet, which is a multi-party cabinet that is in agreement with the protest organizers in the country. So from a protester's perspective and the wide different type of protest groups, we all are in agreement for this process, and that process is very clear and legal. It is very legal. So what we need as steps, the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to give his resignation today before 1 o'clock, Ranil Wickremesinghe to resign, Speaker to call on the Parliament on Friday, and declare that we don't have a president and invite the parliament to appoint the president, parliament to nominate few people or the people that a person that parliament believes who can be the president on Tuesday. One or two people that might be, that's okay. Again on Wednesday, there will be an election, parliamentary election to decide who's the president. So the protesters, multiple protest groups are here, diverse crowd. Everybody is in agreement. At the same time, as you said, now it's very spontaneous. Whole public in the country is in agreement with this process, and particularly today, they are in agreement that today is the day both these people should leave. And actually, you need to understand, this is not about these two people. People are rejecting the system. So people want this 74-year corrupt political culture to end, and Ranil Wickremesinghe is a 48 years in this politics. So therefore, there's no chance for him to rule the country after Gotabaya Rajapaksa resigned.
You know, Abhay Singh, I want to ask you, a lot of people that we in India have spoken to give us an idea that there is tremendous anger against Rajapaksa, the manner in which they've occupied government, key positions in the cabinet, and that the people are absolutely done with the family essentially. Is that the sense among the protesters?
Yes, the protest started in a similar fashion, but I think our education, our literacy is very high in this country, and now people have understood it's not the violence we would take or, take law into our hands. There is a process. So therefore, people are now waiting for the new government to take action against the Rajapaksas and start interrogating into assets. And also, we have been, as protesters and activists, been able to educate Sri Lankans that there is enough international laws that can bring down Rajapaksas, stolen assets, stolen money, both Rajapaksas and the henchmen around them, ruin this country with, money that's been misused. So we have to understand, and we are educating everyone. We, as public, will not take the law into hand. We will not go behind their houses to take them out.
Okay.
We will stick for democracy. We will stick for democracy and allow a democratic legal process to take down the Rajapaksa.
Okay. Abhay, be with us. We'll just come back to you for more on that. I'm going to go straight to my colleague Pramod Madhav, who is getting us a quick update from right outside Ranil Wickremesinghe's house. Pramod, what more can you tell us?
Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead, Pramod. Pramod, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can, Pramod. Go ahead.
Well, I am standing outside the Prime Minister's office currently, and here tear gas has also already been used. And now the public are walking. They are jumping over the compound wall, as you could see on the frame over there. They have stormed into the Prime Minister's office in a move to make sure that Ranil Wickremesinghe does not become the Prime Minister. This is the moment the people of Sri Lanka are entering the Prime Minister's office, and they are actually storming, as you can see, with great applause. With great applause, people are entering the Prime Minister's office currently, and there are people from Golfers who have come over here. Their only demand is that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not become the Prime Minister. And here you see they have climbed over the compound walls. Earlier there was rumors that actually tear gases were thrown. Now you could see the police on top of that building. They're also trying to throw away the protesters. They are being pushed very quickly as the protesters and the police at this point over there. And now water bottles are being thrown at the protesters at this point.
Catch your breath, Pramod. We'll just come back to you in a few moments from now. We're just showing these visuals of these protesters. Exclusive pictures. This is the residence of the Prime Minister, Ranil Wickremesinghe. Remember, the man who has been handpicked by President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. The demand is that he must be resigning by 1 p.m. today. We heard from the protesters, they're saying that these resignations must come in because there is a fear that as per the constitution, when Gotabaya Rajapaksa resigns, Ranil Wickremesinghe might just take over as the president. This is not something that the protesters want. Pramod is back with us. Pramod, if you can, just give us an idea about the current situation? We see pictures of chaos and mayhem from right here.
That's the reason people are using their crowds. And in fact, on the other end, you could see water bottles are thrown, and a large crowd has actually gone on top of the wall over there. They are breaking the lights on this thing, and they're pulling other people. These are Sri Lankans who are entering the Prime Minister's residence. And even on this side, near the staircase, people are there. Police, the military are going into their particular safe place, and they're over there. For now, no shooting, no nothing's happening. But this entire crowd is surrounded by Sri Lankans who do not want Ranil Wickremesinghe as the Prime Minister. In fact, as you see over there, look at that corner. They are on top of the building and they're raising the flag, claiming Ranil Wickremesinghe should not become the next president.
Pramod, I'm coming back to you for more on that. Meanwhile, I'm going to go across straight to my colleague Chaturanga, who's getting us more details about the situation. From where he is, what's the update? Chaturanga, if you could tell us more about what do you see around you?
Yes, there are, as I showed you earlier, there are people gathered here, and the crowds don't seem to be reducing at the moment. There'll be a lot of people coming here. And as Abhisinghe mentioned, they are asking for the resignation of the President and the Prime Minister both by 1 p.m. this afternoon. That's at the 13th of the 13th. That is what they are asking. And you can see here that the entire road towards the Prime Minister's office in Colombo has been barricaded off. You can see water cannons and security parked here on standby for any violence that could erupt. So the situation is that the people are chanting, asking for the President and the Prime Minister both to hand in their resignations by 1 p.m. today.
Demand is that the resignations must be handed over by 1 p.m. today. There is no holding back these protesters. And Pramod, there is thankfully no brutal crackdown on them. I'm going to go, in fact, once again back to my colleague Chaturanga. Chaturanga, all throughout. Okay, now we see tear gas shells on our screens right now from right outside the Prime Minister's residence where protesters have gathered. Chaturanga, once again, tear gas shells are being used by the authorities there to disperse the crowds. But there is no holding back these protesters, isn't it?
There is definitely no holding back these protesters. Their demands are very clear. They have always been asking for very clear demands. They haven't been wavering in what they have wanted. They have been respecting the democratic right of people to protest. And as you say, these people are the Prime Minister in power does not have the mandate to hold an interim presidency. So therefore, the people are asking for the immediate resignation, as in before 1 p.m. is the deadline. So the protesters are very clear on what they are asking. They have been so, and they are continuing to be very clear on what they are requesting and demanding.
Visuals of these protesters right outside Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's house, where tear gas shells are being used to disperse the crowds, but they are very clear about what they want. They are wanting both the Prime Minister and the President to resign by 1 o'clock today is what one of the protesters told India Today. They want the Parliament to be convened by Friday and then parliamentary elections to then take things forward from here on. First, there has to be a resolution of the political crisis and then things will fall back in place is what the sentiment really is. If the Prime Minister and the President do not resign by afternoon today, by 1 o'clock today, one of the protesters said that there is going to be a call to ask the entire country to in fact descend onto the capital city of Colombo and take things over from here on. The army is exercising control, but tear gas shells are being used to in fact disperse the crowds right then. Chaturanga, as far as the political crisis is concerned, if at all we see the resignations come through today and earliest by tonight, then things could move, isn't it, as far as the resolution of the political crisis is concerned?
Definitely. One thing that I should mention is this is where the people had gathered earlier, and the police just opened up the barricades and allowed the people to march towards the Prime Minister's office. And the people have now gone through the barricade and they're walking towards the Prime Minister's office. I'm going to join with them and walk with the people and see where they're headed. But as you said, yes, there will be some sort of resolution to this problem as we go forward if there are those clear resignations coming through. There is a deadline that has been set by the people that they should be resigning by 1 p.m. today. And from the looks of it, from what I know and what I can share with us as the media, is that the resignation will come only in the evening, in the later hours of the evening today, only from the president, as far as we are aware. So we do not know what the Prime Minister will be doing. We do not know what the resignation decision of the Prime Minister is going to be. And from what it looks like, the people will not go down without, actually getting that resignation. So we have to wait and see until the end of the day as to how things will unfold.
We're getting all details from Colombo, where protesters have marched to the Prime Minister's house. Ranil Wickremesinghe. What next? The protesters say the President and the Prime Minister must resign and that parliamentary elections should be announced so that there is a democratically elected government. The family is what they are fed up of, is what one of the protesters told us. Chaturanga also explained the process to us if things move in the right direction. Elections will be called and these will be presidential elections or what? How does this really work essentially?
Yeah, so what will initially happen is it will most likely be the appointment of the president and with the majority in parliament, a new prime minister will be appointed, and all party government will be appointed, and they will run for a short time frame. This new government will run for a short time frame, and there will be a general election that will be called, and following that there will be a presidential election.
Pictures from outside the Prime Minister's house. Ranil Wickremesinghe, where protesters have gathered and chaos and mayhem is witnessed as always on the streets of Colombo. What we've been seeing since Saturday demands that the President resign and the Prime Minister resign. They don't want Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to take over as the President. Remember, Sri Lanka has been witnessing the worst kind of economic crisis that has snowballed into a political one with a lot of anger against the current political dispensation. What does this really mean as far as the political stability of Sri Lanka is concerned, and how far will some amount of stability on the political front help the country restore the economic situation, which has been in doldrums for weeks and months together, with angry Sri Lankans having to brace the worst kind of inflation. Basic necessities which have been out of reach of the people of Sri Lanka for weeks and months together. Tear gas shells are being used at the protesters. I'm going to try and go across once again to my colleague, to Pramod Madhav, for more details on that. Also, if Shashi Dhanatunge is with us, former bureaucrat, I'll try and ask a question to him as well, if I could get an update on that front too.
We're currently outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is there has been a shell and for public which entered the...
Okay, these are visuals in fact from Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's house.
Emergency outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is there has been a shell and for public which entered the police are running away behind the crowd. Public police facing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the actor. Our next president is over here. You could see as we speak, public police is using tear gas and police are also going over there. Now these one protesters, everybody is running away because of the chaos over there. The entire place has turned chaos. Police unable to control the crowd. But currently outside the Prime Minister's assistant, as we speak, these were the protesters who were at Calface earlier, and now they are trying to move away from this place, who are dispersing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made. currently outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is that as per now, people from public which entered the police are running away. They are the crowds who are dispersing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the actual next president. Over here, you could see as we speak, this is full public. Police is using tear gas and police are also going over there. And currently, now this place, everybody is running away because of the chaos over there. Currently, what is happening is that police unable to control the crowd. They have used tear gas at this point. And as we speak, what is people running away? These were the protesters who were at South East earlier. Came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the next president over here.
We are breaking at this state of emergency has been declared in Sri Lanka, as what the Prime Minister's office has said after the president fled to the Maldives, is what we are learning. Sri Lanka continues to be crippled by an economic crisis, political instability in the country. In fact, that has been seeing the worst kind of economic crisis for weeks and months together. Pictures, in fact, on your screen are from Colombo, the capital city of Sri Lanka, where protesters have been tear-gassed right outside the house of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, where they tried to get inside the house of Ranil Wickremesinghe. They want that he too should be resigning and that he must not take over as the president, because that essentially is the procedure. Sri Lanka has been crippled by the worst kind of economic crisis and political instability continues. Protesters demand that both the Prime Minister and the President resign by 1 o'clock today, is what they say. They do not want Ranil Wickremesinghe to take over as the President. That is something that they are absolutely against, given that the Prime Minister has actually been handpicked by President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who's fled to the Maldives. I'm going to go straight to Ashutosh Mishra for the very latest on that. Ashutosh, what's really going on? Where exactly are you right now? Okay, I'm going to try and connect with Ashutosh. Understandably, there's a lot of chaos and mayhem right now on the streets of Sri Lanka, on the streets of Colombo, where tear gas shells have been used against the protesters. Our reporters are getting all the details from ground zero, where protesters have marched to the Prime Minister's house, trying to in fact break through the barricading there right outside the house of the Prime Minister and get inside the residence of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. The army also trying to exercise a great amount of restraint, given the kind of disgruntlement that is right for us to see. Remember, these are people who've seen the worst kind of economic crisis. They're battling inflation. Basic necessities are out of reach for the ordinary Sri Lankan. The protesters have said that they're going to call upon the entire country to descend on Colombo just if the Prime Minister and the President do not resign by 1 p.m. today, is what one of the protesters told us a while ago. We'll try and play out that interview also for our viewers in a bit from now, but we're staying live with these pictures for the moment of protesters trying to break into the house of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. Meanwhile, a state of emergency has been declared in Sri Lanka. Nazik is getting us more details on that story as well. Nazik, where are you and what do you really see around you right now?
Right now, I am in the goal-face protest side, and the people are peacefully protesting here, stating that both the President and Prime Minister should resign. That is the actual people's demand. But if any politician like is already electorally rejected, the current Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe can't stay in the office if President Gotabaya resigns.
Peaceful protests around you. The protesters have been saying that they can't let Ranil Wickremesinghe take over as the president. Nazik? We're putting out these ground reports that my colleagues have been sending us from riot-hit Colombo.
People are entering the Prime Minister's office currently, and there are people from Golface who have come over here. Their only demand is that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not become the Prime Minister. And here you see they have climbed over the compound walls. Earlier there was rumors that actually tear gases were thrown. Now you could see the police on top of that building. They're also trying to throw away the protesters. They are being pushed. There is a clash between the protesters and the police at this point over there, and now water bottles are being thrown at the protesters at this point. With great applause, people are entering.
Straight across to Chaturanga, who is in fact getting us more details on that story as well. What is the update? What is that you see around you?
The Prime Minister, and here you see they have climbed over the compound walls. Earlier there was rumors.
Fired! Shots being fired!
They're also trying to throw away.
और ये हजारों की संख्या में प्रदर्शनकारी पीछे मैं कैमरामैन पहली तो कोई हार गई आगे फिर से देखिए ये श्रीलंकन सेना है जो अब आगे बढ़ रही है और टीयर शेल लगातार टीयर शेल दागे जा रहे हैं ये भी देखना मुश्किल है कि
Well, absolute mayhem on the streets of Colombo. It's riot-hit with protesters marching towards the house of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. He still has ambitions to become the president, and that exactly is what the people of Sri Lanka do not want. That is what the protesters have said, that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe must resign by 1 o'clock today. State of emergency has been declared in Sri Lanka, is what the Prime Minister's office has also confirmed after the President left for the Maldives. Shashi Danatunge, former bureaucrat, continues to be with us. Thank you so much for holding on patiently at that. I want to ask you, if at all the protesters have their way, and if at all the resignations of both the Prime Minister and the President come in today, what is going to be the procedure from here on? What is the Parliament going to deliberate on? And what are they going to eventually decide? What is the procedure? Are there going to be elections?
Yeah, automatically the power will be transferred to the Speaker, and the Speaker of the House will be the caretaker President. And already, as all parties have agreed, by this coming Friday, the Speaker will have to inform the Parliament formally that the President is no more, and there has to be a new President to be appointed along with the Prime Minister in the event that Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe also tenders his resignation today. And then, of course, the Parliament will have to come out with the names whom they think the most suitable candidates would be for those positions, and they will have to keep voting for those positions through a secret ballot. So that's the procedure. And I think the situation what has created today, which being a public holiday, as I see, it's so unfortunate because it appears that there have been a serious communication breakdown, and because the Prime Minister, I know, I think a couple of days ago, after his house was burned down by the protesters or some other groups, he made a statement saying that he's ready to tender his resignation, and he has never said that he will not tender his resignation. And but of course there has to be a procedure that has to be followed, and he's happy to follow that procedure and do the transition. So even today, up to this point, why either he's or the government is silent about it, knowing very well that there are groups demanding for his resignation, and also there are groups on the streets trying to march towards his office and break through, and no communication. When at a time where the technology is available, whether you can tweet it, whether you can even go to one of the television stations or request the television stations to send their teams and get a statement out and communicate and send the messages out. I mean, there is no reason for anybody to stay quiet and allow the situation to be this much difficult as well as hard to control.
Okay.
And even now, if you look at, if both President and Prime Minister tenders their resignation, say by 1 o'clock
Tungi, please hold on. I have an update from my colleague Chaturanga, who's also getting us a ground report from Colombo. Chaturanga, what more can you tell us? What is it that you really see around you?
There are Air Force helicopters flying around the Prime Minister's office in Colombo. Heavy security has been placed here in front of the Prime Minister's office. Army Special Forces have been called, and they are standing in a fence to stop the people who are gathered outside. It's almost as if it was during the time when there was a war happening in the country. We have not seen military helicopters flying over Colombo unless it was for some emergency purpose or for the Independence Day parade. But now we have Air Force helicopter circling the area where the Prime Minister's office is located. There are a lot of people here. There are police officers here. There are military personnel, Air Force, Special Task Force. All of these people are gathered here. I'm just trying to switch the camera and show you some of the visuals that is happening here. Police Special Task Force have gathered here. The army and I don't know whether you are able to see there is an Air Force helicopter circling this location as well.
Okay, army commandos are in the chopper and hovering over the Prime Minister's house. Also, Chaturanga, it is believed that the Prime Minister is inside his official residence right now.
I don't know whether he is in fact inside, but from this security that is being provided, and in fact with the circling of an Air Force helicopter, we can sort of make an estimate that he is in fact inside this location, because this is not his official residence, but the official office of the Prime Minister as well. So there is a high chance that he is inside.
But a situation, there is in fact a fear that the people might be taking over like they did, isn't it, Chaturanga? As far as the presidential palace is concerned, in Colombo, the protesters are unrelenting here.
Yeah, these scenes are a bit disturbing, to be honest, there, because when there was the presidential, the issue surrounding the presidential palace, there was a systematic manner in which the military engaged with the military and the police engaged with the protesters. There were, of course, tear gas being fired and all of that happening. But right now, this is a bit scary, because in one area we see people have climbed on the wall.
Okay, we'll try and fix the audio with Chaturanga in a few moments from now. He's getting us the ground reports. We have these details with us right now as far as today is concerned. Demand from the protesters that the Prime Minister and the President both resign by 1 o'clock today. One of the protesters told us that if that does not happen, that people from all over Sri Lanka will be descending onto Colombo. Army commandos right now are hovering over the Prime Minister's house, which of course is his official residence. The Prime Minister is believed to be right inside, so there is a huge security threat as well with protesters. In fact, trying to take over the Prime Minister's official residence and house.
आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े गए हैं. अब यहाँ देखना कुछ ऊपर हेलीकॉप्टर जो है लगातार मंडरा रहा है सेना का. और अब आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़ दिए यहाँ पर. प्रधानमंत्री के दफ्तर पर बहुत भारी भीड़ पहुँच गई थी और वो अंदर जाने की कोशिश थे. सेना के हाथ में नहीं था हालात को काबू करना. और देखिए अचानक से एक साथ हेलीकॉप्टर आए हमारे ठीक ऊपर. ये लगातार ऊपर से मंडरा रहा है। कई सारे लोग घायल हो गए हैं। मेरे कैमरामैन वहीं गाड़ी पर हैं, उनको भी वहां देख पाना कुछ भी मुश्किल होगा। सज्जे वहां से उतर के आगे भागिए। देखिए यहाँ कई सारे लोग घायल हो गए हैं। लोग एक दूसरे की मदद कर रहे हैं पानी डाल के आंख पे, और कुछ भी देख पाना मुश्किल है। पानी 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 डाल दे, डाल बस है। यहाँ पर कुछ भी देख पाना बहुत मुश्किल है इस समय। सेना के जो स्पेशल कमांडो का दस्ता है वो इस समय ऊपर मंडरा रहा है। ये पता चला कि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे अपने इसी दफ्तर में मौजूद है। प्रदर्शनकारी दीवार पर चढ़ रहे थे और जैसे दीवार पर चढ़ने लगे, अंदर जाने लगे, हालात बेकाबू होने लगे, उन्होंने तुरंत टीयर गैस के गोले चलाए। कई सारे लोग यहाँ घायल हुए हैं। बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ थी। ये भीड़ जो है कुछ सैकड़ों में नहीं बल्कि हज़ारों में थी। और जैसे लोग भागने की कोशिश करने लगे, अंदर जाने की कोशिश करने लगे, सेना ने उन्हें रोका, दीवार खाली कराने की कोशिश की। हालांकि लाठी चार्ज नहीं किया इस बार। अभी उन्होंने हवा में गोली नहीं चले। देखिए
Dear India, please don't involve our country. You always involve our country in last.
Big story we are breaking at this hour. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe is now the acting president of Sri Lanka. President Gotabaya has fled. The Prime Minister has taken over as president. The acting president declares a state of emergency. This exactly is what the protesters did not want. They did not want Ranil Wickremesinghe, a man who has been handpicked by Gotabaya Rajapaksa as the Prime Minister to take over as the acting president. But this was a procedure, and the procedure has been followed here. The protesters have been saying that all hell is going to be breaking loose if this happens, and this exactly is what has happened. We spoke to the protesters who said we do not want the Prime Minister to be declared as the acting president of Sri Lanka, but that exactly is the development that we're reporting on right now. The acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has declared a state of emergency in Sri Lanka. Protesters had been saying that they do not want the Prime Minister to take over as the president, but Ranil Wickremesinghe is now the acting president of Sri Lanka. President Gotabaya fled earlier to the Maldives, and the Prime Minister, Ranil Wickremesinghe, a man who has been earlier handpicked by Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has taken over as the president of Sri Lanka. The acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has declared a state of emergency in Sri Lanka. It was evident that Ranil had presidential ambitions, with him, in fact, clinging to power. Ranil Wickremesinghe continues, in fact, to be in power and has taken charge as the acting president of Sri Lanka. The political flux, however, continues. Let's go straight to Ashutosh for more details on that.
अनुच्छेद 40 के तहत ये प्रावधान है, ये संवैधानिक प्रावधान है कि जैसे ही राष्ट्रपति इस्तीफा देते हैं या वो मौजूद नहीं हैं, उनकी अनुपस्थिति में जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं वही कार्यवाहक राष्ट्रपति होते हैं। लेकिन ये कार्यवाहक राष्ट्रपति के पास जो अधिकार हैं वो बहुत सीमित होते हैं। ऐसे में उन्हें संसद की अनुमति लेनी पड़ेगी हर तरह के फैसले के लिए, तब तक जब तक कि 30 दिनों के भीतर नए राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव नहीं हो जाता। ये लोग नहीं चाहते कि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे राष्ट्रपति बने और वो जो है पूरा जो टेन्योर है वो एक्सीड करने, अपने अधिकारों का इस्तेमाल करते हुए वही परमानेंट राष्ट्रपति को दे देते। इस तरह से कुछ नजर रखी जा रही है रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के दफ्तर पर, ताकि उनको कोई नुकसान न हो। कोशिश की जा रही है कि उन्हें यहाँ से निकाला जाए। लेकिन अब जब चूंकि कार्यवाहक राष्ट्रपति बने हैं, पहला फैसला प्रधानमंत्री का, अब उनके वो प्रधानमंत्री भी हैं और राष्ट्रपति भी हैं, तो पहला फैसला जो उनके दफ्तर से आया है आदेश वो ये कि पश्चिमी जो प्रोविंस है वहां पर कर्फ्यू लगा दिया जाए। तो सबसे पहले उन्होंने कर्फ्यू के आदेश दिए हैं, साथ ही आपातकाल लगा दिया गया है। अब 15 तारीख को सत्र बुलाया गया है और 19 तारीख को तमाम जो पार्टियां हैं, चाहे वो सत्ताधारी SLP हो, SJP अलायंस हो, विपक्ष में, वो लोग अपने उम्मीदवारों का नामांकन करेंगे। लेकिन इस बीच अगर सत्ता और विपक्ष में बातचीत होती है तो शायद स्पीकर के नाम पर मुहर लगे और उन्हीं को उम्मीदवार बनाया जाए। लेकिन ये एक राजनीतिक प्रक्रिया है, लेकिन यहाँ जमीन पर राजनीतिक संकट है। अब प्रक्रियाओं का इंतजार जनता नहीं करना चाहती, क्योंकि वहाँ ये हो रहा है जो वो नहीं चाहते थे। एक तो राष्ट्रपति भाग गए, दूसरा रणिल विक्रमसिंघे के नाराजगी के बावजूद भी उनको जो है राष्ट्रपति बना दिया गया, जबकि ये चाहते थे कि संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया के तहत प्रधानमंत्री अगर पद न लें तो स्पीकर को भी जो है इंटरिम प्रेसिडेंट बनाया जा सकता है, इसके प्रावधान हैं। लेकिन बावजूद उसके ऐसा नहीं हुआ, जिसके चलते ये नाराजगी है। और एक बार ये देखिए, यहाँ इतने सारे लोग हैं, ये तमाम पानी लेकर के आ रहे हैं, तमाम जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं वो पानी लेकर के आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ लोगों की आंखें जल रही हैं, गले सूख रहे हैं और लगातार जो टीयर शेल फायर हो। देखिए एक बार फिर जो प्रदर्शनकारी है वो चढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये रणिल विक्रमसिंघे का दफ्तर है जहां वो मौजूद हैं और ये प्रदर्शनकारी उस पार जाना चाहते हैं। सेना ने बल प्रयोग नहीं किया, लेकिन आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़कर बस उन्हें हटाने की कोशिश की। देखिए फिर एक बार दीवारों पर वो चढ़ रहे हैं, यानी ये लोग संसद, और फिर एक बार टीयर शेल, आंसू गैस के गोले, फिर एक बार आंसू गैस के गोले डाले गए हैं। देखिए रह कर यहाँ पर भगदड़ हो रही है। देखिए आंसू गैस के गोले अंदर से छोड़े गए और अब प्रदर्शनकारी बाहर से पानी की बोतलें अंदर फेंक रहे हैं। और अब ये देखिए कहीं पर इसको इस तरह की झड़प की स्थिति कहाँ, ये लोकतंत्र में जो तस्वीरें होती हैं सवाल खड़े करती हैं। लेकिन यहाँ हमने देखा कि रेस्ट्रेन किया है, सेना ने अपनी ओर से कोशिश की है कि गोली न चलाएं, लाठीचार्ज न किया जाए, बल प्रयोग, लेकिन आंसू गैस के गोले से भीड़ को तितर बितर किया जाए ताकि प्रधानमंत्री के दफ्तर में लोग घुसने ना पाए, कम से कम वहां पर हिंसा ना हो। इस हिंसा को बचाने की पूरी कोशिश प्रदर्शनकारियों की ओर से भी हो रही है, वरना इनकी संख्या इतनी ज्यादा है, ये चाहे तो सेना पर भारी हो सकते हैं और उनकी भीड़ उन पर हावी होती दिखाई पड़ती है। लेकिन हाथापाई की नौबत नहीं आई, वो उनका सम्मान भी कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ बातचीत कर रहे हैं, चर्चा कर रहे हैं। और ये जो सैनिक है, चाहे वो स्पेशल कमांडोज हों या फिर एयरफोर्स के कमांडोज, हर तबके को यहाँ पर लगाया गया है। उनकी कोशिश है कि किसी भी हाल में प्रदर्शनकारी प्रधानमंत्री के कार्यालय में न घुसने पाएं, क्योंकि इकलौता वही संवैधानिक दफ्तर आज की तारीख में श्रीलंका में कार्यरत है, क्योंकि राष्ट्रपति दफ्तर पर, उनके आवास पर, प्रधानमंत्री आवास पर प्रदर्शनकारियों का कब्जा है। और ये देखिए हम यहाँ देख रहे हैं कि भीड़ तितर बितर तो हो रही है, लेकिन वहां से भीड़ बढ़ती जा रही है। बैरिकेड, जितनी गाड़ियां भर भर के लोग पानी लेकर के आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ सबके देखिए कई सारी महिलाएं हैं, लड़कियां हैं जो घायल हुई हैं, आंखों में आंसू गैस के गोले लगने की वजह से आंखें जल रही हैं, पूरा बदन दरअसल जल रहा है इसकी वजह से। ये सारे लोग खुद को बचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, कपड़े गीले करके कुछ इस तरह से आंखों का इलाज किया जा रहा है। ये देखिए तमाम सारे लोग, इसमें ही पानी भर लिया गया, ये सड़क पर डिवाइडर का काम करता है। अब दरअसल ये पानी भरा गया ताकि आप कम से कम देखा जा सके, कपड़े भिगा करके लोग इलाज कर रहे हैं, वरना अगर देखना मुश्किल हो जाएगा यहाँ पर कि आसपास हो।
Office after the news that he was president, and because of that protesters who are gathered at Golface have come over here and they are protesting near the prime minister's office. In fact, they are marching towards the prime minister's office. This is the third time they are doing so. The first time when they did, tear gas was shot by the police and they had to return back. The second time we accompanied the protesters who also once again went over there, and tear gas was used and they had to come back again. The second time they tried to storm into the building by climbing into the wall, but the police and the security forces over there pushed them back. Third time protesters are going towards the prime minister's office and they are only going to say, make sure that Ranil Wickremesinghe does not become the next president. This is what they want, because they claim not just Gotabaya Rajapaksa but also Ranil Wickremesinghe should not become the next president. And that's the reason protests are wave after wave. They are going towards the prime minister's office, even though the police over there are using tear gas. Extremely difficult to breathe and see. Protesters are not budging. They are going back once again to the place, demanding that the Ranil Wickremesinghe does not become the prime minister. This situation has once again turned volatile on D-Day, the same day when Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Gotabaya Rajapaksa was supposed to resign, and Ranil Wickremesinghe already said that he will resign. From Colombo, Pramod Madhav for India Today. Situation has become extremely volatile.
Chaturanga is also with us for the very latest. The Prime Minister finally has taken over as the acting president, and I think things are only going to escalate, given that that exactly is what the protesters did not want.
Yeah, correct. And as the first action of the Prime Minister as the acting president, he has initiated almost military situation here. The people are, as you can see, tear gas is being fired behind me, and the people are demanding still in front of his residence. The people don't seem to be moving away as well. A short while ago, you saw a military helicopter, Air Force helicopter hovering around this area, a gun-mounted helicopter hovering around our heads here. So as the first action of the Prime Minister, what he has done as the acting president is basically try to instill fear in the people who have gathered here asking for his resignation, is what it looks like.
Well, yes, absolutely, but that is not forthcoming. So what does this really do as far as the political instability is concerned? It only adds to it, Chaturanga, doesn't it?
This situation is not going to, I don't think from what it looks like, the situation is going to de-escalate anytime soon. There are lots of people and what we have seen from the times when tear gas is being fired into the protesters in previous occasions is when the tear gas is being fired, and since these people are, the protesters are so connected, they're the youth of this country, they call for other people to come here, and the numbers are only going to increase behind me. And right now, let me prove my point to you. As you can see from this side of the road, that is the other end of the road, there are people walking towards the Prime Minister's office, which is on this side where the tear gas is being fired. And that is only going to strengthen whatever protest that these people are carrying out. And the Air Force helicopter that we saw a while ago has also
Be with us, Chaturanga. I'm going to come back to you in a few moments. Pramod has some details as well. Pramod, what's the update?
Well, yeah, we are outside the Prime Minister's office, in front of the Prime Minister's office, and issue is that the internet has been completely down over there, so we have to move a little farther away. But on the right side of the road, you could see the crowd that is still moving in. It's turning into a very volatile situation because the crowds are trying to move in wave after wave, and the police are using tear gas. And just moments ago, an army helicopter was also.
Pramod is right at the house of the Prime Minister, where protesters have again carried out the official residence of Prime Minister and now acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe. Protests have intensified. Now that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has taken over as the acting President, Chaturanga continues to be with us for more on that. Chaturanga, you were in fact telling us about the protesters there.
Yeah. As I was trying to explain to you, the protest is only going to get strong by actions of this nature. Now, minutes ago, I told you that when tear gas is being fired on that direction where I'm pointing that way, people are going to come here. I'm going to just turn around and show you the other side of the road. Can you see behind me the number of people who are in fact walking towards the Prime Minister's Prime Minister's office, now the acting president? Because this movement is only going to get stronger if the government decides to quell it. And I don't think just because they fly a military helicopter over the heads of these protesters who have been attacked, assaulted, tear gas, taken to court, it's going to stop anything that is happening here in Sri Lanka.
You know, Chaturanga, it won't. It's evident that these protesters are unrelenting. But what I want to ask you is that if you could try and get a word from some of the protesters there, asking them. Okay, Chaturanga, I'm going to come back to you. Pramod is back with us with the very latest. Yes, Pramod?
All red. Is it because of the red?
Pramod, if you can hear me, what's going on? If you could just tell us, what do you really see around you right now?
Well, the protesters are receding. The problem here is that, like, as one set of protesters come back, the other set moves in. That's what you could see on the end of the road. We could not go over there because there is no signal at this point. There are almost a perimeter and around the Prime Minister's office. We are not getting internet at all, so we have to move back. What the police have done is that they are using non-lethal force for now. At least as far as I can count, twice tear gas was used, and the second round we were caught also on the twice tear gas, and so we had to come back actually. Then a army helicopter was used at this point. It was making low flying paths over there, and still the protesters were not scared. They are determined, and they claim that the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe should not become the president. They are very much strong about it, and that's the reason they are gathering. And now certain protesters on the vehicles, they just requested them to come back to Golf Place to continue the protest over there. But as we were standing over over there, and we saw tear gas being deployed. 2 army helicopters left the spot. One was making circles, the other one left the area itself. So we're not sure if the Prime Minister is inside the office or anyone else was removed from the Prime Minister's office using army helicopters. Now, as you see, one set of protesters are walking toward the path, the other set is coming back. They have faced the tear gas. It is extremely a tragic situation. Tear gas against your own.
अभी तक यहाँ पर हम देख पा रहे हैं लोग ले करके आए हैं और एक बार फिर आगे बढ़ने की तैयारी हो रही है। ये इस सड़क पे जो भीड़ है, जो गाल फेस पे प्रदर्शनकारी थे, जो पश्चिमी कोलंबो में थे, जो उत्तरी कोलंबो में थे, वो सब भी उतर करके कोलंबो 7, कोलंबो 8, कोलंबो 4 जहाँ प्रदर्शन हो रहा था, वो सब अब इस इलाके पर पहुँच रहे हैं। धक्का मुक्की नहीं हो रही है प्रदर्शनकारियों और सेना के बीच में। और देखिए, कुछ प्रदर्शनकारी सैनिकों के साथ ही खड़े हो गए वहाँ दीवार पर। वो भी कह रहे हैं कि अच्छा नीचे रुकिए, उस पार नहीं आना। बातचीत हो रही है और पानी मांग रहे हैं। कई सारे जवानों की आंखें जल रही हैं तो एक दूसरे की मदद भी कर रहे हैं। उसके पास जो चौकी है, देखिए उसमें भी प्रदर्शनकारी चढ़ गए हैं। यानी ये सामंजस्य, देखिए ये तमाम सैनिकों को पानी देने की कोशिश और इनकी आंखें जल रही है, वो भी प्यासे वहाँ पर खड़े हैं। तो मारपीट की नौबत नहीं है, धक्का मुक्की की नहीं है, गोली चलाने लाठी डंडे की नौबत नहीं है। लेकिन जो असमंजस इस बात का है कि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे आंतरिक प्रेसिडेंट ना बने, बल्कि सीधे स्पीकर को ही जो है राष्ट्रपति बनाया जाए। तो संवैधानिक संकट, राजनीतिक संकट यहाँ पर बना हुआ है। लेकिन लोग नहीं चाहते थे, जो कुछ हुआ है वो उनके मर्जी के खिलाफ हुआ है। शायद ये विरोध इसी बात का है। लेकिन इस स्थिति में भी परिवर्तन हो सकता है। अगर मान लीजिए प्रधानमंत्री कार्यवाहक राष्ट्रपति न बनना चाहें, ऐसी स्थिति में स्पीकर को ही चार्ज लेना होगा। लेकिन ये निर्भर करता है रानिल विक्रमसिंघे पर कि वो आखिर क्या फैसला लेंगे। फिलहाल तो फैसला उन्होंने पदभार संभालते ही आदेश दिए हैं। पश्चिमी प्रोविंस में कर्फ्यू लगाया गया है, श्रीलंका में आपातकाल लगाया गया है। सड़कों पर झड़प की तस्वीर हम देख रहे हैं। प्रदर्शनकारी अब लाखों की संख्या में बढ़ रहे हैं सीधे प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय पर, और ऊपर हेलीकॉप्टर के जरिए जो निगरानी हो रही है वो सब हम देख रहे हैं। ये बिल्कुल वही तस्वीर है जो 9 जुलाई को इसी कोलंबो में घटित हुई थी। आज उसी की पुनरावृत्ति है। प्रदर्शन करने लोग निकले, सैनिकों ने रोकने की कोशिश की, रोक नहीं पाए। उन्होंने संवैधानिक जो संस्थाएं थी, प्रधानमंत्री राष्ट्रपति का घर, उनके दफ्तर पर कब्जा कर लिया। और शायद एक कोशिश हो रही है कि वो यहाँ पर भी प्रवेश कर जाए, क्योंकि इकलौती यही संस्था है जो इस समय काम कर रही है जहाँ से निर्देश जारी हो रहे हैं। ये रास्ता बनाने की कोशिश हो रही है। ये देखिए इशारा किया जा रहा है ताकि ये गाड़ी यहाँ से निकल सके। दरअसल ये पानी लेकर के आए थे, पानी, मास्क और खाने के पैकेट लेकर के आए थे, फूड पैकेट लेकर के आए थे अपने साथियों के लिए जो यहाँ आंदोलन कर रहे हैं इस भरी गर्मी में। सरकार ख्याल रहे, देखिए कई सारे प्रदर्शनकारी हैं, ये गैस मास्क लेकर के आए। इससे बचने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि टीयर सेल जो अगर फायर होता है, और देखिए सिर्फ गैस मास्क ही नहीं,
report talking about how things are going out of hand. Chaturanga continues to be with us. Chaturanga, I was asking you if you could get in a protester and ask him about the current situation about Ranil Wickremesinghe taking over as the acting president.
Yeah, let me try to talk to a protester here as well. But what is happening is there are a few things happening in this location. Apart from the military and the police firing tear gas, the people are in fact moving towards the Parliament building in also just outside Colombo to go and sort of ask for the resignation of Prime Minister, now acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe. They are moving towards the Parliament complex, and the helicopter that was flying over the heads of the people here has moved to the protest site near Golface, and there are visuals coming in from that area as well, showing that the helicopter is moving over the heads of the people there as well. So whether it's sort of a reconnaissance information gathering mechanism or it's an intimidation mechanism of the military, I do not know, and I do not have the expertise to tell you that. But something, in fact, the military doing this is in fact something that was seen during the time of the war.
This was seen during the time of the war. That's an important and a crucial analogy that you draw, Chaturanga, that the manner in which the police and the military have really occupied this entire city just speaks volumes of the seriousness of the current situation. Though to tell our viewers that currently what we are picking up is that brutal force has not been used against these protesters today. Chaturanga, tear gas shells have been used and water cannons have been used against these protesters, but the sentiment really is that their anger, the anger of the people, the protesters really is justified. they were expecting the president to at least resign. The man chose to flee to the Maldives, isn't it, without resigning?
Yeah. So the understanding, as you very rightly say, the people had been demanding for the two things that they were demanding was for the president to resign and the prime minister to resign. And as you say, the people who have gathered here are very strong about their sentiment about the Rajapaksas. They were very strong about their sentiment that they made towards the appointment of Ranil Wickremesinghe as the prime minister. And now to hear or know that the prime minister, who did not have the mandate of the people, who was merely a nationalist MP in parliament, is now the acting president of the Socialist Democratic Republic of Sri Lanka, it's not anything else. It's absurd to hear. Because the people did not vote for him at the election. He only received a mere 30,000 votes in the election, and now a person who could not secure a seat in parliament is the acting president of the nation. I don't know any other way to explain the absurdity and the severity of the situation.
Well, Chaturanga, you explained that that this is not a man that has been chosen by the people. And right now is the acting president. Ranil Wickremesinghe is not what the people chose, is not who the people chose. He was actually handpicked by Gotabaya Rajapaksa. I'm going to put out that report of my colleague Pramod Madhav as well. He sent us this ground report some moments ago.
We're currently outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is that Asmin herself and the public which anti-police are now running away. They are the crowds who are dispersing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the actual next president. Over here we could see, as we speak, police is using tear gas, and police are also going over there. And currently now this place, everybody is running away because of the chaos over there. The entire place has turned chaos. Police unable to control the crowd. They have used tear gas at this point. And as we speak, these were the protesters who were at Galface earlier, and now they are trying to move away from this place.
Chaturanga continues to be with us now that the acting president has essentially taken over, declared a state of emergency. What is the role of the parliament and the speaker? Chaturanga.
Yeah, the parliament and the speaker will continue to basically resolve this issue in the constitutional manner that it should be solved under. There is no point. This was what the protesters, this was what the people of this country have been saying all throughout, that if the president hands in his resignation, which is going to happen later on in the day, as far as I'm aware, that if Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe takes over as the acting president, this is exactly what will happen. There will be chaos in Colombo, and there will be chaos in the country, because the protesters are not going to go down just because there is a change of heads, because they anyway demanded for the resignation of Ranil Wickremesinghe from the outset as well. So this is not going to solve anything. So the parliament and the speaker are in fact the people who can resolve this issue in a democratic and a constitutional manner. The prime minister's resignation is what they're asking for. The prime minister now must resign, and the power can rest with the parliament. The power can be, the speaker of parliament can be appointed as the acting president for the time frame until a new president is elected. So for the 7 to 10 days that we are looking at, that we were talking about earlier in our reports, the speaker can be held as the acting president, and all of this mess. I'm not sure whether you can see this. A person is being carried on, and I'm going to switch the camera and show this to you. These are important visuals to understand the severity of the situation here. A person has been tear gas canister has hit his head, and people are rushing him to receive medical aid. And this is what is happening. These are the first acts of the Prime Minister as the acting president of our country. So what more does the Prime Minister, now the acting president, need to understand that the people don't want him here? There are military police officers walking away from the site, and people are showing their anger.
Back to you in a few moments. Pramod has some updates. Pramod, what's really going on? What more can you tell us?
Well, the situation still remains the same in front of the Prime Minister's office. People are not happy, and like we mentioned earlier, waves and waves of protesters from Golface are moving towards the spot. They are carrying their national flag with them, and they are definitely not happy with the Ranil Wickremesinghe's idea of becoming the president. This is what they are reflecting over here. For now, the helicopter which was flying over top us has stopped, and it has landed somewhere, but protesters are still coming over. They do not have the exact information as to what happened, but the only one opinion when we asked them that Ranil should not become the next Prime Minister President, and for that they are coming over. On one side they are moving towards the Prime Minister's office, while another set is moving towards Golface. That way, today the day in Colombo is remaining extremely volatile.
Be with us, Pramod. I'm going to come back to you and to Chaturanga for more details in that story in a few moments. Meanwhile, we're putting out these images. These are defining images of the protests that have broken out hours after President Gotabaya fled the country. High drama has unfolded on the streets of Sri Lanka. Protesters have breached the Prime Minister's office, seeking his resignation, saying they will continue the protest until and unless both the Prime Minister and the President resign.
Earlier they came over here.
Barricade. They again breached another safety barricade. Seems
State of emergency in Sri Lanka as protesters have hit the road, marching towards Parliament, protesting the worst economic crisis that the country is facing. Sri Lankan police have fired tear gas to scatter protesters. Thousands of protesters stormed Lankan streets, seeking resignation of the president, who has now fled to the Maldives. Huge face-off between protesters and security forces. These protesters went on a rampage. The Prime Minister ordered the police to arrest whoever was acting in a riotous manner. Visuals on your screen show that there's no end to the turmoil in Sri Lanka anytime soon. We continue to keep a very close eye on that story, all the developments from Colombo and Sri Lanka, where protesters have demanded the resignation of Ranil Wickremesinghe, but the Prime Minister has chosen to take over as the acting president, snowballing the protest further. Protesters say that they're not going to move from outside the residence of the Prime Minister. Remember, these are the protesters who had in fact entered the presidential palace in Colombo as well, taking over as the president fled. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is now in the Maldives, and Ranil Wickremesinghe, the Prime Minister, is now the acting President of Sri Lanka. Visuals on your screen are live from Colombo, right outside the official residence and the office of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, where the protesters have been tear-gassed. Evidently, there is a lot of discomfort. Water cannons have been used against the protesters as well, who are battling the worst economic crisis. The president, however, chose to abandon his people, not even sign on the resignation letter that had been drafted, and chose to flee to the Maldives. Unrest in Sri Lanka as protesters hit the streets. The army in full presence. Tear gas have been fired and water cannons have been used against the protesters. There have been lathi charge as well, but they are not relenting. They want Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Ranil Wickremesinghe to go. There should be a democratically elected Prime Minister and President, and that the Parliament should take a call as early as Friday. Pramod Madhav is back with us. Pramod, if you could talk to the protesters, they're asking them what next. What do they now expect, given that Prime Minister has taken over as the acting president?
Well, Sneha, the situation is the same here. Like we earlier mentioned, and the crowd over here, they do not want to barge. They are still upset over the fact that even though so much protest was done, they are still currently Ranil Wickremesinghe is going to be the acting president. They are not happy, definitely. This is what we could see in their face as well, and that's the reason they are constantly protesting. On the side, you could see that they are also raising the flag. Brother, we'd like to know now, Ranil has become the acting president. What are your thoughts on it? Why are you still here? Why are you protesting?
So we are just protesting for our rights because we need our money back that was stolen. आप हिंदी में बात कर सकते हो?
हाँ ज़रूर ज़रूर बोलिए।
So हमारा पैसा हमारा सब कुछ उनके पास है। ये हमसे छीन गए हैं। तो हम चाहते हैं कि हमारा छीना हुआ सब कुछ हमें वापस चाहिए।
अभी तो रणनील विक्रमसिंघे को एक्टिंग प्रेसिडेंट हो गया, तो इसके बारे में आपके क्या करते हैं? यू विल कंटिन्यू टू प्रोटेस्ट here?
Protest. Yeah, we will of course continue the thing. Yeah. So what happened is this is just an illusion. This is the ruling party was always
using one or the other.
Yeah, it's people against them. It's just they are just creating this big drama to continue fool people. So what we need is new leadership, and we just need actually to get our money back. That's right.
Right. Thank you. So this is one of the protesters at this port, and they claim that they are holding the protest and still standing over here because they state that they will not accept Ranil Wickremesinghe as a new president. In fact, they are claiming that the ruling government or the people over here collude, and that's the reason. One after the other, it's the same names that are coming back, and that's why you could see also one of the person who got injured during this protest over here being taken away. So this is a situation, a volatile situation outside. This is outside the Prime Minister's office. There were like almost 20 minutes back, there were like helicopters making sorties over here, and on the other end you could see people are still raising slogans, and this place is still kind of like very volatile over there. The thing is that people are running behind, up and down. We exactly couldn't say what's happening because this is a mass crowd and nobody exactly knows what's happening at this point. All they want is that Ranil should not become the Prime Minister, the President. Over here also the crowd has gathered and they are standing, and on the other end you will see the officials on that port, and they are protesting at this side. Sir, you are protesting here. What is the next aspect here? Now Ranil has become the President. What do you want to do? Well, the protesters here are also talking back against the policemen because of the attack at the protesters, and this is the thing here. As we stand, the crowd once again starts pushing forward. The crowd pushes forward, and then they get either pushed back by the police or tear gas, and then they move back, but again they keep moving forward. That's what's happening over here. For the past 1 hour, this has been the only situation at this place now.
Be with us, Pramod. I'm coming back to you in a few moments, putting out this report that my colleague Ashutosh just sent us some time ago.
I can see the policemen or the security persons with gas masks, with tear shells, with guns are standing, but only remain a mute spectator. You heard the senior army official say that we are not stopping them. We are only requesting them do not damage the public property. But these are the barricades were placed to stop these protesters. But that seems that they totally overpowered these policemen here, and now they are marching further. Clearly, since this entire self-motivated protest is totally leaderless. There is no leader who can lead this. And of course, since the violent clashes have stopped, now they are managing also the traffic. They are allowing the vehicles to pass through and another passage for these protesters. And this seems to be the impact when the top army officials appeal them to do not create chaos on the road. Let's not public suffer. And that seems to be how people have silently agreed to it, and they are cooperating with these agencies. The protest continues, sloganing continues, and also on the road you can see the better traffic arrangements being made by none other than but only these protesters.
Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has taken over as the acting president. Sri Lanka has gone into a state of emergency. This is the country witnessing the worst economic crisis ever. The president has fled the country. He is in the Maldives right now. And Ranil Wickremesinghe, the man who was actually handpicked by Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has taken over as the acting president, not helping the situation, in fact worsening the situation, given that protesters have been saying that this is not something that they're going to be putting up with. Protesters have said that they're going to give a call for everyone to gather and come to Sri Lanka. And that Ranil Wickremesinghe and that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa both must resign by 1 o'clock today. That's the deadline. They've given them enough time, but this is a battered and bruised economy, and the people have been left to fend for themselves. A country where economic crisis is in fact just snowballing to the extent that basic necessities are out of reach for the common man right now in Sri Lanka. How is the political instability going to be then resolved, and eventually the economic crisis going to be ironed out? That is something that no one really has an idea about right now in Sri Lanka. But Parliament is supreme and the Speaker can intervene only if Ranil Wickremesinghe, the acting president, allows right now. But how is that also going to happen, given that Sri Lanka is in a state of emergency right now, with Ranil Wickremesinghe clinging on to power, refusing to let go? Gotabaya Rajapaksa too has not resigned before he fled to the Maldives. The people are angry, the protesters are unrelenting. Protesters there right at Ranil Wickremesinghe's house, where they are demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe too must resign. Gotabaya Rajapaksa also must resign. Army choppers there hovering around the Prime Minister's house, but the protesters are unrelenting. Pictures of the army, in fact, army choppers hovering around the Prime Minister's house. Army presence has increased as well. In fact, what we know is that, okay, we'll in fact be going across to my colleagues in a few moments from now, but the army choppers hovering right outside the residence of Prime Minister and now acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe. Protesters there refusing to budge from there, and they have gathered in huge numbers in Colombo, the capital city of Sri Lanka. Utter chaos and confusion, mayhem on the streets of riot-hit Colombo, where the protesters are refusing to step down from their demands. They have been saying that there have to be resignations and that Ranil Wickremesinghe can't be taking over as the president.
और जितने टीयर शेल यहाँ से गिर रहे हैं उनको ये पता, ये देखिए पूरी सड़कें लगभग गीली कर दी गई हैं। वो इसीलिए कि जैसे आंसू गैस का गोला गिरे उसको न्यूट्रलाइज किया जा सके। और अब सबकी नज़र आसमान से है कि आखिर ये गोले आ कहाँ से रहे हैं। जैसे भी आ जा रहे हैं इनको पानी डाल के बुझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये एक तरीका है जिससे भीड़ को तितर बितर किया जा सके। ये देखिए, ये देखिए आवाज़ दो, और ये किसी के घर पर गिरे, ये किसी के घर पर गिरे हैं। दरअसल गोले दागने वालों को अंदाजा भी नहीं है कि ये कहां से फेंका जा रहा है। मैं चाहूंगा फोन लाइन पर एक बार जुड़ने की कोशिश की जाए। मैं आवाज़ नहीं सुन पा रहा हूं स्टूडियो में किसी की, अगर एक बार कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश की। देखिए ये कपड़ा जो है ये पूरी तरह से जल चुका है। जैसे टीयर शेल यहाँ पर गिरा, इससे आग बुझाने की कोशिश की गई। अंदर वो देखिए, जैसे टीयर शेल का गोला गिरा है उसको उन्होंने जो डिवाइडर, जिस तरह के प्लास्टिक का इस्तेमाल डिवाइडर किया जाता है, उससे ढकने की कोशिश करते। देखिए इस टीयर शेल को फेंक दिया गया और इससे पूरे गोले को जो है कवर कर दिया गया, ताकि धुआं जो है प्रदर्शनकारियों को पर। ये देखिए 2-2, 3-3 की संख्या में और बहुत ऊंचाई से गिर रहे हैं। यानी जहां से गोला गिर रहा है और जहां गिर रहा है, इन दोनों के बीच की दूरी जो है वो कम से कम 1000 फीट से ज़्यादा है। आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि ये मिलिट्री ग्रेड के आंसू गैस के गोले हैं। देखिए फायरिंग नहीं की जा रही, हवाई फायरिंग नहीं हो रही है, लेकिन भीड़ को तितर बितर करना, और ये जानते हैं कि आसपास की जो भीड़ है उसको ऐसे हटाया नहीं जा सकता, इसके लिए अब वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आंसू गैस के गोले ही छोड़े जाएं। प्रदर्शनकारियों की संख्या दरअसल लगातार बढ़ रही है, उनकी संख्या में कमी नहीं आ रही है, इसलिए शायद हालात बेकाबू हो रहे हैं सुरक्षा बलों के लिए कि वो आखिर आगे करे क्या। फिर गोले फायर हुए हैं और ये हवाई फायरिंग, हवा में गोलियां चलाई जा रही हैं, ये हवा में गोलियां चलाई जा रही हैं, ये हवा में गोलियां चलाई जा रही हैं भीड़ को तितर बितर करने के। लेकिन प्रदर्शनकारियों को भी पता है कि नुकसान पहुंचाने की कोशिश नहीं है। ये जो हालात हैं श्रीलंका में बिगड़े हैं राष्ट्रपति राजपक्षे के देश छोड़कर भागने के बाद, और ऊपर से जब रानिल जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं उनको पदभार दे दिया गया है राष्ट्रपति का, उसके बाद से ये हालात खराब हुए हैं यहाँ पर। और जिस तरह लोग एक के बाद एक सड़कों तक पहुंच रहे हैं एक एक करके, देखिए अभी हवा में गोलियां चलाई गई हैं भीड़ को तितर बितर करने के लिए कि लोग यहां से हट सके। और भीड़ इतनी ज्यादा है, दरअसल शायद जैमर का भी इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है ताकि लोग सोशल मीडिया पर फोटो न इस्तेमाल कर सकें, एक दूसरे को नहीं। देखिए हवा में ऐसे गोलियां फेंकी जा रही है और ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि आखिर ये चला, और जैसे गोली चली है देखिए उन्होंने डिवाइडर का इस्तेमाल किया और जाते ही उस पर जो है सीधे कवर डाल दिया। ये देखिए ये हाथ में प्लास्टिक के डब्बे, और ये उन्होंने इस डब्बे का इस्तेमाल किया और सीधा आंसू गैस के पूरा जो शेल था उसको कवर कर दिया और शेल को उठा करके वहां पीछे रिहायशी इलाके में भेज दिया। कई सारे लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर इस तरह के गैस मास्क पहन करके आए हैं, तो ये जो अब एक तरह के वॉलंटियर हैं ये अपने ही लोगों की मदद कर रहे हैं। ये जो फेस मास्क है ये काम में आ रहा है, और ये जो प्लास्टिक का हिस्सा है इससे जो है उस शेल को कवर कर देते हैं, यानी जिसके पहले उसका प्रभाव शुरू हो, इसके पहले वो असर दिखाए गोला, वो उसको पहले ही न्यूट्रलाइज कर दे रहे हैं। और अंदर से देखिए घर किसी का है जो खुला हुआ है, तो ये पानी की बोतलें लेकर के आ रहे हैं, हर किसी को पानी की बोतलें दे रहे हैं कि अगर किसी की आंख में गोली जाए तो वो आंखों को धोएं तुरंत, गले में असर हो तो उसे। एक ऐसी जंग है लोकतंत्र की जिसमें जनता सड़कों पर सरकार के खिलाफ है, सेना सड़कों पर जनता को रोकने के लिए है, सेना जनता पर फायर नहीं कर रही है, सिर्फ तितर बितर कर रही है। जनता सेना से नाराज नहीं है, उनसे भिड़ नहीं रही है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी एक अनजाना सा संघर्ष इन सड़कों पर हो रहा है जो श्रीलंका ही नहीं बल्कि दुनिया में किसी भी लोकतंत्र के इतिहास में न कभी लिखा गया न आगे शायद कभी लिखा जाएगा। ये एक ऐसी तस्वीर है जहां पर ये लोग देश का झंडा लेकर के, अपना राष्ट्रीय ध्वज लेकर सड़कों पर हैं, क्योंकि ये लड़ाई सरकार के खिलाफ है। और ऐसे में झंडा और अपने उत्साह को लेकर के उस भावना के साथ ही आगे बढ़े हैं, लेकिन जो संघर्ष है वो फिर भी सड़कों पर तो है ही। घायल लोग हुए हैं और यहाँ पर ये स्थिति जो है ये 9 जुलाई के बाद लगातार विकराल हो रही थी। हालांकि ये अंदेशा लगातार था कि 13 तारीख को, यानी आज की तारीख में अगर इस्तीफा देखिए रह के हम सबको नज़र ऊपर रखनी पड़ती है, क्योंकि ये जो मिलिट्री गेट के आंसू गैस के गोले ये कब आएंगे, कहाँ से आएंगे, किस पर गिरेंगे नहीं। और देखिए एक गाड़ी आई फिर भरकर पानी लेकर के आई थी, और जैसे उसने वितरण किया, और ये चूंकि ये समझिए फ्रंट लाइन है, ये आगे तक जाते हैं, इसलिए इनकी आंखों पर आप चश्मे मास्क देख पा रहे हैं। और अगले 20 मिनट में ये अगली खेप लेकर के फिर लौटेंगे। और यहाँ से अब अचानक जो हेलीकॉप्टर था, द एयरफोर्स का हेलीकॉप्टर था वो हेलीकॉप्टर अब इस समय गाल फेस जो प्रोटेस्ट साइट है राष्ट्रपति दफ्तर का, वहां पर हॉवर कर रहा है। इस इलाके से जाने के बाद अब यहाँ एक तरह से ये कहें कि हालात काबू से बाहर तो हैं, मतलब काबू नहीं किया जा सकता, लेकिन ऐसी हिंसा नहीं है जिसको लेकर के कि यहाँ के सरकार फिक्र करे। लोग बस विरोध जताना चाहते हैं, नहीं वो चाहते। ये देखिए फिर से फायर किया गया है, ये देखिए धाड़ 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 हवाई फायर की आवाज आ रही है, हवा में गोलियां चलाने की आवाजें। करीबन 10 से 12 राउंड हवा में गोलियां चलाई गई हैं। और ये अगर इन गोलियों के बाद इसके बाद जो हो रहा है, हम पूरा घटनाक्रम जो देख रहे हैं, जो समझ रहे हैं, वो ये कि जैसे हवा में गोलियां चलाई जाती हैं 30 सेकंड के भीतर आंसू गैस के गोले फेंके जाते हैं, और वो गोले फिर इस तरफ जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं, जो जनता है, उनके बीच गिरती है। अब देखिए उन्होंने भी एक रणनीति अपनाई है कि वही आंसू गैस के गोले उनकी ओर वो लौटा देते हैं। इस संकट के बीच में यहाँ पर जो सड़कों पर एक गिरिल्ला वॉर की तरह दिखाई पड़ रहा है। जनता जो ट्रेंड नहीं है, लेकिन आंसू गैस के गोलों से उनका सामना हो चुका है पिछले 96 दिनों में प्रदर्शन के दौरान, इसलिए उन्हें अब ये एक ट्रिक, ये रणनीति पता है कि आखिर इससे कैसे बचा जा सकता है। और इसीलिए देखिए हाथों में पानी लेकर के, कपड़े गीले करके, नाक पर आंखों पर बांध के, चश्मे लेकर के, और कई सारे देखिए हम कुछ फोटोग्राफर देख पा रहे हैं, ये स्थानीय मीडिया से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, इनके पास भी गैस मास्क है। मतलब इन्होंने इस संघर्ष को इतने करीब से देखा है कि ये गैस मास्क अब शायद ये हिस्सा बन चुका है। उनको पता है कि ये इस तरह का सामना हो सकता है, और जब आंसू गैस के गोले चलेंगे तो वो पहचानेंगे तो नहीं किसी को। इसीलिए देखिए अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए लोगों ने पहले से ही तैयारी कर रखी है। हालांकि नेटवर्क कंजेशन यहाँ बहुत ज्यादा है, कई बार लोगों से बात करना सुनना बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है। और भीड़ जो है, ये देखिए यहाँ अगर आप कुछ देख पा रहे हैं तो सिर्फ नारेबाजी से एक दूसरे का उत्साह बढ़ाया जा रहा है ताकि लोग मोर्चा ना छोड़ें। यानी कल तक जहां जमावड़ा था वो जगह वीरान हो चुकी है, जहां किसी को आना जाना नहीं था, सारी भीड़ यहां पहुंच चुकी है। और ये बस सिर्फ नारेबाजी करते हुए यहाँ पर जमे हैं सबसे वीवीआईपी इलाके में, जहाँ प्रधानमंत्री का कार्यालय है। सिर्फ देशी मीडिया ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी विदेशी मीडिया भी इस समय यहाँ मौजूद है, जो श्रीलंका के लोकतंत्र के इस अध्याय को पढ़ रही है, देख रही है।
We'll straight to Chaturanga, who is also now getting us more details on that. It does appear that the protests have intensified after the Prime Minister took over as the acting president, and the army has also sprung into action. The army choppers right outside the Prime Minister's residence, of course, trying to send a message to the protesters who continue to stay on, isn't it? They aren't going anywhere.
Yes, you're right, Sneha. The protesters are not backing down. There is a line of army soldiers here. This is about 500 meters away from the Prime Minister's office where Pramod is joining you from. And there is a military line here, and the people are showing their discontent towards the army here as well. There are journalists gathering here. At least 2 buses of army personnel were brought to this location a short while ago. At least 2 buses of police, STF, were brought here, and they are lining up in this location, blocking any more people from joining the protest site and walking towards the Prime Minister's office. To be very honest, these are very disturbing scenes coming in from this location. The military emergency law has been, basically there is a curfew here in Sri Lanka. As I discussed earlier, the first act of the acting president was to impose curfew in the western province, and he has also asked any people acting in a riotous manner to be arrested. And I don't know whether there will be enough holding cells for the Sri Lanka police to arrest all of these people who have gathered, and this is their democratic right to ask for the resignation of a person who did not have a mandate being elected as the president. So still, even as we speak, people are walking towards this protest site, but they are not able to go away, move away from this location, because there's a line of military officers standing by, and the military is asking for the people to, they're not engaging with the crowd as of yet, but where Pramod is standing, you can very clearly see that tear gas is being fired into the crowd.
Chaturanga, I also want to ask you, given that there is a state of emergency in Sri Lanka right now, what is going to be the role of the parliament, and is the role of the speaker also limited right now, given that the people, these protesters here, were looking at the parliament, were turning towards the parliament to do what they want to be done, essentially have a democratically elected government, isn't it?
Yes, correct. The parliament has a lot of say in this moment, because these are volatile times. Because in fact, if I'm to take you back to the point that I was trying to make earlier, the parliament consists of public representatives who have been elected by the people, and even the speaker, basically the legislature holds ground here in this situation, because the acting president of the country has not received his position through any mandate that the people have given him. So the parliament of the country holds ground. But what will happen when there is an emergency law that is being imposed and there is military involvement here is not clear at the moment.
Chaturanga getting us all of those details to tell our viewers. Sri Lanka is in a state of emergency right now is what we know. The role of the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has been extended to the acting president. He's declared himself the acting president and also a state of emergency in Sri Lanka. What does this really mean for the people? Political instability continues in Sri Lanka. The economic crisis also is snowballing, essentially, with no relief for the people battling inflation, the worst kind in weeks and months together that we have seen. Meanwhile, the police and the army trying to bring the situation under control using tear gas shells and water cannons at the protesters. We'll continue to keep a very, very close eye on all the developments from Sri Lanka. In a few moments from now, we're staying with these pictures as we slip into a short commercial break here.
Shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of tear shells fired here in Colombo. Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo.
आ गई। कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
You are watching watching. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
wastage is not just a social problem but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible, try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf.
Massive escalation on Lanka crisis. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe takes over as interim president as President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to Maldives, imposes state of emergency and curfew amid protests. A dramatic standoff on Colombo streets. Massive march of protesters breached Prime Minister's office. Forces fire tear gas shells. Army choppers hover over the stairs side as well as the Prime Minister's office.
सारी कोशिशें नाकाफी साबित हो रही हैं। यहाँ कुछ भी देख पाना मुश्किल है। ये एक टीयर शेल ठीक मेरे पास गिरा बिल्कुल यहाँ पे। कुछ भी देख पाना यहाँ पर मुश्किल है।
And India Today reports live from Lankan Crisis Zone. Our reporters brave the tear gas shells and the crackdown to give you unmatched coverage right here on India Today.
Earlier there was the police is firing on the protesters. They were suddenly started marching toward the Prime Minister residence. Multiple tear shells and air, the shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Suddenly I saw all the protesters walking. The moment they got to know that President has fled, now they're demanding Prime Minister to resign. This is the Prime Minister's office. They all started marching. There was a barricade. They're just trying to breach the barricade. Suddenly they started firing tear shells. Look at the other.
An NCB's damning charge sheet in Sushant Singh Rajput's case. Narcotic Control Bureau says late actor's girlfriend, Riya Chakrabarti, pushed him into addiction, used his money to buy and supply narcotics. And Moosewala murder mastermind Lawrence Bishnoi spills murder Salman Khan plot. Says plotted hit on Bollywood superstar in 2018 for killing the sacred black buck. And Mumbai fights early morning waterlogging after torrential rain. 69 dead in Gujarat after fifth day of rain havoc. Flood situation quite grim in Telangana as well. You're watching India Today's continued coverage. I'm Nabila Jamal. Sri Lanka now in a state of emergency. Let's take a quick look at all the most defining images of the protests that have broken out hours after President Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled Sri Lanka. Protests have broken out in the capital city of Colombo hours after President Rajapaksa fled the country. Thousands of protesters took to the streets amid the worst turmoil the island nation has ever faced. Angry protesters stormed Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's Colombo office, demanding that he follow President Gotabaya Rajapaksa in resigning. This comes just days after his home was set afire by those protesters, now frustrated, wanting a new regime change.
And the police at this point, public police is using tear gas. And police are also going over there.
of widespread protests against Prime Minister and the President of Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan Air Force helicopter was seen flying low near the protest site. This happened for the first time since protests began against the government. Security forces were seen using tear gas shells and water cannons to disperse the crowd when they tried to enter the Prime Minister's office, urging him to resign along with President Rajapaksa. And as we see here, huge face-off between protesters and security forces as protesters went on a complete rampage across the country. An indefinite curfew has also been imposed across the western province, including Colombo, to contain these growing protests. We're clearly looking at those protesters overpowering the military at this point. The visuals are certainly damning and upsetting for a country like Sri Lanka facing a situation like this for the first time. It seems like a complete economic meltdown. And out of frustration and desperation, we see the public, the citizens of Sri Lanka out on the streets condemning the regime that failed them. According in their view, the regime has failed them. They don't want Gotabaya Rajapaksa to continue. They want his resignation in no time from now. In fact, the president was due to resign, but instead chose to flee the country along with his family to Maldives. The resignation stays, but Gotabaya Rajapaksa seems to have run away from the situation at this point. We understand that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe now, as he takes over as interim, this hasn't satisfied the population of Sri Lanka as yet. Condemning this move, they want the Prime Minister Wickremesinghe also now to resign with immediate effect. India Today, the only channel on ground, bringing you the latest, these live visuals coming in from different parts of Sri Lanka. This Colombo, where we're seeing enraged protesters trying to find justice and a solution, if anything, for this desperation, the currently basic necessities that they're not able to afford. A huge economic meltdown, which it seems like the government foresaw, but wasn't able to handle it in time. We're looking at Sri Lanka now declaring a complete state of emergency, imposing a curfew across the country, particularly in the western province of the country, after their president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, fled the country. In fact, protests broke out in the capital city of Colombo after Rajapaksa decided to flee the country on a military plane early this morning. This has further led to huge agitations. Protesters very furious with the fact that first the regime failed them and now the president decides to run away. He's literally fled the country, moved in a military helicopter, a military plane rather, with his family to Maldives. At this point, even though much of his aides, many of them who are still in Sri Lanka, claim that the resignation stays, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is going to tender his resignation. But for now, yes, owing to the overwhelming protests and the kind of targeted protests at this point against the president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the family has decided to flee the country. We're seeing the military now trying to take control, but so far hasn't really looked like the military is able to contain these agitators. At this point, they've certainly overpowered the military personnel in numbers. And quite evidently so, with this economic meltdown, basic necessities in absolute scarcity. We're looking at citizens of Sri Lanka coming out on the streets condemning this dire situation and asking for a regime change at the earliest. We're seeing huge face-off between protesters as well as security forces. Protesters now going on a rampage. And these are live visuals coming in from different parts of Colombo, where we see protesters there hitting the streets. In fact, at one point, it was quite violent. The military trying to contain the situation without using brute force. At the end of it, the situation of these citizens understandable as basic necessities, including food, in absolute scarcity at this point for people of Sri Lanka. Ashutosh Mishra, our India Today correspondent, who has been on ground in Sri Lanka, relentlessly giving us those live reports right from the start of the day. Let me quickly cut across to Ashutosh as he takes us through the situation on ground.
I can see the policemen or the security persons with gas masks, with tear shells, with guns are standing, but only remain a mute spectator. You heard the senior army official say that we are not stopping them. We are only requesting them do not damage the public property. But these are the barricades were placed to stop these protesters. But that seems that they totally overpowered these policemen here. And now they are marching further. Clearly, since, this entire self-motivated protest is totally leaderless. There is no leader who can lead this. And of course, since the violent clashes have stopped, now they are managing also the traffic. They are allowing the vehicles to pass through and another passage for these protesters. And this seems to be the impact when the top army officials appeal them to do not create chaos on the road. Let's not public suffer. And that seems to be how people have silently agreed to it, and they are cooperating with these agencies. The protest continues, sloganeering continues, and also on the road you can see the better traffic arrangements being made by none other than but only these protesters.
All right, that's Ashutosh. Let me quickly cut across to a local reporter from there, Chituranga, who's been giving us those live updates and also the true sentiments of the people of Sri Lanka at this point. Chituranga, in the latest, what exactly are the citizens of Sri Lanka demanding? We know that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has left. He's fled the country at this point. Not only has he let them down with this economic meltdown, he's also run away from the situation at this point instead of standing up and facing it. What exactly are the demands of the citizens of Sri Lanka at this point? What's the emergency or an urgent solution that's needed right here?
The emergency solution that is needed is very clear, and that is for the Prime Minister to step down from his position. He is now holding on to the position of acting president. Now, this is another constitutional mess. The current president of the country, that is Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has only fled the country. He has not resigned from his presidency as of yet. He is in another country. He is currently in Maldives, as we are aware, and is trying to fly into the Middle East. But he's still the current president of Sri Lanka. So how can there be an acting president when the current president is still holding on to power? Is something that cannot be understood, at least from my perspective, at least from the knowledge that I have about our constitution.
We've heard some of the supporters of Gotabaya Rajapaksa who say that the resignation stands. He's committed to resigning. He's left the country because he and his family fear for life.
But just because the president leaves the country, the country has not seen his resignation letter. Whether the speaker has not confirmed that he has received the letter of resignation as of yet. So how does a person with when there is a president in the country, yes, he will resign. That is for sure. He has announced his resignation. Unless he changes his mind halfway through, he will resign. But when there is a president acting, how can an acting president be appointed is the question that I have to ask at this point in time. Whether there is a legal basis for it, I'm not sure. But to explain to you what is happening behind me, right where I'm standing, I joined you earlier, there was a line of military personnel, army soldiers standing here, basically as a fence to stop the people from going this side. And there were arguments, there were discussions with the military here, and the army line that was standing here has now moved further back. There was tear gas firing onto this side of the road as well. So earlier when your ground reporter was reporting you, he's about 300 meters away from this location in front of the Prime Minister's office. And I'm about 300 meters away. There were tear gas being fired at this location as well. And there are still police officers standing here behind me. And the people are trying to sort of voice their discourage towards the police and are asking, how can you enact the orders of an acting president who does not have mandate. So the police are also standing by here. We see serious number of military personnel also here at this location, a bit further away from where I am. That is the ground situation. Earlier on, we saw military vehicles coming here, buses with army personnel coming here. And now, from where I am, the situation for the moment seems to have sort of reduced in terms of its severity. But we cannot tell whether this will prolong, because as time goes on, there might be other updates coming in. There is okay, now there I can see people running towards the Prime Minister's office. There is some thing happening on that side. I'm going to myself walk towards the Prime Minister's office and have a look at what's happening on that side as well.
All right, at this point, from what we hear, that Rajapaksa was due to resign today, the 13th of July, but somehow he's got help from a senior leader in Maldives, and he's managed to flee from the country, from Sri Lanka, along with his entire family. His wife, 2 bodyguards, they've all moved to Maldives at this point. But Rajapaksa was supposed to resign July 13th, which is today, and which is why we see the citizens there furious. Ashutosh on ground, taking us through exactly what's happening there. Ashutosh, over to you.
लेकिन ये जो पिछले 6 महीनों की तस्वीरें हम यहाँ देख रहे हैं सड़कों पे, इसका बीज राजपक्षे परिवार, उनकी सरकार द्वारा ही बोया गया है। देखिए, सीधी बात है, अगर पेट में आग है, भूख है, तो भूख न धर्म पहचानेगी, न सरकार पहचानेगी, न ये अपना देखेगी। तो ये स्थिति क्यों बनी है? ये उनकी गलत नीतियों के चलते। थोड़ा योगदान कोविड का भी कह सकते हैं। संडे ब्लास्ट के बाद जो है पर्यटन यहाँ पर घट गया था, ऊपर से इस देश पर इतना कर्ज, तो कुल मिला के जो ऐसी नीतियाँ थी उसने इनको इस हाल पर किया। लेकिन उससे भी ज़्यादा आरोप ये है कि राजपक्षे परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार बहुत किया। जो भी बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट थे, जो भी बड़ी नीतियाँ जहाँ लागू करनी थी, या तो अपना राजनीतिक लाभ देखा या अपना आर्थिक लाभ देखा। उसके चलते देश पे संकट खड़ा हो गया, और ये उसी की बानगी है कि आज उसके बाद नतीजा वही है कि ये देखिए कि सड़कों पर आज जो है ये जो शांति प्रिय लोग हैं वो अब सड़कों पर उतरे हैं। हालांकि ये जो सब तस्वीर हम देखते हैं ये शायद ही कहीं देश में दिखाई दे कि अगर जनता, सेना, सरकार, पुलिस के आगे खड़ी है तो वायलेंट क्लैश होते हैं। कई देशों में गोलियां चलाई जाती हैं, यहाँ सुबह से जितनी गोलियां चली हैं वो हवा में चली हैं। जो लोग घायल हुए हैं वो भगदड़ में हुए हैं। सेना, पुलिस की ओर से टीयर शेल चलाए जा रहे हैं ताकि उनको जो है, ये देखिए एक और जो है यहाँ पर प्रदर्शनकारी घायल हुई है लड़की, उनको ले जाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। कम से कम 40 से 50 लोग अब तक मैं अपने सामने देख चुका हूँ जो घायल हुए हैं, जिन्हें बारी बारी ले जाया जा रहा है। और वो स्थिति होती है, वो चाहते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री के कार्यालय पर कब्जा ना हो। अब हमें जो जानकारी प्रधानमंत्री दफ्तर से दी गई वो ये कि अभी तक रानिल विक्रमसिंघे ने बतौर राष्ट्रपति कार्यभार नहीं संभाला, उन्होंने एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर पर दस्तखत नहीं किए हैं। वो इसलिए भी कि उनको समझ में आ रहा है कि अगर ऐसा होता है तो लोगों का गुस्सा फूटेगा और स्थिति और विकट हो सकती है। यहाँ पर जब लोग पहुंचे हैं, आर्मी उनके दफ्तर जो है वहां पर खड़ी है, अब सेना खड़ी है, एयरफोर्स के कमांडो खड़े हैं, स्पेशल फोर्सेस खड़ी हैं। वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि लोग ऊपर ना चढ़ें। लोग ऊपर चढ़ गए तो उन्हीं सैनिकों के साथ वो गले मिल रहे हैं। अंदर से टीयर शेल छोड़ा जाता है ताकि दफ्तर पर आगे ना बढ़े, दरवाजा ना टूटे। हवा में गोलियां चलाई जा रही हैं, प्रदर्शनकारी पीछे हटते हैं, वो टीयर शेल मारते हैं, ये उन्हें वापस लौटाते हैं। जब इनकी आंखें जलती है तो वही पुलिस सैनिक इनको पानी दे के आंखें पोंछती हैं। जब वहाँ सैनिकों की आंखें जलती हैं तो यही सारे लोग उनकी ओर पानी की बोतलें भी फेंक रहे हैं। मतलब जब हमने अभी सेना के जो बड़े लेवल के अधिकारी थे, मेजर जनरल स्तर के, उनसे जब पूछा, उन्होंने कहा देखिए हम हिंसा नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम फायर नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम इनसे सिर्फ इतनी अपील कर रहे हैं कि सार्वजनिक संपत्ति को नुकसान न पहुंचाएं। तो एक सैनिक की जो ड्यूटी है कि प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय पर हमला ना हो, उनको नुकसान ना पहुंचे, वो संवैधानिक दायित्व है, उसको तो निभा रहे हैं। लेकिन साथ साथ वो यहाँ प्रदर्शनकारियों पर वैसी सख्ती नहीं दिखा रहे हैं जो आमतौर पर होती है। और ये बात प्रदर्शनकारी समझते हैं कि ये जो सैनिक है पीछे जो वर्दी में है वो उन्हीं का भाई, अपना बच्चा, अपना बेटा है, इसीलिए उनके साथ वो एक आपसी तालमेल दिखाई पड़ता है। तो ये एक लोकतंत्र की ऐसी लड़ाई, इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि ये न कभी देखी गई होगी, शायद ही कभी ऐसी देखी जाएगी। ये सड़कों पर सरकार के खिलाफ है। सेना की ड्यूटी है कि वो सरकार में जो लोग हैं उनको बचाए। रानिल विक्रमसिंघे देश छोड़कर नहीं जाना चाहते, अभी तक ऐसे कोई संकेत उन्होंने नहीं दिए हैं, और ना ही जनता उनसे इस कदर नाराज है कि वो उनकी जान के पीछे पड़ जाए। वो चाहती है कि वो राष्ट्रपति ना बने, चुपचाप किनारे बैठे। उनको जनता का समर्थन बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है, लेकिन नई सरकार बनेगी, उसके बाद ही श्रीलंका में स्थिरता आएगी, और स्थिरता के बाद लोग भी 6 महीने से साल भर का समय नई सरकार को देंगे कि इस आर्थिक संकट को दूर किया जाए। लेकिन उससे पहले राजनीतिक संकट दूर हो। लेकिन ये जो तस्वीरें हैं, रह रहकर या तो हवा में गोलियां या तो टीयर शेल, तो एक तरह का गुरिल्ला वॉर जो है वो यहाँ आइलैंड में चल रहा है। ये हिंसक नहीं है, लेकिन जो कुछ भी हो रहा है ये सरकार को भी असमंजस में डाल रहा है कि आखिर रास्ता कैसे निकलेगा। आर्थिक संकट तो अब दूर।
There's a big breaking news coming in from Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka Speaker appoints Ranil as the acting president. Ranil Wickremesinghe has been appointed as the acting president. Remember, this comes even before President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has formally resigned. The formal resignation has not come in as yet, which is what has irked the population at large in Sri Lanka. But yet, the Speaker has taken the decision to appoint Ranil Wickremesinghe as the acting president. This is precisely what it appears that the people of Sri Lanka are right now condemning, that even before the resignation that's come in formally of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, here is Ranil Wickremesinghe, who's been appointed as the acting president of this country. Sri Lanka Speaker now appoints Ranil as the acting president. In fact, we're looking at Gotabaya Rajapaksa at a point when he was cornered by the population, the citizens of Sri Lanka, his own people. He decided to flee the country, got on a military plane with his wife. 2 bodyguards has landed in Maldives. At this point, he's currently lodged there. He's literally run away from the situation that prevails in the country, a huge economic meltdown where basic necessities, resources in absolute scarcity for the people of Sri Lanka. Food has become a task for them to access. No money in the country at this point. There's a huge demand, barely any money or power to purchase, expenses skyrocketing. At this point, the poor in Sri Lanka, largely almost most of the population, in fact, right now completely blown and affected by this huge economic meltdown. At this point, the president has decided to flee the country, while now the speaker has stepped in to appoint Ranil Wickremesinghe, the acting interim president in the meanwhile. Now, will this really help the situation at this point in Sri Lanka? That remains to be seen. But President Gotabaya Rajapaksa was indeed supposed to resign, and that resignation was to come today, the 13th of July. That was the assurance and promise that Gotabaya Rajapaksa had given. And once Gotabaya had resigned, as per the Sri Lankan constitution, the Prime Minister is ideally sworn in as the interim president until the parliament elects a candidate from among its members. So it appears now the Speaker has decided that Ranil Wickremesinghe will be the acting president until the situation settles and there's a formal election. In fact, this is the situation in Sri Lanka. At this point, the Speaker had to step in, looking at the crisis. A huge meltdown, economic meltdown that's resulted in frustrated citizens coming to the streets, condemning the regime that was the government that was run by the Rajapaksas. At this point, they're feeling completely let down, the citizens. All the more making it worse was President Rajapaksa, who literally fled the country on a military plane, has now landed in Maldives to try and seek some kind of refuge. At this point, he's claimed threat to his life. He and his wife, 2 of his bodyguards, all of them have flown down to Maldives with the help of, it appears, senior leaders of the Maldivian government. At this point, the Rajapaksas have taken some kind of safety in Maldives, while people there storm into the president's palace, and all kinds of arson that we've reported to you right here on our screens with citizens of Sri Lanka there. Quite violent at this point, despite the military being in large numbers present there all across Colombo. It appears that citizens have outnumbered the military. It's also difficult for the military now to clamp down on these agitators, considering sentiments, emotions running high because of desperation. Even the military quite clearly there understands that at this point, Sri Lankan people have barely any food to feed their family. They are in a very desperate situation, and out of frustration and anger, they're out on the streets. Military also handling this situation very carefully, not using any brute force, but of course trying with their presence and patience there to calm the situation, but seems like it's so far gone out of hand. Remember, this has gone on for over 2 months now, and yet doesn't seem like the government had any formula or solution to stabilize the situation. At least in the last 2 months, it's gotten only worse. And now, with the speaker appointing Ranil Wickremesinghe as the acting president, doesn't seem like that's going to settle the situation for the moment now for people of Sri Lanka. In fact, they're further infuriated, agitated with the fact that Gotabaya Rajapaksa himself has fled the country, and they believe that this entire process of an interim president at this point is just a facade. People of Sri Lanka now absolutely angry, and in fact, out of desperation, many of them indulging in violence as well. Those are the live visuals that we see here. India Today's only a team of reporters who are on ground bringing you all the latest visuals. In fact, you see citizens on one hand, many of them indulging in violence, on the other, many trying to peacefully protest, holding up flags of Sri Lanka, showing their nationalism and the love for the country, also asking for a solution with immediate effect. And to start with, they want Gotabaya Rajapaksa to resign at the earliest. Not happy with Ranil Wickremesinghe now stepping in as interim president. This, of course, has only inflamed emotions at this point, as we see. Let me quickly cut across to Geeta Mohan, joining us right from the newsroom. Geeta, a quick analysis on the situation right here. Speaker now decides to jump in, has appointed Ranil Wickremesinghe as the acting president. Does this stabilize the situation for the moment, or does it make it even worse? Because we see citizens aren't very happy with this solution.
Well, at the end of the day, the fact is that there is a major trust deficit, and that cannot be filled up or covered up by the kind of taking over from one leader to the other. And we see that swell of support or protest, so to say, against the leadership, any kind of leadership. That's why one is also asking whether if an all-party government would really be acceptable to the country or not. Having said that, Ranil Wickremesinghe for now is the acting president, and we will again have to wait and see how he is going to steer the nation to a point where there will be a working government, an acting all-party government that could really then look at pulling the country out of the crisis. The protests that you see are because neither Rajapaksas. Initially, we thought it was the Rajapaksas who were absolutely unacceptable to the people, and Ranil Wickremesinghe, a more acceptable candidate to lead the country out of the crisis. But now it just seems like because the entire administration where Ranil Wickremesinghe was brought in by the Rajapaksa government is the reason why the trust deficit continues. They continue to protest. They're protesting, and the massive crowd that you see, the tear gas shelling that you're seeing to dispel the crowd is certainly making things worse. Now, what is going to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours is absolutely crucial. We do know that once Gotabaya Rajapaksa, now this is again an appointment that is being made without a confirmation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa having tendered his resignation. He said that he was to tender his resignation on the 13th. But now, shifting goalposts, Gotabaya or sources from media in Sri Lanka have said that he will tender his resignation once he reaches his final destination. He's right now in the Maldives, and that's not his final destination. What we're given to understand is that Dubai is his final destination. So, without having tendered his resignation, we are looking at an acting president who's been put in place. And the reason why this trust deficit, the problems and the questions that the people of Sri Lanka are asking continues. And it is not going to stop till there is some semblance of a government that actually will be looking at pulling out the country out of the crisis. Sajith Premadasa is going to be a very important man and key to how the new all-party government will be formed, because he certainly is going to push to become the new president. But he, in a statement, in an interview to a media network in Sri Lanka, has already said that he will only pitch for presidentship once Gotabaya Rajapaksa puts in his papers or resigns, and that really has not happened. So the transition is happening among the people who themselves think that they can appoint a prime minister as acting president, but it has not happened through due process. Now, due process would be once Gotabaya Rajapaksa puts in his papers, then the others will be staking claim. Now, we will again have to see whether if Ranil Wickremesinghe, or for that matter Sajith Premadasa, have the numbers and support of all the MPs. We're looking at the parliament over here to really appoint an acting president.
Right. Geeta, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Ashutosh right there on ground, bringing us those sentiments of those people protesting. Go on, Ashutosh, over to you. What exactly, who are those people right behind you? And a quick word, Ashutosh, is this a sentiment of the larger population of Sri Lanka altogether? The entire country feels the same way, or is it a section of the society only?
Well, there is no section of society, Navila. It's the entire country, because ultimately they all have suffered for last few months, and that's exactly why were they agitating for last 6 months at least. And March particularly, you know, when this situation escalated, they came on the street. Here, look at this. This is, another level of confrontation perhaps never seen in the democracy in any country. You know, the army is deployed on the Prime Minister's office. These protesters trying to enter inside. The army is resisting, but there is a different show of strength from the armed forces. They are firing, but that in the air. They're throwing the tear shells only to disperse the crowd. Subsequently, when, the eyes are burning, the people are helping each other. And when the similar situation is back to there, because the protesters are throwing back these tear shells in the Prime Minister's office. So when they face a sense of burning, these protesters helping even the army. So clearly, it's not a battle between people and the armed forces. It's a battle, it's a political battle, a democratic battle between the protesters and the government. After all, they wanted the president to resign. They wanted Ranil Wickremesinghe should not take charge as a president. They wanted a new regime in the island. But that seems not happening. Of course, the constitutional authority and the process that has been followed, as the speaker announced Ranil Wickremesinghe to be the interim president. And of course, the legal procedure and the constitutional procedure will be followed in coming days on 19th and 20th, when there will be a new government. But that perhaps the people have been agitating here. The Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made a president, and there can be another alternative. If he refuses, the speaker can be made the interim president till the new government is formed. And that's exactly why the protest is happening. Subsequently, there is also anger that why these officials allowed. Of course, if there is certain decisions taken from the Ministry of Defence, it cannot happen without the consent of the Prime Minister's office. And how did MOD allowed Rajapaksa to flee? Because remember, when his younger brother, his sibling Basil Rajapaksa wanted to leave country via Dubai and wanted to go to United States, day before yesterday, he was stopped at the immigration office at the international, which is called a Silk VIP corridor. So he was stopped, and since yesterday there have been a protest by the immigration staff and the entire the airport workers, and this is to prevent the exit of Rajapaksa family through the VIP route. And all seems to be going in drain when Rajapaksa used this opportunity. India Today put out this story to our viewers exclusively, that how Rajapaksa was negotiating with the opponents, sent out a message seeking a safe passage for the resignation. He said, until there is a safe passage, he won't resign. And that seems to be working. All the political executives came on consent, and that after the consensus, perhaps this permission was given by the Ministry of Defence, and hence, midnight, this all drama happened. It was given AN-32 Special Air Force craft landed to Malé midnight. And what we are hearing that from Malé, he has gone to a private island in a private resort. But clearly, there is also a huge number of Sri Lankans across Malé, across those islands. So clearly, he will also face the heat even in Maldives as well. But for now, what is happening here on these streets, the protesters who were gathering at Gulf Face for more than 96. Remember, today is the 96th day of this protest, and all these protesters have vacated the protest site Gulf Face, where they gathered in the month of May. Now they all are trying to enter at the Prime Minister's office. Already the Prime Minister's official residence, Temple Tree and Presidential Secretariat and President's House, that remain under the captivity of these protesters. They continue to capture it, and they are not ready to vacate. Since the resignation has already been announced, now the Ranil Wickremesinghe is the acting president. We have to see, since they already gave ultimatum, whether in next...
Right. Ashutosh, stay with us. We know Pramod is also amid those protesters, the citizens who are really desperate to find a regime change at the earliest, not approving of the move where the speaker has appointed Ranil Wickremesinghe as the acting president at this point. Over to you, Pramod.
this is the situation here. Once again, tear gas has been deployed and people are walking out. Again and again, tear gas has been deployed and people are walking out. Water seems to be helping them currently, and even you can't breathe and you can't see. This is outside the PM's office, and here this is how the crowd is. Dispatched by the police and the army, tear gas, and they have been sent away. But these protesters again, row after row, and they're protesting that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not become the president again. From Colombo, what are you today? Move. Keep moving. This is the situation here. Once again, tear gas has been deployed and people are walking out. Again and again, tear gas has been deployed and people are walking out. Water seems to be helping them currently, and even you can't breathe and you can't see. This is outside the PM's office, and here this is how the crowd is. Dispatched by the police and the army, tear gas, and they have been sent away. But these protesters again, row after row, and they're protesting that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not become the president again. From Colombo, what are you today?
All right, we're looking at really tense situations there. Pramod Madhav, our India Today correspondent, who's right there on ground, braving all this chaos. Tear gas shells that's being fired by the army in Sri Lanka, trying to contain those protesters who are trying to barge into the Prime Minister's office at this point. They're not willing to accept any change or interim precedent, especially in the form of Ranil Wickremesinghe. They're refusing to accept any member close to the Rajapaksa regime. In fact, a huge trust deficit, as Geeta Mohan also highlighted at this point. Citizens of Sri Lanka there not trusting in the Rajapaksas and their government. Even Ranil Wickremesinghe, who ideally was known to be a mass leader or someone who had a mass appeal rather, he too now has been completely rejected by the people of Sri Lanka. They don't want him. They want him also to step down as the interim Prime Minister, not accepting of him being appointed as the interim President either. At this point, we're seeing tear gas shells being used to stop those protesters from approaching the Prime Minister's office, and even different parts of Colombo where we're seeing agitators running amok, condemning this economic meltdown, or in fact, pointing the responsibility entirely of the situation in Sri Lanka to the Rajapaksas. And anyone appointed by the Rajapaksas not approved by the citizens of the country. In fact, Ashutosh Mishra also joining us. He's right there at the spot speaking to those agitators. At this point, like we hear from our reporters, the military is, of course, very much sensitive to the emotions of their people. It's not citizens of Sri Lanka against the military at this point, even though tear gas shells have been fired. Barricades have been put in place. It's only to restrict the citizens from barging into government offices like the Prime Minister's office or the President's office. We saw over the last few days how huge population, protesters there, barged into the President's office, took pictures. It was quite shocking to see that entire government premises, especially the President's office, was infiltrated by protesters, literally ransacking the entire office. Clicking photographs and whatnot. It was a situation that showed completely out of control. A country like Sri Lanka at this point, the island nation, seeing the worst ever economic meltdown leading to this civil war kind of situation at this point. We're seeing citizens out on the streets condemning the Rajapaksas, and at this point, when ideally citizens and people of Sri Lanka would have expected the Rajapaksas to stay back, face the situation, help them rise from this desperate plight. Here is Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the president, who's decided to flee the country along with his wife, 2 bodyguards on a military plane to Maldives, where he's now seeking some kind of protection. He's left claiming threat to life, and Ranil Wickremesinghe has now been appointed as the acting Prime Minister, and as per the latest, the Speaker has also appointed Ranil Wickremesinghe as the acting President. This, of course, again, not going down well with the citizens of Sri Lanka who are agitating and has barely any trust in the Rajapaksas and their regime, no trust in any of their members to take control of the situation. And therefore, Ranil Wickremesinghe, who's ideally looked at as a mass leader or a man with a mass appeal, he too hasn't been accepted by the people of Sri Lanka. This is certainly the worst crisis that the country is facing, and very one can understand the situation at this point among the citizens as they barely have food to eat, basic necessities inaccessible, prices have skyrocketed, there's absolutely no money with the people locally there. And therefore, at this point, out of desperation and frustration, we're seeing large populations in Sri Lanka coming out on the streets, resorting to violence in some pockets, condemning the situation in the country. All right, now let's quickly cut across to some of those developments that's taken place over the last few hours with this turmoil in Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has now fled the country. He's landed in Maldives. Amid this widespread protests against him, he's fled the country hours before he was due to step down officially. He was to step down 13th of July. That was his assurance. That's today. But instead of formally progressing with that move, he's decided to flee the country in an army plane. And amid all the turmoil and protests, Speaker has announced that Prime Minister of Sri Lanka is going to be the acting President of Sri Lanka as well. Current President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is yet to resign from his post, but Ranil Wickremesinghe now, the man on your screens here, seems to be stepping in as the acting President. And further, protesters have breached the acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe's office, seeking his resignation too. They don't want him to be the interim Prime Minister or the President for that matter. They want his resignation, citing the worst economic crisis, saying there's absolutely no trust in Rajapaksa and his men. Ranil Wickremesinghe now looked at as Rajapaksa's aide. In fact, we're looking at Ashutosh there, our correspondent there. Remember, tear gas shells being fired at this point. Our reporters braving all that chaos and situation to bring us factual reports from on ground. Ashutosh Mishra, we see the situation is difficult. I hope you're safe. But what do we see right behind you?
भारी संख्या मतलब गिनती भी मुश्किल है अचानक से शायद 50-60 गोले एक साथ दागे गए हैं ये देखिए इसीलिए अब किसी के लिए भी रुकना यहाँ मुश्किल है हालांकि इसके पहले एक टुकड़ी आगे बढ़ी थी सेना की और अब ये पीछे से जो गाड़ियाँ हैं उन्होंने इतने सारे गोले एक साथ फेंके हैं कि अब यहाँ रहना बिल्कुल मुश्किल होगा पूरी की पूरी टुकड़ी एक साथ भाग रही है और वहाँ से पुलिस और आर्मी मार्च कर रही है आगे इनको खदेड़ने के लिए और अब ये जो स्थिति है बहुत ज़्यादा लोग खांसते हैं आँखों को जलते हुए आंखों में जलन हो रही है रोते चीखते हुए भाग रहे हैं देखिए लोग घायल हो चुके हैं यहाँ पर और पीछे वो गाड़ियाँ हैं जिनके पास पानी के गुजरे की मदद कर रहे हैं ताकि वो यहाँ से निकल सके किसी तरह जान बचा करके लोग भाग रहे हैं ये मिलिट्री ग्रेड्स के आंसू गैस के गोले बहुत हमारी देखिए सड़कों पर जो आप अफरा तफरी देख रहे हैं किसी चीज़ें तितर बितर हो रखी हैं इससे अंदाज़ा लगाया जा सकता है यहाँ पर क्या हाल हुआ होगा सांस नहीं लिया जा सकता यहाँ पे और देखिए जो पिछली टीम है वो फिर आगे बढ़ी है कि जो गोले एक साथ फेंके देखिए यहाँ पर लोग घायल हुए हैं भागने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं बस यहाँ से निकलना चाहते हैं जूते चप्पल सड़कों पर पड़े हुए लेकिन ये देखिए किनारे सारे के सारे किनारे हो गए हैं सब एक दूसरे की मदद कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे और अब जो जानकारी हमें अभी स्पीकर दफ्तर से दी गई औपचारिक रूप से कह दिया गया कि हाँ एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके ऐलान किया गया है कि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे ही एक्टिंग प्रेसिडेंट होंगे सारे फैसले वही लेंगे जब तक कि दूसरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रावधानों की और प्रक्रिया पूरी नहीं हो जाती है देखिए एक साथ ये समझना भी मुश्किल जैसे देखिए वैसे एक राहत है कि हवा की जो डायरेक्शन है वो दूसरी तरफ की है इसलिए धुआं जो है निकल जा रहा है लेकिन ये कहाँ से आ रहे हैं ये समझना भी बड़ा मुश्किल है मैं अपने कैमरा में जैसा कहूँगा कि आंख बंद ही रखें इस समय लोग आए हैं मदद करने के लिए ब्रदर ताकि ब्रदर लोगों की आंखों में काफ़ी जलन हो रही है ये एक ऐसा मौका है मैं चाहूँगा फोन लाइन के ज़रिए मैं संपर्क टूट गया मैं चाहूँगा संपर्क एक बार स्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश करें ताकि मैं आपकी आवाज़ सुन पाऊँ यहाँ इस समय आपकी आवाज़ मैं नहीं सुन पा रहा हूँ फोन लाइन यहाँ पर नेटवर्क कंजेशन की वजह से लाइन ड्रॉप हो गई देखिए ये सीधी तस्वीरें प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय के ठीक बाहर जो कि अब देश के राष्ट्रपति हैं प्रधानमंत्री और राष्ट्रपति रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के घर के बाहर की तस्वीर ये जो धुआं है ये धुआं प्रदर्शनकारियों को भीड़ को तितर बितर करने के लिए किया गया है लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं वापस जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं सेना और पुलिस समझ नहीं पा रही है कि इसको यहाँ से हटाया कैसे जाए
कई सारे प्रदर्शनकारी जो लौट के आ रहे हैं वो अब गैस मास्क पहनकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और उसके बाद हालात जो हैं वो लगातार खराब हो रहा है। और देखिए, अगर ऐसा ही कन्फ्रंटेशन चलता रहा तो स्थिति और उग्र हो जाएगी। लोग बचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। देखिए, लोगों को चोट लगी है। भगदड़ जब हुई तो लोगों को चोट लगी और चोट के बाद बचे। देखिए, फिर एक राउंड, फिर भागने की कोशिश। देखिए, एक शख्स घायल हुआ है जब भगदड़ होती है और उसको चोट लगी है, खून निकल रहा माथे से। और ये देखिए, तमाम सारे लोग अब अपने लोगों को सरकार धोखा देती है। सरकार धोखे बाद जिनको चोट लगे, देखिए कई लोग गंभीर घायल और इन सबको नजदीकी अस्पताल या कोलंबो मेडिकल अस्पताल ले जाया जाएगा। और घायलों की संख्या लगातार बढ़ रही है क्योंकि जब वो भीड़ इकट्ठी होती है यहाँ वो काफ़ी संख्या में है। अब ये संख्या हज़ारों में नहीं है और इनको गिन पाना मुश्किल है। ऐसे में पतली 60-70 फुट चौड़ी जो सड़क है वो कम पड़ रही है। और ये देखिए, एक बार फिर मैं कोशिश करूँगा पैन शॉट्स के जरिए दिखाने की वहाँ पर जो स्थिति है। अब जो फोर्स है, जो एसटीएफ है खासकर और सेना, वो सड़कों पर आ गई है। मेटल शील्ड से वो प्रोटेक्शन लाइन, एक बाउंड्री लाइन बना रहे हैं ताकि जो प्रदर्शनकारी आगे बढ़े हैं अब वो और आगे ना जा पाए। यहाँ सब कुछ संभालना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया है। लेकिन एक रणनीति जो अब यहाँ के जवानों ने अपनाई है भीड़ को तितर-बितर करने के लिए, वो ये कि जो दाएं बाएं की गलियाँ हैं, इस तरफ की गलियाँ हो, इस तरफ की गलियाँ हों, वो वहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं पीछे के रास्तों से और उन गलियों से वो टीयर शेल मार रहे हैं, यानी इधर से दाएं बाएं से, ताकि वो सड़कों पर आए और यहाँ जो भीड़ है उसको तितर-बितर करे। क्योंकि वो देख रहे हैं कि प्रदर्शनकारी अब इसको समझ पाए हैं, वो उनसे निपट ले रहे हैं। ऐसे में जो है उन्होंने भी रणनीति बनाई है थोड़ी सी आक्रामक तरीके से। ये देखिए, आंखों में, चेहरे में, हाथों में जो जलन है, कैसे एक दूसरे की लोग मदद कर रहे हैं। मैदान छोड़कर कोई नहीं जाना चाहता, हर कोई यहाँ पर डटा हुआ है। जिनको जो घायल हुए, देखिए फिर से लगातार और AK-47 की फायरिंग हम लगातार सुन पा रहे हैं। हवाई फायरिंग बहुत सारी की जा रही है ताकि लोग डर करके पीछे हट जाएं। और वहाँ पर आप तस्वीरें देखें कि प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय पर वहाँ जो झड़प है वो नहीं रुक रही है, वो जस की तस बनी हुई है। और ये जो तस्वीरें हैं, जाहिर है श्रीलंका में कभी किसी ने ऐसा देखा नहीं होगा और शायद ही कभी किसी को देखने को भी मिलेगा, क्योंकि ये ऐसा कभी हुआ नहीं जो आज हम यहाँ सड़कों पर देख रहे हैं। ये जो स्थिति है ये बेहद चुनौती बन गई है यहाँ के सशस्त्र बलों के लिए, प्रशासन के लिए, सरकार के लिए भी, कि इन प्रदर्शनकारियों को यहाँ हटाया कैसे जाए। अब नए राष्ट्रपति आए हैं तो उनको अपना कार्यकाल संभालना है। कार्यकाल के साथ कई सारे उनको आदेश जारी करने होंगे, संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया का पालन होना है, संसद का सत्र शुरू होना है, सांसद वोट देंगे, नॉमिनेशन फाइल होगा, नामांकन होगा चेहरों का कि कौन राष्ट्रपति बनेगा। लेकिन उससे पहले जो हम सड़कों पर देख रहे हैं, ये अंदाज़ा लगाना मुश्किल है कि आज की तारीख में शाम होते होते कोलंबो की इन सड़कों पर क्या होगा। राजनीतिक संकट खत्म होगा या नहीं, क्योंकि आर्थिक संकट अब दूर की कौड़ी है। जो लोगों की मुश्किलें थी, जो सब्र का बांध टूटा है, जो उन्हें सड़कों पर लेकर के आया है, उसके बाद ये आगे क्या करेंगे ये अब समझना बहुत मुश्किल है। जब हम पहले भी कहते कि 5 मिनट में यहाँ क्या होगा ये कोई नहीं जानता। ये लोग चीखते भाग रहे हैं। एक लड़की है, वो छोटी बच्ची है, शायद वो घायल हुई है, उसको लेके लोग गोद में दौड़ के भाग रहे हैं। तो अब यहाँ पर जो स्थिति देखे, इससे भी जनता का गुस्सा बढ़ेगा। और लोग देखें, जूते चप्पल जहाँ तहाँ बिखरे पड़े हैं। इससे पता चलता है कि यहाँ जो संघर्ष है वो कितना बड़ा हो रहा है। और ये संघर्ष अब आप समझिए कि घड़ी में इस समय 1:45 बज रहे हैं। ये हालात आगे कहाँ जाएंगे, अभी पूरी शाम, पूरी रात बाकी है और कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है कि वो यहीं पर टिके रहें। ये संघर्ष न जाने कब तक चलेगा। नेहा।
All right. Well, we see Ashutosh, of course, giving us the true emotion of those people on ground. They're furious. The public is furious that not only hasn't Gotabaya Rajapaksa not resigned as yet, he's not resigned as yet, but yet taken off to Maldives to try and find safe haven. In the face of this public revolt, we're seeing Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the president, I could say former, because at this point the president, interim president is Ranil Wickremesinghe, that's been appointed by the speaker. So therefore, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the question is he still the president of the country or not? At this point, he is fled to Maldives to find a safe place, considering he believes threat to life. And also, it appears that he is trying to escape any kind of arrest as the blame, the entire blame of this economic meltdown that Sri Lanka is facing for the first time in over 7 decades. The blame has been solely pinned on the Rajapaksas. Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the president ideally, he instead of taking responsibility or facing the situation at this point, has decided to flee the country. He's moved to Maldives to try and find safe haven. Now, Maldives, on the other end, says that Gotabaya Rajapaksa is still the president of Sri Lanka. He hasn't yet tendered his resignation. Therefore, if he wants to travel to Maldives, then we must welcome him. This is more or less a response given by Maldives at this point, when we're seeing huge protests, a civil war-like situation on the streets of Sri Lanka at this point. Instead of facing the situation, the president has literally run away. They're not happy with the interim president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, who's been appointed as the acting interim president. The public there, the citizens of Sri Lanka, now wanting him to resign as well with immediate effect. In fact, they don't want anybody associated with the Rajapaksas at the helm of affairs. They're pinning the entire blame on this economic crisis on the Rajapaksas, saying they couldn't handle it and they must be punished for it. In fact, at this point, we believe Gotabaya Rajapaksa also fearing that he could be arrested. If at all there is a government change and under a new government, he could certainly face arrest. He's decided to flee the country at this point, very clearly showing the intentions of the Rajapaksas, not wanting to take absolute responsibility and face the situation, instead trying to escape arrest or any kind of threat to his life and his family's life. He's decided to leave the country and literally leave his people, citizens of Sri Lanka, in a mess of such kind which they've never faced in life. In history, in fact, what we see here is Sri Lankans there in dire need of absolute basic necessities. They're certainly struggling to buy food, medicine, fuel, essentials there. Barely, in fact, absolute scarcity there of essentials. Barely any money that the people have to pay for those essentials, which are right now at exorbitant prices being offered to them. Ashutosh, who's still right there, remember our reporters, they're braving all that turmoil and chaos and that tear gas shells being fired by the army. Ashutosh brings us those live reports. Ashutosh, over to you.
Well, Nabila, this is really going to be a long battle. It's all started being hours now. And when we started walking with these protesters, all of a sudden it was spontaneous reaction. There were only few hundred. Suddenly it became few thousand. And now I cannot recall the numbers here. Just more than, 700-800 meter this entire stretch, 70, 80 feet, the width of this road. And that's totally crowded. That's one after one. It is really becoming difficult for the armed forces to control the crowd. Everyone just trying to enter, the protesters trying to enter the Prime Minister's office, the soldiers there, the army there, the Air Force commandos there, the STF there, they're trying to disperse the crowd. And the rounds of tear shells that have been fired here just on one day, perhaps in any country would not have been fired even, in the entire month if there is uncertainty or there is some kind of chaos. So that's what is happening here, and most as I see the people, the protesters are even quite trained. They're just taking their clothes away, dipped in a water, soaked in a water, and are just throwing over the tear shells. Several people injured, at least 50 to 60 people I've seen injured, one after one. They're helping each other. Clearly, the uncertainty and this anger is actually boiling right after these people. The shots again fired in the air. So rounds after rounds being fired by the armed forces to disperse the crowd. This is how people are injured, because there was chaotic situation when shells fired. The crowd started dispersing, and that led to the scuffle, that led to the entire situation here, and that perhaps, also causing the injuries to these protesters. Several women, children, men have been taken to the nearby hospitals. So clearly this is totally anger boiling after the speaker's announcement that the Prime Minister Wickremesinghe will be the acting president. So everyone is not even bothering about that there will be constitutional procedure will be followed in few days, and by 20th there will be a new regime. They just did not want to see Ranil Wickremesinghe as the next president. Here is another vehicle. Since the people have been in huge number, the throats are choked, eyes are choked. They are sending water to everyone. This is how to help each other, and this is self-motivated, self-funded. Everyone, every pocket of Colombo, and this is not happening only in Colombo, perhaps why in the western province the curfew orders were imposed. This is happening across the country, from Hambantota to all these forces, northern, southern, eastern, western part, all. But largely people have been moving to Colombo, being its capital, and they know that if you show your strength here in the capital, the message goes clear to those in the power corridors and also across the globe. So they just want to register the protest. What unique protest? So carrying the national flag and subsequently with these gas masks, and this is to beat the tear shells. Perhaps for last 5-6 months they have seen the situation volatile, often engage into scuffle with the armed forces. Now they all are even prepared with the glasses, with the gas mask to deal with the situation. This is just happening. We don't know yet when it is going to stop, because clearly the situation not seeing the number of protesters that are rising here, that is giving a clue that this is perhaps another long battle. What we are seeing for 96 days at Gulf phase, this will be another long battle stretched out. Many of them have been totally exhausted. Still here, rigid here, they are not going back home, as they warn until President resigns. They will not withdraw from the places that they vacated, including the Presidential Palace, Prime Minister's official residence. But what next at Prime Minister's house? We don't know yet. There was helicopter, Air Force chopper, therefore hovering all over, monitoring tear shells. Rounds of tear shells were fired, but still there is no sign of withdrawal by these protesters from this place.
It's of course a tough situation for the government as well, and clearly for its citizens. They've come this far, over 2 months of agitation, and they seem they're adamant that until their demands are met, they're not going to budge. At this point, India Today's reporters, band of reporters who are currently on ground, braving all that, those tear gas shells and the chaos, they're bringing us those live, relentless reports. Stay tuned to India Today as I slip into a short break. We'll be right back with this relentless coverage.
Shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of tear shells fired here in Colombo. Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates. Har Gustakhi Saaf.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Our relentless coverage on the state of emergency currently that prevails in the country of Sri Lanka. Taking you through all those updates. First, the headlines. Massive escalation on the Lanka crisis. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe now takes over as the interim president as President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to Maldives, imposes a state of emergency and curfew amid these protests. Dramatic standoff on Colombo streets. Massive march of protesters breaches Prime Minister's office. Forces fire tear gas shells. Army choppers hover over the stair site and the Prime Minister's office.
सारी कोशिशें नाकाफी साबित हो रही हैं। यहाँ कुछ भी देख पाना मुश्किल है। ये एक टीयर शेल ठीक मेरे पास गिरा बिल्कुल यहाँ पे। कुछ भी देख पाना यहाँ पर मुश्किल है।
India Today reports live from Lankan Crisis Zone. Our reporters braved tear gas shells and cracked down to give you unmatched coverage.
We're currently outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is that has been shelled and the public which anti-police are now running away. They are the crowds who are dispersing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the actual next president. Over here you could see as we speak, police is using tear gas and police are also going over there. And currently now this place, everybody is running away because of the chaos over there. The entire place has turned chaos. Police unable to control the crowd. They have used tear gas at this point.
Meanwhile, NCB's damning charge sheet in Sushant Singh Rajput's case, Narcotic Bureau says the late actor's girlfriend, Riya Chakrabarti, pushed him into addiction, used his money to buy and supply narcotics. Sidhu Moosewala murder mastermind Lawrence Bishnoi spills murder Salman Khan plot, says plotted hit on Bollywood superstar in 2018 for killing of sacred black buck. And Mumbai fights early morning waterlogging after torrential rain. 69 dead in Gujarat after fifth day of rain havoc. Flood situation quite grim in Telangana as well. Here's a big breaking coming in from Sri Lanka. While we see a state of emergency in that country, the Sri Lankan national television has now stopped airing. It goes off air. Sri Lanka state-run national television, Rupa Wahini Corporation as it's called, has now stopped live telecasting. The measure was taken after anti-government protesters breached the state-owned media institution and took over the office. This is, of course, really telling of the kind of situation that right now prevails in the country, the island country of Sri Lanka, a never seen before crisis of this nature that has forced the citizens onto the streets. And to adopt these kind of measures to try and gain attention on their demands that they've put forth, one of which that they've resorted to is to capture the national television, Sri Lankan owned national television, the state-run television called Rupa Wahini Corporation. They've taken over the premises, completely infiltrated the office, and now we hear that Rupa Wahini Corporation, the national television of Sri Lanka, has stopped live telecast. The measure has come after the anti-government protesters breached the state-owned media institution and took over. The huge developments coming in from the country of Sri Lanka. Remember, this is a state-owned television, Rupa Wahini Corporation, which is run by the Sri Lankan government. And this television channel, the National TV, has now stopped live telecast as protesters, common citizens, have barged into their office and literally taken over the premises, almost shutting down operations of that state-owned television with immediate effect. Most of those protesters there have breached into the office of the state-owned media institute, have completely taken over that office, and now we believe that Rupavahini Corporation has shut operations in the meanwhile as protesters have infiltrated into the office premises. The state-run television has now stopped functioning. It's not on air any longer. Sri Lankan state-run national TV, Rupavahini Corporation, SLRC as it's called. SLRC, the state-run television, has now stopped live telecast. The measure was taken after anti-government protesters breached the state-owned media institute and completely took over. This is certainly a dire situation for the people of Sri Lanka. Not only are people coming out and protesting the regime which have let them down, in fact blaming the Rajapaksas entirely, wholly, solely for this economic meltdown that's brought Sri Lanka to its knees. Remember, barely any access to basic necessities, no food, no fuel, no medicines. This is the situation that people are facing over the last 2 months. It's a situation that has snowballed for the last 98 days as per our reporters on ground, but yet no solution was found. At this point, we see citizens there targeting every state-run institute, including this media channel. Sri Lanka's media network, which is called Rupavahini Corporation, has now been pulled off air by those local citizens who barged in, infiltrated into the office premises and literally taken over that institute, the media institute. Live visuals there, you see some of the snippets there coming in off that channel. In fact, that channel that was live until a little while ago has now been fully taken off air after protesters barged into the office premises. And we believe post the infiltration, we hear that the office, those who are handling the office of that state-run TV, Rupavahini Corporation, have decided to turn down operations with immediate effect. These are some of the snippets of that national television. In fact, Rupavahini is a state-run national channel of Sri Lanka, was widely watched, and at this point, with protesters barging into the office of Rupavahini Corporation, the channel has decided to shut it down, turn down operations. They've gone off air. At this point, when we're seeing live telecast, in fact, they were relentlessly live with all the updates coming in from ground as their own, the country's population, citizens, all out on the streets, completely against the Rajapaksas and its government. All the people associated with Rajapaksa, doesn't seem like they hold any more trust or credibility among the people of Sri Lanka. Absolutely no credibility left in the Rajapaksa government, including the state-run television Rupavahini Corporation, which is owned by the Sri Lankan government, clearly has lost. In fact, the people have lost faith in any institute associated with the government, which is why this national TV, the state-run television Rupavahini, now comes under scanner and the ire of the public at large in Sri Lanka. Protesters now barging into the television's office and shutting down operations at this point. These are snippets that we're showing you of previous lives on our screens here. In fact, Rupavahini is a state-run, state-owned television, and they were broadcasting all the protests and agitation live all these days. It's been over 2 months now that Sri Lanka has been boiling with the worst ever economic meltdown. It appears that the country has literally been dragged to its knees. At this point, instead of facing the situation, the man at the helm, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who's the president, has fled the country, even though he promised and assured that he will resign, and hopefully people of the country were looking forward for a new government, maybe an all-party government. At this point, it seems like he's further pushed the state into absolute anarchy by fleeing the country and running away from the situation, leaving the public angered and frustrated. Ashutosh, who's right there, who's bringing us those live updates, facing and braving those tear gas shells and those military personnel who are right now trying to calm situation, but it's far from peace. Ashutosh, far away from peace. As we see the visuals here, it seems like this is a tipping point for the people. Either you find a solution immediately, or we're going to see a dire situation for the people of Sri Lanka.
Well, very unlikely. I don't see any quick solution immediately, that can put this situation to calm, because people, the number and the strength is continuously rising here. And, they are trying to disperse the crowd, go home. But largely it is the sentiment, because this is not the battle just spontaneously triggered. It has been happening for several months. And it is the situation, the crunch that forced people to hit the street. Most of these people have become unemployed. They left their jobs. The students are not going to college, not attending their classes, universities. Everyone is on the street, even the policemen, because the crunch has even hit the armed personnel, the army, the navy, even the coast guard. So everyone has affected. But remember the fishermen, the most marginalized company, contributes huge in economy. Since there is no diesel, they can't go in the market. This country also export fish. Imagine this, they also produce rice. They export it, but everything has come to halt. The country has already exhausted its foreign reserve. They cannot import even a single tablet, single medicine. That is the situation here. And when there is such turmoil, when there is such financial crunches in the situation, now it is further leading to the political crisis. The allegation that against the Rajapaksa government, as he indulged into the appeasement politics, he was engaged into the illegal practices, the corruption, the major charges, and of course the policy decisions, including the hefty foreign debt, and that failed, that perhaps brought this country, led this country to at this situation, at this scale, where people are now hitting on the street. Once all the MPs, this entire regime, the change in the government and fresh election, a section also wants, let only the president change, let there be new government, new faces in the power and take decisions. Now the question is, even if there is a change in guards, whether people are ready to give them time, 6 months to 1 year, because there is no magic wind which can solve this crisis and bring back prosperity in the island just in a couple of weeks or just in a couple of months.
At this point, we believe that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has literally run away from the situation. He's escaped not just because he faces a threat to life, but he's also worried that he may just be arrested. If there's a regime change or new government that could come into play, and that looks very likely to happen in the next few days or maybe a few hours. Looking at the anarchy-like situation that we see prevalent on the streets of Sri Lanka and Colombo particularly, it appears that a government should ideally be formed soon enough, and that's exactly the fear of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, that he's tried to escape any arrest. Considering the public, the population are blaming the Rajapaksas solely for this economic meltdown.
Well, that was the major demand by the people. They wanted the action against Rajapaksa family, the president, the prime minister, the cabinet ministers by the new regime, and that perhaps was anticipated by Rajapaksa. And clearly, what happens in democracy and usually in politics, that even if there is change in guard, usually such actions are never taken against the rivals or the opponent. But here the situation in Lanka is much different than the usual, because what has happened, that people were so determined that they knew if even the new government doesn't take action against Rajapaksa government, they could have again, hit the street. And this was anticipated by the former president Rajapaksa.
Well, at this point, from what we see is that the president also has immunity, considering he still hasn't resigned. So he has immunity from arrest. But Ashutosh, stay with us. The big news right here is that protesters angry with the Rajapaksas have now barged into the state-run television office, Rupavahini Corporation, the national television of Sri Lanka. Their office now been infiltrated by protesters, literally shutting doors of that channel, and that channel now has shut operations. It's off air. This is the latest information as we get right here, as Rupavahini, the state-run television of Sri Lanka, now goes off air as protesters barge into their office and take complete control. Now let me quickly cut across to those developments coming in right from this morning on the turmoil in Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled the country, landed in Maldives amid this widespread protests against him. He's fled hours before he was due to step down officially. That was his promise, but literally ran away from the situation. Amid all the turmoil and protests, Speaker announced that Prime Minister is going to be the acting President of Sri Lanka. Ranil Wickremesinghe, the man that you see on your screens here, is now going to be the acting President as well of Sri Lanka. Again, not to the consent of the people at large. The public, of course, not accepting this move by the Speaker. Current President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is yet to resign, though, from his post. And protesters reached the acting president Ranil Wickremesinghe's office as well, seeking his resignation, citing worse economic crisis. In fact, what it appears here is that no person in Sri Lanka at this point has any trust or credibility attached to the Rajapaksas or any of their associates. Ranil Wickremesinghe, known as a close aide of the Rajapaksas, facing the ire. And Sri Lanka now, under Ranil Wickremesinghe, has declared a state of emergency. Also, curfew has been imposed in most of the western province amid these massive protests against the Prime Minister and the President Gotabaya. But unfortunately, the imposition of these curfew orders has been quite a task for the military. Meanwhile, India has dismissed baseless and speculative media reports that said that India has facilitated President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's exit from the country. India reiterated that it will continue its support to the island nation at this point. Remember, India has already given out much aid to Sri Lanka, which is seeing the worst economic meltdown. All right, let me quickly cut across to Shanakia Rasamanikam, who's a Sri Lankan MP, joining us live here on India Today to give us an understanding of the situation that prevails. Shanakia, thank you very much for speaking to us and making time out in a situation like this. How would you receive this? And in your view, what's the quick solution? We can't see your country burning like this. I'm sure you can't see it either. What's the quick, immediate, urgent solution that is needed at this point?
Well, thank you for having me. Emergency and also curfew in the western province, and as soon as it was announced, the legal framework in Sri Lanka said that it was illegal because the president is the only one who can declare emergency. And then within a few hours, we see the speaker announcing that the president has appointed the prime minister as the acting president only because he's overseas, so he's not in the country. So therefore, the president has not resigned yet. And on the 9th of July, when the new wave of protest started and the protesters took over the president's office and his official residence, the president promised that he will resign on the 13th of July, which is today. And it's
he's not lived up to that. We're seeing protests as he's fled the country, and that's our latest update. We see that he's literally left the country in doldrums. At this point, he's managed to run away with his wife and a few of his guards to Maldives. What exactly is the solution at this point? Now that he's run away,
I was trying to tell you the solution, but then you interrupted me. So if you need the solution, you need to let me provide the solution. So the solution right now is that the Prime Minister needs to resign, because the protesters are not going to stop the protest till the Prime Minister and the President both resign. And if both of them resign, then the Speaker will become the acting President, and thereby the Parliament can appoint a person who has the confidence of the public in Sri Lanka as the next President. And even though the ruling party has majority in Parliament, they need to allow for a minority government in Parliament, because in the past it has been done. But the protesters are not going to stand down. And since the Prime Minister has been appointed, we see more military presence in Colombo. So we urge the international community to intervene right now, like you mentioned earlier. India has assisted Sri Lanka financially over the last few months to get essential supplies. But right now, it's important that countries like India, America, United Kingdom, and the European Union speak to Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe and urge him to step down, because the international community should stand by the people of Sri Lanka. There are 22 million people in Sri Lanka who need the support of the international community right now.
Shanakia, as we spoke a little earlier to some of Gotabaya Rajapaksa's aide, possibly those who are leading towards his party, have said that the resignation most definitely stands. He's left the country citing a threat to life, as we see protesters clearly trying to barge into the Prime Minister and the President's offices. So he's fled out of desperation. This is what some of his people have said. The resignation, though, most definitely stays.
He has fled the country and he has failed to resign. So we need to see his resignation, and if he doesn't resign and the Prime Minister don't resign, we need the international community to intervene. This is what we need done, because if you look at 2009, towards the last stage of the war, when thousands of Tamil people were killed, the international community didn't intervene, and then we had a major catastrophe in the country. And right now, I'm sure India doesn't want its neighbor to be so unstable, because if anybody believes that the protesters are going to stand down just because the Prime Minister announces curfew or Prime Minister uses the military to instill fear in the public, that's not going to happen. The public are going to protest, and they will continue the protest till they see resignation letters of both President Rajapaksa and Prime Minister Wickremesinghe, because the country will not accept Prime Minister Wickremesinghe even for a minute as the president of this country, because they are all responsible for this crisis. On the 9th of May, when President was asked to resign, and the former Prime Minister resigned, Ranil Wickremesinghe stepped in to save President Rajapaksa and his family. So how can we trust the same person to take the country out of this crisis when he's very much part of the Rajapaksa government?
Shanakia, thank you very much. We understand that the situation right now is dire and people are refusing to budge. We heard the MP in Sri Lanka speaking very clearly that it is the only solution at this point to calm these emotions here on the streets among people is to ensure that Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation comes in adequately, immediately. Ranil Wickremesinghe also must resign as the Prime Minister or the acting President. They don't want anyone from the Rajapaksa clan to be at the helm of affairs. In fact, Ashutosh Mishra, who's right there in Colombo, brings us these live reports. Pramod Madhav as well, braving all those tear gas shells and the chaos, getting us those sentiments.
We're currently outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is that has been shelled, and the public which entered the police are running away. They are the crowds who are dispersing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the actual next president. Over here you could see as we speak, police is using tear gas, and police are also going over there. And currently now this place, everybody is running away because of the chaos over there. The entire place has turned chaos. Police unable to control the crowd. They have used tear gas at this point, and as we speak, these were the protesters who were at Jalface earlier, and now they're trying to move away from this place.
This is really going to be a long battle. It's all started being hours now, and when we started walking with these protesters, all of a sudden it was spontaneous reaction. There were only few hundred. Suddenly it became few thousand, and now I cannot recall the numbers here. Just more than 700-800 meter this entire stretch, 70-80 feet, the width of this road, and that's totally crowded. That's one after one. It is really becoming difficult for the armed forces to control the crowd. Everyone just trying to enter, the protesters trying to enter the Prime Minister's office, the soldiers there, the army there, the Air Force commandos there, the STF there. They're trying to disperse the crowd, and the rounds of tear shells that have been fired here just on one day, perhaps in any country would not have been fired even in the entire month if there is uncertainty or there is some kind of chaos. So that's what is happening here, and most as I see the people, the protesters are even quite trained. They're just taking their clothes away, dipped in a water, soaked in a water, and are just throwing over the tear shells. Several people injured, at least 50 to 60 people I have seen injured, one after one. They're helping each other. Clearly the uncertainty and this anger is actually boiling right after the speakers. The shots again fired in the air. So rounds after rounds being fired by the armed forces to disperse the crowd. This is how people are injured, because there was chaotic situation when shells fired. The crowd started dispersing, and that led to the scuffle, that led to the entire situation here, and that perhaps, also causing the injuries to these protesters. Several women, children, men have been taken to the nearby hospitals. So clearly this is totally anger boiling after the speaker's announcement that the Prime Minister Wickremesinghe will be the acting president. So everyone is not even bothering about that. There will be constitutional procedure will be followed in few days, and by 20th there will be a new regime. They just did not want to see Ranil Wickremesinghe as the next president. Here is another vehicle. Since the people have been in huge number, the throats are choked, eyes are choked. They are sending water to everyone. This is how to help each other, and this is self-motivated, self-funded. Everyone, every pocket of Colombo, and this is not happening only in Colombo. Perhaps why in the western province the curfew orders were imposed. This is happening across the country, from Hambantota to all the courses, northern, southern, eastern, western part, all. But largely people have been moving to Colombo, being its capital, and they know that if you show your strength here in the capital, the message goes clear to those in the power corridors and also across the globe. So they just want to register the protest. What unique protest. So blue, carrying the national flag and subsequently with these gas masks. And this is to beat the tear shells. Perhaps for last 5-6 months they have seen the situation volatile, often engage into scuffle with the armed forces. Now they all are even prepared with the glasses, with the gas mask to deal with the situation. This is just happening. We don't know yet when it is going to stop, because clearly the situation not seen the number of protesters that are rising here. That is giving a clue that this is perhaps another long battle. What we are seeing for 96 days at Gulf phase, this will be another long battle stretched out. Many of them have been totally exhausted. Still here, rigid here, they are not going back home, as they warn until President resigns. They will not withdraw from the places that they vacated, including the Presidential Palace, Prime Minister's official residence. But what next at Prime Minister's house, we don't know yet. There was helicopter, Air Force chopper, therefore hovering all over, monitoring tear shells. Rounds of tear shells were fired, but still there is no sign of withdrawal by these protesters from this place.
Oh shit, Sanjay, kinare ho jao. Hawai firing, air firing, run. Fire, fire! You know, the police is firing on the protesters. They were suddenly started marching toward the Prime Minister's residence. Multiple tear shells and air gun. You know, the shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Suddenly I saw all the protesters walking. The moment they got to know that President has fled, now they're demanding Prime Minister to resign. This is the Prime Minister's office. They all started marching. There was a barricade. They're just trying to breach the barricade. Suddenly they started firing tear shells. Look at the other side. It's all multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of tear shells fired here in Colombo. Exactly what unfolded on 9th July. Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo. These protesters now covering their face because with the, this is how they're preventing themselves from the smoke. All are just taking their clothes away and covering the face. So there were multiple directions where the shots were fired, even the bullets, and this was an attempt to disperse the crowd once they started marching towards the Prime Minister's office. There you see, again there's another, look, once again armed forces, the STF is trying to disperse the crowd, just barely to see anything. So this is exactly the similar picture, again in Colombo, what unfolded on 9th of July. The protesters warned they will even gonna take over the Prime Minister's house and Prime Minister's office. Now these protesters have crossed the barricade. They again breached another safety barricade. Seems they all are trying to enter Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence, Prime Minister's another office, and the Parliament. This is another showdown by the protesters, by Sri Lankans, the ordinary civilians. Almost the nation is on the verge of, oh, there's a tear shell fired, another tear shell. This is to disperse the crowd. And barely one can see where these tear shells are coming from. Multiple rounds are being fired. This is to disperse the crowd and send them to multiple places, because the gathering at one place could overpower the authorities. These are the burning images here, what we are seeing in Colombo. Similar picture unfolded on 9th of July. Yet again, battle on the streets in Colombo. The crowd has totally overpowered the armed forces. There you see the special task force of the Sri Lankan police, totally armed with the gear, but none of them using force. And this is clearly a go-ahead to the protesters. They have refused to take hard action against these protesters. Now they are freely marching towards the Prime Minister's office. Of course, because multiple rounds of the tear shells were fired, the eyes are burning, throats are totally choked. And there at the side, there was a water cannon which was to prevent these protesters to move further. Now the water cannon has been kept aside by the policemen themselves, giving a go-ahead, a free go-ahead to these people to move further. They have crossed the Prime Minister's office, which is right here. The army has conveyed a message, do not damage the public properties. If you're marching, march peacefully. And that's exactly where you see these army, the Sri Lankan army Jawans, heavily armed, but none of them acting against these protesters. The top army official has conveyed a message just to keep marching peacefully. They have allowed this protest to take place, and all of them are now heading towards the Parliament. Their first aim was to reach Prime Minister's office. Here, army convinced them not to gather here, do not damage the property.
On 9th July, when the protesters marched, there was damage to certain properties, public property. There was violent clashes. Even today, we have seen them again. They're marching further. But since they have crossed the Prime Minister's office, the next is the Parliament, barely few steps from here. These protesters trying to enter the Parliament, and there you see the huge convoy of cops. That's the entire fleet of the Colombo Club, the local police station. But again, you see, without arm, without baton, and they are watching these protesters moving. And clearly, this seems to be the silent support to these protests. Remember, there have been anger even amongst these protesters against the government, against this entire administration. End of the day, they have also suffered through this economic crisis. And now the protesters have been given go-ahead. They're marching towards the Parliament. I can see the policemen or the security persons with gas masks, with tear shells, with guns are standing, but only remain a mute spectator. You heard the senior army official say that we are not stopping them. We are only requesting them do not damage the public property. But these are the barricades were placed to stop these protesters. But that seems that they totally overpowered these policemen here, and now they are marching further. Clearly, since this entire self-motivated protest is totally leaderless, there is no leader who can lead this. And of course, since the violent clashes have stopped, now they are managing also the traffic. They are allowing the vehicles to pass through, and another passage for these protesters. And this seems to be the impact when the top army officials appealed them to do not create chaos on the road. Let's not public suffer. And that seems to be how people have silently agreed to it, and they are cooperating with these agencies. The protest continues, sloganing continues, and also on the road you can see the better traffic arrangements being made by none other than but only these protesters.
Where are you going? I'm going to Parliament. इन लोग को पूरा बंद आती है आपको पार्लियामेंट में बैठने वाले पूरा गंदा आदमी और उन्होंने इस्तीफा नहीं दिया इसको जाएगा बोला अभी उस काम को देख रही है हाँ इसको बाहर में किधर मालूम नहीं लगता है सरकार ने भगाया उनको यहाँ से सरकार ने भगाया उसको छुपा के रखेगा इस बात की नाराजगी है आपको इस बात की नाराजगी वो जाएगा बोला क्यों आज अभी तक जाएगा नहीं है.
All right, as we see, the protest there, even this minute, continues as our reporters relentlessly bringing us all those live updates. And these are some snippets that we bring to you of that national television of Sri Lanka, Rupavahini Corporation. This is the state-owned, state-run television that was on air until now, until protesters barged into that national television's office and almost ransacked the premises, shutting down operations. That channel is now off air. In fact, we see that one of the protesters himself now sits and reads out the news. He's on air. One of the protesters who's barged into the national television's office has now taken over the anchor's chair and is now speaking on air. This is most of the visuals that we got right before that channel was pulled off air. Let me quickly cut across to our guest joining us from Sri Lanka, Jeevan Tyagaraja, who's the governor of Northern Province, Colombo, joining us. Jeevan, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. We know this is a very difficult situation for you. Curfew orders have been imposed, but it doesn't seem like the army right now has achieved imposing those orders. Many of them still, breaching those barricades despite tear gas shells. They're mounting and scaling those walls of several key government offices at this point. Situation seems quite grim.
Yeah, you're asking for my observations, are you?
Yes, please.
Okay, certainly, I think we've had quite a turbulent run-up since May 9th, and we had another one, as you know, this weekend. And my understanding of what's being done in terms of law and order is that it could have been a whole lot more worse on Saturday if there was a violent confrontation with the armed forces and the police. And the armed forces and the police restrained themselves. And that would have taken a lot of courage to let it happen, simply because to avoid any kind of casualties or escalating to a level of absolute mayhem and breakdown of law and order. Now, the second reason is coming up today, is the executive going to step down and what's going to happen thereafter. So, regrettably, we are having a few kind of calendar dates, which kind of takes the temperature up. And today is one of those dates. Now, here too, today, though curfew has been declared as well as emergency, the armed forces are not going with their batons or gun butts. They're encouraging and I think kind of shepherding and cajoling the youth to move away. They have to go home. I mean, they can't walk back home, all of them. So there was also various kind of deadlines given yesterday about, people have to leave by 1:15 or 1:13 and so on and so forth. So we've gone past the 1:30 now, and now we are coming close to 2:30. One stipulation we have passed, that is who is now in the chair or in the office of the president. That is the current prime minister has been formally appointed as the acting president.
Accept it.
Then there's a further demand that...
or welcome that move?
I'm sorry?
Do you welcome that move, Mr. Jeevan? The fact that Ranil has now been appointed as the interim president. We know that the people are opposing it, but how would you look at it? And what's the next step of action on your end?
Sure. You see, there are certain key government constitutional functionaries, and the country can't function minus them. Let's say we can't go without a chief justice. We can't go without 3 armed forces chiefs and the police. We can't go with the executive president, whoever the individual may be. So that position has got to be occupied all the time. Otherwise, the affairs of the state cannot be conducted at all. So irrespective of the individual, we now have somebody in the position of executive president acting, albeit, but still we have a president. We need that. Otherwise, we'll have a constitutional hiatus. Then comes government. We need cabinet, a prime minister who commands the majority of the house. So we are going through some very tender, delicate steps. But yesterday, as I understand, the armed forces chiefs and the police had met. They had been convened. They were ready for today. And that is why I see that you all are talking about national TV going off air, etc. So there was a change of guard yesterday, last evening. So the police moved out, so on and so forth. They allowed, I believe, 15 minutes on national TV for somebody to speak, and no more. The other national TV station has also suspended the broadcast for the time being. But as you can see, it's not a tough, no nonsense, keep your mouth shut approach. They're trying to keep that space open for dialogue, for expression, as long as it doesn't spill over into complete mayhem, breakdown of law and order, arson and looting or rioting. And that we can't go, and I don't think we'll be allowed.
The situation at this point looks very close to that, what you just spelled out. It seems quite chaotic, and we're fearing that this will lead to exactly that. Like you said, arson, violence, and in few pockets of Colombo that's already been reported. In fact, our reporters are right there on ground as well. But Mr. Jeevan, a quick word on where could this have been controlled? If not for Gotabaya Rajapaksa running away, this wouldn't have happened. Had he stayed true to his word, resigned, given a free passage for transition of power, this could have been avoided, isn't it?
I would say he's already, when you have somebody else in his chair, he's already stepped out of his office, not fully, but he stepped out of the office. So his functions are now fully in the hands of another individual altogether. It is not a complete closure. I agree with you entirely. And I'm not sure what the reasoning is that in terms of why is there no complete closure. But yes, he's stepped aside and he's appointed somebody else. It's in terms of a particular clause in the Constitution, which actually had been prepared for these types of eventuality. Going back to your comment about the fact that temperature is high on the roads, yes, it is high. Protesters, these are all young people, very young people today. And I think if you start assaulting them and shooting them, it'll become absolutely inflammatory, very difficult to get back. And let's remember one thing, IMF won't touch us if there's carnage. And international creditors won't like carnage and a fire on the streets here. So I think showing enormous restraint on the one hand, but trying hard to get the people off the streets.
Right.
Is what's going on right now.
Right. Governor Jeevan, if you can please stay on hold with us. We have some latest update coming in from your country. The Speaker of Sri Lanka now has stepped in. Owing to all this chaos, the Speaker has said, and I quote, "President has informed me he will send his resignation letter within today. A new president will be elected on the 20th in the parliament." This is, of course, after much of the upheaval and a public revolt over Speaker appointing Ranil Wickremesinghe as the interim president, which the public at large haven't approved of. The Speaker now rolling back, it appears. He says, "President has informed me that he will send his resignation letter within today. A new president will be elected on the 20th in the parliament." Let me cut across to Governor Jeevan, who's still with us. Governor, your take on this? The Speaker now stepping in, saying that the president, we believe this he means or is indicating Ranil Wickremesinghe, or does he mean Gotabaya Rajapaksa? Who exactly is he referring to when he says that the president has said resignation letter will come within today, new president will be elected on the 20th in the parliament?
So President Rajapaksa appointed Prime Minister Wickremesinghe as acting president.
Yeah.
Speaker is speaking of President Rajapaksa stepping down. That's what he's referring.
This is in reference to Rajapaksa stepping down, Gotabaya Rajapaksa stepping down.
Absolutely.
All right. So at this point, the Speaker says that a new president will be elected on the 20th in the parliament. What exactly do you believe is the reason at this point for Gotabaya Rajapaksa to have fled the country? Is he fearing arrest or an attempt now to cling on to power, even in this desperate situation? What really led to his running away from the situation instead of facing it?
I can't speak for him, but he had to leave his own private home months back. Then he had to leave his official home, and he couldn't physically function in office. So things were becoming fairly untenable. And wherever he was, I believe, in Sri Lanka, there would have been a rumpus. So it's, in a sense, I think, being forced to step down. I think that's, in a sense, what you're talking about.
Well, forced to step down, this should have been a moral responsibility. If under the Rajapaksas, the economy, they weren't able to manage the economy, it brought it down to such an extent where we're seeing an absolute struggle for basic necessities. No fuel, no food, no medicines. Prices have skyrocketed. People there in a desperate situation. Owing to this, and what they see right before their eyes, shouldn't it have been the moral responsibility of the Rajapaksas to have stepped down gracefully?
Yeah, as I said, I can't speak for him.
How would you look at it as a common citizen, Governor?
Yeah, there are a number of ways of doing this. Either you step aside without chaos coming in, but you step aside in some manner that is orderly and it's as prescribed in the Constitution. The other way to do it is as the House compels the president to become non-functional, and you can do that as well. This is a tough call, very tough call, extremely tough call. One can always say in hindsight could have been done differently, but that's really left until all the dust settles down for us to really get a proper analysis, because I would use the word unfortunately, we shouldn't be here at all.
Yeah,
we've got enough trouble. I don't think we should be here.
Sir, Governor, this could have been largely avoided. Don't you think that this was a cowardly act of Gotabaya Rajapaksa running away from the situation at this point? He knows very well that if he does resign, then he might not be welcomed into another country. He's not resigned. He stayed as the president of Sri Lanka and then moved out in a military plane using all those facilities and the immunity that's provided to a president against arrest. Keeping that in mind, he is very strategically refrained from resigning, left the country, staying the president of Sri Lanka, moved to Maldives, has been welcomed there as the president of Sri Lanka, and now says in hiding that I will send my resignation. What a cowardly act.
I think there are many moving parts here, very many moving parts. And I would say in my time professionally, I have seen a bit too much of this kind of stuff. And globally too, we don't want to go disintegrate and literally dissolve like what has happened in 2 or 3 other very significant countries in the world previously. That would have been, frankly, beyond words if it had happened, where, there is beyond just storming of offices and buildings and homes. We go well beyond. We take people's lives, or we take the lives of leaders. We couldn't have afforded that. We can't go back to the horrendous violence of the past. So as I said, many moving parts, and sometimes you are never really in control of all the parts. So who knows, what other factors were at play on the table. And we are talking politics anyway.
Yeah, and it can get as dirty as it can, and this is a classic example. We see the people of Sri Lanka. Governor, we're really concerned about the future, the near future of the people of Sri Lanka. Without food, no fuel, no medicines. Is there any way that you all are handling the situation, and who's right now acting at the behest of the government to ensure that these necessities are met with? Is there a reserve of all these basic essentials that you're using in for a rainy day like this?
Okay, no, there is no reserve for the rainy day, but I can really quickly rattle off. We have debts, outstanding debts, negotiate debts, all of that, but there's a very competent team who knows what our debts are and how best to take care of it. So 2 of them are, 2, if not 3 of them outside, 2 inside, which is Central Bank Governor, Secretary Treasury, and the others out. They're very competent. They have a very good understanding of what to do with our debts. We are negotiating how best to deal with the repayments. Gas, we are okay. We have got the gas coming in. But can you hear me?
Right. Governor.
Yeah.
Yeah, a quick word if you want to say to the people who are watching this kind of situation that you may have never seen in your lifetime. We hear that this is unprecedented in Sri Lanka. Really, India all along the way has been very supportive of the people of Sri Lanka. And also, I want you to rubbish all those rumors that claim that India has aided in the exit of Gotabaya Rajapaksa. This is absolutely baseless. Our government has clarified on that. Apart from that, enough and more aid has come in from India as well. A quick word on that finally.
Yeah, well, very quickly, I would say, I think we are running on, the most recent shipment is about 40,000 tons of fertilizer, which goes across the country. We've had medicine, we've got fuel. I believe there is further discussion with the RBI. That's going on. And as for developments overnight, Sri Lanka Air Force flew to Maldives. That had nothing to do with the Indian Air Force or the government of India. So I think these are 2 distinct things.
Yeah.
We've been supported hugely and wholly by the government of India, without a doubt. We really need to be pulling up our socks now. But I can also assure you and your viewers that it's not all lost.
Yeah.
My last comment is that I saw in 1987, when the Indo-Lanka Accord was signed, Colombo was stormed, precisely what we're having right now. It was stormed. Every effort was made to set it up in flames, so we survived that. We will. It's going to be a rough day, but we will survive this.
Yeah,
definitely.
Hope is alive. Hope is alive. Governor Jeevan, really, really appreciate your time in this chaotic situation. Thank you very much. I hope your word resonates with those people who are currently upset, desperate, out there protesting against the current regime. These are the visuals, a fallout of these protests, the vehement protests, as protesters have barged into the state-run television of Sri Lanka, Rupavahini Corporation. They've pulled down operations. They literally shut down that channel. But in the meanwhile, before shutting it down, here's one of the protesters who takes to the channel, comes on air and vents his anger and puts out his demands on national television as he hijacks that office along with several other protesters. These are the live visuals that's coming in from the country of Sri Lanka, which now is seeing the worst economic meltdown and a crisis unprecedented. So what really led to the downward spiral of what was once known as the island paradise? The country is marred by its worst economic crisis since 1948. Experts blame the Rajapaksa government for mismanaging the government finances and ill-timing tax cuts.
The current crisis was accelerated by deep tax cuts promised by Rajapaksa during a 2019 election campaign. Now, these tax cuts were enacted months before the COVID-19 pandemic, which literally wiped out parts of Sri Lanka's tourism-dependent economy. The war in Ukraine hurt supply chains, putting more pressure on an already pressurized economy. Huge piles of foreign debt, series of lockdowns, soaring inflation, shortage in fuel supply, fall in foreign currency reserves and devaluation of currency has adversely impacted the country's economy. The Rajapaksa government is now unable to pay for essential imports, including fuel, leading to debilitating power cuts. Ordinary Sri Lankans are also dealing with shortages and soaring inflation of medicine, of food, of fuel, and of pretty much literally every daily necessity. The country's foreign debt rose from a meager $0.4 billion in 1970 to a whopping $56.3 billion in 2020. The trouble was that the country's external debt rose quicker than its GDP. The external debt to GDP ratio rose from 31.6% in 2010 to 32.4% in 2015 and further to 40.4% in 2020. The foreign reserves in Sri Lanka in 2018 were near $10 billion and this nosedived to under $2 billion in 2021. On the other side, the Sri Lankan rupee has depreciated more than 50% against the US dollar in this 1 year alone. The Sri Lankan rupee has now depreciated against the Indian rupee by 32%, against the euro by 31%, the pound sterling by 31%, the Japanese yen by 29%, all between January 1st and March 31st. This comes as statistics according to the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. So what next now for Sri Lanka? It seems like the country is seeking financial support from the IMF and turning to regional powers that may be able to help. Sri Lanka has requested help from China as well as with India. New Delhi has already issued a credit line of $1 billion in March. Uncertainty still prevails on what comes next. Public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today. Watching India Today.
Shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of tear shells fired here in Colombo. Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo.
Massive escalation in the Lankan crisis. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe takes over as the interim president as President Gotabaya flees to Maldives, imposes state of emergency and curfew amidst protests. Okay, dramatic standoff. Breaking news coming in on the Colombo streets. There you go. Massive march of protesters breaching the Prime Minister's office, forcing the tear gas shells. Army choppers are hovering over the stir site and the Prime Minister's office. Lanka has been crippled by the crisis. Protesters have stormed into the Sri Lanka Prime Minister's office in protest. There you go, those visuals coming in right there. We're bringing you the latest developments from Sri Lanka at this point of time, and a massive breaking and an India Today exclusive at this point of time. Big breaking stories. the state of emergency declared in Sri Lanka, and the latest visuals on your screen right now. Coming in of protesters storming into the Prime Minister's office. This is huge, viewers. Just take a look at the kind of anarchy you're seeing in Sri Lanka at this point of time. Big breaking story, which is an India Today exclusive, coming in at this point on your screens right now. We've put that video out for you to get a better sense of what is happening right now. The speaker says, President informed me he will send his resignation letter within a day. A new president will be elected on 20th in the parliament. That's the latest coming in right now. This is a defining image, viewers. This is huge. You can see the Lankan crisis right there on your screens. The Lankan Prime Minister's office completely hijacked by scores of protesters. You can see that on your screens right there. Getting you all the details from Sri Lanka of the protesters storming into Lankan Prime Minister's office. And you can see the protesters right there. They've climbed on to the balcony. Those are the protesters that you see. They are on the balcony right now. They are trying to hoist the Sri Lankan flag right there. And you can see that the flag of Sri Lanka is being hoisted right there at the Prime Minister's office, and we've zoomed in to show you this is the Prime Minister's office. This white building that you see on your screens is the Prime Minister's office, and the protesters have barged in to the Prime Minister's office. They are at this point of time inside the Prime Minister's office. You can see the kind of anarchy that you're seeing. This, of course, after the big development that came in the massive escalation where Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe took over as the interim president. At the same time, you already know how Gotabaya has fled to Maldives. There's a state of emergency that has been imposed and curfew amidst these protests that are going on. And now the protesters are really, there's nothing that is stopping them at this point of time, because they've barged into the office of the Prime Minister of a country, and you can see that they are waving off the flags. They're trying to hoist the Sri Lankan flag. They're holding them in their hands as well, and see the scores of people who have gathered there. But I would also like to say that these are rather peaceful. We can't see any kind of violence right there. Peacefully they are protesting, but this is an absolute state of anarchy. These are shots of protesters at the Prime Minister's office. Mano Ganeshan, leader of Democratic People's Front, is now joining us. Mr. Ganeshan, your first up reaction on the state of anarchy that you're seeing in Sri Lanka right now, and the protesters now have stormed into the Prime Minister's office as well, Mr. Ganeshan.
I'm worried about it, first of all. Then I'm relieved that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is not in the country. He has gone away, ran away. But however, we, as the law-abiding citizens and parliamentarians, we seek a quicker end to this crisis situation. We have a roadmap to the parliament. Just spoke to the speaker, and the speaker recorded from the roadmap. The chaos would come to end by 20th or next week, Wednesday. Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ganeshan, you've taken to Twitter, and I'm right now on your Twitter at this point of time, where you have congratulated the protesters as well for staging this kind of protest at this point of time, saying that Sri Lanka shall be a secular state and multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-linguistic state. You've also gone ahead and congratulated the protest movement for their achievements as well. Any reason why you call this an achievement?
But yesterday, we opposition party leaders met. Were invited by the protest movement, a part of the protest movement, maybe the major part of the protest movement. We met and explained. They exchanged the documentations and policies and views. So therefore, at that meeting, I had to tell this as the leader of the Tamil Progressive Alliance, while supporting, congratulating, and sending greetings to the protesters. I've also said that their documentation and their views are not complete, because there is a need for the Tamil and the minority communities living in Sri Lanka whose aspirations also should be included, so that we can the change, the crisis would bring a change. The change would be a progressive change. That's what I said in my tweet, that Sri Lanka shall be a secular state, and also should be accepted as a multi-ethnic, multi-linguistic, multi-religious state. That's diversity of Sri Lanka should be celebrated as what is happening in India.
But Mr. Ganeshan, the reason why this particular protest is taking place is obviously because of the whole host of corruption charges on the Sri Lankan leadership and the kind of debt that your country is spiraling in. And hence, so why do you bring the secularism element in this, the multi-religious, multilingualism element into this?
Yeah, nice question. Because this whole process of this crisis, or the way I say this protest, started because of the shortages of essential goods. I mean, food, medicine, fuel, gas, cooking gas, all went out of stock. So therefore, people came onto the street. When Gotabaya Rajapaksa was installed as the president in 2019, people knew that he was corrupt. People knew, the voters I mean, they knew that he had human rights violation charges against him. People knew he had war crime charges against him. People knew he was corrupt, and his elder brother Mahinda Rajapaksa was also corrupt. People knew everything. But they knowingly they voted, because he won the war against LTT. When it is LTT, was a terrorist movement they considered. But however, when they won over the LTT, it transformed that war against victory against Tamils. So, end of the day, in my view, and view of all the Tamil and Muslim politicians mostly, is that this crisis, the root cause of the crisis is nothing but the unresolved ethnic issue. Therefore, I need to remind the new protesters, the youngsters, or young generation, to what the real root cause is. That is my duty. If I do not do that, I'll fail in my duty. Yeah,
Mr. Ganeshan, do you feel this is good riddance to the Rajapaksas, and what next is on everyone's mind as far as Sri Lanka is concerned? Because here, the entire nation has overthrown this particular government as well. In that sense, there is democracy which is prevailing in all true sense. But what's your view on what is likely to happen next, Mr. Ganeshan?
Yes, we have a roadmap, I said. Now, last 11th, couple of days before, the party leaders met at the parliament, chaired by the speaker, Mahinda Yapa, and we had a roadmap, assuming that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa would resign today. So far, he has not resigned. He has only gone out of the country and appointed Ranil Wickremesinghe, the Prime Minister, as the acting president. But yes, right now, couple of minutes before, the speaker came out and said that he has been telephoned by the President Rajapaksa from outside the country, and said before end of the day, before end of 13th, he will tender official resignation. So let us assuming he will resign. He said on the 15th, this Friday, Parliament will be meeting. We will convene the Parliament, and formally the Secretary General of the Parliament will inform the parliamentarians of the resignation of the President. Then there will be vacancy. Though Ranil Wickremesinghe is acting president, he will remain as acting president, not the president. So, but then again, the next week, then Tuesday 19th, Parliament will reconvene, and anybody who wanted to contest for the presidency should submit their candidature. So, as per Sri Lankan law, president is elected into power universally. People get a vote. But once, when going through the tenure, if there's a vacancy occurs with death or by fleeing or resignation, then there will be election. The Parliament will convene and elect a person as the president, and that president will remain for the remaining period of time. So, right. 2 years. So, 19th we will convene. Anybody can submit their application for contest. And 20th again, next day, Wednesday, we will convene. Okay. 20th we will elect, the parliamentarians will elect the president.
No, that's clarity. That's good clarity coming in. And what's your message going out to all the protesters right there in your country? Because now they've gone into the Prime Minister's office and completely hijacked that too.
because the protesters have already gone into the president's secretariat some days before, and also went into the president's official residence. Today they've gone into the prime minister's. Well, now he's not only the prime minister; he's acting president. He's anyway, prime minister's official secretariat, gone into them. But we need to keep this transition in a smooth, legal manner, because Sri Lanka always, you have seen, we had the war for 30 years. We had insurgencies in the south. But yet, every time Sri Lanka, the transfer of power or the new governments came through only through election. We are proud of it. In South Asia, only India and Sri Lanka maintain this record. Say, take Pakistan, take Bangladesh, take Maldives, take Nepal. There have been revolutions, military takeovers, nothing so happened. But Sri Lanka never, we never happened there. But during the war, also we conducted elections. So the Sri Lankans, as Sri Lankan legislators, we wish the transition period, transaction from one regime to other regime, one president to other president should occur legally, smoothly.
Do you think, Mr. Ganeshan, that this particular dramatic turn that is coming in against the Rajapaksas today in Sri Lanka is serving as perhaps a warning to governments all around the world on the dangers that they are facing as food and fuel prices are soaring?
Yeah, but one thing I must bring to notice, because we have been meeting, this has been certified by the ambassadors and high commissioners in Colombo, because Sri Lankan, the protest movement had been a model protest movement for the world, at least the world of this side, this region, because such protest movements, protests and revolutions, or whatever you call, occur all over the world. Everywhere, take it Africa, South America, or even Europe, or East Asia, anywhere, these protest movements bring deaths, violence, lots of violence. But Sri Lanka, you are comparatively less violence. We have seen burning down of the official residence, private residence of the Prime Minister, and elsewhere some residences of the MPs and ministers earlier, on the May 9th, when the protesters were attacked by the goons sent from Rajapaksas. But even those violators who are responsible for the arson are not part of this protest movement. The members of the protest movement have been always conducting their protests in a peaceful, democratic, loudly, colorful manner. That has been certified by the ambassadors and high commissioners who officiate from Colombo. They have spoken to me personally and told me because they are happy, they're proud, because Sri Lankan protest movement had been a model protest movement to the whole world. So that's fine. There is certification. So less violence, less deaths, less blood we have seen. But the change is planned.
Absolutely, Mr. Ganeshan. Stay on with us on this broadcast. We also want to take a moment to show you the most defining images of the protests that have broken out hours after President Gotabaya fled Sri Lanka. Let's bring you the defining image number one on your screens now. Protests broke out in the capital city of Colombo hours after President Rajapaksa fled the country. Thousands of protesters took to the streets, and it's the worst turmoil the island nation is facing. Bringing you defining image number two in just about a bit. Angry protesters stormed Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's Colombo office, demanding that he follow President Gotabaya Rajapaksa in resigning. This is coming days after his home was set on fire by the protesters.
The protesters and the police at this point. Public police is using tear gas, and police are also going over there. Now, in place, everybody is running away because of the...
Amidst the widespread protests against Prime Minister and President, Sri Lankan Air Force helicopter was seen flying low near the protest site. This happened for the first time since protests began against the government. Security forces were seen using tear gas shells and water cannons to disperse the crowd when they tried to enter the Prime Minister's office, urging him to resign along with President Rajapaksa. a huge face-off between protesters and security forces as protesters went on a rampage across the country. An indefinite curfew has also been imposed across the western province. Commandos took to the streets to contain the growing protests as Lankans are wreaking havoc across the country. Many protesters were carried away by the security forces as protests against ruling government turned violent, furious. Protesters are adamant on Prime Minister and President's resignation. The national broadcaster of Sri Lanka has gone off air. This after protesters stormed the TV station and demanded that only programs related to the agitation be telecast. My colleagues Ashutosh Mishra and Pramod Madhav are right there in the eye of the storm where Sri Lanka is seeing this level of crisis, unprecedented one, while at it, and they have filed these reports from ground zero. Here's a look at their ground reports.
We're currently outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is that Jasmine has shelled and the public which anti-police are running away. They are the crowds who are dispersing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the actual next president. Over here you could see as we speak, police is using tear gas and police are also going over there. And currently now this place, everybody is running away because of the chaos over there. The entire place has turned chaos. Police unable to control the crowd. They have used tear gas at this point. And as we speak, these were the protesters who were at Galface earlier, and now they're trying to move away from this place.
This is really going to be a long battle. It's all started being hours now, and when we started walking with these protesters, all of a sudden it was spontaneous reaction. There were only few hundred. Suddenly it became few thousand, and now I cannot recall the numbers here. Just more than 700-800 meter this entire stretch, 70-80 feet, the width of this road, and that's totally crowded. And one after one, it is really becoming difficult for the armed forces to control the crowd. Everyone just trying to enter, the protesters trying to enter the Prime Minister's office, the soldiers there, the army there, the Air Force commandos there, the STF there, they're trying to disperse the crowd. And the rounds of tear shells that have been fired here just on one day, perhaps in any country would not have been fired even, in the entire month if there is uncertainty or there is some kind of chaos. So that's what is happening here, and most as I see the people, the protesters are even quite trained. They're just taking their clothes away, dipped in water, soaked in water, and are just throwing over the tear shells. Several people injured, at least 50 to 60 people I have seen injured, one after one. They're helping each other. Clearly the uncertainty and this anger is actually boiling right after the speakers. The shots again fired in the air. So rounds after rounds being fired by the armed forces to disperse the crowd. This is how people are injured, because there was chaotic situation when shells fired. The crowd started dispersing, and that led to the scuffle, that led to the entire situation here, and that perhaps, also causing the injuries to these protesters. Several women, children, men have been taken to the nearby hospitals. So clearly this is totally anger boiling after the speaker's announcement that the Prime Minister Wickremesinghe will be the acting president. So everyone is not even bothering about that. There will be constitutional procedure will be followed in few days, and by 20th there will be a new regime. They just did not want to see Ranil Wickremesinghe as the next president. Here is another vehicle. Since the people have been in huge number, the throats are choked, eyes are choked, they are sending water to everyone. This is how to help each other. and this is self-motivated, self-funded. Everyone, every pocket of Colombo, and this is not happening only in Colombo, perhaps why in the western province the curfew orders were imposed. This is happening across the country from Hambantota to all the courses, northern, southern, eastern, western part, all. But largely people have been moving to Colombo being its capital, and they know that if you show your strength here in the capital, the message goes clear to those in the power corridors and also across the globe. So they just want to register the protest. What unique protest? So carrying the national flag and subsequently with these gas masks, and this is to beat the tear shells. Perhaps for last 5-6 months they have seen the situation volatile, often engage into scuffle with the armed forces. Now they all are even prepared with the glasses, with the gas mask to deal with the situation. This is just happening. We don't know yet when it is going to stop, because clearly the situation not seen the number of protesters that are rising here. That is giving a clue that this is perhaps another long battle. What we are seeing for 96 days at Gulf phase, this will be another long battle stretched out. Many of them have been totally exhausted. Still here, rigid here, they are not going back home, as they warn until President resigns. They will not withdraw from the places that they vacated, including the presidential palace, Prime Minister's official residence. But what next at Prime Minister's house, we don't know yet. There was helicopter, Air Force chopper, therefore hovering all over, monitoring tear shells. Rounds of tear shells were fired, but still there is no sign of withdrawal by these protesters from this place.
Let's get you the top 5 developments of the turmoil in Sri Lanka now. Development number 1, fresh eruption in protests in Sri Lanka after Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled to Maldives. Gotabaya was supposed to resign, but he has appointed Ranil Wickremesinghe as the acting president. The top development number 2, the national broadcaster of Sri Lanka has gone off air. This after protesters stormed in the TV station and demanded that only programs related to the agitation can be telecast. Top development number 3, protesters breached acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe's office seeking his resignation, citing worst economic crisis. Development number 4, curfew in the Western Province has been imposed amidst massive protests against Prime Minister and President Gotabaya. There's a massive street showdown between protesters and forces. And the development number 5 is India dismissing baseless and speculative media reports that said that India has facilitated President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's exit from the country. India reiterated it will continue its support to the island nation. Throwing straight across to my colleague Ashutosh Mishra, who's giving us all the updates from Colombo. Let's listen in to all the updates that Ashutosh has for us. Over to you, Ashutosh.
Oh shit, Sanjay, kinare ho jao. Hawai firing, air firing, run. Fire, fire. You know, the police is firing on the protesters. They were suddenly started marching toward the Prime Minister's residence. Multiple tear shells and air gun. You know, the shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Suddenly I saw all the protesters walking. The moment they got to know that President has fled, now they're demanding Prime Minister to resign. This is the Prime Minister's office. They all started marching. There was a barricade. They're just trying to breach the barricade. Suddenly they started firing tear shells. Look at the other side. It's all multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of tear shells fired here in Colombo. Exactly what unfolded on 9th July. Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo. These protesters now covering their face because with the, this is how they're preventing themselves from the smoke. All are just taking their clothes away and covering the face. So there were multiple directions where the shots were fired, even the bullets, and this was an attempt to disperse the crowd once they started marching towards the Prime Minister's office. There you see, again there's another, look, once again armed forces, the STF is trying to disperse the crowd. Just barely to see anything. So this is exactly the similar picture. Again in Colombo, what unfolded on 9th of July. The protesters warned they will even gonna take over the Prime Minister's house and Prime Minister's office. Now these protesters seems
have crossed the barricade. They again breached another safety barricade. Seems they all are trying to enter Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence, Prime Minister's another office, and the Parliament. This is another showdown by the protesters, by Sri Lankans, the ordinary civilians. Almost the nation is on the verge of... Oh, there's a tear shell fired, another tear shell. This is to disperse the crowd. And barely one can see where these tear shells are coming from. Multiple rounds are being fired. This is to disperse the crowd and send them to multiple places, because the gathering at one place could overpower the authorities. These are the burning images here, what we are seeing in Colombo. Similar picture unfolded on 9th of July. Yet again, battle on the streets in Colombo. The crowd has totally overpowered the armed forces. There you see the special task force of the Sri Lankan police, totally armed with the gear, but none of them using force. And this is clearly a go-ahead to the protesters. They have refused to take hard action against these protesters. Now they are freely marching towards the Prime Minister's office. Of course, because multiple rounds of the tear shells were fired, the eyes are burning, throats are totally choked. And there at the side, there was a water cannon which was to prevent these protesters to move further. Now the water cannon has been kept aside by the policemen themselves, giving a go-ahead, a free go-ahead to these people to move further. They have crossed the Prime Minister's office, which is right here. The army has conveyed a message: do not damage the public properties. If you're marching, march peacefully. And that's exactly where you see these army, the Sri Lankan army Jawans, heavily armed, but none of them acting against these protesters. The top army official has conveyed a message just to keep marching peacefully. They have allowed this protest to take place, and all of them are now heading towards the Parliament. The first aim was to reach Prime Minister's office. Here, army convinced them not to gather here, do not damage the property. On 9th July, when the protesters marched, there was damage to certain properties, public property. There was violent clashes. Even today, we have seen them again. They're marching further. But since they have crossed the Prime Minister's office, the next is the Parliament, barely few steps from here. These protesters trying to enter the Parliament, and there you see the huge convoy of cops. That's the entire fleet of the Colombo Club, the local police station. But again, you see, without arm, without baton, and they are watching these protesters moving. And clearly, this seems to be the silent support to these protests. Remember, there have been anger even amongst these protesters against the government, against this entire administration. End of the day, they have also suffered through this economic crisis. And now the protesters have been given go-ahead. They're marching towards the Parliament. I can see the policemen or the security persons with gas masks, with tear shells, with guns are standing, but only remain a mute spectator. You heard the senior army official say that we are not stopping them. We are only requesting them do not damage the public property. But these are the barricades were placed to stop these protesters. But that seems that they totally overpowered these policemen here. And now they are marching further. Clearly, since, this entire self-motivated protest is totally leaderless. There is no leader who can lead this. And of course, since the violent clashes have stopped, now they are managing also the traffic. They are allowing the vehicles to pass through and another passage for these protesters. And this seems to be the impact when the top army officials appealed them to do not create chaos on the road. Let's not public suffer. And that seems to be how people have silently agreed to it, and they are cooperating with these agencies. The protest continues, sloganing continues, and also on the road you can see the better traffic arrangements being made by none other than but only these protesters.
India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan spoke to Gotabaya Rajapaksa back in 2018. Let's listen into this exclusive conversation.
He was the man who played a major role in bringing about stability in Sri Lanka during the Tamil Tiger crisis. But there is another crisis of sorts, the political crisis that grapples Sri Lanka. Let's see what he has to say about that. I'm being joined by former Defence Secretary and brother of the current Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa, being joined by Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Many thanks for joining us, sir. What do you make of the current political crisis that has grappled this country, again, maybe threatening it to yet another either constitutional deadlock or a political deadlock?
My personal opinion is this is a political deadlock. So the only way I think and I feel right is to go back to the people and get the people's verdict. So my proposal is to dissolve this parliament and go for a general election, parliamentary election. So that I think very democratic, because in Sri Lanka sovereignty is with the people. So let the people decide.
Do you think so? What about the 19th Amendment? 19th Amendment was to ensure that this power of removal of the president is curtailed. Now, in that, there might be a Sinhala version on dissolution of the parliament, but nowhere does it say that the president has the power to remove.
Not on the Sinhala version. It's even in the English version, it is very clear. See, because according to the 19th Amendment, when they brought in the 19th Amendment, there was this popular thing that the cabinet must be small, you know. So that was one of the
yes, confine it to
election 30. Promises given. So they made it according from the Constitution, they made it the number of the cabinet ministers, they restricted to 30. But then again, they created another option, that to form a national government or a coalition government, national government. Now, according to that, it says, notwithstanding anything contained in paragraph 1 of this article, where the recognized political party or the independent group which obtains highest number of seats in parliament forms a national government. The number of ministers in that cabinet of ministers, the number of ministers who are that can be decided by the parliament. That means you can increase the number of parliament.
Because the coalition government.
Because of the national or coalition government. So, when that's what they did, they the UNP and part of the SLFP formed this national government. Therefore, they were able to increase the number of ministers. I think there were about 70 ministers.
But are you
saying? When one party of the national government withdraw from that coalition, then automatically you have to dissolve the cabinet. The cabinet of ministers will have to come down to 30. So there is no way that they can continue that automatically. It's not actually president removed the prime minister. It's from the constitution. Automatically he has to vacate that post because there is no cabinet.
But
after
the pulling out can would also have meant readjustment and realignment of the parties. If the president wants it.
No,
the fact that the president removed the prime minister in a manner in which he did, do you think the better option would have been just go to the people again?
That's what I'm suggesting. We go to the people, have election.
All right, my colleague Pramod Madhav is getting us a ground report. Let's take a listen into this ground report filed earlier today.
Protests in the streets of Colombo still continues, and the people near the are still protesting, and here they are holding a march. Not just a simple march, they are also carrying the shields in front of them to symbolically say that they are here. And not just that, this is the same place where multiple rounds of tear gas were fired upon them to disperse them. Still the crowd is coming over and they are protesting row after row, demanding that not just Gotabaya but Ranil Wickremesinghe, also the acting Prime Minister, President, also resigned. However, Ranil Wickremesinghe so far has said that he'll be the president until an all-party government is formed, and he claims that the country is under threat of fascist forces, and that's the reason he is appointed as the acting president, and he claims that that's the reason he has also declared an emergency. These have not gone well with the protesters who are still on the streets of Colombo surrounding the Prime Minister's office, and they are still protesting. From Madhav for India Today.
Okay, breaking news just coming in. Protesters enter the Sri Lankan Prime Minister's office. Let's get you those exclusive India Today visuals at this point of time. We're getting you visuals of protesters take over the Prime Minister's office, enter Lankan Prime Minister's office. Those are visuals coming in from the Prime Minister's office. It's an India Today exclusive in Galaface. We're getting you a breaking story on your screens right now. India Today exclusive images accessed of the protesters entering the Prime Minister's office. They've climbed onto the balcony as well. They were waving off the Sri Lankan flag right there. The protesters have entered the Prime Minister's office. That's a big breaking story we're getting you on India Today, and these are visuals exclusive to India Today. Sri Lanka continues to be on the boil at this point. Massive escalation that is being witnessed in the Sri Lankan political crisis. The entire country in a state of anarchy. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has taken over as interim president as President Gotabaya has fled to Maldives. There is a state of emergency imposed and curfew amidst all these protests that are going on. And the latest is just take a look at those men out there. They were just standing on the balcony edges. Mohammad Nazik is joining us live from Colombo. Mohammad, protesters have entered, hundreds of them, inside Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister's office as well. They've gone ahead and even started hoisting flags inside at this point of time. What is the latest that you can tell us?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Mohammed, I can hear you very clearly. Go on.
Okay. Right now, actually, as you said, that Sri Lankan protesters have occupied the Prime Minister's office, and right now there is a rally is going on in front of President's Secretary. You can see the visuals now. They have read in all three languages in Sri Lanka, Argale Janaliya, Poratatin Makal, and the People's Rally of the Struggle. So right now, the struggle has reached to a peak, Mr. Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the president of the Sri Lanka, has fled to the Maldives with a lot of struggle in fleeing from Sri Lanka, because the people working in airports and people working in port authorities, they were with the protest of the people. So it was very hard for the president to flee from the country. And thereafter, at the end, as per the reports coming from Sri Lankan Air Force, they with a private jet called Antonov A32B, they fetched, or they brought the president to the Malé, and now we are hearing news from the Malé stating that there were a lot of opposition from the people or Sri Lankans working in the Maldives, and also the people of Maldives, because this Gotabaya Rajapaksa and his political camp came to power with the Islamophobic, ethnocentric sentiments. So already the Organization of Islamic Countries also requested during the burning of cremating the corpse of the Muslims died due to the COVID-19. So those were rejected by the government of Gotabaya Rajapaksa at that time. So because of that, we are getting reports stating that people from the Mali and Maldives are opposing the to giving giving opportunity to stay in Maldives. So right now, at the moment in Sri Lanka, in the other way, that Prime Minister has been appointed as the working or acting president. Ranil Wickremesinghe has been appointed as acting president, and that has brought rampage into the country, stating that he also rejected by a person or a politician, rejected by the people, because he got only around 10 to 20,000 votes, and he lost in the last parliament election. So his party, the party, it was there from the independence of the Sri Lanka, the United National Party, didn't want any seats in Sri Lanka, and at the moment, because of the nationalists, they got one seat. Via that one seat, the party president Ranil Wickremesinghe entered into the parliament.
So the protesters' demand at this point of time, Mohammed, let me get this right, is for Gotabaya to resign by the end of the day, and also for Ranil Wickremesinghe to step down as the interim president. Is that what the protesters want at this point?
The protesters wanted Wickremesinghe to step down. That's what they are saying in this song playing right now. Also, they are stating both Ranil Wickremesinghe and Gotabaya Rajapaksa both has to step down from their relevant positions, and especially from the presidency and acting presidency. And thereafter, they are expecting an interim government. In the action plan, the protesters has quoted, there should be an interim government comprising of all parties in the parliament right now until the election up ahead. And the protesters wants an election in near future, around within 12 months. It is mentioned in their action plan. So according to that, they are working, and now they are protesting. They are singing songs stating that both Gota and Ranil Wickremesinghe, both of them have to step down from their relevant positions. That is their request.
So they want both of them to step down with immediate effect. Are they convinced that the president is going to be now elected on 20th of July in the parliament, according to what the Speaker of Sri Lanka has said?
With the sound of the music, actually, I can't hear you.
I'm saying, are they, of course, they want Gotabaya and Ranil to resign with immediate effect. Even Ranil, as the interim president, they want him to resign with immediate effect. But until 20th, there will be a new election. That's what the Speaker has said. The president will be elected on 20th of July. Are they convinced with that?
They are telling that this person, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has no any people's mandate to be even a parliament member. So how can he be a president? That is their question. That's what they asked during the media conference also. So they want the person who has no any people's mandate even to be a member of parliament Sri Lanka. Then how can he be a president of the Sri Lanka? So that's why they are telling they are not ready to accept this Ranil Wickremesinghe as their acting president even up until 20th of this month.
What about the fact that the transition of power has to go according to the constitution? What do the protesters have to say about that, Mohammed?
Protesters are saying that both Ranil Wickremesinghe and Gotabaya Rajapaksa has lots of accusations with the fraud and theft during their regimes in last 4 decades. So they want both Ranil and Gota has to step down, and they want legal, proper judiciary actions for those thefts and for those mismanagements. So, and thereafter, they want, according to Constitution, if both of them step down, thereafter, the Speaker of the Parliament can be the President of the Sri Lanka. They are agreeing to that. There should be an interim government comprising all parties in the Parliament should should lead the country up until the next parliament election, and thereafter they believe they can go ahead to solve these crises, both the political and the economical crisis.
Right, and at the moment, Mohammed, are the protests largely peaceful, or are you also seeing spurts of violence in the protests? What are you picking up from ground zero, Mohammed?
Right now, in the goal face, in the President's Secretariat, there is no any violent actions. You can see people are peacefully listening to the songs played by the protesters, and also they are peacefully hearing to the speeches of the important leaders in the protesters, including Father Reverend Jeevan Piri spoke here, and thereafter another clergy, Buddhist monk, Pastor spoke here, and likewise important leading famous religious leaders.
Hold on right there. My colleague Ashutosh Mishra. Mohammed, stay with us. Ashutosh is inside the Prime Minister's office, where the protesters have completely hijacked the Prime Minister's office at this point. Ashutosh, I'm throwing straight across to you. What do the protesters want, and what's going on inside? If you could bring us up to speed with the latest developments.
Well, Chati, this is what the protesters wanted after, the taking over the presidential palace, presidential secretariat, prime minister residence, prime minister's office, because this is where the Ranil Wickremesinghe has to work. And right after taking over as a working president of Sri Lanka, this was the anger amongst the people who were agitating that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the president. And that exactly was the hours of the scuffle. And finally, they breached the security perimeter, and there was huge forces. There was special task force, there were policemen, armed policemen, and also the military. And if you see right in that hall, huge number of military persons are still sitting, and that is, we are inside where the Prime Minister holds meeting. This is the meeting area. Now you see, we just walk inside there, you see how the protesters entered. But it is way different than what had happened on 9th July, that protesters are in discipline. Though they breached it, they entered inside, but they are appealing each other not to touch public properties, not to destroy anything. And that is like, there you also see the STF and the police and army also, adjusting with these volunteers, these protesters, they allowing them to come inside, get pictures clicked, but nothing is being touched. No property has been destroyed at the Prime Minister's office. And this is what the Bar Council has been appealing. This is what the even protesters have been appealing. Their target was to take it over. Their target was to send out a message. It was a symbol of protest by these, because they have been almost virtually protesting for 96 days. We'll just walk you outside how it looks like when the protesters reached. It has just been 20 minutes. They were all in a huge number outside, and now we are just taking you outside. Look at the number. Look at the strength of the armed personnel were deployed here. But despite all this power, despite all the strength, looks that the protesters overpowered them, because the numbers were not in 100, not in 1,000, but were in lakhs. The entire Colombo protest, if you remember those images, the drone captured images where lakhs of the protesters were seen at the Gulf face protest. They all started walking, and this was a spontaneous reaction. The moment they heard President has fled and Ranil Wickremesinghe could be the next president, this is what they put. These are the armed personnel. They were guarding the front line. There was firing in the air, multiple rounds through AK-47, multiple military grade the tear shells were fired. Nothing worked. Looks like they totally surrendered. But one thing I could really say, that army maintained the restraint. They did not fire upon the protesters. They did not use force on the protesters. The only aim was to disperse them, and hence the fire in the air and the tear shells were used on the protesters. But everything defeated by them. Looking at their huge number, that's the main gate where the national flag is flying. They are just shouting slogans. There's a huge crowd. We have seen the way people have been visiting.
Largely this protest has been absolutely peaceful. Ashutosh, would you say that?
It has been peaceful. They were walking on the road. In fact, when there were first round of tear shells were fired, I was along with the crowd. Then we heard the senior army general was talking to the protesters and convinced them, you are going somewhere, you are march it peacefully, do not damage the public property. And people heard them, people loved them, they hugged the army personnel, even the army officials. And then they started marching towards the parliament. But suddenly they turned back to the Prime Minister's office, and at last they managed to reach here. No property has been damaged. There was only rounds of scuffle with the military personnel. This is how the protesters are, managing things, that there's a huge crowd. Everyone wants to go inside. Everyone wants to visit inside. They are allowing them one by one inside. Military personnel, whatever objects are kept inside, preserved inside, being guarded by the military personnel, as a special task force, and also by these protesters, volunteers. So suddenly the army and the same protesters who were engaged in a conflict, who were engaged almost in a virtual battle, of course not a really deadly violent battle, they all are now working together. It was very interesting to see when the army was pelting tear shells to the protesters, they were throwing it back to the army. When the civilians were injured, they had the eyes burning, the army personnel were giving them water. When they threw it back to the army, when army personnel were burning their eyes, it was the civilians who were helping the army personnel. This is a picture never seen in the democratic history of any country, and perhaps will never be seen. They know the battle is not against the army personnel, these army jawans, because they are their own family member, they are their own brother, sister, son. But it was a battle against a government. They were fighting against a government, and hence perhaps there was restraint, totally restraint maintained by the army force. Several jawans also received injury, few nose broken, a few also scratches, and that's the kind of injuries they received. Look at this strength. This is the strength, and 10 times more than that, which were placed to guard the Prime Minister's office, but seems they totally protesters overpowered them. Many have received injuries. Now they all are planning to head back, as since there is no damage to the public properties. These protesters have been peaceful and maintaining a decorum, discipline, silently visiting, and all of them living back to the Gulf.
Right, Ashutosh, stay on with us. We're getting breaking news coming in at this point of time. Let's go straight across to the breaking news. The breaking news is about Acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe in a special statement going on to say a committee comprising of the Chief of Defence Staff, IGP, and commanders of tri forces has been appointed to restore the law and order situation and to bring the situation to normalcy. That's the latest coming in. Ashutosh still continues to be with us. Ashutosh, the Acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe has said that there has been a committee of the Chief of Defence Staff, IGP, and commanders of tri forces. They've been appointed to restore the law and order situation. But what I think he's failing to understand is that the entire protest right now, with them storming into the Prime Minister's office, is also their objection with Ranil Wickremesinghe being the acting president because he did not have the mandate.
Well, his own house was burned on 9th of July. Ranil Wickremesinghe's personal house where he's staying at the moment was also burned, and that perhaps he was also annoyed, angry, issued a statement that that was my only house that was burned by the protesters, and issuing such orders. That's also, a protocol when a president takes place, whether it is appointed or in such special case, he has to take the call, particularly maintaining when it comes to the law and order. Let me tell you, the law and order situation has been peaceful across the island, not only in Colombo. What happened today was a spontaneous reaction. They were all marching out. The target was to take over the Prime Minister's house, as Ranil Wickremesinghe, who continued with the Prime Minister, suddenly, became as a president. So that was one motive. They were angry with him. They were annoyed with him. And they just wanted there has to be a new face, a totally change in the guard. However, the Constitution only permits that after resignation of the president, only the Prime Minister can be the executive president. But clearly, amidst of these conflicts, people are so agitated that they're keeping all logics aside. All they want, change in regime, totally new faces, totally new government. Look at this. These all, just a few minutes ago, we have seen these army personnel and the civilians almost in a battle against each other. And now you see they all are resting up in the Prime Minister's residence, chatting, selfing, taking selfies. One could believe.
Stay on with us. Our coverage continues, and we're coming back to you for more on this. The committee that has been formed by the acting president has been instructed to ensure the security and safety of these citizens during the ongoing protest. And information has also been received that a group within the anti-government protesters colluded to storm the Prime Minister's office in the houses of the Navy and Air Force commanders today. We'll continue getting you more. There's more update coming in. There's more information just trickling in. Compelled to take a very short commercial break. With that, it's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin, but I'm seeing you with the top headlines in just moments from now. Stay with us.
watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Class on.
Watching India Today.
Shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of tear shells fired here in Colombo. Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo.
evening and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. We're bringing you all the updates from Sri Lanka, which is in a state of crisis at this point. I'm Chaiti Narula. Let's begin with the headlines. Massive escalation in Lanka crisis. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe takes over as the interim president as President Gotabaya flees to Maldives. Imposes a state of emergency amidst curfew and protests. Dramatic standoff on Colombo streets. Massive march of protesters breaches Prime Minister's office. Forces to fire tear gas shells. Army choppers hover over stir site and Prime Minister's office.
सारी कोशिशें नाकाफी साबित हो रही हैं। यहाँ कुछ भी देख पाना मुश्किल है। ये एक टीयर शेल ठीक मेरे पास गिरा बिल्कुल यहाँ पे। कुछ भी देख पाना यहाँ पर मुश्किल है।
India Today reports live from Lankan Crisis Zone. Our reporters brave the tear gas shells and crack down to give you unmatched coverage.
Over the compound walls. Earlier there was in the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is that has been shelled and the public which anti police are now running away. They are the crowds who are dispersing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came.
And Narcotics Control Bureau damning charge sheet in the Sushant Singh Rajput case. Narcotics Bureau says the late actor's girlfriend, Riya Chakraborty, pushed him into addiction, used Sushant's money to buy and supply narcotics. Moosewala murder mastermind Lawrence Bishnoi spills murder Salman Khan plotted hit on Bollywood superstar in 2018 for killing of sacred black pups. Mumbai fights early morning waterlogging after torrential rains. Over 80 dead in Gujarat after fifth day of rain havoc. Flood situation grim in Telangana. Breaking news just coming in. Protesters have stormed the Prime Minister's office in Lanka. The protests are raging on. Over 30 Lankans have been injured at the Prime Minister office protest. Reports are suggesting that Rajapaksa, that is Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has sought asylum in Maldives. That's the latest we're bringing to you at this point in time. Protests rage on in Sri Lanka at the Prime Minister's office and his residence too, for that matter. And what we're also picking up from reports is that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has sought asylum in Maldives. In fact, we reported just a while back how acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe put out that statement saying a committee that is comprising of Chief of Defence Staff, IGP and commanders of tri-forces has been appointed to restore the law and order situation and bring the situation to normalcy. But our reporters have been reporting as to how the protesters have a problem. They do not want Ranil Wickremesinghe as the acting president either. Protesters have stormed the Prime Minister's office in Sri Lanka. Protests are raging on, as you can see, in the island nation at this point. Over 30 Sri Lankans injured at the Prime Minister's office protests, and reports trickling in right now as to how Gotabaya Rajapaksa has sought asylum in Maldives. Latest visuals on your screens right now. Take a look at the visuals. The protest raging on. That's the latest visuals coming in. Over 30 Lankans injured at the Prime Minister office protest as well. Our reporters are there in the eye of the storm, reporting from ground zero, from the protest side, from the Prime Minister's office and residence as well. Dramatic standoff on the streets of Colombo, and our reporters are right there. The forces are fired gas shells, but the forces are not getting violent, is what our reporters have been mentioning. There were army choppers that were hovering around the site as well, and the Prime Minister's office too. India Today is the only channel that is reporting live from the Sri Lankan crisis zone, and our reporters have really braved tear gas shells, the crackdown, to give you unmatched coverage. Right now, the latest coming in is that the protesters have stormed Prime Minister's office in Sri Lanka. The protests are going on at this point. What we also know is that 30 Lankans, over 30 Sri Lankans have been injured at the protest site at the Prime Minister's office. In fact, we also have reports that suggest that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has sought asylum in Maldives. There you see angry Sri Lankans going on to have stormed the Prime Minister's office. Ranil Wickremesinghe has been appointed as the interim president of Sri Lanka. This after Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled in the early hours this morning. Over 30 people, as we've been reporting, reportedly injured and hospitalized during the protests at the Prime Minister's office. Visuals of which on your screens right now. That is the Prime Minister's residence too in Colombo, the white one that you see. We're getting you all those visuals first up here on India Today. In fact, our reporters are bringing you ground reports. Let's take a listen into what they have for us. First up, Pramod Madhav.
If you wish to know what a breach looks like, here are first-hand images. These were the barricades that were blocking the public at one point to the Prime Minister's office, but right now all are gone. After nearly 4 hours of struggle over here, the public who were coming row after row to face tear gases still did not budge. They have entered the Prime Minister's office now. The armed personnel here are still completely armed and they are waiting for their orders on one side, while the public have entered the place and they are walking towards various locations as well. This kind of situation arose because earlier the Prime Minister, who was still the Prime Minister till morning, Ranil Wickremesinghe, was then made the acting president, and this did not go well with the public, who immediately decided to storm into the Prime Minister's office. Not just that, there were reports that some of the protesters were attacked by other security forces here as well. That escalated the situation. On one side, army only deployed tear gases and nothing much, but that also turned into a chaotic issue. Protesters were actually well prepared for this. They roadside cones, they brought in water bottles, and row after row, no matter how many times they had to face the tear gases here, they did not budge. They entered. Many fainted, many things happened, but nobody did not move. Like thousands and thousands of people gathered in front, and they actually had now currently entered the Prime Minister's office, and we are at the Prime Minister's office lane. Still now, the chaos is continuing because of the one information that the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has been now appointed as the acting president. In fact, the situation escalated so much that Ranil Wickremesinghe had to go ahead and say that he will be only the acting president until 20th of July or so, until an all-party government is formed, and that clarity will be provided. But for now, after several hours of struggle, the people of Sri Lanka, the protesters, have entered the Prime Minister's office on its lawn, along with the people who are still protesting against Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Ranil Wickremesinghe. For India Today, Pramod Madhav from Colombo.
I'd like to bring in my colleague Ashutosh Mishra, who's been really risking himself quite a bit amidst all these tear gas shells and stuff like that, and bringing you the unmatched coverage that you're getting from Sri Lanka at this point. He's now outside the Prime Minister's office, I'm being told. Throwing straight across to you, Ashutosh, what is the mood like right now? Is there any violence reported? What do the protesters further want at this point of time? Throwing straight across to you.
Suchati, point number one, there was no violence reported, no violent clash. Point number two, the army personnel, the commandos were deployed here to guard and to protect the Prime Minister's office. And of course, which is their constitutional duty, they did not want to protesters to enter. In fact, this is one of the very senior officer from the army. I remember him, I was speaking to him. He appealed protesters do not engage in violence, do not disrupt public property. And then they were marching suddenly. Look, there's another van which has come here with food and water. A number of protesters those are here. They're distributing food and water to the protesters, to the army personnel, everyone. Imagine, just 30 minutes ago, they were in a battle. There was literally, a fight between the army and the protesters. Now they are distributing food to each other. This is the situation here. Now, other side, if you see, who could even think that 20 minutes ago, these protesters were so escalated, running here and there, saving themselves from tear shells, and, the air firing was being done through using AK-47 by the armed forces. And finally, they entered at the Prime Minister's office. This is the Prime Minister's office building where all the executive decisions from the top level in the government being taken, which is now under the captivity of the protesters. But there has been no loss or damage to the public properties. The protesters barged in, they entered in, and now they themselves appealing everyone, do not destroy public property. After all, this is their own property built up by using taxpayers' money. Subsequently, the armed forces which were stopping these protesters, of course the force was being used, but they did maintain restraint, and now are just standing right outside here in the queue. Perhaps they all will be going back. The Bar Council had appealed protesters to hand over all these properties back to the authorities so that they can be restored. Sir, Sir, would you like to speak to us? What is the situation now? Finally, the protesters overpowered. What next for you? What next you going to take action now? Clearly, and we know since the Chief of Defence Staff and the Executive President has ordered to maintain law and order, what I see not only at this point, but also multiple places where there could be possibility of further, the protest. Nothing is happening. Everything remains peaceful. Those who came here to see the Prime Minister's office are heading back to the Gulf Face protest side, which is the epicenter. In fact, in the meanwhile, what we are seeing, the vans...
Good hearing from the protesters in terms of what their demands as of this second are. If you could get us that particular reaction from the protesters.
Well, few people indeed joining me here in the broadcast. The Prime Minister is now the President. The President has left the country. What next for Ireland's future? Where do you see Ireland heading to?
Well, I think Sri Lanka,
Well, that I totally understand. I understand that. So we'll definitely find a few people. There are some more youngsters standing out here. So, of course, they all have been agitating, and now it's time to actually rest up. They're all having their food, biscuits, water, and this has been really hours-long battle that they had, and looks like they literally won a battle with their own army. And after engaging in a scuffle, the kind of we have seen now, it's all brotherhood that I see. Civilians and armed forces sitting together, chatting together, eating together. Those who came here after visiting, they are heading back. But all I can say that these places will remain under the captivity of the protesters. They were already at Presidential Secretariat, Presidential Residence, Prime Minister's Residence, now the Prime Minister's office too. So all the institutions, the top institutions in the island are now under the captivity of the... In fact, the National Broadcast television channel is also where the protesters are taking over. Now, the point comes that what next for? Clearly, the Parliament has to step in. The procedure, the constitutional process will begin only from 19th.
All right, Ashutosh, sorry about that interruption. There's big breaking news coming in. After several hours of struggle, protesters barged in, and army now has begun to cooperate, providing access to a portion of the office for the public to visit. My colleague Pramod Madhav is reporting from the location. Let's go straight across to Pramod. Pramod, what's the update right there on this front?
So first it was the President's Secretariat, then the President's Palace, and then the Prime Minister's home, and now finally it is the Prime Minister's office as well. Protesters are occupying the Prime Minister's office. This amidst armed guards, heavily armed guards are also here for protection and to make sure nothing untoward occurs. But this is a lawn of the President's office, which is completely filled with public and protesters from Gulf Face who came here after several rounds, even after several rounds of tear gas were flashed, hit on them. They did not budge. They did keep coming again and again. After nearly 4 hours of struggle, they finally took over the Prime Minister's office as well. On one side, armed personnel are here. they are cooperating and making sure that nothing untoward occurs at this point. These are the armed guards protecting the Prime Minister's office. At the same time, they make sure that the public also cooperate. That's the only thing they ask. Imagine this had happened after 4 hours of struggle, and that started with a news that protesters at the Prime Minister's office were attacked. That news turned volatile, the entire situation into volatile, but later to a different kind of scenario where the army is also supporting the protesters, and they are actually coming one by one. They are being given away. This way is made by the armed force protesters at this point. The staircase is divided. On one side, the public are allowed to walk inside. This is a kind of symbolic method for the public to show that they have taken over, all because Ranil Wickremesinghe was announced as the acting president, and that did not go well with the public. He also stated not just the president but also the Prime Minister should resign. So in this room completely occupied are the army who are cooperating with the public so far, and no untoward incident has occurred except for tear gassing in the morning. Now everything seems to be quiet, and the Prime Minister, now acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe, has said after an all-party government is formed, he will for sure resign. The public are also still waiting for the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa. From Colombo and from the Prime Minister's office, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
All right, thanks Pramod for getting us those updates right there. Ashutosh also continues to be with us on this broadcast. Ashutosh, what's the mood like at this point? And if you could also tell us at this very second, what is it exactly that the protesters want? Because we had Mohammed, our reporter who joined us earlier, who said that they even have a problem with the acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe right now.
Well, there is, of course, the people are annoyed that while Wickremesinghe has been given presidentialship, when there could be a new, totally new face in the government. But for now, what our colleague Pramod was reporting, this is how the police, the military personnel, the entire administration is now cooperating with these protesters. Or you can say the protesters are cooperating with the authorities here. This is the main gate of Prime Minister's office. People are entering in huge queue, and these are the human chain have been made to ensure that people who are coming here, they get chance to visit Prime Minister's office one by one with discipline. Nothing is harmed, no harm to public property. Look at this human chain. That is the discipline these volunteers are maintaining and ensuring that there has to be things safe, nothing is harmed, nothing damaged. And if I could say everything remains same. People, those who are willing to go upstairs, they are going to other side. We will take you to the portions of the Prime Minister's office. This is where all top decisions in the government have been, being taken so far. But ever since the Prime Minister has become the president, this office, of course, there was anger and protesters took over the Prime Minister's office. We are going to enter on the first floor of Prime Minister's office. Several rounds of cabinet meetings were taking place at this place just, a couple of days ago. But suddenly things have changed, particularly in last few hours. We are on the first floor, and this is the executive office. Even people are asking us, and they are navigating us, they are guiding us. And all these forces, if you see, there are civilians and there are armed forces as well. These are the special forces, Jawan, and the civilians. And this is a totally different picture that we are seeing in a democracy. Just a few minutes ago, almost in a confrontation, minutes later, it's just helping each other. We're entering in this another portion of the Prime Minister's office. There you see only the protesters sitting inside. Other side, the army personnel, they are protecting the public property. So if you see, nothing has been touched, nothing has been harmed, no damage to the public property. That's the discipline and the restraint, both, including the civilians and armed personnel, are showing. This is what is happening in Colombo, perhaps never seen picture in any democratic country.
Explain to us, there is no leader who is driving this particular protest. It is the people. This is a state of anarchy. They were fed up with the government and they started protesting on their own. And despite all of that, there has been no damage or vandalization done to public or private property.
Well, it is totally a faceless protest. We do not know any leader who was perhaps there to negotiate, and that perhaps the reason why there was no talks with the protesters. Certain representatives were there, but none of them can claim that they were leading these protests. They were just spontaneous reaction, one leading to another, one message to another, and that's perhaps why this has reached to this. But remember, the reason is not who's leading this protest, but the reason was the suffering of the people for last many months, and because of the economic decisions, the policies that the government carried out for a couple of years, and that led to this massive financial crisis in this country. But we'll straight ask this question to the protesters: who was leading the protest? Would you like to speak to us? Who was leading the protest? We did not see any face who was leading this scale of protest. Was it self-driven? What triggered this protest?
No.
Well, we'll take you to another side, but clearly what we have seen, totally faceless protest here, and that of course in a democracy this could also called anarchy, but clearly there is no vandalism, there is no destruction of the property at this side. However, the picture was clearly totally different on 9th of July, when there was also scale of vandalism, there was arson, there was also violence, public properties were damaged, and that perhaps criticized by across the world, and that message gone to the protesters, and they started saying, next day they started cleaning up all the mess they created. Then there was a message that this is our
we're getting some breaking news coming in. It's about reports have emerged that Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who landed in the Maldives yesterday, will now board a flight to Singapore this evening after claiming asylum. Reports are also indicating that he's going to be departing through a Singapore Airlines flight SQ437, which is set to leave in about 8 hours. It has also been reported that currently Gotabaya Rajapaksa is staying inside a resort which costs about $5,903 per night and $8,760 per night. The resort owner is alleged to have a close relationship with the Maldives Foreign Minister Abdullah Shahid. So Rajapaksa will be leaving Maldives to head to Singapore in about 8 hours from now, and the reports coming in is that the resort that he's currently staying in costs $8,760 per night, which is roughly about 7 lakh Indian rupees. And latest coming in right now is that Rajapaksa, after claiming asylum in Maldives, is now going to be headed to Singapore. He landed in Maldives yesterday, will now be boarding a flight to Singapore. This is going to happen this evening in about 8 hours from now, and he will depart through a Singapore Airlines flight SQ437, which is set to leave in 8 hours. It's also been reported that currently Gotabaya Rajapaksa is staying in a resort that costs close to about $5,903 to $8,760 per night, which is close to about 7 lakh Indian rupees per night. The resort owner is alleged to have a close relationship with the Maldives Foreign Minister Abdullah Shahid. So that's the latest that we are bringing to you at the moment. Ashutosh Mishra still continues to be with us. Ashutosh, first Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled to Maldives from Sri Lanka. Now he's staying in a luxury resort right there, which costs close to about 7 lakh rupees a night. And now he's going to be departing in close to about 8 hours through a Singapore Airlines flight, and he will be headed straight to Singapore. So clearly Gotabaya Rajapaksa completely gone from Sri Lanka at this point of time. I'm throwing straight across to you in terms of what you're picking up on this front as well.
Well, Shaiti, this decision was bound to happen because remember, despite just close proximity of Maldives, there are many, in a huge number Sri Lankans who work there, who are based there in Maldives at different islands. And clearly he was about to face the heat, even being in a different country. The Sri Lankans have been conveying the message to the people there in Sri Lanka, there in Maldives, and that perhaps before it is too late, he faces the agitation or any untoward incident, this was a decision bound to happen, that he could either take asylum in the Middle East or he could fly to Singapore. And remember, when Nasheed, the former president of Maldives, helped him, being a close affiliate with Rajapaksa, being very close relationship between both of them, they helped him. He got him Maldives. Of course, there was negotiation. It was India Today who broke this story that he was negotiating, seeking a sea passage before resigning. And after when late midnight he landed to Malé, he's seeking asylum with Singapore, and perhaps after only the approval, he will fly with a charter plane from Maldives to Singapore with his wife and two very close associates in his security. Perhaps he has anticipated that there could be threat even in Maldives, being a huge number of Sri Lankans existing.
Right, Ashutosh, stay on with us. My colleague Sneha Mordani is now going to show you the luxurious holiday resort in Maldives where Gotabaya Rajapaksa is staying right now. Sneha, Maldives is known for its beautiful resort. Show our viewers, where is Gotabaya Rajapaksa?
Chetty, for the moment it's rather unfortunate, and it just speaks volumes of the sense of entitlement, the manner in which the President of Sri Lanka has chosen to just flee from the country, leave his own people in complete doldrums as far as the economic situation is concerned. Basic necessities is what the people can't afford in Sri Lanka, and that has become so difficult for them given the skyrocketing inflation in Sri Lanka. But look at what the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has done. He's moved to the Maldives, and right now this is where he is staying. This is a resort in South Malé. I'm just going to take you to the pictures. It's a stunning resort. Chetty, let me also tell you that every single night that you'd stay at this resort, you will be poorer by 4 lakh Indian rupees. So this is how expensive essentially this resort is. But the President of Sri Lanka chose to stay here, leaving his own people behind, even as there are protests in the Maldives, in Malé, with the local people telling the government of the Maldives that do not support this man, the President of Sri Lanka. He is a war criminal and somebody who's left his people in the lurch. We can't be hosting here, but this is where the President is saying. I'm just going to ask my camera person to look into these pictures, to zoom into these pictures. This is a luxurious holiday resort in South Malé in the Maldives, and like I told you at the very outset, every single night that you stay here, you'd be poorer by 4 lakh rupees. That's how expensive this resort is. It's a beautiful resort, but like I said, it speaks volumes of the brazenness of the manner in which this has been done. The President has fled the country, not resigned, leaving the people in the lurch, and right now he's going to have a gala time in this stunning resort in South Malé. The pictures speak volumes of what a good time he's going to have, and just, contrast this with the kind of problems, Chetty, that the people of Sri Lanka are facing even as we speak. A kg of rice in Sri Lanka costs more than 400 rupees. Basic items are out of reach for the common man in Sri Lanka, and this is where the President of Sri Lanka is going to enjoy. He's going to be staying at this luxurious resort in South Malé, and the people of Maldives, of course, are extremely upset about all of these developments as well.
All right, thanks Sneha for showing us that Maldives resort and giving our viewers some vacation goals at this point. But it's very unfortunate, very, very unfortunate that, the country is into a crisis like that. And just look at the sense of entitlement of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, holed up in that Maldives resort that costs close to around 5 lakh rupees per night, anywhere between 5 to 7 lakh rupees per night. Ashutosh is still continuing to be with us. Ashutosh, this is the reason, there is this whole sense of entitlement, rather very dynastic, authoritarian, and hence, this kind of an anarchy is something which is probably going to be serving as a warning sign as well to nations around the world that are facing inflation. But coming back to President Gotabaya Rajapaksa as well, just look at the level of entitlement right there. Ashutosh.
Well, absolutely, and perhaps the people, everyone across the society have been only accusing the Rajapaksa government, his family, engaging in the corruption, in the malpractice, in the illegal practices. And that's why they were opposed to him. Remember, not too far when he was, very famous leader in Sri Lanka. People's love leader, and that's exactly got them 145 seats out of 225 in Sri Lanka's parliament. That was absolute majority, and it is not possible without, the fame of a leader particularly, and how close he is associated. Just in a couple of years, look at how the tide has turned totally. The situation changed when people realized the real face. And this is another house. This is the cabinet meeting place of the Prime Minister's office, where all these important meetings were taking place, where the Prime Minister of this nation were address important meeting, important decisions were taking place. But when it comes to the Rajapaksa family particularly, the kind of accusations were leveled against him, that how, got this country in a heavy debt of billions of dollars, have taken bad loans, including from China, then certain decisions, how suddenly the agriculture policies was changed overnight without even discussing with the stakeholder, and all these policies, this was totally messed up decisions that landed this country in a futile situation, a totally economic crisis. And just in 2 years, the people who voted him with thumping majority have hit the street against like this way, that even capturing presidential palace, presidential secretariat, prime minister office, prime minister house. This is indeed a lesson for across the globe, that people have a limit to suffer, a limit to patience. Once the patience breaks out, in democracy,
the situation. Here is a country battling with inflation. Here is a country that is battling with rising food prices, fuel prices, and then you have a Gotabaya Rajapaksa who's checked into this fancy, resort right there in Maldives, and now taking a flight and going away to Singapore as well. Thanks, Ashutosh, for joining us with that update right there, and continue to be with us, because we're coming back to you for more on this story. Let's take a moment and look at the most defining images of the protests that have broken out hours after President Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled Sri Lanka. Defining image number one, protesters continue to gather outside and inside Presidential Secretariat in Colombo. Protesters seen waving off the Lankan flags and raising slogans. Protests have also broken out in the capital city of Colombo hours after President Rajapaksa fled the country. Thousands of protesters took to the streets amidst the worst turmoil the island nation is facing. Angry protesters stormed Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's Colombo office, demanding that he follow President Gotabaya Rajapaksa in resigning. This is coming days after his home was set on fire by the protesters. Amidst the widespread protests against Prime Minister and President, Sri Lankan Air Force helicopter was seen flying low near the protest site. This happened for the first time since protests began against the government. Security forces were seen using tear gas shells and water cannons to disperse the crowd when they tried to enter the Prime Minister's office, urging him to resign, along with President Rajapaksa. There was a huge face-off between protesters and security forces as protesters went on a rampage across the country. An indefinite curfew has also been imposed across the western province. Commandos took to the streets to contain the growing protests as Lankans wreaking havoc across the country. Many protesters were carried away by the security forces as protests against ruling government turned violent. Furious protesters are adamant on Prime Minister and President's immediate resignation. The national broadcaster of Sri Lanka has gone off air. This after the protesters stormed the TV station and demanded only programs related to their agitation be telecast. My colleague Ashutosh Mishra gave us all the updates from Colombo. Let's listen in to all those reports that Ashutosh has been filing.
Oh shit, Sanjay, किनारे हो जाओ. Hawai firing, air firing, run. Fire, fire. You know, the police is firing on the protesters. They were suddenly started marching toward the Prime Minister residence. Multiple tear shells and air gun. You know, the shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Suddenly I saw all the protesters walking. The moment they got to know that President has fled, now they're demanding Prime Minister to resign. This is the Prime Minister's office. They all started marching. There was a barricade. They're just trying to breach the barricade. Suddenly they started firing tear shells. Look at the other side. It's all multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of tear shells fired here in Colombo. Exactly what unfolded on 9th July. Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo. These protesters now covering their face because with the, this is how they're preventing themselves from the smoke. All are just taking their clothes away and covering the face. So there were multiple directions where the shots were fired, even the bullets, and this was an attempt to disperse the crowd once they started marching towards the Prime Minister's office. There you see, again there's another, look, once again armed forces, the STF is trying to disperse the crowd, just barely to see anything. So this is exactly the similar picture, again in Colombo, what unfolded on 9th of July. The protesters warned they will even gonna take over the Prime Minister's house and Prime Minister's office. Now these protesters seems have crossed the barricade. They again breached another safety barricade. Seems they all are trying to enter Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence, Prime Minister's another office and the Parliament. This is another showdown by the protesters, by Sri Lankans, the ordinary civilians. Almost the nation is on the verge of, oh, there's a tear shell fired, another tear shell. This is to disperse the crowd. And barely one can see where these tear shells are coming from. Multiple rounds are being fired. This is to disperse the crowd and send them to multiple places because the gathering at one place could overpower the authorities. These are the burning images here.
Pramod Madhav is now joining us live for the very latest. Well, Pramod, what is the latest that you're picking up at this point of time? Reports, of course, indicating that Gotabaya Rajapaksa is now in about 8 hours from now going to be leaving Maldives to go to Singapore as well. At this point, the nation is crippled by crisis. Get us the latest. What's going on?
Well, Nabila, one thing is for sure that the people of Sri Lanka are still actually tracking Gotabaya Rajapaksa. They had the ticket details when he left from Maldives, and now they also have the ticket details of him leaving to Singapore. And it is in the ticket shows that he might reach there by 7:05 a.m. But currently, I'm at this location, which is the Prime Minister's office, and this is where chaos actually broke out in the morning when there was news that Ranil Wickremesinghe, then Prime Minister, was appointed as the acting president. So here you have the gates, barricades, and everything completely removed, and even a portion of the compound wall has been completely removed, and the rods over here. And this is the path through which the protesters try to enter the Prime Minister's office. Here you have the gate itself open currently. For nearly 4 hours, there was massive struggle at this spot. Tear gas shells were repeatedly shot at the protesters, and things could have easily escalated. But what happened is that once there's a tear gas shelling, the protesters would recede, and after 5-10 minutes they will gather and come back again, because they were not happy with one fact, and that is the Ranil Wickremesinghe becoming the acting president, because they demanded that along with Gotabaya, Ranil Wickremesinghe also resigns. That has not so far occurred. Ranil on his part is trying to provide an explanation that after an all-party government is formed, he will resign, while Gotabaya has said, the speaker, is time and again trying to give affirmation that the Gotabaya will give his resignation soon. Today, that seems to be the only thing, because today is the D-Day, and now the Prime Minister's office is completely occupied by the public. And what the army has done so far is that they have provided access to one portion of the building over there. In fact, on top you could see the army standing over there, and one portion of the building has been given access to the public where they can go ahead and visit. And on this room that you could see over here, that the army is completely inside. They are fully geared up. So anytime anything can happen, Nabila, but for now it is of extreme luck that so far no untoward incident has occurred. That's one really good part over here. And just like how we saw at the President's Palace, the President's Secretariat, now huge lines have started to come over here as well. Public want to visit this place. So after the President's Secretariat, the President's Palace, the President's home, now the President's office is also under the control of the public, the protesters. This is what to do. Now the only factor here is that what we could see on ground is that these are not organized protesters. They were first at Galface. Several people who were visiting Galface every day, they also have come over here and they want to visit this place. So it looks like they won't get the chance to visit the place normally, but right now they have access, and that's what you see over here. People here inside the President's, Prime Minister's office, they are sitting, they are having their food, and they have also stated that until Sri Lanka's this situation does not go away, that the main aspect is that the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Ranil Wickremesinghe, they don't want to leave this place. So it looks like probably an all-party government will be formed on 20th of July, and until then Ranil Wickremesinghe might be the acting president, even though the people in Colombo are not happy about it.
Yes, absolutely. The people in Colombo are clearly not happy about it, and you are seeing those protests that are that are ongoing at this point of time. Everything seems to be calmed right now, but Sri Lanka crippled by the crisis, and these are visuals from earlier where tear gas was fired. Our reporters were right there bringing you all the latest developments right from the middle of the protest right now. Pramod still continues to be with us at the moment. Pramod, what are you picking up from protesters? Their demand as we speak this second, what is it?
Well, Chaiti, I'm trying to take a shortcut over here to show exactly what's happening inside. These are the premises of the Prime Minister's office. At one point, there was no access for the public that easy. Now you see armed guards. STF are everywhere at this place as well. They are still they are maintaining the decorum. And the important aspect here is that only one section of this place has been provided access to the public. In fact, here you could see, just like how we saw in the President's place, here we have a large table where the Prime Minister will have discussion with the essential important leaders, be it the secretaries or be it the other nation leaders. That place has been cordoned by the protesters itself, who have kept neatly chairs over here to make sure nobody crosses over and damages anything. So that way protesters are also definitely cooperating. Armed guards are everywhere. So it was an actual 4-hour struggle at this point before that this kind of arrangement was made. And here what they have done is that the protesters itself are holding hands, and they have made a two-way path, one that leads to the first floor, and the other way they can come outside. Police officials are here. Nobody wants to bother the protesters. Now we saw how the anger and the kind of josh these protesters have at this point here. So it's definitely a volatile situation, but the officials and the protesters are in a way trying to form an amalgam to keep everything under control for now.
Right, absolutely. So you're getting us those live visuals from inside at this point. Pramod, a little bit of sense of how the military has been assigned as well to make sure that the situation remains absolutely calm. If you could give us that angle too.
Certainly, we saw it was a kind of a scary situation, because there were a minimum of 300 armed military guards over here, completely with all sort of gears, and they were prepared for a proper fight. But thankfully, no such thing occurred. And so what's happening currently is that one section of those guards have been removed, and they have been taken to another place. Currently, only STF, the Special Task Forces here, they only have bare minimal weapons, and all those army men who actually earlier fired tear gas over here, they are nowhere to be seen. They have been evacuated from this place currently. But on the other side, there is one more section, another building, where they are on standby. So that's something we have to be very careful about. One thing, we also got report that because of this agitation at this point, and protesters coming over here and being here for a long time, facing tear gas, nearly 30 people were apparently injured, has been taken to the hospital and are under treatment. But after all that struggle, Sri Lankans, especially people at Colombo, have entered the spot and they are inside. It is a proper ghetto, and they have this is the fourth governmental institution that has come under the protesters and the public of Sri Lanka at this point, who also claim, in fact, over there you could see that another unit of army men in proper gear are there. They are on standby, and but in a good manner. They are
all right. Unprecedented situation in Sri Lanka, and unprecedented visuals coming in right there. You can see the protesters inside the Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister's office has been breached. His residence was breached. There's been widespread protests. Gulface, which is the epicenter of protests, you can see scores of people just on the streets. We're slipping into a break, but updates continue on the other side as well.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission, to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
कभी आपने
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
हमारी कार
la main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
watching India Today.
India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan spoke to Gotabaya Rajapaksa in the year 2018. Let's listen into this exclusive conversation.
Well, hi folks, this is the helicopter.
He was the man who played a major role in bringing about stability in Sri Lanka during the Tamil Tiger crisis. But there is another crisis of sorts, the political crisis that grapples Sri Lanka. Let's see what he has to say about that. I'm being joined by former Defence Secretary and brother of the current Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa, being joined by Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Many thanks for joining us, sir. What do you make of the current political crisis that has grappled this country, again, maybe threatening it to yet another either constitutional deadlock or a political deadlock?
My personal opinion is this is a political deadlock. So the only way I think and I feel right is to go back to the people and get the people's verdict. So my proposal is to dissolve this parliament and go for a general election, parliamentary election. So that I think very democratic, because in Sri Lanka sovereignty is with the people. So let the people decide.
Do you think so? What about the 19th Amendment? 19th Amendment was to ensure that this power of removal of the president is curtailed. Now, in that, there might be a Sinhala version on dissolution of the parliament, but nowhere does it say that the president has the power to remove.
Not on the Sinhala version. It's even in the English version, it is very clear. See, because according to the 19th Amendment, when they brought in the 19th Amendment, there was this popular thing that the cabinet must be small, you know. So that was one of the
yes, confine it to
election 30. Promises given. So they made it according from the constitution, they made it the number of the cabinet ministers, they restricted to 30. But then again, they created another option, that to form a national government or a coalition government, national government. Now, according to that, it says, notwithstanding anything contained in paragraph 1 of this article, where the recognized political party or the independent group which obtains highest number of seats in parliament forms a national government. The number of ministers in that cabinet of ministers, the number of ministers who are that can be decided by the parliament. That means you can increase the number of
because the coalition government.
Because of the national or coalition government. So when that's what they did, they the UNP and part of the SLFP formed this national government. Therefore, they were able to increase the number of ministers. I think there were about 70 ministers.
But are you
saying? When one party of the national government withdraw from that coalition, then automatically you have to dissolve the cabinet. The cabinet of ministers will have to come down to 30. So there is no way that they can continue that automatically. It's not actually president removed the prime minister. It's from the constitution. Automatically he has to vacate that post because there is no cabinet.
But the pulling out would also have meant readjustment and realignment of the parties. If the president wants it.
No,
the fact that the president removed the prime minister in a manner in which he did, do you think the better option would have been just go to the people again?
That's what I'm suggesting. Go to the people, have election.
With that, it's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. Our coverage continues. We're slipping into a short commercial break, but on the other side, 5 Live with my colleague Shivaru.
You are watching India Today.
Food wastage is not just a social problem, but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment, and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use, and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible. Try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables, or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
It's the most feared president in Sri Lankan history, a politician known best for the ruthless iron hand with which he crushed the Tamil tigers, took cover of darkness to escape from his burning nation. The unceremonious fleeing of Gotabaya Rajapaksa is a story that has stunned the world, and we're going to show you exactly how it happened on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Perhaps the most feared president in Sri Lankan history, a politician known best for the ruthless iron hand with which he crushed the Tamil tigers, took cover of darkness to escape from his burning nation. The unceremonious fleeing of Gotabaya Rajapaksa is a story that has stunned the world, and we're going to show you exactly how it happened on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
Co-powered by सोलार है लगाना तो लुमिनस को बुलाना. In association with the new Volkswagen Virtus.
The fall of the Rajapaksa dynasty. Gotabaya flees to Maldives. Protesters take over the Prime Minister's office. Anger boils over, crisis spirals.
The police is firing on the protesters. They were suddenly started marching toward the Prime Minister's residence. Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo.
India Today, the only channel reporting from every epicenter. Gota, gone.
Once the most feared man in Sri Lanka, like a thief in the dark, he gets into a military plane, taking cover of darkness, he abandons his burning country. That's the ignoble, pathetic story of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, a man widely regarded as the ruthless leader who crushed the Tamil Tigers. Today, taking his family with him, he escaped, taking the protection of darkness in a Sri Lankan Air Force aircraft to escape from his country, refusing to stay on the island to face the consequences. That is the embarrassing legacy that Gotabaya Rajapaksa leaves behind as he abandons his country. I'm Shiv Arur, this is 5 Live. We'll tell you how it happened. First, the headlines. Massive escalation in the Sri Lankan crisis. Prime Minister Wickremesinghe takes over as interim president as President Gotabaya flees to the Maldives, imposes state of emergency and curfew amidst the protests. India Today, the only channel reporting in every site of this crisis. We're reporting live from every zone of the Lankan crisis. Our reporters braved tear gas shells and the crackdown. This is unmatched coverage being watched across the world, ladies and gentlemen.
We're currently outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is that has been shelled and public which anti-police are now running away. They are the crowds who are dispersing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the actual next president. Over here you could see as we speak, police is using tear gas and police are also going over there. And currently now this place, everybody is running away because of the chaos over there. The entire place has turned chaos. Police unable to control the crowd. They have used tear gas at this point. And as we speak,
Narcotics Control Bureau's damning charge sheet in the Sushant Singh Rajput case. Narcotics Bureau says the late actor's girlfriend Riya Chakravarti pushed him into drug addiction, used his money to buy and supply narcotics. Moosewala murder mastermind Lawrence Bishnoi spills murder Salman Khan plot, says he plotted a hit on the Bollywood superstar in 2018 for the killing of sacred black bucks. Bombay fights early morning waterlogging after torrential rain. Over 80 dead in Gujarat after 5th day of rain havoc. Flood situation grim in Telangana. The latest in the unfolding crisis following the exit of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa by night in a military aircraft from Sri Lanka late last night. It now emerges that President Rajapaksa, who landed in Maldives late last night, will now be boarding a flight very shortly to Singapore to claim asylum in that country. What an incredible and embarrassing fall from grace for President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Once the most feared leader of Sri Lanka, he is running from his country. He is fleeing with absolutely no care at all about facing the consequences in his country. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who has a reputation for being ruthless, taking cover of darkness late last night, got into a Sri Lankan Air Force plane and smuggled himself out of Sri Lanka to Maldives. But to take this story forward and to get you the biggest voices in this unfolding crisis, we're going to go live across now to India Today's Rahul Kaval, who's joined by superstar cricketer, commentator, and one of the biggest and most iconic Sri Lankans, Sanath Jayasuriya. Over to you, Rahul.
Joining us now, live and exclusive from Colombo, is the man who revolutionized one-day batting. The explosive batting that you see in T20 was started by Sanath Jayasuriya back in the World Cup for one-day internationals, and he now joins us live on India Today, one of the most iconic Sri Lankans alive. Mr. Jayasuriya, welcome to India Today. This is a very troublesome time for you individually and for the people of Sri Lanka, and I think I speak for all Indians when we say we're looking very carefully at what's happening, and the people of Sri Lanka are in our thoughts all the time. So thank you for joining us. I want to start by asking you, Sanath, about the departure of President Rajapaksa in the way that he did. This sudden move to Maldives, from there seeking asylum in Sri Lanka. When you were seeing the build-up, the protests happening out in the streets of Colombo over the last several weeks and months, did you anticipate that this is the way it would end for one of the most powerful political families in Sri Lanka?
No, I never thought it will happen like this. We all was thinking that he will resign and remain in our country. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And he has left the country early this morning to Maldives. And then thereafter, he will go to another country, which we don't know at the moment. So it's a very sad day. Because the Sri Lankans, the protesters, been protesting for last about several months now, and for why we do that is everyone has seen, and I think you all have been seeing, and what's going on in my country, the current fuel crisis and electricity, also gas issue, the health issues. Everything is there in my country in the last few months. So unfortunately, the things what the people wanted is not there. So the people have been absorbing all the pressure for a longer period, and they started after a very long time, and people have come out on the street and start protesting. So the protesting is very peaceful one. It's not non-violence. So that is why people have been protesting peacefully. So they will continue peaceful protest. And the 9th of July became to another level, and they all went into the President Palace and the President Secretariat, also the temple trees, and demanding that President and Prime Minister should resign. So unfortunately, still that didn't happen, even though they promised on the 3rd.
At this moment, there's no electricity, there's no fuel. The people of Sri Lanka very badly off. What do you think should be the next step? There's talk of the opposition coming together to form a government. Who would you like to see as the new Prime Minister and President? What do you think happens from here?
The thing is, it's up to the Speaker and the all party leaders to come up and make a stable government for a few months with a cabinet. So then the international community will see that our country is stable. Then only the international community will come and help Sri Lanka, because we need help at the moment, because only India did it earlier on and giving us about more than $4 billion to Sri Lanka to come out of this crisis, but still we couldn't. So we need other countries' help also to come out of this crisis.
Sure. No, but in terms of the opposition coming together, because the critical question is what Ranil Wickremesinghe was trying to do. is essentially what the new government will also have to try and build on. So what is it that you're expecting? Because a lot of these protesters are saying they don't want anybody who's been in power in the past to be a part of the future. They want a new government of new faces. But how will this be different from what the Wickremesinghe government is trying to do?
The thing is, the protesters first, they asked President to resign, and also the protesters want Prime Minister to resign. So at the moment, no one has resigned. Even the President has not given the letter of resignation yet. So this is why the protests start today. So I think the people want to see the resignation first. So it has not happened yet. So this is why the people are waiting. Then even whatever the government, the speaker was talking with the other party leaders, and for that the talking with the other parties, the protesters also can get involved on their views. It's not harm getting them involved and getting their thoughts into our system, because it's not any harm. So I hope the speaker and the party leaders, even other party leaders, the Muslims, Tamil party leaders, we all need to get together in this moment, because we can't fight for individual positions will not help Sri Lanka. This is a team game you need to come out with. You can't play individually. Come out and play their own role and perform it out. So they need to come as a team and perform.
When you were batting, you were a thorn in India's flesh quite often, and we didn't particularly like that very much. But in essence, you're one of the most beloved Sri Lankans in India, and huge recall and popularity. Can you tell our viewers how life has been for you individually and for people around you over the last few days?
I think I've been here properly, but what I think what you said was around my.
How's life been for you? How's life been for you? Shortages, price rise, and for people around you. Just describe what life's been like for Sanat Jayasuriya.
It's been very difficult. Telling you the truth, it's very, very difficult for the Sri Lankans, including myself. It's not very easy. The people are in queues for 4 or 5 days for fuel and for gas. So essential, like the medicines, running out of medicines in mostly the government hospitals. So it's very difficult. That is why I said we need politicians to get together and come up with a plan and give that confidence to the people. The people doesn't have confidence in politicians anymore. So they need to make that confidence. So I hope the speaker and the all party leaders come up with a plan, team plan, and work for the Sri Lankan people. For 22 million people are suffering.
Okay, you also spoke about help from other countries. For those watching in India and from our government, Sanat, what is it that you'd like to ask for or suggest on behalf of the Lankan people?
What we were discussing all this time, we know whoever the stable government comes, they should have a plan to go to the international the community. So we know that we don't have fuel, we don't have gas, we don't electricity issues, medicine. So they need to come up with a plan to go to international community and ask from the international community. So not I am asking from international. I can say that we need this, we don't have fuel. So I'm not in the government, but we are putting pressure to the government, come up with a plan and tell the people and what we are doing, this is what we are doing. So then the international community will come and help Sri Lanka.
Is there a sense of betrayal that you feel from China? The fact that all these vanity projects in terms of ports, airports were built with no clear return on investment, no economic utility, leading to a debt spiral for which Sri Lanka is paying for with these very grave consequences.
Yeah, but the thing is now we no point we are talking about what we had in the past. Now you can't do anything. But we know that they have got a big loans from China, got loans from India. We got a lot of things from all the countries. But the thing is now, presently, what the protesters is asking, the stable place, the stable politicians who can take out this critical situation out of hand and get the people a better life for Sri Lankans.
Lastly, I've been reading a lot of reports about Jayasuriya toying with the idea of getting into politics, Jayasuriya rejecting the idea of getting into politics. Do you think this is a moment where someone like you should really pad up, go out on the political pitch and bat for Lanka?
I'm a civilian in Sri Lanka, that's all. I'm a civilian.
Okay, I'd leave it over there. Sanath Jayasuriya, for joining us, for being as direct and candid as you always are. Thank you very much. And as I said earlier, everyone very worried about what's happening in Lanka and hoping that in our neighborhood, in the Emerald Islands, peace and tranquility prevails very quickly. What do you think should happen to the Rajapaksa family? Do you think they should pay for their crimes? They fled. Do you think they need to pay for landing Sri Lanka in the mess that it's ended up in?
Yeah, but not only me, everyone have been saying that because the mismanagement is where we are now. So this is the people, that's how people think. That is what the protesters are thinking. That is what the Sri Lankan communities think. So the thing is now, we can do all the things now later. We can discuss all these things, what they have done previously, we can do that. But my thing is, as a Sri Lankan, as a civilian of my country, for us to come out of this situation, we need to come up with a plan, the politician presently. So we need a quick, short-term plan and to save our people in this country.
Sanath Jayasuriya, for joining us in India Today, thank you very much. We wish you and your people all the very best. Thank you, sir. I want to now take you back to my colleague Shivaru. Shiv, take it away.
And you've just seen the latest in a string of top-level voices from Sri Lanka. That was Rahul Kaval in conversation with none other than Sanath Jayasuriya. Unmissable opinion from the biggest Sri Lankans always here on India Today, because this is what the country is looking like. Each and every one of these images from India Today's cameras painting you a picture of the crisis that Lanka is in, and it is escalating with each passing day. Let's take a look now at some of the most defining images that have come to represent the crisis as it played out today. In every one of these places, India Today and its cameras were present. Angry protesters stormed Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's Colombo office, demanding that he follow President Gotabaya Rajapaksa in resigning, which has not happened. Well, this comes days after his home was set on fire by protesters. This is Pramod Madhav's camera recording this absolute chaos. Listen to this.
The chaos over there. The entire place has turned chaos. On top of that building.
Well, amidst the widespread protests against the Prime Minister and President, the Sri Lankan Air Force helicopters were seen flying low near the protest site. This happened for the first time since the protests began against the government. Is being seen as an intimidatory gesture and has gone viral online. These pictures captured by India Today. Another big defining image, security forces were seen using tear gas shells and water cannons to disperse the crowd when they tried to enter the Prime Minister's office, urging him to resign along with President Rajapaksa. India Today's Ashutosh and Pramod amidst that crowd to get you these riveting frontline images. Let's listen in.
ये 9 जुलाई को बिल्कुल यही कुछ कोलंबो के सड़कों पे हुआ था। दरअसल ये सारे लोग नाराज थे। प्रधानमंत्री रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के घर जा रहे थे, उनको रोकना चाहते थे और चाहते थे कि वो इस्तीफा दें। This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of...
Huge face-off, another big defining image between protesters and security forces as they went on the rampage in different parts of the country. An indefinite curfew has also been imposed across the western province of Sri Lanka, of which Colombo is a part. Big defining image number 5. Commandos took to the streets to contain growing protests as Lankans have hit the streets in even larger numbers. This is what many parts of Sri Lanka are looking like at this point of time. It's already a highly militarized country, and this is what it looks like in several places today. Once again on India Today's cameras. Defining image number 6. Many protesters were carried away by the security forces as the protests against the existing government turned violent. Furious protesters are adamant on Prime Minister and President's resignation. It has not come so far. Big agitation escalation.
कह रहे हैं कि मौत ना करे, हिंसा ना करे। जो सेना है वो यहाँ पहुँच गई है हथियारों से लैस, लेकिन ये सब लाइन में खड़े हो रहे। देखिए सेना को लेकर अधिकारियों के लिए ताली बजाई जा रही है क्योंकि उन्होंने इनको रोकने से मना कर दिया। वो इन्हीं प्रदर्शनकारियों के गले मिल रहे हैं। वो कह रहे हैं कि हम हाथ नहीं उठाएंगे और इसका सीधा सा मतलब है कि उन्होंने उन्हें आगे जाने जो सेना है वो यहाँ पहुँच गई है।
Meanwhile, defining image number 7 today, and this one is a riveting one. The national broadcaster of Sri Lanka, Rupa Vahini, has gone off air. This after protesters stormed the TV station studios and demanded that only programs related to their agitation be telecast. You even saw that little clip of one of the protesters turning news anchor. Defining image number 8, protesters continue to gather outside and inside the presidential secretariat in Colombo. They were seen waving Sri Lankan flags and raising slogans. Ladies and gentlemen, the numbers of protesters are only increasing on the ground, and India Today is among them, bringing you all of these pictures live. It's no exaggeration when I say that India is watching India Today's coverage because of the riveting nature of the ground reports that India Today's Pramod Madhav and Ashutosh Mishra have been bringing to you from the ground. It's a country that is burning. The political turmoil is only escalating. India Today is at the heart of this agitation, reporting like nobody else is. Not from the sidelines, but right in the epicenter. Don't miss this ground report by Pramod.
So first it was the President's Secretariat, then the President's Palace, and then the Prime Minister's home, and now finally it is the Prime Minister's office as well. Protesters are occupying the Prime Minister's office. This amidst armed guards, so like the heavily armed guards are also here for protection and to make sure nothing untoward occurs. But this is a lawn of the President's office which is completely filled with public and protesters from Galface who came here after like several rounds, even after like several rounds of tear gas were flashed, hit on them. They did not budge. They did keep coming again and again. After nearly 4 hours of struggle, they finally took over the Prime Minister's office as well. On one side, armed personnel are here. They are cooperating and making sure that nothing untoward occurs at this point. These are the armed guards protecting the Prime Minister's office. At the same time, they make sure that the public also cooperate. That's the only thing they ask. Imagine this had happened after 4 hours of struggle, and that started with a news that protesters at the Prime Minister's office were attacked. That news turned volatile, the entire situation into volatile, but later into a different kind of scenario where the army is also supporting the protesters, and they are actually coming one by one. They are being given away. This way is made by the armed force protesters at this point. The staircase is divided. On one side, the public are allowed to walk inside. This is a kind of symbolic method for the public to show that they have taken over, all because Ranil Wickremesinghe was announced as the acting president, and that did not go well with the public. He also stated not just the president but also the Prime Minister should resign. So in this room completely occupied are the army who are cooperating with the public so far, and no untoward incident has occurred except for tear gassing in the morning. Now everything seems to be quiet, and the Prime Minister, now acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe, has said after an all-party government is formed, he will for sure resign. The public are also still waiting for the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa. From Colombo and from the Prime Minister's office, Pramod Madhav for India Today. Protest in the streets of Colombo still continues, and the people near the are still protesting, and here they are holding a march, not just a simple march, they are also carrying the shields in front of them to symbolically say that they are here. And not just that, this is the same place where multiple rounds of tear gas were fired upon them to disperse them. Still the crowd is coming over and they are protesting row after row, demanding that not just Gotabaya but Ranil Wickremesinghe, also the acting Prime Minister or President, also resign. However, Ranil Wickremesinghe so far has said that he'll be the president until an all-party government is formed, and he claims that the country is under threat of fascist forces, and that's the reason he is appointed as the acting president, and he claims that that's the reason he has also declared an emergency. These have not gone well with the protesters who are still on the streets of Colombo surrounding the Prime Minister's office, and they are still protesting. Pramod Madhav for India Today.
For over 90 hours now, angry Sri Lankan citizens have laid total siege to the capital city of Colombo. You've seen it in every one of the images that we've brought to you live. India Today's Ashutosh is our second reporter on the ground who got you this ground report during tear gassing. Take a look, pay attention to every single frame of this report.
There is, of course, the people are annoyed that while Wickremesinghe has been given presidentialship when there could be a new, totally new face in the government. But for now, what our colleague Pramod was reporting, this is how the police, the military personnel, the entire administration is now cooperating with these protesters. Or you can say the protesters are cooperating with the authorities here. This is the main gate of Prime Minister's office. People are entering in huge queue, and these are the human chain have been made to ensure that people who are coming here, they get chance to visit Prime Minister's office one by one with discipline. Nothing is harmed, no harm to public property. Look at this human chain. That is the discipline these volunteers are maintaining and ensuring that there has to be things safe, nothing is harmed, nothing damaged. And if I could enter, say, everything remains same. People, those who are willing to go upstairs, they are going to other side. Ever since the Prime Minister has become the president, this office, of course, there was anger and protesters took over the Prime Minister's office. We are going to enter on the first floor of Prime Minister's office. Several rounds of cabinet meetings were taking place at this place just, a couple of days ago. But suddenly things have changed, particularly in last few hours. We are on the first floor, and this is the executive office. Even people are asking us, and they are navigating us, they are guiding us. And all these forces, if you see, there are civilians and there are armed forces as well. These are the special forces, Jawan, and the civilians. And this is a totally different picture that we are seeing in a democracy. Just a few minutes ago, almost in a confrontation, minutes later, it's just helping each other. We're entering in this another portion of the Prime Minister's office. There you see only the protesters sitting inside. Other side, the army personnel, they are protecting the public property. So if you see, nothing has been touched, nothing has been harmed, no damage to the public property. That's the discipline and the restraint, both, including the civilians and armed personnel, are showing. This is what is happening in Colombo. Perhaps never seen picture in any democratic country in democracy. They were fighting against the government. This is really going to be a long battle. It's all started being hours now, and when we started walking with these protesters, all of a sudden it was spontaneous reaction. There were only few hundred. Suddenly it became few thousand, and now I cannot recall the numbers here. Just more than 700-800 meter this entire stretch, 70 or 80 feet, the width of this road, and that's totally crowded. That's one after one. It is really becoming difficult for the armed forces to control the crowd. Everyone just trying to enter. The protesters trying to enter the Prime Minister's office. The soldiers there, the army there, the Air Force commandos there, the STF there. They're trying to disperse the crowd, and the rounds of tear shells that have been fired here just on one day, perhaps in any country would not have been fired even in the entire month if there is uncertainty or there is some kind of chaos. So that's what is happening here, and most as I see the people, the protesters are even quite trained. They're just taking their clothes away, dipped in a water, soaked in a water, and are just throwing over the tear shells. Several people injured, at least 50 to 60 people I've seen injured, one after one. They're helping each other. Clearly the uncertainty and this anger is actually boiling right up to the speakers. The shots again fired in the air. So rounds after rounds being fired by the armed forces to disperse the crowd. This is how people are injured, because there was chaotic situation when shells fired. The crowd started dispersing, and that led to the scuffle. That led to the entire situation here, and that perhaps also causing the injuries to these protesters. Several women, children, men have been taken to the nearby hospitals. So clearly this is totally anger boiling after the speaker's announcement that the Prime Minister Vikram Singhe will be the acting president. I can see the policemen or the security persons with gas masks, with tear shells, with guns are standing, but only remain a mute spectator. You heard the senior army official say that we are not stopping them. We are only requesting them do not damage the public property. But these are the barricades were placed to stop these protesters. But that seems that they totally overpowered these policemen here, and now they are marching further. Clearly, since this entire self-motivated protest is totally leaderless, there is no leader who can lead this. And of course, since the violent clashes have stopped, now they are managing also the traffic. They are allowing the vehicles to pass through, and another passage for these protesters. And this seems to be the impact when the top army officials appeal them to do not create chaos on the road. Let's not public suffer. And that seems to be how people have silently agreed to it, and they are cooperating with these agencies. The protest continues, sloganing continues, and also on the road you can see the better traffic arrangements being made by none other than but only these protesters. Oh shit, Sanjay kinare ho jao. Hawai firing, air firing, run. Fire. The police is firing on the protesters. They were suddenly started marching toward the Prime Minister's residence. Multiple tear shells and air gun. The shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Suddenly I saw all the protesters walking. The moment they got to know that president has fled, now they're demanding Prime Minister to resign. This is the Prime Minister's office. They all started marching. There was a barricade. They're just trying to breach the barricade. Suddenly they started firing tear shells. Look at the other side. It's all multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of tear shells fired here in Colombo. Exactly what unfolded on 9th July. Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo. These protesters now covering their face because with this is how they're preventing themselves from the smoke. All are just taking their clothes away and covering the face. So there were multiple directions where the shots were fired, even the bullets, and this was an attempt to disperse the crowd once they started marching towards the Prime Minister's office. There you see. Again, there's another. Look, once again, armed forces, the STF is trying to disperse the crowd. Just barely to see anything. So, this is exactly the similar picture. Again in Colombo, what unfolded on 9th of July. The protesters warned they will even gonna take over the Prime Minister's house and Prime Minister's office. Now these protesters have crossed the barricade. They again breached another safety barricade. Seems they all are trying to enter Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence, Prime Minister's another office, and the Parliament. This is another showdown by the protesters, by Sri Lankans, the ordinary civilians. Almost the nation is on the verge of. Oh, there's a tear shell fired. Another tear shell. This is to disperse the crowd. And barely one can see where these tear shells are coming from. Multiple rounds are being fired. This is to disperse the crowd and send them to multiple places because the gathering at one place could overpower the authorities. These are the burning images here, what we are seeing in Colombo. Similar picture unfolded on 9th of July. Yet again, battle on the streets in Colombo. The crowd has totally overpowered the armed forces. There you see the special task force of the Sri Lankan police, totally armed with the gear, but none of them using force. And this is clearly a go-ahead to the protesters. They have refused to take hard action against these protesters. Now they are freely marching towards the Prime Minister's office. Of course, because multiple rounds of the tear shells were fired, the eyes are burning, throats are totally choked. And there at the side, there was a water cannon, which was to prevent these protesters to move further. Now the water cannon has been kept aside by the policemen themselves, giving a go-ahead, a free go-ahead to these people to move further.
They have crossed the Prime Minister's office, which is right here. The army has conveyed a message, do not damage the public properties. If you're marching, march peacefully. And that's exactly where you see these army, the Sri Lankan army Jawans, heavily armed, but none of them acting against these protesters. The top army official has conveyed a message just to keep marching peacefully. They have allowed this protest to take place, and all of them are now heading towards the parliament. Their first aim was to reach Prime Minister's office. Here, army convinced them not to gather here, do not damage the property. On 9th July, when the protesters marched, there was damage to certain properties, public property. There was violent clashes. Even today, we have seen them again. They're marching further. But since they have crossed the Prime Minister's office, the next is the parliament, barely few steps from here. These protesters trying to enter the parliament, and there you see the huge convoy of cops. That's the entire fleet of the Colombo Club, the local police station. But again, you see, without arm, without baton, and they are watching these protesters moving. And clearly, this seems to be the silent support to these protests. Remember, there have been anger even amongst these protesters against the government, against this entire administration. End of the day, they have also suffered through this economic crisis. And now the protesters have been given go-ahead. They're marching towards the parliament. I can see the policemen or the security persons with gas masks, with tear shells, with guns are standing, but only remain a mute spectator. You heard the senior army official say that we are not stopping them. We are only requesting them do not damage the public property. But these are the barricades were placed to stop these protesters. But that seems that they totally overpowered these policemen here, and now they are marching further. Clearly, since this entire self-motivated protest is totally leaderless, there is no leader who can lead this. And of course, since the violent clashes have stopped, now they are managing also the traffic. They are allowing the vehicles to pass through, and another passage for these protesters. And this seems to be the impact when the top army officials appealed them to do not create chaos on the road. Let's not public suffer. And that seems to be how people have silently agreed to it, and they are cooperating with these agencies. The protest continues, sloganing continues, and also on the road you can see the better traffic arrangements being made by none other than but only these protesters.
Now, these images are everyone's reality right now in Sri Lanka. You might imagine that this is happening only in some places, while that may be largely be true, but everybody is affected by the images you're seeing because everyone feels part of this people's uprising. Now, while Sri Lanka spirals into total collapse, it's teetering on that edge right now. Its former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is currently in the island nation of Maldives, 700 kilometers away from Sri Lanka. India Today can confirm that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has been granted a safe haven in no less than the Waldorf Astoria super luxury hotel in the Maldives. It's an Itafushi, property owned by business tycoon Mohammad Ali Jinnah. Jinnah is a former Maldivian foreign minister, Abdullah Shahid's right-hand man. The Maldivian staff at the property have confirmed that the Sri Lankan first family is hiding at that property. They've expressed their displeasure over the stay. A night stay in this swanky 7-star property costs between 4 to 7 lakh Indian rupees per night. That's where the president of Sri Lanka, who has run by cover of darkness from his country, is hiding in Maldives. The government of Maldives is yet to issue a comment on this entire issue. Locals and Sri Lankans, however, have condemned the Maldivian government for allowing access to the runaway Rajapaksa family. Sneha is with me live, and she's got more information about this hotel. Incredible. His country is burning, on the verge of collapse. He's the man in the spotlight of blame, being blamed for this entire crisis. And he has just spent a night in a super luxury hotel, Sneha, in Maldives.
Yes, Shiv, to think of it, people in Sri Lanka are not having access to basic necessities. A kg of rice costs over 400 rupees. A lot of middle-class families have admitted that they are unable to afford 2 square meals a day. And just contrast that with this. These are pictures of the Wall of Estonia in Maldives. This is actually in South Malé. In Maldives, the same place where there are protests right now against the government for hosting Gotabaya Rajapaksa. This is where President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is pretty much chilling out tonight. You rightly said this is extremely expensive. It costs anywhere between 5 to 7 lakh rupees to stay here. These are pictures of this plush resort in South Malé. Let me take you through some of the details. Shiv, this is where President is going to stay tonight, and this is where he's really going to be chilling while the people of his country continue to suffer. This is the plush holiday resort in South Malé where President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is, completely oblivious or completely insensitive to what the people in his country are going through, is going to be spending the night in with his wife and his bodyguard is what we are really picking up. And this is as expensive as over 5 lakh rupees a night. This is a villa, and this is in South Malé in Maldives essentially. This is where he's going to relax away from all the turmoil, the political tensions and the economic crisis that Sri Lanka has found itself in. The president of the country is absolutely indifferent and has chosen to escape to this resort in South Malé, at least for tonight.
Incredible. I mean, Sneha, 4 to 5 lakh rupees is what one night in that hotel costs. That's where President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has just spent the night. We don't know if he's going to spend another night in this hotel. He might be fleeing from there to either UAE or even Singapore, we're hearing. But please digest the fact that as his country burns, the first family of Sri Lanka has just spent the night here. That's the reality of our politicians, ladies and gentlemen. Let's show you the escape by night of a man once regarded as the most ruthless political leader of Sri Lanka. Take a look at where Sri Lanka is right here, of course. He's flown 700 kilometers by cover of darkness, not a daylight flight, mind you. He has fled from Sri Lanka on an airplane all the way to Maldives. And he's there right now in the Maldives, which is about 700 kilometers away from Sri Lanka. His next stop could either be the UAE or he could fly to Singapore, which is in this particular area. So right now, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, ruthless leader of Sri Lanka, is sitting in a 7-star deluxe hotel in Maldives. Here's a look. We've decoded how he escaped. Back in 2009, when I was covering the Tamil Tiger War, I actually had a chance to get into precisely the kind of aircraft that has flown Gotabaya Rajapaksa out of Sri Lanka to the safety of a 7-star deluxe hotel in Maldives. Take a look.
A shameful fall from strength for one of Sri Lanka's most powerful presidents, hunted, cornered, and taking refuge in the cover of darkness. Rumored for days to have fled the country, Gotabaya Rajapaksa finally confirmed local suspicions. He quietly boarded a military aircraft late on Tuesday night and fled his burning country. As protesters slept, 4 days into the country's biggest uprising against the Rajapaksa family, the president secretly smuggled himself out of Sri Lanka and flew to Maldives with 5 family members and 3 staffers. Last heard, they're being kept protected at a resort near the Malé airport and could be preparing for an onward escape to another country, possibly Singapore.
Where are you going? I'm going to Parliament. Reason? इसका अंदर वो रखेगा ना, उन लोगों को पूरा गंदा आदमी है। आज किस बात की नाराजगी है आप लोगों में? वो जाएगा बोलेगा, आज जाएगा बोलेगा। अभी 3 दिन हुआ उसको घर पूरा में लगा और उन्होंने इस्तीफा नहीं दिया। उसको जाएगा बोला, अभी उसका नाम कभी तो नहीं है। उसको बाहर में किधर मालूम नहीं। लगता है सरकार ने भगाया उनको यहाँ से। सरकार में भगाया, वो छुपा के रखेगा। इस बात की नाराजगी है आपको? इस बात की नाराजगी, वो जाएगा बोला, क्यों अभी तक जाएगा नहीं है?
President Gotabaya had earlier conveyed that he would be resigning on Wednesday, but his stealthy escape in the darkness has thrown that plan in question too, with Ranil Wickremesinghe being appointed interim president. The Lankan Parliament is scheduled to resume on July the 16th. Fresh elections will be held on July the 20th to elect a new president, the nominations for which will be held on July the 19th. But the president, who hasn't resigned yet, has fled with his family, unwilling to remain and face the consequences of his rule. In fact, Gotabaya has not been seen in public since last Friday. He fled his official residence in Colombo's maximum security Temple Trees area on July the 9th, moments before thousands of protesters broke through police barricades and stormed the VIP compound. Once the ruthless face of the crackdown on the LTTE and a brave new Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapaksa is now cowering for safety, far from his furious citizens. A steeper fall from grace cannot be imagined. With Pramod Madhav and Ashutosh Mishra in Colombo, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, you're going to be hearing a lot about the Rajapaksas over the next few days and weeks as we continue to escalate our coverage of the Sri Lankan crisis. So let me, acquaint you a little better with the Rajapaksa clan, the most powerful first family of Sri Lanka. Of course, the man in the middle of all of it right now is Gotabaya Rajapaksa. He's still the president. He hasn't resigned just yet. He, of course, is chilling out in a 7-star luxury hotel in Maldives. His elder brother is Mahinda Rajapaksa, really the patriarch of the Rajapaksa clan. He's been president, he was prime minister, he's resigned, he is still in Sri Lanka. Chamal Rajapaksa is the third brother. He was the irrigation minister between 2020 and 2022. Many of those decisions were taken under him. He has also, of course, resigned. Basil Rajapaksa, who is being blamed for a large part of the economic crisis in which Sri Lanka is in currently, has resigned. He was the finance minister for the last year. The second generation of the Rajapaksas are also, of course, under the spotlight. Mahinda's two sons are Yoshita, he's the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, and Namal, who has resigned as the Sports Minister. Flamboyant lifestyles, fast cars, etc. You get the drift. All political first families have that. Then you've got Shashindra, who's the son of Chamal Rajapaksa. He was an advanced agriculture minister, also has resigned at this point of time. But to understand what really happened in Sri Lanka is to not just look at the political decisions that were taken by the Rajapaksas, but the other circumstances that compounded a series of terrible decisions, bad luck, and the absolute folly of kowtowing with China. Take a look.
So what really led to the downward spiral of what was once known as the island paradise? The country is marred by its worst economic crisis since 1948. Experts blame the Rajapaksa government for mismanaging the government finances and ill-timing tax cuts. The current crisis was accelerated by deep tax cuts promised by Rajapaksa during a 2019 election campaign. Now, these tax cuts were enacted months before the COVID-19 pandemic, which literally wiped out parts of Sri Lanka's tourism-dependent economy. The war in Ukraine hurt supply chains, putting more pressure on an already pressurized economy. Huge piles of foreign debt, series of lockdowns, soaring inflation, shortage in fuel supply, fall in foreign currency reserves, and devaluation of currency has adversely impacted the country's economy. The Rajapaksa government is now unable to pay for essential imports, including fuel, leading to debilitating power cuts. Ordinary Sri Lankans are also dealing with shortages and soaring inflation of medicine, of food, of fuel, and of pretty much literally every daily necessity. The country's foreign debt rose from a meager $0.4 billion in 1970 to a whopping $56.3 billion in 2020. The trouble was that the country's external debt rose quicker than its GDP. The external debt to GDP ratio rose from 31.6% in 2010 to 32.4% in 2015 and further to 40.4% in 2020. The foreign reserves in Sri Lanka in 2018 were near $10 billion and this nosedived to under $2 billion in 2021. On the other side, the Sri Lankan rupee has depreciated more than 50% against the US dollar in this 1 year alone. The Sri Lankan rupee has now depreciated against the Indian rupee by 32%, against the euro by 31%. The pound sterling by 31%, the Japanese yen by 29%, all between January 1st and March 31st. This comes as statistics according to the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. So what next now for Sri Lanka? It seems like the country is seeking financial support from the IMF and turning to regional powers that may be able to help. Sri Lanka has requested help from China as well as with India. New Delhi has already issued a credit line of $1 billion in March. Uncertainty still prevails on what comes next.
We've got more news breaks coming up from the unfolding drama on the island of Sri Lanka. India Today's Ashutosh and Pramod are standing by to bring you the very latest. Right after this very short break, 2 fresh news breaks on what's happening next.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are...
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
It's a $44 billion soap opera that's playing out, and Twitter has just taken a punch at the world's richest man, Elon Musk, for deciding not to complete his purchase of the social media giant. Twitter has sued Elon Musk, and he has replied with a series of, you guessed it, tweets. Take a look.
It's been a busy few months for the man who is revolutionizing travel on the roads, under the ground, and even in space. Elon Musk first promised to buy Twitter for $44 billion. Initially, the management was lukewarm to the offer, but then accepted as the $44 billion valuation was too good to be ignored. The twist in the tale happened when Musk seemed to be struck by a case of buyer's remorse, saying that the so-called spam bots meant that Twitter wasn't worth that much money. He has finally backed out of the deal, and the Twitter management is now running after him to ensure that the world's richest man stays true to his word. But after being sued, the world's richest man's reaction is just 3 words. Oh, the irony. Musk started accumulating Twitter stock late in January when the share was trading at around $37. By the time he disclosed his stake in early April, he had quietly become the largest single stakeholder in Twitter with 9.2% ownership. 20 days later, Elon Musk announced a $44 billion bid to take over Twitter fully. But it has been a journey full of twists and turns. Musk first put the deal on hold, asking the Twitter board for data on the number of fake and spam accounts. Weeks later, the billionaire decided to abandon the deal, criticizing the company for failing to provide enough information on fake accounts. Musk made merry of Twitter, taking him to court, setting the stage for what could be an interesting courtroom battle in weeks ahead. But Twitter isn't the one to sit silently. The company didn't mince words while launching a blistering attack on the Tesla CEO, alleging that he was not honoring the deal since it no longer serves his personal interests. The social media giant accused Musk of thrashing the company, disrupting its operations and destroying shareholder value. Well, it's been a rollercoaster ride for Twitter's investors. Shares of the microblogging company have declined. Nearly the stock, which rallied on the back of the deal in April, is now down in the dumps this month after the deal turned sour. Now as Twitter drags the world's richest man to court, all eyes are set on what happens to Twitter next. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we are the only channel, and I say this with pride, that's keeping the spotlight on the floods and suffering in different parts of the country. Pooja, up next on 6 p.m. Prime, puts the spotlight on the suffering of people. This is a story that we will not ignore, and no one should ignore. Watch it next.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India.
3 days
days, one continuous coverage of monsoon mayhem and flood fury across our country. In the past 2 days, we have focused from Assam to Gujarat, from Uttarakhand to Telangana and Kerala about the incessant rainfall. We have asked questions about who is responsible and accountable for our urban reality of waterlogged cities just after one downpour. We have tried to show you how lives are getting lost because of poor management and poor planning across our states. But today, I will show you the impact that farmers, civilians, tourists are facing. Whether the banana fields that are destroyed in Gujarat, to the hill state of Uttarakhand where there's massive suffering of the civilians and the tourists. We will tell you about the human cost and asking the same question again. Who takes accountability to ensure that this annual feature does not get repeated again in India? At 6 p.m. Prime with me, Pooja Shali. Do not miss its special telecast about issues that matter.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com in association with LIC हर पल आपके साथ, SBI pre-approved personal loan in just 4 clicks, JioMart हर घर का मार्ट. Cool and surf for this annual devastation. India, don't ignore this tragedy. India's annual ritual, flood fury. Is India doomed never to be waterproof? Endless suffering of flooded India.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime with me, Pooja Shali. 3 days, one continuous coverage on monsoon mayhem and flood fury to tell you about the human cost of this mayhem, but also ask questions. Who is answerable and responsible for the lives lost and for this annual ritual of endless suffering? Next half an hour, we focus on ground reports from across India. Let's begin first with the headlines. It's a massive escalation in Sri Lanka crisis. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe takes over as the interim president as President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to Maldives, imposes a state of emergency and curfew amid protests. It's a dramatic standoff on the streets of Colombo. Massive march of protesters breaching Prime Minister's office. Forces fire tear gas shells. Army choppers hover at a very low level over the protest site and around Prime Minister's office.
सारी कोशिशें नाकाफी साबित हो रही हैं। यहाँ कुछ भी देख पाना मुश्किल है। ये एक टीयर शेल ठीक मेरे पास गिरा बिल्कुल यहाँ पे। कुछ भी देख पाना यहाँ पर मुश्किल है।
India Today reporting live from Ground Zero in Sri Lanka. Our team of reporters braving tear gas shells and crackdown to give you this unmatched coverage from the protest site.
Current directly outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is that Jasmine had shelled and the public which anti-police are now running away. They are the crowds who are dispersing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the actual next president. Over here you could see as we speak, police is using tear gas and police are also going over there. And currently now this place, everybody is running away because of the chaos over there. The entire place has turned chaos. Police unable to control the crowd. They have used tear gas at this point, and as we speak.
Narcotics Control Bureau's damning charge sheet in the Sushant Singh Rajput case. Narcotics Bureau says the late actor's girlfriend Ria pushed him into addiction, used his money to buy and supply narcotics. Sidhu Moosewala's murder mastermind Lawrence Bishnoi spills murder Salman Khan plot, says plotted a hit on the Bollywood superstar in 2018 for the killing of sacred animal black buck. COVID pandemic is still here. The cases are on a rise once again. Government at the centre announces free COVID booster doses for all adults for the next 75 days at government centres. Monsoon as a season is much awaited for relief from the rising temperature of summer. But as we soon realize, this monsoon joy turns into nightmare. I want to now take you through one by one of how there are states across the country that are not just reporting heavy rainfall, but serious impact because of it. Take a look. Maharashtra, one of the worst affected, at least with the heavy rainfall, though the cities are not as worst affected, but there is Nashik. There are other areas and districts in Maharashtra which are reporting heavy waterlogging and as an impact that of massive inconvenience to its people. But just adjacent to Maharashtra is the state of Gujarat. It has already reported more than 70 lives lost. Heavy waterlogging, flood-like situation. Our reporters are on the ground to tell you about what the citizens' suffering is from the state of Gujarat, where Navsari is currently the worst. Even in Uttar Pradesh right now, because of heavy downpour in areas like Bijnor, the ground reports that are coming are of waterlogged towns and cities. What is about the drainage system which is so poor, and who is answerable and accountable for that? Let's now take you to the hill state of Himachal Pradesh. What you're looking at in the state of Himachal, yes, there are cloudbursts and there are landslides, but how much of it is natural and how much of it is man-made? Poor planning, infrastructure, constructions, illegal constructions that are on, adding to the chaos and commotion and to the destruction of our beloved mountains in the hill state of Himachal Pradesh. Take a look now at our ground report of all these states to actually help you assess what our states are facing through beyond just the rainfall that it is, but when it gets heavier than 20 centimeters, continues for 2 to 3 days, when there's a landslide, what happens on ground? Take a look. Monsoon fury across India. From Himachal Pradesh to Kerala, monsoon mayhem has swept many states of the country. Incessant rainfall is leading to flood-like situation. It has been raining continuously in Maharashtra's Nagpur for the last 48 hours. Rivers in the region are in spate. The Ambajari barrage is overflowing and 3 shutters have now been opened. Water is being released from the Chatakpur and Haranbari dam, leading to flooding of low-lying areas in Nashik. Eight people are dead after a wall collapsed due to incessant rainfall in Gujarat. The heavy downpour wreaking havoc in several areas of Gujarat, including Jalalpur and Navsari. 4 shutters of the RG2 dam in Rajkot were also opened to manage the inflow.
People staying in low-lying areas are being evacuated and rushed to safer places. In the state of Uttar Pradesh, many towns including Bijnor are facing waterlogging on the streets after a heavy rainfall. In Bijnor, police posts, schools and roads are inundated. The hill town of Manali in district Kullu saw heavy downpour last night. This bus station in the popular tourist destination is flooded with water from the nearby drains and streams are flowing in. Bureau Report, India Today. So let's begin one by one. The state of Gujarat is the worst affected with at least 70 lives lost right now. Many are being rushed for evacuation and to safer shelters. What does that mean? As we take a look at these visuals, remember, we are looking at the Narmada district, which is right now inundated, the Karjan river around it as well. Take a look of how people in waist-deep water have to pass through streets. There are people who have been in these flooded areas, have been left to fend for themselves. They've been then rescued by the officials. The rescue and relief operations have been on. But these are not just the outskirts of cities. Even within the cities, there has been massive flooding that has been reported. So our next report will be coming in from the state of Gujarat. So the cities that are inundated, villages that are submerged in the state of Gujarat. What does that mean? Remember, specific story that I'm going to bring to you now will be about the destruction that is being witnessed. Take a look at this. Banana fields that have been completely destroyed, and this is in the Narmada district where these popular banana farms have been completely flooded. The Karjan river is also overflowing right now. These are absolutely tragic visuals because remember, these destroyed bananas were being loaded while on trucks. Farmers are trying to save as much as possible, but this means hundreds of farmers have suffered losses worth crores of rupees. They were expecting a bumper profit this year after the COVID pandemic because remember, these banana farms are used not just for domestic business but also for export. But right now, with the dam that was opened, the Karjam Dam, 9 gates that were opened, and the cusics of water that was also released was high in number, leading to submerge of this banana farms. Now, there is an appeal that the farmers have brought forth, and we would also like to put it out on India Today. They are appealing to the government to compensate for the successive losses that they have faced. My colleague Saurabh Vaktania gets you this ground report. Listen in to what the farmers are saying and listen in also to the ground report by my colleague Saurabh Vaktania.
We are right now present in Hajarpura village of Narmada district, and behind me are the visuals of banana farming over here. Very famous for it, but currently you can see the entire farming land completely submerged into water. Let me tell you that here there is a Karanj river on which there is a dam, and due to heavy rainfall in Gujarat, all the 9 gates of the dam were completely opened. The villagers were not given any information, and let me tell you, over 2 lakh cusic of water was removed from that particular dam after all the 9 gates were opened, and all the water was flown into the entire banana farming land. Here in the visuals you can see that complete farming land of this particular banana farming is submerged into water, because of which the farmers over here have faced heavy losses.
पानी तो इतना ज़्यादा आया, लगभग करजन डैम से इतना पानी छोड़ा कि अचानक 2.5 लाख क्यूसेक इतना पानी, पहली बार डैम बनने के बाद पहली बार इतना ज़्यादा पानी छोड़ा उन्होंने, और अचानक पानी आ गया पूरे खेत में, केले के खेत में पूरा पानी घुस गया, और करोड़ों की इस गांव की बात करता हूँ, हजरपुरा गांव में ही लगभग 15-20 करोड़ का केला है, उसका नुकसान हुआ है 15-20 करोड़ का.
From Narmada district to Navsari in the same state of Gujarat here as well, it's not only about the farmers who are suffering these tragic losses, but on the roads, People are facing massive inconvenience. My colleague Dev Kotak now brings you this report from Navsari. Flooding that has taken place in the border area from Navsari to Vansda district, damaging roads, causing massive inconvenience to people who have to wade through waist-deep water to even reach another location. The state highway of Maharashtra and Gujarat is partially shut due to the traffic snarls and the inundation and flooding. Remember, these are not just roads, but Gira waterfalls in the Dang district also is overflowing after Ambika River crossed into floods in various parts of Navsari. And India Today is the only channel to even possibly reach this spot, only because you as a viewer can get an update on what right now these areas are looking like. Take a look by this report by Dev Kotak.
After the last 3 to 4 days of incessant rains in the state of Gujarat, normal life was thrown out of gear, as you can still see behind me. Currently where we are in the Navsari district near the Vansda National Park. This is the border area that connects the Vansda district to the Navsari districts of Gujarat. You can see with how much difficulty are people going. Long traffic snarls and serpentine queues and very heavy traffic, as we can rightly see on our screens at this point in time. The kind of difficulties that people have had to face. Some had to walk barefoot through this waterlogging. Also, there are some police officials and government authorities trying to help out in terms of easing the traffic. However, the situation leading towards the Dang district doesn't particularly seem to have improved. If we can point out to the visuals of that bridge out there, that how it was damaged because of the very heavy rainfall in the last 3 to 4 days. However, a red alert still continues to be issued until the 15th of July in the whole state of Gujarat. The next few days will be extremely crucial. We don't know whether the red alert will subside and will the water levels recede. The flood situation in the state of Gujarat has definitely not improved in certain places. Behind me you can see the Gira waterfalls in the Dang district of Gujarat. This is the Ambika River that caters to Navsari, and Navsari gets blocked and also gets flooded mainly because of the water from Ambika River and the Purna River. It is sort of sandwiched, which is why Navsari in Gujarat expected the worst kind of floods. It is still reeling under the effect and is trying to overcome it. As you can see how ferociously the water is flowing and also very fast, having risen above the danger water level mark. However, let's only hope that the situation improves given the time to come, and things definitely get better for the people in Dang district, Valsad, Navsari and other parts of Gujarat.
From the western state of Gujarat, let me now take you to the northern hill state of Uttarakhand. There are landslides that are being reported, which means these are now becoming danger zones. Take a look yourself at these visuals coming in from Uttarakhand. Remember, this is about rivers that are overflowing. This is also about flood-like situation. Uttarakhand, which is also called as the Dev Bhumi, attracts thousands of tourists every year. Many of them are stranded and struck. And therefore, of course, there is massive inconvenience even by the locals that is being faced. Now let's take you through exactly, elaborately, the report coming in from Uttarakhand. Roads are washed away near Karnaprayag. Devotees are stuck due to the traffic jams and the overflowing. Take a look at this. A road next to the Alaknanda River caved in Karnaprayag. Tourists' buses are unable to cross it on the other side. Oh, what does all this mean? Remember, hotel business, which is a massive industry in Uttarakhand, has suffered. Not just this, these are the floods that you're looking at, leading to how dangerous it is becoming for the locals, for the tourists, for the livestock also at these locations, and people are ensuring to save their life. But interestingly, even wedding processions are getting stuck. Listen in now to Amit Bhardwaj, who's my colleague there in Uttarakhand, taking the risk to get you this ground report from the flooded area of Uttarakhand.
मानसून का पानी है, पहले जो पानी का रिसाव होता, पहले भी कह चुका हूँ कि नीचे होता था, तो पुल बन रहा है आपका ऑल वेदर के अंदर जो काम चल रहा है, उसके कारण पानी जो है रोड में आ गया। पानी का जब प्रवाह होता तो अच्छे नालों को भी काट देता, रोड की जो सारी ऊपरी परत थी उसने काट दिया और खड्डे बनने शुरू हो गए।
लगातार विगत कई दिनों से बारिश हो रही है, रात के समय में जबरदस्त भारी बारिश हो रही है, और इस जो ये फ्लड है ऊपर से ये वाला फ्लड है, ये इन्होंने इसको जो है उसके लिए जो है पुल के लिए इसको इधर को मोड़ दिया है रोड की साइड में, जबकि इसके लिए जो है डायरेक्ट नदी के लिए जो है पाइप बिछाई जाए, नीचे कोई ड्रेनेज निकाला जाना चाहिए था, लेकिन ये लापरवाही है।
Right now we are in Uttarakhand's Karnaprayag area, and this is the state of all-weather road meant to reach Badrinath shrine. And on this route, hundreds and hundreds of devotees from different parts of the country are now thronging towards Badrinath. But this particular stretch of the all-weather road to Badrinath has been washed away at Karnaprayag by this particular waterfall coming from the mountains right here. You could see, and during the monsoon, the stream becomes stronger, the water flow becomes stronger, and because of that, when the water reaches this particular road, nearly 80 meters of all-weather road has been completely washed away, and you could see how the vehicles are now facing difficulty and challenges in order to cross this particular stretch. And we are being told that the traffic on this particular stretch was blocked since today morning. However, barely a couple of minutes back, this particular road stretch, the traffic was started, and you could see at the line and queue of vehicles coming from that side. This is kilometer-long traffic jam because of the road, all-weather road, being washed away by this monsoon waterfall.
Now, Amit Bhardwaj is en route Badrinath. He's halted just to give us an update in our live telecast right now. I want to quickly cut across to him now. Amit, we were just taking a look at this ground report that you've sent. What is presently the status as you're consistently moving toward Badrinath? What do the roads of Uttarakhand look like? What are people telling you? And there was also a dulha who got stuck.
Absolutely right, Pooja. In fact, let the visuals tell the entire story as I narrate what I have seen en route to Badrinath. This is NH58 in Pursari. You can see excavator, at work, and it is actually removing the debris because this particular NH58, the all-weather road in Pursari near Josimath, caved in this morning, and it was a two-lane road until this morning. However, the one of the lanes of the road has now caved in, and we are being told by the experts here that because of the monsoon river which comes from the mountains, it actually wrecked away the entire protection wall, and the protection wall actually came down, after which one of the lanes of NH58 all-weather road to Badrinath has been washed away. And here as well, nearly 80 to 100 meters of the stretch of the NH58 has been washed away. The road has caved in. Now, there are several questions, Pooja, by the locals as well as devotees regarding the safety of this all-weather road and the claims, the tall claims that were made by the authorities, by the governments about, making the journey to Badrinath shrine easier and safer. Locals are saying that because
Amit,
of the
this is absolutely scary, because, and we also know whether it is the Border Roads Organization or the civil administration, they are seen clearing the debris. But again, the question is, these hill states are constantly suffering from poor planning. From infrastructure issues, from illegal constructions, and while there could be a natural disaster, these are adding on as man-made disasters as well.
Absolutely right, Pooja. And in fact, there are questions that are being raised by the locals. They are saying that, in the past years, they saw massive development projects coming in these parts of Uttarakhand, which was usually left for the longest time. And there could have been different reasons. But now the locals are saying that because the mountains have been chopped off, they have been cut in between. And the locals say that these are not permanent mountains. They are growing mountains, and they are, in a way,
there has to be development that is needed. That's correct, Amit, but it has to be done with caution and to ensure that our mountains do not get hit in the process. You take care of yourself. Stay safe. Thank you so much, Amit Bhardwaj, for getting us the ground report from Uttarakhand. Now, remember, these are our reporters taking a lot of risk to help you get these ground updates from flooded areas. Let's now take you through the defining images coming in from across India about the monsoon mayhem and the flood fury. Let's begin from Maharashtra. Mumbaikars waking up to rain lashing several parts of the financial capital city. Heavy downpour leading to water logging in Mumbai as always annually. bringing the city to a standstill. Is anybody listening in Mumbai who will be answerable and accountable? Telangana had red alert in some of its districts. Mulugu is facing worst flood fury. Rain lashing several parts of Mulugu. Several waterlogging has caused distress to the people of the district. The Met Department sounded red alert mostly, but there's also orange alert for most of the state now in Telangana. In central India, Chhattisgarh's Sukma district is also devastated by the monsoon mayhem. Villagers here can be seen wading through waist-deep water, trying to relocate from their village houses to safer locations. Village houses completely inundated right now. Who is compensating them right now? Gujarat has been reeling under massive flooding. The death toll is now over 83 in Gujarat. Take a look at this visual. All you see are students trying to walk through this water area is completely inundated. We are being told that rescue operations are on from flooded areas. The hill state of Uttarakhand bearing the brunt of heavy rainfall. There are highways that have broken down. A landslide in Chamoli led to the portion of the Badrinath National Highway to incur severe damage. Even in Punjab, there is no respite from heavy rainfall. As you can see here on your screen, Amritsar city is also facing the wrath of the monsoon mayhem. And non-stop for several hours now, there has been thunderstorm and heavy rainfall in Amritsar. So that was our special telecast today. As always, we ask the question about till when will this be an annual ritual for our country to brace and face for the civilians. I'm heading to a very short break. Let's get you some absolutely spectacular images of the cosmic cliffs and the glittering landscape of the starburst released by NASA. That's what everyone's been talking about. Let's bring you that after a very short break.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are.
These are never-before-seen images going to come on your screen now. The NASA officials drew back the curtain to a display of luminous images captured by the James Webb Space Telescope, which is the largest and most powerful observatory right now, which is ever launched to space. Here's what everyone's been talking about. Take a look.
Breathtaking images of deep space taken by a telescope orbiting almost 1 million miles from Earth were unveiled by NASA on Tuesday. The first full-color, high-resolution pictures from the James Webb Space Telescope, designed to peer farther than ever before with greater clarity to the dawn of the universe, were hailed by NASA as a milestone marking a new era of astronomical exploration. Here's NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
It's clear that Webb represents the best of NASA. It maintains our ability to propel us forward for science, for risk-taking, for inspiration.
The debut image was a, quote, deep field photo of a distant galaxy cluster, revealing the most detailed glimpse of the early universe recorded to date.
So if we come up and look at this image, first of all, it's really gorgeous.
But it's not just an array of color, it's a glimpse back in time to the origins of, well, perhaps everything. NASA scientist Jane Rigby.
And so galaxies like that one right there, this little red guy, you're like, okay, yep, what is that? Well, Webb got spectra to figure out what those galaxies are made of, and this is that one. We're seeing as it looked 13.1 billion years in the past, less than 1 billion years after the Big Bang, and we're seeing the elements of oxygen and hydrogen as well as neon. You know, this is how the oxygen in our bodies was made in stars, in galaxies, and we're seeing that process get started.
Other images included close-ups of gas and dust clouds left by stellar explosions that form incubators for new stars and a cluster of galaxies known as Stephan's Quintet. And apart from the imagery, NASA presented Webb's first spectrographic analysis of a Jupiter-sized exoplanet more than 1,100 light-years away, which led to this exciting discovery.
What you're seeing here is a telltale signature, the chemical fingerprint of water vapor in these atmospheres, in the atmosphere of this specific exoplanet.
Built to view subjects chiefly in the infrared spectrum, Webb is about 100 times more sensitive than its 30-year-old predecessor, the Hubble Space Telescope.
The first focused images that we took, where they were razor sharp, that for me was the one where I had the very emotional reaction of, oh my goodness, it works.
One thing the scientists repeatedly underscored on Tuesday was that Webb appeared to be performing better than they'd anticipated, and the findings were more wondrous than they'd expected.
What the engineers have done to build this thing, it is amazing.
Several expressed being overcome with emotion at the interstellar sights.
The universe was out, you know, it's been out there. We just had to build a telescope to go see what was there. Yeah, very similar feeling of maybe people in a broken world managing to do something right and to see some of the majesty that's out there.
The universe never ceases to impress, and importantly, what are we but a speck when we look at these images? Thank you for watching, but after a short break, we bring you now the big story that's coming in from Moosewala murder. The mastermind Lawrence Bishnoi has spilled the murder Salman Khan plot, saying he did plot a hit on the film superstar in 2018 for killing of the sacred animal black bucks. Let's bring you that big story at 6:30.
Are you someone who hates working from the office? Do you miss working in your pajamas and chilling at home? Did you know work from home is now legal in the Netherlands? 2 Dutch lawmakers proposed a legislation to make work from home a legal right. Now, Netherlands is one of the first countries to grant remote working flexibility by law. The legislation was approved by Lower House of Parliament. It still needs to be approved by the Dutch Senate. The law says employers must consider employee requests of work from home if their job can be done remotely. As of now, in the Netherlands, work from home can be rejected to employees without any reasons. The pandemic has shifted attitudes in work. It offered flexibility to employees, and now they seek the same in office. About a month ago, Elon Musk gave an ultimatum to his employees to return to office or leave. When the workers returned to office, there was scarcity of parking and desks. In April 2022, Apple's employees rejected CEO Tim Cook's orders to return to office by threatening to quit. So, are you working from the office, or is some flexibility allowed to you?
You are watching
A big revelation has now emerged in Moosewala killer Lawrence Bishnoi gang's plot to kill film superstar Salman Khan. Sources say that during questioning by the Punjab police, Lawrence Bishnoi revealed that he did want to kill superstar Salman Khan to teach him a lesson. Bishnoi was upset with Salman Khan for allegedly hunting down the black bucks. Remember, the black buck is a sacred animal for the Bishnoi community of Rajasthan. Now, the jailed gangster has also revealed that he sent gangster Sampath Nehra to eliminate Salman Khan in Mumbai. But it was the assassination plot that eventually could not be concluded. It fell through because Sampath did not have a high-caliber string rifle. He only had a pistol for the hit job and therefore could not succeed. The gangster entrusted with procuring a long-range spring rifle, Dinesh Dagar, was then nabbed by cops with regard to these leads coming in. Remember, in the famous gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's close aide Vikramjit Brar, Rajasthan-based gangster is in Dubai right now. It's also revealed that this Vikram Brar fled to UAE after he got a passport, a fake passport made from Chandigarh in 2018. Vikram Brar's name had surfaced in the threat letter written to Salman Khan. That was also found by the family, and there was a plot to threaten other celebrities, including film director Karan Johar, and also extort money from other celebrities while all these gangsters sat in Dubai. So just to give you a background, remember Lawrence Bishnoi had on camera, and India Today had access, that open threat by Lawrence Bishnoi to Salman Khan that he will eventually go after him. Salman Khan had also responded to the threats. This is about 2018. Take a look at these archive visuals that we have brought out for you.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे यहीं जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं. जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे यहीं जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं.
जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना, नेगेटिव नहीं करना. और शिकार टाइगर जैसे शिकार कोई नहीं करता है ना, ये सबको पता है. जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना, नेगेटिव नहीं करना. और शिकार टाइगर जैसे शिकार कोई नहीं करता है ना, ये सबको पता है.
After India Today news break, Delhi police has taken action on the report on Moosewala's murder case. Delhi police has taken into arrest one person who got arranged fake passports for gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's brother and nephew. India Today, remember, was the first to reveal to you that before Sidhu Moosewala's murder, Lawrence Bishnoi had sent his brother Anmol and nephew Sachin out of the country. And that he did by getting fake passports made on different identities so that they can flee. It was a well-hatched-out conspiracy plan to protect his brother and nephew and to leave no link behind to the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Bishnoi, as reports are emerging, settled them abroad from where they could coordinate, facilitate, successfully execute this brutal crime. The fake passports of gangsters' skin were made from Delhi Regional Passport Office, and all of this is shocking in the manner in which he managed to get all of these documents in place and also leave the country just in time. A murder that had sent shockwaves and continues to shock specifically fans who cannot get over the fact that that music will never be heard again. So what exactly happened to Sidhu Moosewala? Let's take you through a background. Now, in this fake passport case, it was Bishnoi's brother who managed to be flown out of this country by getting fake passports made. And remember, all of this is a well-hatched out conspiracy. The brother was sent to Europe. And this is not just the brother, but also the nephew, remember, getting the passport mates in India. They managed to leave. Bishnoi's brother then gets in touch with Canada-based Goldie Brar, a gangster based in Canada, a free man right now, but is indulging in extortion and criminal scenarios. All of this, remember, across continents, across countries, all of this is being planned out by Lawrence Bishnoi and the connected gangs. The biggest revelation that has come in the Moosewala case right now is how Lawrence Bishnoi gang's plot to kill was superstar of the film industry. That after Sidhu Moosewala, they could have been hatching more had the police not managed to take action. Remember, it is during the questioning by Punjab police that Lawrence Bishnoi revealed he wanted to kill the superstar, teach him a lesson. All of this because Salman Khan is accused of hunting down the sacred animal for the Bishnoi community, the black buck. Take a look at this special report. The killers of Sidhu Moosewala had the Bollywood on their crosshair firmly. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who allegedly did the Moosewala hit, has now dropped a bombshell, admitting that he plotted in 2018 to kill the superstar of the film industry, Salman Khan, to teach the actor a lesson for killing black bucks, the animal that is sacred to the Bishnoi community in Rajasthan. Singing in Punjab police custody, Bishnoi revealed he had sent gangster Sampath Nehra to eliminate Salman Khan in Mumbai. The plot to kill Salman Khan fell through as Sampath did not have a high-caliber spring rifle and had only a pistol for the hit job. India Today earlier exclusively accessed the brazen threat letter to Salman Khan and the family, which read, "Aapko Moosewala kar denge." We had also aired Bishnoi's open threat to kill Salman Khan back in 2018.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा सलमान खान का करेंगे मारेंगे यहीं जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं
After India Today's news break on Moosewala's murder case, a major crackdown came from the Delhi police. Cops arrested the accused who arranged fake passports for gangster Bishnoi's brother and nephew, helping them to flee India just ahead of Moosewala's killing. Bishnoi's close aide Vikramjit Brar, a Rajasthan-based gangster, also fled to Dubai in June 2018 with the help of a fake passport, which he got made in Chandigarh. Vikram Brar's name had surfaced in the plot to get Salman Khan killed. Sources say Brar has also been plotting to threaten other Bollywood celebrities, including director Karan Johar, and extort money from them while he sat in Dubai.
Delhi police has busted the fake passport module that had helped Lawrence Bishnoi's associate Sachin Thapan escape the country after planning the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Now, they had done this after attaining fake documents and also exploiting the Tatkal passport scheme, post which he fled the country a month before the murder was done. Additionally, Vikram Brar, who's behind the threat of Salman Khan, had also similarly obtained fake passport from Chandigarh and escaped the country. With video journalist Satya, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
In other news, Bollywood actor and former partner of late actor Sushant Singh Rajput, Riya Chakrabarti, is back in the Narcotics Control Bureau net. Riya Chakrabarti and 34 others have been charged for allegedly supplying drugs to high society and Bollywood insiders. They have also been accused of abetting Sushant Singh Rajput into extreme drug addiction. The Narcotics Control Bureau, in its charges filed on Tuesday against actor Riya Chakrabarti, claimed that between March and December 2020, all 35 accused in the Sushant Singh Rajput drug case entered into a criminal conspiracy. As per the Narcotics Control Bureau, this plot was to finance drug trafficking, including allegedly procuring, sale, transport and distribution of drugs in high society and in the film industry. Now, the accused are also facing allegations of consumption of ganja, charas, LSD, cocaine and other hard drugs. The accused allegedly used the bank account of the late actor to procure contraband and terming it, I quote it here, Puja Samagri, or material that is used for religious functions, to buy these drugs. I'm heading into a very short break, but on the other side, we get you all the details of the nominations of the 74th Emmy Award. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching.
There is a certain amount of pressure just because even when we're shooting any commercial or anything, they strive for perfection. And so, you know, every shot, every angle, every lighting has to be perfect. So sometimes you're shooting for hours and hours and, you know, one thing is out of line and then it's a whole new setup. So.
When I did begin training, I trained every day of the week. I had dance classes every single day. I had weekly evaluations, which is a very big thing in the K-pop industry. I did those for months and months and months, and then finally the day came where my company told me I was getting prepared for debut.
The much-awaited nominees for the 74th Emmy Awards have now been announced, and the frontrunners include Succession, Squid Game, Stranger Things, no surprise there, and Euphoria, among others. Adam Scott, Reese Witherspoon and Zendaya are also scored nominations in the acting category. So here's the complete list, and do check out if your favorite has found the nomination. Leaving you with this special report. Thank you for watching 6 PM Prime.
The whole world is watching for my next move.
You're the #1 trending topic, ahead of tater tots, and the Pope followed you.
Wow.
Okay, no, this is not the. Is this the real?
Right.
No,
Great.
I don't
Thanks,
think this
Greg.
is a Pope.
The nominations for 74th Emmy Awards 2022 are out. HBO series Succession, about a conniving media mogul and his feuding family, has been nominated for 25 awards, including one for prestigious Best Drama Prize.
As I understand it, you want to take down your dad without implicating yourself.
Correct.
And without damaging the company to the extent that you lose control at your shareholder meeting.
Do you have an actual case, Ken?
Yes, I can kill him.
Is he gonna watch?
Could we make a note in the minutes that he's Brian Cox, who stars as Logan Roy in the series, will compete for Best Actor against Jeremy Strong, who plays his troubled son, Kendall.
Pretty bad.
I'm focused on not going to jail.
Logan says we have to take these cyanide pills. It's a mint you do for...
Succession will have a face-off against Netflix's South Korean thriller Squid Game, which has earned 14 nominations, the first non-English language show to be nominated for an Emmy. That too for the most ever numbers.
무궁화 꽃이 피었습니다입니다.
그 옛날에 어릴 때 하는 거 말이야?
사람을 그렇게 죽여놓고 6개의 게임을 모두 이긴 분들께는 그에게 상금이 지급됩니다.
Squid Game tells the story of cash-strapped contestants who compete for prize money, sometimes with fatal consequences.
게임을 거부하는 참가자는 탈락으로 처리된다.
Netflix sci-fi series Stranger Things.
They're not way off.
And HBO's Euphoria, about teens navigating sex, drugs and social media, have also been nominated for the Best Drama trophy.
Baby, just take your time. You're delicate. I would tell everyone I love to at least try and change.
Apple TV series Ted Lasso, which has got 20 nominations, will be competing against Hacks, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and Only Murders in the Building, among others, for the Best Comedy title. What's more, Steve Martin and Martin Short, who star in Only Murders in the Building, will compete against each other in the Best Comedy Actor category.
You are all persons of interest in this case.
Someone's trying to frame this.
This is gonna be fine. Could be bad.
We have two options. I slap you across the face, or we just skip to the part where you say, "Thanks, kid, that was tough to hear."
Not the slapping one.
The Best Drama Actress nominees, meanwhile, includes Zendaya for Euphoria, Laura Linney for drug-dealing drama Ozark, and Melanie Linsky for new series Yellow Jackets, which is about high school girls forced to survive in the wilderness.
Never forget the day I heard their plane had gone missing. What do you think really happened out there?
All I know is that what happened was a tragedy. Those girls were special. They were champions.
We agreed, say no more than we have to. The truth is, the plane crashed. A bunch of my friends died. And then the rest of us starved and scavenged and prayed until they finally found us.
I think we both know there's more to it than that.
The Emmy Awards will be held in Los Angeles on September 12th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Oh, sorry.
Me padlo. Adjust.
भाव थांबा भाव थांबा थांबा भाव थांबा भाव थांबा भाव
मुंबईचा राजा कौन आहे? मैं एकनाथ शिंदे. झुकेगा नहीं.
Frantic, unsettling island drama. Epic people's uprising in Lanka. Gotabaya flees, leaving Lanka in limbo. Rebels, tear gas and crowds. Big focus on Newstrack. Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 story for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Massive escalation on Lankan crisis. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe takes over as interim president as President Gotabaya flees to the Maldives. Imposes state of emergency and curfew in midst of protests. Dramatic standoff on Colombo streets. Massive march of protesters breaches Prime Minister's office. Force fire tear gas shells. Army choppers hover over stir site and Prime Minister's office. India Today reports live from the Lankan crisis zone.
सारी कोशिशें नाकाफी साबित हो रही हैं. यहाँ कुछ भी देख पाना मुश्किल है. ये एक टीयर शेल ठीक मेरे पास गिरा बिल्कुल यहाँ पे. कुछ भी देख पाना यहाँ पर मुश्किल.
NCB's damning charge sheet in SSR case. Narcotics Bureau says the late actor's girlfriend Ria pushed him into addiction, used his money to buy and supply narcotics.
We're currently outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is that Aspen has shelled and for public which anti police are now running away. They are the crowds who are dispersing and running away from the Prime Minister's residence. Earlier they came over here demanding that Ranil Wickremesinghe should not be made the actual next president. Over here you could see as we speak, public police is using tear gas and police are also going over there. And currently now this place, everybody is running away because of
Moosewala murder mastermind Lawrence Bishnoi spills murder Salman Khan plot, says plotted hit on Bollywood soup. NCB's damning charge sheet in SSR case. Narcotics Bureau says the late actor's girlfriend Riya pushed him into addiction, used his money to buy and supply narcotics. Moosewala murder mastermind Lawrence Bishnoi spills murder Salman Khan plot, says plotted hit on Bollywood superstar in 2018 for killing of sacred black bucks. Mumbai fights early morning waterlogging after torrential rainfall. Over 80 dead in Gujarat after fifth day of rain havoc. Flood situation grim in the state of Telangana. COVID cases on the rise once again. Centre announces free COVID booster doses for all adults for the next 75 days at government centres. All right, viewers, the big story coming in. The Narcotics Control Bureau finally has charge-sheeted actor Riya Chakrabarti in the SSR case. This time around, she has been charge-sheeted for receiving and buying ganja. That is what the charge sheet says. The Bollywood actor and former girlfriend of late actor Sushant Singh Rajput, Riya Chakrabarti, now back in the NCB net. Riya Chakrabarti and 34 others have been charged for supplying drugs to high society and Bollywood. They have also been accused of abetting Sushant into extreme drug addiction. The NCB, in its charges filed Tuesday against actor Riya Chakrabarti, claimed that between March and December 2020, all 35 accused in the Sushant Singh Rajput drug case entered into a criminal conspiracy. As per the NCB, the plot was to finance drug trafficking, including procuring, sale, transport, distribution of drugs in high society and Bollywood. The accused are also stand of consumption of ganja, charas, LSD, cocaine and other drugs. The accused allegedly used Sushant's bank account to procure contraband and termed it puja samagri, or material used for puja. Connecting immediately to my colleague Divesh Singh, joining us live with the very latest. Divesh, take us through the charge sheet. It's taken a huge while in the coming, but Riya Chakrabarti right now charge sheeted by the NCB, primarily for receiving and consuming ganja. What else?
Well, Preeti, Riya Chakrabarti, who's named as accused number 10 by the Narcotics Control Bureau in the case, which is also known as the Sushant Singh Rajput drug case, which was investigated by the anti-drug agency in the year 2020 after demise of actor Sushant Singh Rajput. Riya Chakrabarti, the draft charges that have been filed against Riya Chakrabarti state that she took delivery of ganja from Shovik Chakrabarti, from Dipesh Sawant, from Samuel Miranda and others, and handed over the same drug to Sushant Singh Rajput. She also made payment for the drugs which were procured from drug traffickers and brought in by Shovik Chakrabarti, Dipesh Sawant, Samuel Miranda and others. She has been charged under section 27A and various other sections for conspiracy, drug trafficking, drug consumption by the Narcotics Control Bureau. All the 35 accused, including Riya Chakrabarti, have been charged in the case for drug trafficking. Few of them have been charged for drug consumption and also for conspiracy by the anti-drug agency Narcotics Control Bureau. Preeti.
Divesh, what happens now? What's the protocol? Because is there going to be now an impending arrest, or this is now going to be fought in court? Break it down for us.
Well, Preeti, Riya Chakravarti was already arrested in the year 2020 and then she was released on bail. These are the draft charges that have been filed by the agency. The agency did file a charge sheet after 180 days of registering the case after the arrest of Riya Chakravarti, and then a charge sheet was filed. Now draft charges have been filed in the court in the same case. The trial is about to begin. The trial would start now, and it's only after the court decides on what the verdict is, whether the accused are convicted or not, only then they'll be sentenced to imprisonment as per the NDPS Act, as per the Narcotic Drug and Psychotropic Substances Act. As of now, Riya Chakrabarti and other accused who've been released on bail are waiting for the trial to start in the NDPS court, Mumbai. Preeti?
All right, Devesh, appreciate you joining us with the very latest. We're going to keep coming back to you. Meanwhile, I want to cut across to the excerpt of an interview, the only interview that Riya Chakravarti gave to India Today when she was surrounded by all sorts of allegations pertaining to the suicide of her partner, Sushant Singh Rajput. Listen in.
कहीं ना कहीं ये सवाल उठ रहा है कि क्या रिया का ड्रग पेडलर्स, ड्रग डीलर्स के साथ कोई कनेक्शन है।
ये यही बचा था ना अब मेरे ऊपर डालने के लिए कि इस लड़की को इतना क्रूसिफाई कर दो। मैं तो बोलती हूँ एक बंदूक के ले आओ, मेरी फैमिली लाइन से खड़ी हो जाएगी, गोली मार के उड़ा दो हमें, नहीं तो हम ही सुसाइड कर लेते हैं, फिर कौन रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा। I deny all these allegations. They are absolutely baseless.
आपने कभी MDMA लिया?
जी नहीं. I have never taken any drugs.
So you tried MDMA once?
Never. And I'm willing to do a drug test.
So you deny this conversation?
I deny.
With Gaurav Arya?
Yes.
You don't know him?
No, I do know him, but I deny the contents of this conversation, and I will like to reserve the rest of this for the investigation. It's unfortunate कि किसी के गुजर जाने के बाद हमें उनकी वाइसेस को ऐसे एक्सप्लॉइट करना होता है, पर अब मेरे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है. यस, सुशांत यूज्ड टू स्मोक मैरिजुआना, और हाँ वो काफी रेगुलरली पीते थे, मुझसे मिलने से पहले से पीते थे. इनफैक्ट केदारनाथ की शूटिंग या उससे जरा सा पहले से उन्होंने शुरू किया था ये, और मैं इनफैक्ट उन्हें कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश करती थी. सिर्फ इसी डिपार्टमेंट में मैं उन्हें कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश करती थी, मैं कट डाउन करने की कोशिश करती थी, लेकिन ही वॉज अ मैन ऑफ हिज ओन चॉइसेस. ही वॉज अ ग्रोन मैन who chose what he wanted to do, and nobody could stop him.
You did not encourage him to take drugs?
Absolutely not. In fact, I have a
Even
chat.
though he was on the habit, वो ड्रग पर है, लेकिन आपने कभी उनको encourage नहीं किया?
नहीं, मैंने.
You didn't try to stop him?
I tried to stop him. I tried to stop him, and I tried to tell him to reduce it. But it is something he would do.
All right, viewers, let's quickly move on to the other big developing story that we've been tracking for a while, and that is the Sidhu Moosewala drug bust. Now, the man accused of killing him, Lawrence Bishnoi, is back in focus. The biggest revelation coming in is that Lawrence Bishnoi's gang did plot to kill superstar Salman Khan. Sources suggest that during the grilling by Punjab cops, Bishnoi revealed that he wanted to kill Salman Khan to teach him a lesson. He was upset with him for hunting down black bucks, the animals held sacred by the Bishnoi community. The jailed gangster revealed that he sent gangster Sampat Nehra to eliminate Salman in Mumbai. The assassination plot fell through as Sampat didn't have a high-caliber string rifle and had only a pistol for the hit job. The gangster entrusted with procuring the long-range spring rifle, Dinesh Dagar, was nabbed by the cops. Meanwhile, in the famous gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's close aide, Vikramjit Brar, Rajasthan-based gangster, is in Dubai. It was revealed that Vikram Brar fled to UAE after getting a passport made from Chandigarh on 28 June 2018. Vikram Brar's name had surfaced in the threat letter written to Salman Khan and was plotting to threaten Bollywood celebrities including Karan Johar and extort money from them while sitting in Dubai. Let's listen in to all the reactions we've gotten in from Lawrence Bishnoi as well, and also from the Salman Khan camp, where they said that they had received absolutely no threat mail. Listen in.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे. जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं. नहीं, जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा। सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे, जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको। अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं।
जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना, नेगेटिव नहीं करना। और शिकार टाइगर जैसे शिकार कोई नहीं करता है ना, ये सबको पता है। जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना, नेगेटिव नहीं करना। और शिकार टाइगर जैसे शिकार कोई नहीं करता है ना, ये सबको पता है।
I want to immediately pull in my colleague Shreya Chatterjee, who's been following the case very closely, to break it down for us and tell us exactly what went down. How serious was the threat to Salman Khan's life, Shreya? Because Salman Khan has maintained that he received no threat, but now more revelations coming in. What more can you add?
Well, we've been seeing the timeline of the threat. We've seen that once Lawrence Bishnoi, while he was being presented in the court, verbally he gave a threat. There was a threat letter that then was sent to Salman Khan's house. And now the Vikram Brar angle, that's something that needs to be pointed out to our viewers, that how not only did he give a threat to Salman Khan, but he also, Lawrence Bishnoi, plotted and planned and ensured that he flees the country, so that even after planning and plotting the murder, something happens, his associates are safe. There was a fake passport that they obtained from Chandigarh forthwith. In the month of June 2018, he flees the country. He's right now in Dubai, and he is the person who is behind the threat of Salman Khan. So it's a very pretty serious case, even though Salman Khan and the others, they had denied the seriousness of the threat. But if you can see the timeline, this has been consecutive threats that's been issued to Salman Khan from the Lawrence Bishnoi gang.
Earlier on, one would have thought that this was a publicity stunt by the entire Lawrence Bishnoi gang. But now the fact, Shreya, that the credence been brought to it is the fact that he comes from the Bishnoi community. Salman Khan has been accused of killing black bucks, which are sacred to the Bishnoi community. So the gap gets tied in there.
Well, absolutely. It is the black buck case indeed, because of which that threat was given to Salman Khan by Lawrence Bishnoi. And if you can see the tone, the way he said that threat, he said that, I will kill him. When I get to see him, I will kill him. So that is the kind of seriousness that probably the investigators are also taking in. And that's the reason they are investigating Vikram Brar very closely, and also the link between the Lawrence Bishnoi gang at a time when we have seen the gang rivalry playing out in the open. We've seen in the recent past what happened with Sidhu Moosewala. In any given time, the agencies can't take it loosely.
Appreciate you joining us, Shreya. I want to quickly now shift focus to the other big developing story that we are tracking, and that concerns the Sidhu Moosewala murder case and involving an entire fake passport racket. It seems Lawrence Bishnoi was looking at getting a fake passport. Now, the big action by the Delhi police after the India Today news break on Moosewala's murder case. The Delhi cops have arrested the person who arranged a fake passport for gangster Bishnoi's brother and nephew. India Today was the first to reveal that before Sidhuwala's Lawrence Bishnoi had sent his brother Anmol and nephew Sachin out of the country by getting fake passports. It was well hatched out conspiracy to protect his brother and nephew and to leave no link behind of the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Bishnoi settled them abroad from where they could coordinate, facilitate, successfully execute this crime. The fake passport of gangsters' kin were made from the Delhi Regional Passport Office. All right, viewers, the Congress seems to have landed itself in a bit of a soup again. This time around, allegations being made that the Congress has insulted the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu. Now, the Congress leader, Ajay Kumar, is accused of stirring a row after taking a jibe at Draupadi Murmu, claiming that she represents an evil philosophy and must not be made an icon of the Adivasi community. The BJP has come out guns blazing with the Congress leader's remark. Union Minister Smriti Irani condemned Dr. Kumar for mocking a woman who devoted her life for the upliftment of the tribal community. The BJP has demanded apology for the mockery. Having said that, the Congress viewers says that they didn't mock Draupadi Murmu, they mocked the evil ideology of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and Draupadi Murmu is a good woman, but she is backed by this evil ideology of the BJP, is what the Congress says.
एनडीए किस कैंडिडेट को आगे बढ़ाए वो उनके ऊपर है, उस पर हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं थी। द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के बारे में हमने हमेशा कहा है कि एक अच्छी महिला है। समस्या उनके जो एनडीए के विचारधारा पर हमने जो टिप्पणी की थी, बीजेपी के जो नफरत वाली, जहरीली वाली जो विचारधारा है, इसी विचारधारा को तो सरदार पटेल ने बैन किया था 1950 में.
The language used by the Congress party, particularly by Ajay Kumar, its official spokesperson, saying that Draupadi Murmu ji represents a very evil philosophy and that she does not symbolize the Adivasi community, is not just an insult of Draupadi Murmu, her struggles in life, the manner in which she has risen from the grassroots to go up to become the Jharkhand governor and is now the first woman tribal president candidate of India, but it is also an insult of the entire Adivasi community.
जो ये सवाल उठते हैं कि सही में अगर आपने किसी व्यक्ति को एक चुना है तो उन्होंने अपने समुदाय या समाज के हितों की जब कोई भी कार्रवाई होती या उनके खिलाफ विपरीत कार्रवाई होती तो क्या उसमें एक सकारात्मक भूमिका आपने निभाई है, गलत कानूनों को बदलने के लिए आपने कभी आवाज़ उठाई है कि नहीं, या असली सही विकास के और जनहित के कानून लाने के लिए आपने क्या कभी कोई आवाज़ उठाई है कि नहीं, और अगर नहीं तो फिर उस समुदाय का नेतृत्व या उसके विकास में आपकी उतनी रुचि नहीं है. ठीक है, सांकेतिक रूप में हमने हमेशा कोशिश की है इस देश में, और ये भारत के संविधान ने जो कांग्रेस ने बनाया उसकी ये मूल भावना भी रही है कि धीरे धीरे अलग अलग वर्ग, अलग अलग समुदाय के लोगों को हमारे संविधान के कारण, देश में हुए विकास के कारण धीरे धीरे जगह मिले और ये भारत अंततः सबका बने.
All right, viewers, monsoon continues to rain misery in various states. Gujarat has seen a horrid death count. Telangana on red alert, Maharashtra on red alert, Madhya Pradesh on red alert.
Monsoon fury across India. From Himachal Pradesh to Kerala, monsoon mayhem has swept many states of the country. Incessant rainfall is leading to flood-like situation. It has been raining continuously in Maharashtra's Nagpur for the last 48 hours. Rivers in the region are in spate. The Ambajari barrage is overflowing and 3 shutters have now been opened. Water is being released from the Chatakpur and Haranbari dam, leading to flooding of low-lying areas in Nashik. Eight people are dead after a wall collapsed due to incessant rainfall in Gujarat. The heavy downpour wreaking havoc in several areas of Gujarat, including Jalalpur and Navsari. 4 shutters of the RG2 dam in Rajkot were also opened to manage the inflow. People staying in low-lying areas are being evacuated and rushed to safer places. In the state of Uttar Pradesh, many towns including Bijnor are facing waterlogging on the streets after a heavy rainfall. In Bijnor, police posts, schools and roads are inundated. The hill town of Manali in district Kullu saw heavy downpour last night. This bus station in the popular tourist destination is flooded with water from the nearby drains and streams are flowing in. Bureau Report, India Today.
And for those of you eagerly awaiting all the update on the new season on the OTT platform of Coffee with Karan, here's a teaser.
Welcome back to Coffee with Karan. My first guest, they are 2 happily married people, just not to each other.
The all-new 7th season of Karan Johar's popular chat show, Coffee with Karan, returned to entertain all. And while Alia Bhatt and Ranveer Singh were its first guest on the first episode,
one myth about marriage that got busted as soon as you tried them out.
There's no such thing as Suhagrat, you're tired.
30 seconds to talk on my marriage.
The day Karan will get married. Oh, my marriage!
Genius of the year. Janhvi Kapoor and Sara Ali Khan are in the house. Namaste Darshako to you.
Namaste.
Where did this friendship begin?
So many people have actually told us this, that you all bring out like an obscene side.
Sara Ali Khan and Janhvi Kapoor are seen gracing the couch in the next.
No. Vijay Deverakonda.
I see you with Vijay Deverakonda.
Do you like Vijay?
And the duo opted for a no-hold-barred conversation. During the conversation, both of them burst out laughing when Karan tries to dig into their relationships.
One reason why your ex is your ex.
Because he's everyone's ex.
One reason why your ex is your ex.
Because he's everyone's ex.
Interestingly, the duo was apparently head over heels in love with each other, so much so that Karthik even turned up on the sets of Sara's Jurva 2 in Thailand, and they celebrated her birthday with a cozy dinner. While they never confirmed their relationship, it was Karan Johar who himself, in an exclusive conversation with India Today, had recently confessed that both were seeing each other. Coffee with Karan is surely a controversial show, but it also is loved by many.
Genius of the year. I have something I want to play with the both of you.
So now that the makers are releasing one episode per week,
The girlfriend. Oh,
Please meet Pammi.
Pammi is very interested in everything. इस साल हैम्पर में क्या
the all-new 7th season looks like it's only getting bigger and better, as Karan Johar promises.
There's no such thing as Suhagrat. You're tired.
30 seconds to talk on my
The
marriage.
day Karan will get married.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Genius of the year. I'll kill you. It's over.
Edit भेज देना.
Hey, come back.
काय का पागल है क्या? रणबीर is better dancer. I have better chemistry. अरे दोस्त के नाम पे कलंक.
All right, viewers, with that, I'm going to go into a quick break. Stay with me. On the other side is our fact check segment.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim floating about suggesting that Bhagwant Mann seeks leave and Raghav Chadda to run the government. Incorrect. The Punjab Chief Minister has sought no leave after the wedding. He's very much in office. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of 7 at 7, but you do stay tuned. On the other side is To The Point.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve the sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
You are watching India Today.
PM on To The Point, we continue to track the fall of the Rajapaksa dynasty in the island nation of Sri Lanka. What now? Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled to the Maldives. Reports coming in from the Maldives. He's going to now flee to Singapore because protests have erupted in Maldives. What comes off the island nation? Continuous coverage, rolling coverage with our reporters, boots on ground. 7:30 p.m. We get you the latest as protesters have stormed the Prime Minister's office now.
Frantic, unsettling island drama. Epic people's uprising in Lanka. Gotabaya flees, leaving Lanka in limbo. Rebels, tear gas and crowds. Big focus on Newstrack. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Warm welcome viewers, you're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Our top focus remains Sri Lanka, but a lot of politics speaking in the state of Karnataka, especially where the Congress unit is concerned. The latest coming in, it's a DK Shivakumar versus Siddaramaiah war, which has now reached fever pitch days before Siddaramaiah's birthday celebrations. Siddaramaiah supporters gearing up to celebrate his 75th birthday. Supporters have called it Siddharamahotsav, a Siddharamahotsav. Now, DK Shivakumar, who is hoping to be named the chief ministerial face as Congress will now go into election mode for Karnataka, has come out with a jibe at his own party colleague Siddaramaiah. He says, I don't want any Utsav, I want Congress and the country's Utsava. I want the party to win and come to power. That is what my aim is. A lot which has been going down behind the scenes in the Congress unit of Karnataka right now, bubbling to the fore. There's been discontent from both sides. It seems there's been a clear divide in terms of camps. One is the DK Shivakumar camp, the other one Siddaramaiah camp. Both of them gunning to be the CM face as Karnataka goes into elections next year, and Siddaramaiah's birthday celebrations proving to be that pivotal point of this inside war reigniting. Listen in to DK Shivakumar.
ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು ನಾವು ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಪಾಪ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಯ್ತು ನನ್ನಿಂದ. ನಾನು ಇದರ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನೇ ಕೇದಾರ್ನಾಥ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಕೇದಾರ್ನಾಥ್ ಬದ್ರಿನಾಥ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬದವರು ಹೋಗಿ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದು ಅವರವರ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳ ವಿಚಾರ. ನಾನು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡ ದಿನ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನನ್ನ ಪೂಜೆ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ, ಪಕ್ಷದ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅದೇ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಯ್ತೀನಿ.
Because why is this statement interesting? Because the Congress unit of Karnataka is gearing up to celebrate Siddaramaya's birthday as Siddaramaya Utsav, his 75th birthday. DK Shivakumar, who's part of the Congress, who's hoping this time around that it will not be Siddaramaya but him who's going to be given the mantle of at least fighting the election as the CM face of the Congress, making it very clear, saying I don't want any Utsav. I don't believe in any Utsav, especially where birthday celebrations are concerned. I want the Congress to win Karnataka elections and the country to do well. I want to cut across to my colleague Nabila, who's joining us with the latest details trickling in from Karnataka Congress unit. Nabila, internal war which has been simmering for months now, counting down to the elections next year in Karnataka, bubbling to the fore, the pivotal point being Siddaramaya's birthday celebration.
Right, Preeti, at this point, from what we see is that the Congress is trying to project a chief ministerial candidate, and there are two options. One is, of course, Siddaramaya, who's already been the chief minister during the Congress regime in Karnataka, and the other, DK Shivakumar. DK Shivakumar, young, a man who's on ground, he's seen as a grassroots worker. Siddaramaya, on the contrary, a man known to have mass appeal. So both candidates are very strong, and it's very difficult at this point for the Congress to pick a face, and it seems like they're going to be approaching elections 11 months away without really announcing a chief ministerial face. But in the meanwhile, we're seeing DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaya taking jibe after jibe at one another. In the latest with DK Shivakumar saying that if I had to celebrate my birthday celebrations, I wouldn't do it in such a pompous fashion. I would go to a temple, I would worship to the Lord and do it in a subdued way. My focus is to, of course, help the party grow and not to celebrate a birthday or a person or an individual. This is more or less what DK has said in a direct jibe at Siddaramaya, just days after both of them met for breakfast, put all those speculations of animosity to rest. And it seems like this reaction or a fresh jibe has once again exposed fissures within the Karnataka Congress ahead of polls.
Okay, very quickly, Nabila, before I let you go, is there now a clear division of camps? Is what is happening in Rajasthan? There's a Gehlot camp, there's a Sachin Pilot camp. Are we witnessing that in Karnataka? Are we going to see right before elections, like in Rajasthan, two clear divisions of camps where Congress is concerned, the DK Shivakumar camp and the Siddaramaya camp?
Most definitely, Preeti, whether they want to admit it or not, there is the Siddaramaya camp and there is the DK Shivakumar camp. And it's very difficult for the Congress High Command also to prioritize one over the other, because on both ends, they're both very strong workers with a huge cadre support and, of course, a mass support for that matter. So it's going to be quite hard for the Congress party to try and focus on one person, while this will be great fodder and ground for the BJP to try and crack into and appease that, that section, which right now is frustrated with the fact that the Congress is not settling their house, keeping their house in order. With this kind of fight, it only sees BJP to an advantage at this point.
BJP advantage. Thank you, Nabila, for joining us, because what's playing out, viewers, in the state of Rajasthan, you have pitched battles being fought within the Congress where Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot is concerned. Now, in Karnataka, a similar play between Siddaramaya and DK Shivakumar. The Congress is going to be in a catch-22. Who will they announce as the chief ministerial face for Karnataka? Siddaramaya says is basically a mass leader. He's been the chief minister of Karnataka before. He enjoys the support of the cadres. On the other hand, you have a DK Shivakumar who has said that he's worked doggedly for the party, and he has so over the years, and also had said earlier that, I have sat and I have cooked the food for so long, and now that the food is ready, others want to come and eat. Are we going to see, or are we already witnessing a pitched battle within the Congress camp in Karnataka leading up to the elections? We're going to keep a keen eye on that. For now, viewers, shifting focus to the big developing story in the country, the island country of Sri Lanka. The Rajapaksa dynasty crumbles from popular Lankan president to symbol of abject hatred in just 13 months. Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to Maldives, onwards to Singapore. Sri Lanka descends into chaos. After presidential palace, protesters storm the Prime Minister's office. The world watches stunned. What next for Lanka? Top focus on To The Point. All right, for your stunning scenes that are coming in through Sri Lanka, we are going to cut across to our reporters, get you the latest ground reports, but let's get you now a citizen perspective for somebody who's been part of the protest. He has joined us through the course of the last 2 months. Indrajit Samarajiva, he's an author. He joins us right now. Indrajit, the kind of visuals that are streaming in from your country are, stunning to say the least. Awestruck, the world is watching. You have Mr. Rajapaksa Gotabaya, who's fled right now to the Maldives, what we're getting to understand, onwards to Singapore. But what is going on ground? Because is there a sense of abject anarchy? Are you on the cusp of a possible civil war kind of situation, or is law and order still prevailing while images of the, the presidential palace, the Prime Minister's office being taken, all of that comes in?
So you use the word chaos, and it's certainly not chaos, and you use the word anarchy, and anarchy really just means society organized democratically from the ground up. So I have been to the president's house. There are children there. You can go around the grounds. I have been to Temple Trees, the prime minister's house. They've set up kitchens there. They're feeding people. It's a tour. People go. I went with my wife. It's actually quite beautiful the way that people manage these public spaces, our spaces. Even the prime minister's office, which was breached today. My relative lives across the street. And when the government started tear gassing and using violence against the people, some of those people had to flee into my uncle's house. And they were extremely respectful. They were extremely polite. The people are behaving quite peacefully. It's not a case of anarchy and civil war, or I would say it is anarchy in the philosophical sense. It's not chaos and it's not civil war. People are together. It is the government who is committing violence against us. And I would say that, the people are legitimate. The government in this case is not.
Indrajit, would you stay on with me? I want to continue getting in reactions. I also want to pull in our foreign affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, who's joining us. We're going to get across to boots on ground. We're going to be joined in a short while by my colleague Ashutosh, who's been filing reports after reports. We're going to play those reports through, but also getting in other reactions. I have with me Dunya Maumur, former foreign minister, Maldives. He is joining us. Sir, appreciate you joining us. A lot of protests coming in. Mr. Gotabaya has taken refuge in your country. Is he now confirmed that he's going to be onwards to Singapore, or he's going to be, continue to get asylum in your country? Can you hear me, sir?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir, I'm talking to you.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Gotabaya Rajapaksa was elected in 2019 with a big mandate of 6.9 million voting, two-thirds majority in parliament, a 20th amendment, the most powerful president in the history of Sri Lanka. This president had to flee the country in 2.5 years for the crime that he has committed during his tenure in office. As I was listening to your news, it is it's anarchy that is situation that is in Sri Lanka now. At this moment, the protesters have taken over the president's house, the prime minister's official bungalow, the prime minister's office, and then the presidential secretariat. All four have been now it's under the gaze of the protesters. Total chaos in the country. And the opposition is also playing with the situation today. You can see the opposition not allowing the Prime Minister to continue with his work. They are asking, there is an election due in Parliament on the...
Sir, Mr. Mahmood, you know, the protesters say that this is, you know, there is no anarchy, there is no chaos, because if you look at it on the streets, it's rather peaceful. Yes, there is anger. We can see it being vented out where the presidential palace was concerned, the Prime Minister's office was concerned. We have scenes of chaos, but the fact, you know, that Mr. Gotabaya, from being a very popular president just about, 30 months ago, now to be the symbol of hatred in Sri Lanka, that's playing out on the streets of Sri Lanka. So, and the question that is being asked of the Maldives is, how can you give him asylum?
Actually, this is the problem. Now, you are saying that the president was very good 13 months before. No, this president was not good. Right from the beginning, when he was nominated president itself, his speeches were anti-minority. He was making that statement and said, the single only people voted for me. And I am a president who will be doing things. And he did things against the minorities. That is a curse that he is paying for. We leave all that aside. But now, first time in Sri Lanka's history, a president had to flee the country. And now from Maldives, he is going to Singapore, we are told. Wherever he goes, the people of this country will not leave him alone. He is answerable to many questions that are going to be raised. The people whom were killed, people who were taken in by him, people who were arrested by him, people who were pardoned by him are questions that will be raised in the near future. But nevertheless, today what we all want is all political parties to get together and tell the Prime Minister, look, 7 days you are the acting president, because 20th is the day that we are going to select the president from Parliament. Still then, what do we need? What is the support we can extend to you? We will give our fullest support, should be the answer from all the political parties in this country. But here, we see the political parties, especially the main opposition, is playing politics and not allowing anything to happen. They are also part of this Haragalaya. That's what they are trying to say. So what we are saying is a time like this, when the country is suffering, when the cabinet cannot meet, cabinet cannot make funds for payment of petrol, diesel is coming into the country, gas is coming into the country. When all these things are happening, the excitement is that the opposition has got excited whether things will go right. But the problem is this, the people are suffering, people have no food to eat, people are really suffering, people who ate 3 times are eating only once now. So that is why we call upon all the parliamentarians, 225 parliament. The protesters are saying all 225 are rogues and they must go. But what we are saying is we have only 2 things to work with. One is parliament and one is our constitution. So we can't go beyond the constitution. When a president of the country leaves the country and then the prime minister takes over, one way. Second way is on a resignation of the president, the prime minister is appointed temporarily as an acting president for only 1 month. Within that 1 month, you have to have rectification. Now you have about 5 to 7 people trying to contest as presidential candidate on the 20th of this month. So let them do that. There is no worry whatsoever. We are not interested in that. All what we are interested is to ensure the safety of these buildings that have been taken over. Anybody can go into these buildings, but to safeguard these heritage buildings is the most important thing. Everybody should get together to protect these things, because this is our future generation that will ask us what happened to these places. Nobody can give conditions over that. These are things that has to be preserved by the people. So the Sri Lankan...
Mr. Razak Sali, ex-Governor, Western Province, Colombo, appreciate you joining us, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you joining us. I want to cut across right now to India Today, boots on ground. Ashutosh, my colleague, and Pramod join us live as I speak. Pramod, can you take us through where you are, what you've witnessed through the course of the day?
Definitely, Preeti. I'm at the place, the Prime Minister's office, or the place where all action was here today. And just like our guest today said right now, this is one of the heritage buildings. I'm just showing the various portions of this heritage building over here. These fans look like really old, should be at least 100 years old, and the chandelier and everything. And the centerpiece of this building is that marble Buddha over there. You can sit and just watch that Buddha for like hours and hours. That's the kind of peace you can see on his face. So this is a heritage, important heritage, and here you have the lotus piece below his leg also, and this is very, very important. But here what happened is that just like every other people in Colombo, they were completely upset with the fact that Ranil Wickremesinghe became the acting president, and they were not happy about it. And this was the fourth important prominent building that was taken over by the public. In fact, as we moved to the lawn, you could see that the public, the protesters here have made it very sure that like none of this area, none of the important artifacts here will be damaged. But they're also making it very sure that they are not going to leave this place until a proper solution is acquired. That's the reason this building, which they took almost 4 hours fighting with the armed forces over here, they did the major retaliation was that tear gas, and even after that they did not leave. They were here for like 4 hours and protesting, and finally they breached in. And right now, as we speak, armed forces are at one spot, but this entire building is covered with it is full of only protesters. Police are also there, as you could see. This was the significance of their protest. They want to make sure that not just the president, but also the prime minister should not be the person in charge. That is Ranil Wickremesinghe, and as a form of symbolically representing it, they have decided to take over this building, Preeti.
All right, the protesters have decided to take over the Prime Minister's office. Pramod, can you get us as many reactions as you can? And I want to cut across to Geeta and Ashutosh in just about a minute. Can we pick up reactions from the protesters? Can you speak to them?
At this spot, and they've been here since the morning. Like we saw this, we also saw them when they were entering. So, the significance of you entering this building, and why are you here?
We are here because we want to end the corruption. Our political leaders, they are hiding from us. They are not answering our questions. So they are out of the country now. Our president is out of the country. He's not facing the public. So we don't want a president, or we don't want a political system which is not transparent.
You're saying that this system should not continue?
Yes, even and system and whatever the past political people are, we don't want them.
On one end, Ranil Wickremesinghe says that he'll only be the acting president until an all-party government is formed. Why is that you don't trust him?
We won't trust him because 2016-17 he was the person who stole the bank, our main bank, our Sri Lanka bank. So how can he be the president if he's the thief? How can he be a president? Somehow we don't like Ranil also to be the president.
But if the country does not have a president or a prime minister, who will run it? Who will take care of the daily affairs?
Our speaker can be the president for the temporary. Okay, temporary he can be the president, not Ranil. Okay, our speaker can be the president. Other than that, Ranil, we are not expecting.
All right. So when are you deciding to leave this building? When will you leave this? Not just this building, the President Palace, President Secretariat, and every building.
The second we are getting the solution for our problems, we will be leaving the building. These are our property. Okay, these are all.
Make sure that no damage occurs to it.
No damages. No damage.
All right, Pramod.
We are protecting this because these are all our money, our public.
What is the solution you're looking for?
We are asking Ranil and Goda to leave.
That's
we
the
don't
solution.
want. Yeah.
So that you heard that P3. They claim that the resignation of the Prime Minister and the President seems to be the only solution they want, and that's the reason they have still occupied the building here.
All right, Pramod, stay on with me. I want to quickly bring in Geeta. Geeta, now Rajapaksa Gotabaya is in Maldives. There are protests which are taking place there. Is he going to be on his way now to Singapore? Has Singapore accepted that they're going to give him asylum?
Well, the fact is that, Preeti, they are looking at various countries and options. Their options are quite limited. India certainly was not an option, as was reported earlier. We have Tamil Nadu and the Tamil community in Sri Lanka to cater to and look at, and we know the past of the Rajapaksa. So India is certainly ruled out. What we're given to understand from the media in Maldives is that, yes, Gotabaya Rajapaksa and his wife, who was the former First Lady, are headed to Singapore, but there is no confirmation on whether if it is asylum or if it's temporary. We do know that his permanent last stop was supposed to be Dubai, and that certainly has not happened. So a lot of confusion, and they're just trying to work with whichever country they get place in right now, because the Maldives and being there was becoming untenable. We saw there are a lot of Sri Lankans there, and protests are underway in the Maldives as well.
You know, Geeta, one would think that a very natural pick would be China right now.
Well, Singapore is the closest they can get. If they move to China, there is no returning. There is no returning, not just for them, for their entire generations after generations, if they ever look at China, because that certainly would be the last nail in the coffin for the Rajapaksas. But Singapore is as close as they can get, and in all probability, if Singapore agrees, it will be because of the conversations and the dealings that must have happened with Beijing involved as well.
You think China would be involved? Because still now we have all the details of the tickets, where they're going to go, the flights that they're going to take, but no confirmation from Singapore whether they are offering asylum or not.
Well, again, there is no confirmation. Also, there is no past that we can see where we can connect the Rajapaksa clan to the family, the first family of Singapore. So there has to be some connection wherein, and is the reason why they could really have gotten that space in Singapore. And we know the influence China certainly has in Singapore. It's just, we're just surmising. It's not a conclusive or a confirmed news as of now. But then again, the Maldives also, somewhere down the line, Nasheed going and receiving Rajapaksa, the closeness that you see between Nasheed and Rajapaksa, and the relationship Rajapaksas have had with certain families and certain political people here in India, could certainly have been one of the reasons why they were allowed to enter the Maldives. The Maldives knew the cost of allowing the Rajapaksa family into their land.
Stay on with me, Geeta. I'm going to cut across right now to Ashutosh, my colleague who's been reporting on the streets of Colombo through the course of the day. Ashutosh, where are you right now? What have you witnessed today?
Well, Preeti, I'm at Temple Tree, which is supposed to be the official residence of the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, which is, under the captivity of these protesters from 9th of July, the day it all began. And when suddenly, all the top institutions, because these are not just heritage structures or the building, these are the premier institutions of this country, which is now captured by totally, these protesters who are continue to camp inside. What we are hearing from our sources, since this meeting was called by the speaker at 5 p.m., the opposition parties have refused to accept Ranil Wickremesinghe as the acting president. And in the meanwhile, the opposition parties have asked Speaker to intervene, and instead of waiting till 19th July, call session immediately as soon as possible, even if tomorrow, and begin the nomination process. Remember, the uncertainty is also growing because the people also annoyed and angry over Ranil Wickremesinghe taking over as an acting president. And perhaps since they have been demanding share should be nothing related to Rajapaksa government as of now in the power, better speaker should be given the charge in that course. Following this 40th schedule of the Constitution of Sri Lanka, the Prime Minister taking charge and acting president. But clearly now the political crisis is continuing, that even the opposition is now, opposing this move, Prime Minister taking as charge of the acting president. So tomorrow we are hearing the another meeting which has been called, and in that case we'll have to see whether there is a consensus between the ruling party and the opposition, that if opposition wants to be the part of the government, whether they will support in the name of the speaker as a president, and will LOP will be nominated as a Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. But in the meanwhile, what we heard, what we have seen today, as we speak, just 30 minutes ago, certain protesters also tried to storm the parliament area. There was also tear shells were fired to disrupt. In the meanwhile, the the Bar Council of Sri Lanka, the IGP of Colombo, and several other, including the Chief of Defence Staff, have been appealing protesters to maintain calm and peace and be helpful to the law and order machinery to prevail calm and peace in the entire country. But the Prime Minister, the statement that came from the acting president, that perhaps anti-social elements is trying to overrun the government, to overpower the government, and that clearly seems to be the another trigger point, another flash point of the confrontation. What is happening here, you cannot predict what will happen in next 30 minutes. That is the level of uncertainty here in Colombo.
All right, appreciate you joining us, Ashutosh. Thank you, Geeta. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments as they take place. 9 p.m. India time is allegedly or supposedly the flight that Gotabaya Rajapaksa with his family is going to take to Sri Lanka from the Maldives. We're going to keep you updated with all the developments there. Thank you for joining us. Up next is Rahul Gawar, and he's going to be staying on the same story.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Light from the oldest galaxies, the oldest documented light in the history of the universe, from over 13 billion, let me say that again, 13 billion years ago.
US President Joe Biden and NASA released the clearest ever image of our young universe, reflecting the time soon after the Big Bang. NASA's James Webb Space Telescope has produced the deepest and sharpest infrared image of the distant universe that has ever been seen, heralding a major event in astronomy. The image shows a patch of sky visible from the southern hemisphere on Earth. It includes a massive cluster of galaxies about 4 billion light years away. Thousands of galaxies, including the faintest objects ever observed in the infrared, have appeared in Webb's view for the first time, all captured in a relatively small area.
You know, as an international collaboration, this telescope embodies how America leads the world, not by the example of our power, but the power of our example.
Light travels at about 3 lakh kilometers per second, and that light that you are seeing on one of those little specks in the image has been traveling for over 13 billion years, claimed Bill Nelson, a NASA administrator.
That light that you are seeing on one of those little specks has been traveling for over 13 billion years. And by the way, we're going back further because this is just the first image. They're going back about 13.5 billion years. And since we know the universe is 13.8 billion years old, we're going back almost to the beginning.
The James Webb Telescope has been in works for years. NASA led its development with the European Space Agency and the Canadian Space Agency. It was launched aboard a rocket on December 25, 2021 and is currently at a point in space known as the Sun-Earth L2 Lagrange point, approximately 1.5 million kilometers beyond Earth's orbit around the Sun.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye.
Good evening and welcome. You're on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. The Sri Lankan president has fled the Emerald Island. What happens next? That's my top focus on the news track tonight.
Frantic, unsettling island drama. Epic people's uprising in Lanka. Gotabaya flees, leaving Lanka in limbo. Rebels, tear gas and crowds. Big focus on News Track.
Here's a quick look on the headlines we're tracking tonight. Sri Lankan opposition parties call for Ranil Wickremesinghe's resignation after he was appointed interim president. India Today's reporters are in the crisis zone, bringing you exclusive ground reports. Rains continue to wreak havoc across 5 states. Over 80 dead in Gujarat. Situation grim in Telangana and Karnataka. Riya Chakrabarti accused of supplying and trafficking drugs by the Narcotics Control Bureau. The agency in its chart sheet says the actor pushed Sushant Singh Rajput into drug addiction. Moosewala murder mastermind Lawrence Bishnoi spills the beans on the Kill Salman plot, says he planned the hit on the Bollywood superstar in 2018 because Salman hunted sacred black bucks. Centre announces free COVID booster doses for all adults who are over 70 over the next 75 days at government centres. He was supposed to resign today, but Gotabaya Rajapaksa instead left the people of Sri Lanka in the lurch and fled to Maldives instead, triggering a massive wave of protest and renewed citizen fury. Ashutosh Mishra and Pramod Madhav are in Colombo and they file our lead story.
A revolt tearing through the teardrop-shaped island. An alluring paradise of misty plantations racked by popular rebellion. Tear gas grenades lobbed back and forth.
Multiple tear shells and air shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Suddenly I saw all the protesters walking. The moment they got to know that President has fled, now they're demanding Prime Minister to resign. This is the Prime Minister's office. They all started marching. There was a barricade. They're just trying to breach the barricade. Suddenly they started firing tear shells. Look at the other side. It's all multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd. Look at these amount of tear shells fired here in Colombo.
Armed forces, riot police, barricades on the ground, and military helicopters clattering in the air. None able to rein in this sea of angry Sri Lankans converging on capital Colombo. A movement that began with a candlelight vigil a few months ago has resulted in the ouster of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. The 73-year-old leader fled Sri Lanka for the Maldives with his wife and 2 security guards. His brother and former Finance Minister Basil Rajapaksa has also reportedly fled Sri Lanka. A dynasty that dominated Sri Lanka's politics for 20 years has fallen to this mass uprising. But that offers no solace to the revolting Sri Lankans. They want a complete overhaul of their country's political leadership. The crisis worsened when Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe took over as acting president and declared a state of emergency. Protesters broke through more barriers in security and stormed his office as well. Rajapaksa and his allies, Wickremesinghe included, have been blamed for bankrupting this country. That's how the rebelling Sri Lankans pushed back against their president, seized his palace, lounged in its beds, dipped in its ornate pool, and on Wednesday, protesters took over Sri Lanka's state-run television media, an iconic broadcast from Sri Lanka's TV station Rupavahini. A demonstrator taking over the role of a television anchor, making a bold statement about relaying only protest-related news. The channel went off air soon after. A revolt with no smooth resolution for whosoever rules Sri Lanka next. With Ashutosh Mishra and Pramod Madhav in Colombo, Bureau Report, India Today.
Our reporters Pramod Madhav and Ashutosh Mishra are at ground zero in the middle of the raging crowds as tear gas shells are being fired around them and as protesters storm into government buildings. This duo has been reporting relentlessly and fearlessly. Here's how our reporters saw the unsettling drama unfold today in Sri Lanka's capital.
Thousands of angry Lankans hitting the streets, marching, chanting, protesting, heading to the Prime Minister's house, scaling boundary walls, storming into the Prime Minister's office.
So first it was the President's Secretariat, then the President's Palace, and then the Prime Minister's home, and now finally it is the Prime Minister's office as well. Protesters are occupying the Prime Minister's office. This amidst armed guards, the heavily armed guards are also here for protection and to make sure nothing untoward occurs. But this is a lawn of the President's office, which is completely filled with public and protesters from Galface.
The march was marred by crackdown by forces who fired tear gas shells and opened fire in the air, leading to chaotic scenes and riot-like situation. India Today reporters tracked those developments from the crisis zone, braving tear gas shells.
You know, the police is firing on the protesters. They were suddenly started marching toward the Prime Minister's residence. Multiple tear shells and air. You know, the shots in the air is being fired here in Colombo. Suddenly I saw all the protesters walking. The moment they got to know that President has fled, now they're demanding Prime Minister to resign. This is the Prime Minister's office. They all started marching. There was a barricade. They're just trying to breach the barricade. Suddenly they started firing tear shells. Look at the other side. It's all multiple tear shells. This is to disperse the crowd.
The state of emergency announced by the acting president failed to deter protesters.
But since they have crossed the Prime Minister's office, the next is the Parliament, barely few steps from here. These protesters trying to enter the Parliament, and there you see the huge convoy of the cops. That's the entire fleet of the Colombo Club, the local police station. But again, you see, without arm, without baton, and they are watching these protesters moving, and clearly this seems to be the silent support.
Protests in the streets of Colombo still continues. Here they are holding a march, not just a simple march, they are also carrying the shields in front of them to symbolically say that they are here, and not just that, this is the same place where multiple rounds of tear gas were fired upon them to disperse them. Still the crowd is coming over and they are protesting row after row, demanding that not just Gotabaya but Ranil Wickremesinghe, also the acting Prime Minister or President, also resign.
Large number of commandos from the Lankan security forces were seen being on standby, fearing escalation in violence.
The crowd has totally overpowered the armed forces. There you see the special task force of the Sri Lankan police, totally armed with the gear, but none of them using force. And this is clearly a go-ahead to the protesters. They have refused to take hard action against these protesters.
Lankan Air Force choppers were seen doing low aerial sorties, keeping track of the evolving situation. Protesters are adamant over ouster of the current dispensation, continuing the siege at the President's house, the Prime Minister's office and Golface, the National Secretariat.
When we started walking with these protesters, all of a sudden it was spontaneous reaction. There were only few hundred. Suddenly it became few thousand. And now I cannot recall the numbers here. Just more than 700-800 meter this entire stretch, 70, 80 feet, the width of this road, and that's totally crowded. That's one after one. It is really becoming difficult for the armed forces to control the crowd. Everyone just trying to enter. The protesters trying to enter the Prime Minister's office. The soldiers there, the army there, the Air Force commandos there, the STF there. They're trying to disperse the crowd.
We are at the Prime Minister's office lane. Still now, the chaos is continuing because of the one information that the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has been now appointed as the acting president. In fact, the situation escalated so much that Ranil Wickremesinghe had to go ahead and say that he will be only the acting president until 20th of July or so, until an all-party government is formed, and that clarity will be provided. But for now, after several hours of struggle, the people of Sri Lanka, the protesters, have entered the Prime Minister's office on its lawn, along with the people who are still protesting against Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Ranil Wickremesinghe.
With the island nation facing its worst crisis ever, who will bring the country out of turmoil? With Ashutosh Mishra and Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Pramod Madhav joins us now. He's been doing a stellar job trying to capture the unfolding situation in Sri Lanka. Pramod, what happens next? The president's gone. He didn't quite resign. At least there is no resignation in the public domain. How is the process of trying to get opposition parties together to form a coalition government coming along?
Well, Rahul, not just the president, but also the Prime Minister doesn't look like he has resigned. And that is the reason the whole chaos broke out today right in front of the Prime Minister's office. In fact, we are currently inside the Prime Minister's office, and this is the situation over here. Armed guards at every other location, making sure that no untoward incident occurs. But at the same time, public has also been provided access. And here is the place I'm going to show you is the actual Prime Minister's office. And there on top of the wall, you could see the pictures of the all Prime Ministers, starting with Ranil Wickremesinghe over there. And then also on the other corner, you will see Mahinda Rajapaksa's picture, Ranil Wickremesinghe's picture, again Mahinda Rajapaksa's picture. So this is continuously happening, and this is one of the places where the discussions by the Prime Minister was held. Apparently is the Prime Minister's office, and now after 4 hours of struggle in the morning, access has been provided to the people. Yet the confusion, just like you asked, is that even now we are getting information that the heads of the tri-forces have also asked Ranil Wickremesinghe to resign, but apparently there is no information from the acting president's office. He became acting president today morning, and for one reason alone, the public have still occupied this particular place. They are over here, and they earlier also when we spoke to them, they said that they are not going to leave this place until Ranil Wickremesinghe resigns. On his hand, he is trying to give an explanation that he is trying to fight fascist forces. That's the term he used, and that's the reason he says that until an all-party government is formed, he will not resign. Public are not ready to accept it, because here they are very clearly stating that unless and until Ranil Wickremesinghe and Gotabaya resign, their country will not have a solution. So that way, it is a stale movement here. But for now, the public and the protesters here claim that until these two resign, they will not leave this place, Rahul.
Thanks, Pramod. We'll come back to you for more later. The defining image of the Sri Lankan crisis has been the siege of government buildings and official residences. Pramod was, in fact, reporting from one of them. Today, it was the Sri Lankan Prime Minister's office that was at the center of the storm.
Hours after Ranil Wickremesinghe was appointed interim president of Sri Lanka, angry citizens stormed the Prime Minister's office in Colombo. It started with them waving flags at the foyer of the building.
The Prime Minister, who was still the Prime Minister till morning, Ranil Wickremesinghe, was then made the acting president, and this did not go well with the public, who immediately decided to storm into the Prime Minister's office. Not just that, there were reports that some of the protesters were attacked by other security forces here as well. That escalated the situation. On one side, army only deployed tear gases and nothing much, but that also turned into a chaotic issue. Protesters were actually well prepared for this. They brought in roadside cones, they brought in water bottles, and row after row, no matter how many times they had to face the tear gases here, they did not budge, they entered.
Within minutes, thousands of protesters were inside the Sri Lankan Prime Minister's office.
Protesters are occupying the Prime Minister's office. This amidst armed guards, heavily armed guards are also here for protection and to make sure nothing untoward occurs. But this is a lawn of the President's office, which is completely filled with public and protesters from Galface who came here after several rounds, even after several rounds of tear gas were flashed. Hit on them. They did not budge. They did keep coming again and again. After nearly 4 hours of struggle, they finally took over the Prime Minister's office as well.
With the Sri Lankan forces moving, the siege of the Sri Lankan PM office continued, but peacefully. Taking over government symbols of power has been a defining image of this new wave of protest in Sri Lanka. On Saturday, furious protesters set the Prime Minister's private residence on fire. The same day, they had stormed into the presidential palace, dipping in the pool, slam dunking in the presidential suits, and even posing on the president's seat. With Pramod Madhav in Colombo, Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining us now, live and exclusive from Colombo, is the man who revolutionized one-day batting. The explosive batting that you see in T20 was started by Sanath Jayasuriya back in the World Cup for one-day internationals, and he now joins us live on India Today, one of the most iconic Sri Lankans alive. Mr. Jayasuriya, welcome to India Today. This is a very troublesome time for you individually and for the people of Sri Lanka, and I think I speak for all Indians when we say we're looking very carefully at what's happening, and the people of Sri Lanka are in our thoughts all the time. So thank you for joining us. I want to start by asking you, Sanath, about the departure of President Rajapaksa in the way that he did, this sudden move to Maldives, from there seeking asylum in Sri Lanka. When you were seeing the build-up, the protests happening out in the streets of Colombo over the last several weeks and months, did you anticipate that this is the way it would end for one of the most powerful political families in Sri Lanka?
No, I never thought it will happen like this. We all was thinking that he will resign and remain in our country. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And he has left the country early this morning to Maldives. And then thereafter, he will go to another country, which we don't know at the moment. So it's a very sad day because the Sri Lankans, the protesters, been protesting for last about several months now. And for why we do that is everyone has seen, and I think you all have been seeing, and what's going on in my country, the current fuel crisis and electricity, also gas issue, the health issues, everything is there in my country in the last few months. So unfortunately, the things what the people wanted is not there. So the people have been absorbing all the pressure for a longer period. And they started after a very long time, and people have come out on the street and start protesting. So the protesting is very peaceful one. It's not non-violence. So that is why people have been protesting peacefully. So they'll continue peaceful protest. And the 9th of July became to another level. and they all went into the President Palace and the President Secretariat, also the temple trees, and demanding that President and Prime Minister should resign. So, unfortunately, still that didn't happen, even though they promised on the 3rd.
At this moment, there's no electricity, there's no fuel. The people of Sri Lanka very badly off. What do you think should be the next step? There's talk of the opposition coming together to form a government. Who would you like to see as the new Prime Minister and President? What do you think happens from here?
The thing is, it's up to the Speaker and the all party leaders to come up and make a stable government for a few months with a cabinet. So then the international community will see that our country is stable. Then only the international community will come and help Sri Lanka, because we need help at the moment, because only India did it earlier on and giving us about more than $4 billion to Sri Lanka to come out of this crisis, but still we couldn't. So we need other countries' help also to come out of this crisis.
Sure. No, but in terms of the opposition coming together, because the critical question is what Ranil Wickremesinghe was trying to do is essentially what the new government will also have to try and build on. So what is it that you're expecting? Because a lot of these protesters are saying they don't want anybody who's been in power in the past to be a part of the future. They want a new government of new faces. But how will this be different from what the Wickremesinghe government is trying to do?
The thing is, the protesters first, they asked President to resign, and also the protesters want Prime Minister to resign. So at the moment, no one has resigned. Even the President has not given the letter of resignation yet. So this is why the protests start today. So I think the people want to see the resignation first. So it has not happened yet. So this is why the people are waiting. Then even whatever the government, the Speaker was talking with the other party leaders, and for that the talking with the other parties, the protesters also can get involved on their views. It's not harm getting them involved and getting their thoughts into our system, because it's not any harm. So I hope the Speaker and the party leaders, even other party leaders, the Muslims, Tamil party leaders, we all need to get together in this moment, because we can't fight for individual positions will not help Sri Lanka. This is a team game you need to come out with. You can't play individually. Come out and play their own role and perform it out. So they need to come as a team and perform.
When you were batting, you were a thorn in India's flesh quite often, and we didn't particularly like that very much. But in a sense, you're one of the most beloved Sri Lankans in India, and huge recall and popularity. Can you tell our viewers how life has been for you individually and for people around you over the last few days?
I think I've been here properly, but what I think what you said was around my...
How's life been for you? How's life been for you? Shortages, price rise, and for people around you. Just describe what life's been like for Sanat Jayasuriya.
It's been very difficult. Telling you the truth, it's very, very difficult for the Sri Lankans, including myself. It's not very easy. The people are in queues for 4 or 5 days for fuel and for gas. So essential, like the medicines, running out of medicines in mostly the government hospitals. So it's very difficult. That is why I said we need politicians to get together and come up with a plan and give that confidence to the people. The people doesn't have confidence in politicians anymore. So they need to make that confidence. So I hope the Speaker and the whole party